Blackstone Audio presents Tai-Pan, the epic novel of the founding of Hong Kong, by James Clavell. This book is read by Gilbert Jackson. For Tai-Tai, for Holly, and for Michaela. Author's note. I would like to express my thanks to the people of Hong Kong, who gave me so much of their time and knowledge and allowed me into their present and past. Of course, this is not a history, but a novel. It is peopled with men and women created out of the author's imagination, and no reference to anyone or to any company that was or is part of Hong Kong is intended. Book 1. Dirk Struan came up onto the quarterdeck of the flagship HMS Vengeance and strode for the gangway. The 74-gun ship of the line was anchored half a mile off the island. Surrounding her were the rest of the fleet's warships, the troopships of the expeditionary force, and the merchantmen and opium clippers of the China traders. It was dawn, a drab, chill Tuesday, January the 26th, 1841. As Struan walked along the main deck, he glanced at the shore and excitement swarmed over him. The war with China had gone as he had planned. Victory was as he had forecast. The prize of victory, the island, was something he had coveted for 20 years. And now he was going ashore to witness the formality of taking possession, to watch a Chinese island become a jewel in the crown of Her Britannic Majesty Queen Victoria. The island was Hong Kong. 30 square miles of mountainous stone on the north lip of the huge Pearl River in South China, 1,000 yards off the mainland, inhospitable, unfertile, uninhabited except for a tiny fishing village on the south side. Squarely in the path of the monstrous storms that yearly exploded from the Pacific, bordered on the east and on the west by dangerous shoals and reefs, useless to the Mandarin, the name given to any official of the Chinese emperor in whose province it lay. But Hong Kong contained the greatest harbour on earth, and it was Struan's stepping stone into China. "Belay there!" the young officer of the watch called to the scarlet-coated marine. "Mr. Struan's longboat to the midships gangway." "Yes, sir." The marine leaned over the side and echoed the order. "Won't be a moment, sir," the officer said, trying to contain his awe of the merchant prince who was a legend in the China seas. "Nae hurry, lad." Struan was a giant of a man, his face weathered by 1,000 storms. His blue frock coat was silver-buttoned, and his tight white trousers were tucked carelessly into sea boots. He was armed, as usual, knife in the crease of his back and another in his right boot. He was 43, red-headed, and his eyes were emerald green. "It's a bonny day," he said. "Yes, sir." Struan walked down the gangway, got into the prow of his longboat, and smiled at his younger half-brother, Rob, who sat amidships. "We're late," Rob said with a grin. "Aye, His Excellency and the Admiral were long-winded." Struan stared at the island for a moment. Then he motioned to the boatswain. "Cast off! Go ashore, Mr. Mackay." "Aye, aye, sir." "At long last, Tai-Pan?" Rob said. Tai-Pan was Chinese for supreme leader. In a company or army or fleet or nation, there is only one such man, he who wields the real power. "Aye," Struan said. He was Tai-Pan of the noble house. Chapter 1. "A pox on this stinking island," Brock said, staring around the beach and up at the mountains. The whole of China at our feet, and all we take be this barren sodding rock." He was standing on the foreshore with two of his fellow China traders. Scattered about them were other clusters of traders and officers from the expeditionary force. They were all waiting for the Royal Navy officer to begin the ceremony. An honour guard of 20 Marines was drawn up in 2 neat lines beside the flagpole, the scarlet of their uniforms a sudden splash of colour. Near them were the untidy knots of sailors who had just from Alabama. "I'll tell thee right smartly, this whole god-rotting fly-speck be bad joss," Brock said. Joss was a Chinese word that meant luck and fate and God and the devil combined. "God-rotting bad." "It better not be, sir," Tillman said. "The future of the China trade's here now. Good joss or bad joss." Brock stared down at him. "Hong Kong's got no future. It's open ports on the China mainland we be needing, and you knowed it, by God." "The harbour's the best in these waters," Cooper said. "Plenty of room to careen and refit all our ships. Plenty of room to build our homes and warehouses, and no Chinese interference at long last. A colony's got to have arable land and peasants to work the land, Mr. Cooper. And revenue," Brock said impatiently. "I be walking all over, and so have you. Not a crop'll grow here. There be no fields or streams, no grazing land, so no meat and no spuds. Everything we be needin'll have to come by sea. Think of the cost. Why, even the fishing be rotten. And who's to pay upkeep of Hong Kong, eh? Us and our trade, by God." "Oh, that's the sort of colony you want, Mr. Brock?" Cooper said. "I thought the British Empire," he spat deftly to windward, "had enough of that sort of colony." Brock's hand strayed near his knife. "Be you spitting to clear your throat or spitting on the Empire?" Tyler Brock was nearing 50, a big, one-eyed man as hard and as permanent as the iron he had been forced to peddle in Liverpool as a youth, and as strong and as dangerous as the fighting merchant ships he had escaped to, and at length had come to rule as head of Brock & Sons. His clothes were rich, and the knife at his belt was jewelled. His beard was greying, like his hair. "It's a cold day, Mr. Brock," Tillman said quickly, inwardly angry at his young partner's loose tongue. Brock was no man to bait, and they could not afford open enmity with him yet. "Plenty of chill on the wind, eh, Jeff?" Cooper nodded briefly, but he did not take his eyes off Brock. He had no knife, but there was a derringer in his pocket. He was of a height with Brock, but slighter, and unafraid. "I be giving thee piece of advice, Mr. Cooper," Brock said. "Best not spit too often after saying British Empire. There be some what mayn't be giving thee benefit of doubt." "Thank you, Mr. Brock, I'll remember," Cooper replied easily. "And I'll give you some advice. It's bad joss to curse on a Tuesday." Brock suppressed his temper. Eventually he would crush Cooper and Tillman and their company, the biggest of the American traders, but now he needed them as allies against Dirk and Rob Struan. Brock cursed Joss. Joss had made Struan and Company the greatest house in Asia, and so rich and powerful that the other China traders had named it in awe and jealousy the Noble House. Noble because it was first in riches, first in largesse, first in trade, first in clippers, but mostly because Dirk Struan was Tai-Pan, the Tai-Pan among all the Tai-Pans of Asia. And Joss had cost Brock an eye 17 years ago, the year that Struan had founded his empire. It had happened off Chushan Island. Chushan was just south of the huge port of Shanghai, near the mouth of the mighty Yangtze River. Brock had beaten up through the monsoon with a huge cargo of opium, Dirk Struan, a few days astern, also carrying opium. Brock had reached Chushan first, sold his cargo and turned around, knowing happily that now Struan would have to go farther north and try a new coast with fresh risks. Brock had sped south for home, Macau, his coffers filled with bullion, the full wind astern. Then a great storm had suddenly swooped out of the China seas. The Chinese called these storms Taifung, the supreme winds. The traders called them typhoons. They were terror incarnate. The typhoon had battered Brock's ship mercilessly, and he had been pinned by the falling masts and spars. A shorn halyard, caught by the winds, had flailed him as he lay helpless. His men had cut him loose, but not before the broken shackle-ended rope had gouged out his left eye. The ship had been on her beam ends, and he helped them cut the rigging and spars adrift, and by some miracle she had righted herself. Then he had poured brandy into the bleeding socket. He could still remember the pain. And he recalled how he had limped into port long after he had been given up for lost, his fine three-masted clipper no more than a hulk, the seams sprung, masts and guns and rigging gone. And by the time Brock had replaced spars and rigging and masts and cannon and powder and shot and men, and bought another cargo of opium, all the profits of this voyage had vanished. Struan had run into the same typhoon in a small lorcha, a boat with a Chinese hull, English-rigged and used for coastal smuggling in fine weather, but Struan rode out the storm, and, elegant and untouched as usual, had been on the dock to greet Brock, his strange green eyes mocking him. Dirk and his cursed Joss, Brock thought. Joss be letting Dirk build that one stinking lorcha into a fleet of clippers and hundreds of lorchas, into warehouses and bullion to spare, into god-rotting noble house. Joss pushed Brock and Sons into god-rotting second place. Second! And, he thought, Jossie's given him ear of our god-rotting, weak-gutted plenipotentiary, the Honourable god-rotting Longstaff, all these years. And now, together, they've sold us out. A pox on Hong Kong and a pox on Struan. If it weren't for Struan's plan, you'd never have won your war so easily, Cooper said. The war had begun at Canton 2 years before, when the Chinese emperor, determined to bring the Europeans to heel, tried to eliminate the opium smuggling which was essential to British trade. Viceroy Ling had surrounded the foreign settlement at Canton with troops and demanded every case of opium in Asia to ransom the lives of the defenceless English traders. At length 20,000 cases of opium had been given over and destroyed, and the British were allowed to retreat to Macau. But the British could not take lightly either interference with its trade or threats to its nationals. 6 months ago, the British Expeditionary Force had arrived in the Orient and ostensibly had been placed under the jurisdiction of Longstaff, the Captain Superintendent of Trade. But it was Struan who conceived the inspired plan to bypass Canton, where all the trouble had started, and instead send the expeditionary force north to Chushan. To take that island without loss would be simple, Struan had theorized, for the Chinese were unprepared and helpless against any modern European army or fleet. Leaving a small holding force at Chushan and a few ships to blockade the Yangtze, the expeditionary force could sail north to the mouth of the Peiho River and threaten Peking, the capital of China, which was only 100 miles upstream. Struan knew that only so direct a threat would make the emperor immediately sue for peace. A superb conception, and it had worked brilliantly. The expeditionary force had arrived in the Orient last June. By July, Chushan had been taken. By August, it was moored at the Peiho. In 2 weeks, the emperor had sent an official to negotiate peace, the first time in history that any Chinese emperor had officially acknowledged any European nation. And the war had ended with almost no loss to either side. Longstaff was very wise to follow the plan, Cooper said. Any China trader knowed how to bring the Chinese to their knees, Brock said, his voice rough. He pushed his top hat farther back on his forehead and eased his eye patch. But why did Longstaff and Struan agree to negotiate back at Canton, eh? Any fool know'd negotiate to a Chinese means to play for time. We should have stayed north at the Peiho till peace was signed. But no, we brung back the fleet, and for the last 6 months we be waiting and waiting for the buggers to set pen to paper. Brock spat. Stupid, crazy stupid. And all that waste of time and money for this stinking rock? We should have kept Chushan. Now there be an island worth having. Chushan was 20 miles long and 10 wide, and its land fertile and rich. A good port and a big city, Tinghai. Space for a man to breathe in there, right enough. Why, from there 3 or 4 frigates can blockade the Yangtze at the drop of a topper. And who controls that river controls the heart of China. That's where we should settle, by God. You still have Chushan, Mr. Brock? Yes, but it bain't deeded in God-rotting treaty, so it bain't ourn. He stamped his feet against the growing chill wind. Perhaps you should mention it to Longstaff, Cooper said. He's susceptible to advice. Not to mine, he bain't, as thee rightly knowed. But I'll tell thee, when Parliament hear about the treaty, they'll be held to pay, I'll be bound. Cooper lit a cheroot. I'm inclined to agree it is an astonishing piece of paper, Mr. Brock, for this day and age, when every European power is land-grabbing and power-hungry. And I suppose the United States bain't. Brock's face tightened. What about your Indians, the Louisiana Purchase, Spanish Florida? You've been having eyes on Mexico and Russian Alaska. The last mails told you be even trying to steal Canada, eh? Canada's American, not English. We're not going to war over Canada. She'll join us of her own free will, Cooper said, hiding his worry. He tugged at his mutton-chop whiskers and pulled his frock coat tighter around his shoulders against the sharpening wind. He knew that war with the British Empire would be disastrous at this time and would ruin Cooper Tillman. Goddamn wars. Even so, he knew that the States would have to go to war over Mexico and Canada unless there was a settlement, just as Britain had had to go to war with China. There won't be a war, Tillman said, trying to quiet Cooper diplomatically. He sighed and wished himself back in Alabama. A man can be a gentleman there, he thought. There you don't have to deal with the damned British every day, or with blasphemous foul-mouthed scum like Brock, or a devil incarnate like Struan, or even with an impetuous young man and senior partner like Jefferson Cooper, who thinks Boston the center of the earth. And this war's over, for better or worse. Mark my words, Mr. Tillman, Brock said. This god-rotting treaty be no good for us and no good for they. We've to keep Chushan and open ports on mainland China. We be at war again in a few weeks. In June, when the wind be ripe and the weather be ripe, the fleet'll have to sail north to Peiho again. And if we be at war again, how we going to get season's teas and silks, eh? Last year, almost no trade because of war. The year before, no trade at all, and they stole all our opium to boot. 8,000 cases from me alone. 2 million taels of silver that cost me. Cash. That money's not lost, Tillman said. Longstaff ordered us to give it up, to ransom our lives.
He gave us paper on the British government, and there's a settlement in the treaty. 6 million taels of silver to pay for it."
Brock laughed harshly.
"They think Parliament be honouring Longstaff's paper? Why, any government would be thrown out of office the moment they asked for the brass to pay for opium. And as to the 6 million, that be paying for the cost of the war. I know Parliament better than you. Kiss your 500,000 taels goodbye be my advice to you both. So, if we be at war again this year, there be no trade again. And if we bain't trading this year, we be all bankrupt. You, me, every China trader, and even a god-rotting noble house." He jerked out his watch. The ceremony was to have started an hour ago. Time be running out, he thought. Yes, but not on Brock and Sons, by God. Dirk's had 17-year run of good joss, and now be time for change. Brock revelled in the thought of his second son, Morgan, who capably and ruthlessly controlled all their interests in England. He wondered if Morgan had been successful in undermining Struan's influence in Parliament and in banking circles. "We be going to wreck thee, Dirk," he thought, "and Hong Kong along with thee." "What the hell be the delay for?" he said, hastening toward the naval officer who was striding up and down near the Marines. "What's the matter with you, Jeff? You know he's right about Hong Kong," Tillman said. "You ought to know better than to bait him." Cooper smiled his thin smile. "Brock's so goddamn sure of himself, I couldn't help it." "If Brock's right about the 500,000 taels, we're ruined." "Yes, but Struan will lose 10 times that if there's no payment. He'll get paid, never fear. So we'll get ours." Cooper looked after Brock. "Do you think he knows about our deal with Struan?" Tillman shrugged. "I don't know, but Brock's right about the treaty. It's stupid. It'll cost us a pretty penny." For the last 3 months, Cooper Tillman had been acting as secret agents for the noble house. British warships had been blockading Canton and the Pearl River, and British traders were forbidden to trade. Longstaff, at Struan's bidding, had put the embargo on as another measure to force the peace treaty, knowing that the Canton warehouses were bulging with teas and silks. But since America had not declared war on China, American ships could go through the blockade freely and thumb their noses at the warships. So Cooper Tillman had bought £4 million of tea from Chentsi Jin An, or Jinqua, as he was nicknamed, the richest of the Chinese merchants, and shipped it to Manila, supposedly for Spanish merchants. The local Spanish official, for a considerable bribe, had issued the necessary import and export licenses, and the tea was transferred, duty-free, into Struan's clippers and rushed to England. Payment to Jinqua was a shipload of opium delivered secretly by Struan somewhere up the coast. A perfect plan, Cooper thought. Everyone's richer and gets the trade goods he wants. But we would have made a fortune if our ships could have taken the teas direct to England. And he cursed the British Navigation Acts that forbade any but British ships to bring goods into English ports. God damn them, they own the world. "Jeff?" Cooper followed his partner's glance. For a moment he could not pick out what Tillman wanted him to see in the crowded harbour. Then he saw the longboat pulling away from the flagship, and in it the tall, red-headed Scotsman who was so powerful that he could twist Parliament to his purposes and put the greatest nation on earth to war. "It would be too much to hope that Struan would drown," Tillman said. Cooper laughed. "You're wrong about him, Wilf. Anyway, the sea'd never dare." "Maybe it will, Jeff. It's time enough, by all that's holy." Dirk Struan stood in the prow of the longboat, riding the twist of the waves. and though he was already late for the ceremony, he did not hurry his oarsmen. He knew that there would be no starting until he arrived. The longboat was 300 yards offshore, and the boatswain's "Steady as she goes" mixed nicely with the crisp northeast monsoon. Far aloft, the wind gathered strength and scudded cumulus off the mainland over the island and out to the ocean beyond. The harbour was crowded with shipping, all British but for a few American and Portuguese vessels, merchantmen of every size. Before the war, the merchantmen would have been anchored at Macau, the tiny Portuguese settlement on a tip of the mainland, 40 miles southwest across the huge mouth of the Pearl River, or off the island of Whampoa, 13 miles south of Canton. This was the nearest that any European ship was allowed by Chinese law to approach Canton. By imperial decree, all European trade was restricted to this city. Legend said that over 1 million Chinese lived within its walls, but no European knew for certain, for none had ever walked its streets. Since antiquity, the Chinese had had rigid laws excluding Europeans from their country. The inflexibility of these laws, the lack of freedom for Europeans to go where they pleased and trade as they pleased, had caused the war. As the longboat passed near a merchantman, some children waved at Struan, and he waved back. "It'll be good for the bairns to have their own homes at long last, on their own soil," he thought. When the war had begun, all British citizens had been evacuated onto the ships for safety. There were approximately 150 men, 60 wives, 80 children. A few of the families had been aboard one ship or another for almost a year. Surrounding the merchantmen were the warships of the British Expeditionary Force, ships of the line, 74 guns, 44s, 22s, brigs, frigates, a small part of the mightiest navy the world had ever known, and dozens of troop ships with 4,000 British and Indian soldiers aboard, part of the strongest army on the earth. And among these ships were the beautiful rake-masted opium clippers, the fleetest ships ever built. Struan felt a glow of excitement as he studied the island with its dominating mountain that soared 1,800 feet almost sheer from the sea. He had never set foot on the island, even though he knew more about it than any man. He had sworn not to go ashore until it was British-owned. It pleased him to be so imperious, but this had not prevented him from sending his captains and his younger brother Rob ashore to survey the island. He knew the reefs and the rocks and the glens and hills, and he knew where he was going to build his warehouses and the great house, and where the road would be. He turned to look at his clipper, China Cloud, 22 guns. All of Struan and Company's clippers were surnamed Cloud to honour his mother, A. MacLeod, who had died years ago. Seamen were painting and cleaning an already sparkling vessel. Guns were being examined and rigging tested. The Union Jack fluttered proudly aft and the company flag atop the mizzen. The flag of the noble house was the Royal Red Lion of Scotland entwined with the Imperial Green Dragon of China. It flew on 20 armed clippers scattered over the oceans of the world, on 100 swift-sailing armed lorchas that smuggled opium up the coast. It flew on 3 huge opium supply depot ships, converted hulks of merchantmen which were presently anchored in Hong Kong harbour, and it flew over Resting Cloud, his vast semi-stationary headquarters vessel that contained bullion strongrooms, offices, luxurious suites and dining rooms. "You're a bonny flag," Struan thought proudly. The first ship that had flown the flag had been an opium-laden pirate lorcha that he had taken by force. Pirates and corsairs infested the coasts, and the Chinese and Portuguese authorities offered a silver bounty for pirates.
When the winds had forbidden opium smuggling, or when he had no opium to sell, he had scoured the China seas. The bullion he gained from the pirates he invested in opium. God rot opium, he thought, but he knew that his life was inexorably tied to opium, and that without it neither the noble house nor the British Empire could exist. The reason could be traced back to 1699, when the first British ship traded peacefully with China and brought back silks and, for the first time, the peerless herb called tea, which China alone on earth produced cheaply and in abundance. In exchange, the emperor would take only silver bullion, and this policy had persisted ever since. Within 50-odd years, tea became the most popular drink of the Western world, particularly of Britain, the major trading nation on earth. In 70 years, tea was the single major source of internal tax revenue for the British government. Within a century, the outpouring of wealth to China had critically depleted the British treasury, and the unbalanced tea-bullion trade was a national catastrophe. Over the century, the British East India Company, the gigantic, semi-private, semi-public firm which possessed, by Act of Parliament, a total monopoly on Indian and Asian trade, had offered everything and anything with growing desperation, cotton goods, looms, even guns and ships in place of bullion, but the emperors imperiously refused. They considered China self-sufficient, were contemptuous of barbarians, as they called all non-Chinese, and regarded all the nations of the earth as no better than vassal states of China. And then, 30 years ago, a British merchantman, the Vagrant Star, had sailed up the Pearl River and anchored off Whampoa Island. Its secret cargo was opium, which British Bengal produced cheaply and in abundance. Although opium had been used in China for centuries, but only by the very rich and by those in Yunnan province where the poppy also flourished, it was contraband. The East India Company had clandestinely licensed the captain of Vagrant Star to offer the opium, but only for bullion. The Chinese Guild of Merchants, which by imperial decree monopolized all Western trade, bought the cargo and sold it secretly at a great profit. The captain of the Vagrant Star privately turned over the bullion to the company's officers in Canton and took his profit in bank paper on London and rushed back to Calcutta for more opium. Struan remembered the Vagrant Star well. He had been a cabin boy aboard her. It was in this vessel that he had become a man, and had seen Asia, and had sworn to destroy Tyler Brock, who at the time was the Vagrant Star's third mate. Struan was 12, Brock 18 and very strong. Brock had hated him on sight and delighted in finding fault, cutting his food ration, ordering him extra watches, sending him aloft in foul weather, baiting him, goading him. The slightest mistake, and he had Struan tied to the rigging and lashed with the cat-o'-nine-tails. Struan had stayed with the Vagrant Star for 2 years. Then, one night, she struck a reef in the Malacca Strait and went down. Struan had swum ashore and made his way to Singapore. Later he learned that Brock had survived too, and this made him very happy. He wanted revenge, in his own way, in his own time. Struan had joined another ship. By now, the East India Company was secretly licensing many carefully selected independent captain traders and continuing to sell them exclusively Bengal opium at advantageous prices. The company began to make huge profits and acquire vast quantities of silver bullion. The Chinese Guild of Merchants and the Mandarins turned blind eyes to the illicit trade, for they too made huge profits, and these profits, being secret, were not subject to imperial squeeze.
Opium became the inbound staple of trade. The company quickly monopolized the world supply of opium outside Yunnan province and the Ottoman Empire. Within 20 years, the bullion traded for smuggled opium equaled the bullion that was owed for teas and silks. At last, trade balanced. Then, overbalanced, for there were 20 times more Chinese customers than Western customers, and there began a staggering outpouring of bullion that even China could not afford. The company offered other trade goods to stem the tide, but the emperor remained adamant: bullion for tea. By the time Struan was 20, he was captain owner of his own ship on the opium run. Brock was his chief rival. They competed ruthlessly with each other. Within 6 years, Struan and Brock dominated the trade. The opium smugglers became known as China traders. They were an intrepid, tough, vital group of individualistic owner-captains, English, Scots, and some Americans, who casually drove their tiny ships into unknown waters and unknown dangers as a way of life. They went to sea to trade peacefully, to make a profit, not to conquer. But if they met with a hostile sea or a hostile act, their ships became fighting ships. And if they did not fight well, their ships vanished and they were soon forgotten. The China traders soon realized that while they were taking all the risks, the company was taking most of the profit, and, too, they were totally excluded from the legitimate and hugely profitable tea and silk trade. So although they continued to compete fiercely, at Struan's persuasion, they began to agitate collectively against the company to break its monopoly. Without the monopoly, the traders could convert opium into bullion, bullion into tea, then ship the tea home and sell it directly to the markets of the world. The China traders would themselves control the world tea trade, and their profits would become gigantic. Parliament became their forum for agitation. Parliament had given the company its exclusive monopoly 2 centuries ago, and only Parliament could take it away. So the China traders gambled heavily, buying votes, supporting members of Parliament who believed in free competition and free trade, writing to newspapers and to members of the government. They were determined, and as their wealth increased, so did their power. They were patient and tenacious and indomitable, as only men trained by the sea can be. The company was furious at the insurgents and reluctant to lose its monopoly, but it desperately needed the China traders to supply the bullion to pay for the teas, and by now it depended heavily on the huge revenue from the sale of Bengal opium. So it fought back carefully in Parliament. Parliament was equally trapped. It decried the sale of opium, but needed the revenue from the teas and the Indian Empire. Parliament tried to listen to the China traders and to the company, and satisfied neither. Then the company decided to make an example of Struan and Brock, its chief antagonists. It withdrew their opium licenses and broke them. Brock was left with his ship, Struan with nothing. Brock went into secret partnership with another China trader and continued to agitate. Struan and his crew fell on a pirate haven south of Macau, laid it waste, and took the fastest Lorca. Then he became a clandestine opium runner for other traders and relentlessly took more pirate ships and made more and more money. In consort with the other China traders, he gambled ever more heavily, buying ever more votes and continuing to harass and exhort until Parliament was howling for the total destruction of the company. 7 years earlier, Parliament had passed the act that eliminated the company's monopoly on Asia and opened it to free trade. But it allowed the company to retain the exclusive right to trade with British India and the world monopoly of opium. Parliament deplored the sale of opium. The company did not wish to trade with opium. The China traders themselves would have preferred another, though equally profitable, staple, but they all knew that without the tea-bullion-opium balance, the empire would be wrecked. It was a fact of life of world trade. With freedom to trade, Struan and Brock became merchant princes. Their armed fleets expanded, and rivalry honed their enmity even keener. To replace the political vacuum left in Asia when the company's control was nullified and trade freed, the British government had appointed a diplomat, the Honourable William Longstaff, as Captain Superintendent of Trade to protect its interests. The interests of the Crown were an ever-expanding volume of trade, to gain more tax revenue, and the continued exclusion of all other European powers. Longstaff was responsible for the safety of trade and of British nationals, but his mandate was vague and he was given no real power to enforce a policy. Poor little Willie, Struan thought, without malice. Even with all my patient explanations over the last 7 years, our exalted excellency, the Captain Superintendent of Trade, still canna see his hand afore his face. Struan looked at the shore as the sun crested the mountains and bathed the men gathered there with sudden light. Friends and enemies, all rivals. He turned to Rob. "Would you not say they're a welcoming committee?" All his years away from Scotland had not completely erased his Scots brogue. Rob Struan chuckled and set his felt hat at a crisper angle. "I'd say they all hope we'll drown, Dirk." He was 33, dark-haired, clean-shaven, with deep-set eyes, thin nose, and heavy mutton-chop whiskers. His clothes were black except for a green velvet cloak and white ruffled shirt and white cravat. His shirt and cuff buttons were rubies. "Good God, is that Captain Glessing?" he asked, peering at the shore. "Aye," Struan said. "I thought it apt that he should be the one to read the proclamation." "What did Longstaff say when you suggested it?" "'Pon my word, Dirk, all right if you think it wise." He grinned. "We've come a long way since we've started, by God." "You have, Dirk. It was all done when I came out here." "You're the brains, Rob. I'm just the muscle." "Yes, Tai-Pan, just the muscle." Rob knew well that his stepbrother was Tai-Pan of Struan and Company, and that in Asia Dirk Struan was the Tai-Pan. "A beautiful day for the flag raising, isn't it?" "Aye." Rob watched him as he turned back to the shore. He looked so huge, standing there in the prow, bigger than the mountains and just as hard. I wish I were like him, Rob thought. Rob had gone opium smuggling only once, shortly after he arrived in the Orient. Their ship had been attacked by Chinese pirates, and Rob had been terrified. He was still ashamed, even though Struan had said, "Nae harm in that, laddie. The first time in battle is always bad." But Rob knew that he was not a fighter, not brave. He served his half-brother in other ways, buying teas and silks and opium, arranging loans and watching the bullion, understanding the ever more complicated modern procedures of international trading and financing, guarding his brother and the company and their fleet and making them safe, selling teas in England, keeping the books and doing all the things that made a modern company function. Yes, Rob told himself, but without Dirk, you're nothing. Struan was studying the men on the beach. The longboat was still 200 yards offshore, but he could see the faces clearly. Most of them were looking at the longboat. Struan smiled to himself. Aye, he thought, we're all here on this day of destiny. The naval officer, Captain Glessing, was waiting patiently to begin the flag-raising ceremony.
He was 26, a captain of a ship of the line, the son of a vice-admiral, and the Royal Navy was part of his bloodstream. It was getting lighter rapidly on the beach, and far to the east on the horizon the sky was threaded with clouds.
"There'll be a storm in a few days,"
Glessing thought, tasting the wind. He took his eyes off Struan and automatically checked the lie of his ship, a 22-gun frigate. This was a monumental day in his life. It was not often that new lands were taken in the name of the Queen, and for him to have the privilege of reading the proclamation was fortunate for his career. There were many captains in the fleet senior to him, but he knew that he had been chosen because he had been in these waters the longest, and his ship, HMS Mermaid, had been heavily involved in the whole campaign. Not a campaign at all, he thought with contempt, more of an incident. It could have been settled 2 years ago if that fool Longstaff had had any guts. Certainly if I'd been allowed to take my frigate up to the gates of Canton. Damn it, I sank a whole bloody fleet of war junks, and the way was clear. I could have bombarded Canton and taken that heathen devil Viceroy Ling and hung him at the yardarm. Glessing kicked the beach irritably. It's not that I mind the heathen stealing the damned opium. Quite right to want to stop smuggling. It's the insult to the flag. English lives ransomed by heathen devils. Longstaff should have allowed me to proceed forthwith. But no, he meekly retreated and evacuated everyone onto the merchant fleet and then hamstrung me. Me, by God, who had to protect the whole merchant fleet, damn his eyes. And damn Struan, who leads him by the nose. Well, he added to himself, even so you're lucky to be here. This is the only war we've got at the moment. At least the only seaborne war. The others are mere incidents, the simple taking over of the heathen Indian states. By gad, they worship cows and burn widows and bow down before idols. And the Afghan wars. And he felt a surge of pride that he was part of the greatest fleet on earth. Thank God he had been born English. Abruptly he noticed Brock approaching and was relieved to see him intercepted by a short, fat, necklace man in his 30s with a huge belly that overflowed his trousers. This was Morley Skinner, proprietor of the Oriental Times, the most important of the English papers in the Orient. Glessing read every edition. It was well written. Important to have a good newspaper, he thought. Important to have campaigns well recorded to the glory of England. But Skinner's a revolting man, and all the rest of them. Well, not all of them. Not old Aristotle Quantz. He glanced at the ugly little man sitting alone on a bank overlooking the beach, on a stool in front of an easel, obviously painting away. Glessing chuckled to himself, remembering the good times he had had in Macau with the painter. Apart from Quantz, Glessing liked no one on the beach except Horatio Sinclair. Horatio was the same age as he, and Glessing had come to know him quite well in the 2 years he had been in the Orient. Horatio was also an aide to Longstaff, his interpreter and secretary, the only Englishman in the Orient who could speak and write fluent Chinese, and they had had to work together. Glessing scanned the beach and saw distastefully that Horatio was down by the surf, chatting with an Austrian, Wolfgang Maus, a man whom he despised. The Reverend Maus was the only other European in the Orient who could write and speak Chinese. He was a huge, black-bearded man, a renegade priest, Struan's interpreter and opium runner. There were pistols in his belt, and the tails of his frock coat were mildewed. His nose was red and bulbous, and his long black-grey hair matted and wild like his beard. His few remaining teeth were broken and brown, and his eyes dominated the grossness of his face. Such a contrast to Horatio, Glessing thought. Horatio was fair and frail and clean as Nelson, for whom he had been named, because of Trafalgar and because of the uncle he had lost there. Included in their conversation was a tall, lithe Eurasian, a young man that Glessing knew only by sight, Gordon Chen, Struan's bastard.
By gad, Glessing thought, how can Englishmen flaunt half-caste bastards so openly? And this one dressed like all the bloody heathens, in a long robe with a damned queue hanging down his back. By gad! If it weren't for his blue eyes and his fair skin, you couldn't tell he had any English blood in him at all. Why the devil doesn't he cut his hair like a man? Disgusting. Glessing turned away from them. I suppose the half-caste's all right. Not his fault. But that damned mouse is bad company. Bad for Horatio, and bad for his sister, dear Mary. Now, there's a young lady worth knowing. She'd make a good wife, by gad. He hesitated in his walk. This was the first time that he had actually considered Mary as a possible mate. Why not? He asked himself. You've known her for 2 years. She's the toast of Macau. She runs the Sinclair house impeccably and treats Horatio as a prince. The food's the best in town, and she rules the servants beautifully, plays the harpsichord like a dream, and sings like an angel, by Jove. She obviously likes you. Why else would you have an open invitation to dine whenever you and Horatio are in Macau? So why not as a wife, eh? But she's never been home. She spent all her life among heathens. She has no income. Parents are dead. But what does that matter, eh? The Reverend Sinclair was respected throughout Asia when he was alive, and Mary's beautiful and just 20. My prospects are excellent. I've 500 a year, and I'll inherit the manor house and the lands eventually. By gad, she could be the one for me. We could get married in Macau at the English church and rent a house until this commission's up, and then we'll go home. When the time's ripe, I'll say to Horatio, Horatio, old boy, there's something I want to talk to. What be all the delay, Captain Glessing? Brock's rough voice shattered his reverie. 8 bells were time to raise the flag, and it be an hour past. Glessing whirled around. He was not used to a belligerent tone of voice from anyone less than a vice-admiral. The flag gets raised, Mr. Brock, when one of 2 things happen. Either when His Excellency comes ashore, or when there's a signal cannon from the flagship. And when be that? I notice that you're not fully represented yet. You mean Struan? Of course, isn't he Tai-Pan of the noble house? Glessing said it deliberately, knowing it would irritate Brock. Then he added, I suggest you possess yourself with patience. No one ordered any of you tradesmen ashore. Brock reddened. You'd better be learning difference twixt merchants and tradesmen. He moved his tobacco quid in his cheek and spat on the stones beside Glessing's feet. A few flecks of spittle marred the polish of the silver-buckled shoes. Beg pardon, Brock said with mock humility, and strode away. Glessing's face froze. But for the beg pardon, he would have challenged him to a duel. Rotten low-class sod, he thought, filled with contempt. Begging your pardon, sir, the master-at-arms said, saluting. Signal from the flagship. Glessing squinted his eyes against the sharpening wind. The signal flags read, All captains to report aboard at 4 bells. Glessing had been present last night at a private meeting of the Admiral and Longstaff. The Admiral had said that opium smuggling was the cause of all the trouble in Asia. God damn, sir, they've no sense of decency, he had exploded. All they think of is money. Abolish opium and we'll have no more damned trouble with the damned heathen or with the damned tradesmen. The Royal Navy will enforce your order, by God. And Longstaff had agreed, rightly. I suppose the order will be announced today, Glessing thought, hard put to contain his delight. Good, and about time. I wonder if Longstaff has just told Struan that he's issuing the order. He glanced back at the longboat, which was approaching leisurely. Struan fascinated him. He admired him and loathed him, the master mariner who had conned ships on every ocean in the world, who wrecked men and companies and ships to the glory of the noble house. So different from Rob, Glessing thought. I like Rob. He shuddered in spite of himself.
Perhaps there was truth in the tales whispered by sailormen the China seas over, tales that Struan worshipped the devil in secret, and that in return the devil had given him power on earth. How else could a man of his age look so young and be so strong, with white teeth and all his hair and the reflexes of a youth, when most men would be infirm and used up and near death? Certainly the Chinese were terrified of Struan. Old green-eyed rat devil, they had nicknamed him, and had put a reward on his head. All Europeans had rewards on their heads, but the Tai-Pan's was 100,000 taels of silver, dead, for no one would catch him alive. Glessing irritably tried to ease his toes in his buckled shoes. His feet hurt, and he was uncomfortable in his gold-braided uniform. Damn the delay! Damn the island, and the harbour, and the waste of good ships and good men! He remembered his father's saying, "Blasted civilians, all they think of is money or power. They've no sense of honour, none. Watch your backside, son, when there's a civilian in command. And don't forget that even Nelson had to put his telescope to his blind eye when there was an idiot in command." How can a man like Longstaff be so stupid? The man's from a good family, well-bred. His father was a diplomat at the court of Spain. Or was it Portugal? And why did Struan push Longstaff into stopping the war? Certainly we get a harbour that can anchor the fleets of the world, but what else? Glessing studied the ships in the harbour. Struan's 22-gun ship, China Cloud, the White Witch, 22 guns, pride of Brock's fleet, and the American Cooper Tillman 20-gun brig, Princess of Alabama. Beauties, all of them. Now they'd be worth fighting, he thought. I know I could sink the American. Brock? Hard, but I'm better than Brock. Struan. Glessing pondered about a sea battle with Struan. Then he knew that he was afraid of Struan. And because of his fear he was filled with anger and sick of the pretense that Struan and Brock and Cooper and all the China traders were not pirates. By God, he swore to himself, as soon as the order's official, I'll lead a flotilla that'll blast them all out of the water. Aristotle Quantz sat moodily in front of the half-finished painting on his easel. He was a tiny man with grey-black hair. His clothes, about which he was incredibly fastidious, were in the latest fashion, tight grey trousers and white silk socks and black bow-tied shoes, pearl satin waistcoat and black wool frock-coat, high collar and cravat and pearl pin, half English and half Irish. He was at 58 the oldest European in the Orient. He took off his gold spectacles and began to clean them with an immaculate French lace kerchief. I'm sorry to see this day, he thought. Damn Dirk Struan. If it weren't for him, there'd be no damned Hong Kong. He knew that he was witness to the end of an era. Hong Kong will destroy Macau, he thought. It will steal away all the trade. All the English and American Tai-Pans will move their headquarters here. They will live here and build here. Then all the Portuguese clerks will come, and all the Chinese who live off Westerners and Western trade. Well, I'm never going to live here, he swore. I'll have to come here to work from time to time to earn money, but Macau will always be my home. Macau had been his home for more than 30 years. He alone, of all the Europeans, thought of the Orient as home. All the others came for a few years and then left. Only those who died stayed. Even then, if they could afford it, they would provide in their wills for their bodies to be shipped back home. I'll be buried in Macau, thank God, he told himself. Such good times I've had there. We all have. But that's finished. God damn the Emperor of China. Fool to wreck a structure so cleverly constructed a century ago. Everything was working so well, Quantz thought bitterly. But now it's over. Now we've taken Hong Kong,
And now that the might of England is committed in the East and the traders have had a taste of power, they won't be content with just Hong Kong. Well, he said involuntarily aloud, the Emperor will reap what he has sown. Why so glum, Mr. Quance? Quance put on his spectacles. Morley Skinner was standing at the foot of the bank. Not glum, young man. Sad. Artists have a right, yes, an obligation to be sad. He put the unfinished painting aside and set a clean piece of paper on his easel. Quite agree. Skinner lumbered up the bank, his pale brown eyes looking like the dregs of ancient beer. Just wanted to ask you your opinion on this momentous day. Going to put out a special edition. Without a few words from our senior citizen, the edition wouldn't be complete. Quite correct, Mr. Skinner. You may say Mr. Aristotle Quance, our leading artist, bon vivant, and beloved friend, declined to make a statement as he was in the process of creating another masterpiece. He took a pinch of snuff and sneezed hugely. Then, with his kerchief, he dusted the excess snuff off his frock coat and the flecks of sneeze off the paper. Good day to you, sir. Once more he concentrated on the paper. You are disturbing immortality. Know exactly how you feel, Skinner said with a pleasant nod. Exactly how you feel. Feel the same when I've something important to write. He plodded away. Quance did not trust Skinner. No one did. At least no one with a skeleton in his past, and everyone here had something he wanted to hide. Skinner enjoyed resurrecting the past. The past. Quance thought about his wife and shivered. Great thunderballs of death! How could I have been so stupid to think that Irish monster would make a worthy mate? Thank God she's back in the loathsome Irish bog, never to darken my firmament again. Women are the cause of all man's tribulations. Well, he added cautiously, not all women. Not dear little Maria Tongue. Now there's a luscious colleen if ever I saw one. And if anyone knows an impeccable cross of Portuguese and Chinese, you do, dear clever Quance. Damn, I've had a wonderful life. And he realized that though he was witnessing the end of an era, he was also part of a new one. Now he had new history to eyewitness and record, new faces to draw, new ships to paint, a new city to perpetuate, and new girls to flirt with, and new bottoms to pinch. Sad? Never! He roared. Get to work, Aristotle, you old fart! Those on the beach who heard Quance chuckled one to another. He was hugely popular and his company sought after, and he was given to talking to himself. The day wouldn't be complete without dear old Aristotle, Horatio Sinclair said with a smile. Yes, Wolfgang Maus scratched the lice in his beard. He's so ugly he's almost sweet-faced. Mr. Quance is a great artist, Gordon Chen said. Therefore he is beautiful. Maus shifted his bulk and stared at the Eurasian. The word is handsome, boy. Did I teach you for years so that you still don't know the difference between handsome and beautiful, hein? And he's not a great artist. His style is excellent and he is my friend, but he has not the magic of a great master. I meant beautiful in an artistic sense, sir. Horatio had seen the momentary flash of irritation pass through Gordon Chen. Poor Gordon, he thought, pitying him. Of neither one world nor the other, desperately trying to be English, yet wearing Chinese robes and a queue. Though everyone knew he was the Tai-Pan's bastard by a Chinese whore, no one acknowledged him openly, not even his father. I think he's painting wonderful, Horatio said, his voice gentle. And him, strange how everyone adores him, yet my father despised him. Ah, your father, Maus said. He was a saint among men. He had high Christian principles, not like us poor sinners. May his soul rest in peace.
No, Horatio thought. May his soul burn in hell fire forever. The Reverend Sinclair had been one of the first group of English missionaries to settle in Macau 30-odd years ago. He had helped in the translating of the Bible into Chinese, and had been one of the teachers in the English school that the mission had founded. He had been honored as an upstanding citizen all his life, except by the Tai-Pan, and when he had died 7 years ago, he had been buried as a saintly man. Horatio was able to forgive his father for driving his mother into an early grave, for the high principles that had given him a narrow, tyrannical approach to life, for the fanaticism of his worship of a terrifying God, for the obsessive single-mindedness of his missionary zeal, and for all the beatings he had inflicted on his son. But even after all this time, he could never forgive him the beatings he had given Mary, or the curses he had heaped on the Tai-Pan's head. The Tai-Pan had been the one who had found little Mary when at the age of 6 she had run away in terror. He had soothed her and then taken her home to her father, warning him that if he ever laid a finger on her again, he would tear him out of his pulpit and horsewhip him through the streets of Macau. Horatio had worshipped the Tai-Pan ever since. The beatings had stopped, but there had been other punishments. Poor Mary. As he thought of Mary, his heart quickened, and he looked out at the flagship, where they had their temporary home. He knew that she would be watching the shore, and that, like him, she would be counting the days until they were back safe in Macau. Only 40 miles away, south, but so far. He had lived all his 26 years in Macau, except for some schooling at home in England. He had hated school, both at home and in Macau. He had hated being taught by his father. He had tried desperately to satisfy him, but never had been able to. Not like Gordon Chen, who had been the first Eurasian boy accepted in the Macau school. Gordon Chen was a brilliant scholar, and had always been able to satisfy the Reverend Sinclair. But Horatio did not envy him. Mouse had been Gordon Chen's torturer. For every beating his father had given him, Mouse gave Gordon Chen 3. Mouse was also a missionary. He had taught English, Latin, and history. Horatio eased the knot in his shoulders. He saw that Mouse and Gordon Chen were again staring fixedly at the longboat, and he wondered why Mouse had been so harsh with the young man at school, why he had demanded so much of him. He supposed it was because Wolfgang hated the Tai-Pan, because the Tai-Pan saw through him and offered him money and the post of interpreter on opium smuggling voyages up the coast, in return for allowing Wolfgang to distribute Chinese Bibles and tracts and to preach to the heathen wherever the ship stopped, but only after the opium trading was completed. He supposed Wolfgang despised himself for being a hypocrite and a party to such an evil, because he was forced to pretend that the end justified the means, when he knew it did not. "You're a weird man, Wolfgang," he thought. He remembered going to Chushan Island last year when it had been occupied. With the Tai-Pan's approval, Longstaff had appointed Mouse temporary magistrate to enforce martial law and British justice. Against custom, strict orders had been issued on Chushan forbidding sacking and looting. Mouse had given every looter, Chinese, Indian, English, a fair open trial, and then he had sentenced each of them to be hanged, using the same words. "God in Himmel, forgive the poor sinner! Hang him!" Soon the looting ceased. Because Mouse was given to reminiscing freely in court between hangings, Horatio had discovered that he had been married 3 times, each time to an English girl, that the first 2 had died of the flux and his present one was poorly, that while Mouse was a devoted husband, the devil still tempted him successfully with the whorehouse and gin cellars of Macau, that Mouse had learned Chinese from the heathen in Singapore, where he had been sent as a young missionary, that he had lived 20 of his 40 years in Asia and had never been home in all that time, that he carried pistols now because you can never tell, Horatio, when one of the heathen devils will want to kill you or heathen pirates will try to rob you, that he considered all men sinners, himself above all, and that his one aim in life was to convert the heathen and make China a Christian nation. "What's on your mind?" broke into Horatio's thoughts. He saw Mouse studying him. "Oh, nothing," he said quickly. "I was just thinking." Mouse scratched his beard thoughtfully. "I also. This is a day to think, Hein. Nothing in Asia will ever be the same again."
"No, I suppose not. Will you move from Macau? Build here?"
"Yes, it will be good to own land, have our own soil away from that papist cesspool. My wife will like that, but me, I do not know. I belong there," Mouse added, filled with longing, and he waved a huge fist at the mainland. Horatio saw the eyes of Mouse deepen as he looked into the distance. Why is China so fascinating? He asked himself. He scanned the beach wearily, knowing that there was no answer. I wish I were rich. Not as rich as the Tai-Pan or Brock, but rich enough to build a fine house and entertain all the traders and take Mary on a luxurious trip home through Europe. He enjoyed being interpreter to His Excellency and his private secretary, but he needed more money. One had to have money in this world. Mary should have ball gowns and diamonds, yes. But even so, he was glad he didn't have to earn their daily bread like the traders. The traders had to be ruthless, too ruthless, and the living was too precarious. Many who thought they were wealthy today would be broken in a month. A ship lost and you could be wiped out. Even the noble house was hurt occasionally. Their ship Scarlet Cloud was already a month overdue, perhaps a battered hulk careening and refitting on some uncharted island between here and Van Diemen's Land, 2,000 miles off course. More likely at the bottom of the sea with 500,000 guineas worth of opium in her gut. And the things you had to do as a trader, to men and to friends, in order to survive, let alone prosper. Dreadful. He saw Gordon Chen's fixed stare on the longboat and wondered what he was thinking. It must be terrible to be a half-caste, he thought. I suppose if the truth were known, he hates the Tai-Pan too, even though he pretends otherwise. I would. Gordon Chen's mind was on opium, and he was blessing it. Without opium there would be no Hong Kong, and Hong Kong, he thought exultantly, is the most fantastic opportunity for making money I could ever have, and the most unbelievable stroke of Joss for China. If there had been no opium, he told himself, there would be no China trade. If there had been no China trade, then the Tai-Pan would never have had money to buy my mother from the brothel, and I would never have been born. Opium paid for the house Father gave Mother years ago in Macau. Opium paid for our food and clothes. Opium paid for my schooling and English-speaking tutors and Chinese-speaking tutors, so that now, today, I am the best-educated youth in the Orient. He glanced across at Horatio Sinclair, who was looking around the beach with a frown. He felt a shaft of envy that Horatio had been sent home to school. He had never been home. But he pushed away his envy. Home will come later, he promised himself happily, in a few years. He turned to watch the longboat again. He adored the Tai-Pan. He had never called Struan father and had never been called my son by him. In fact, he had spoken to him only 20 or 30 times in his life, but he tried to make his father very proud of him, and he always thought of him secretly as father. He blessed him again for selling his mother to Chen Sheng as third wife. My Joss has been huge, he thought.
Chen Sheng was comprador of the noble house and was almost a father to Gordon Chen. A comprador was the Chinese agent who bought and sold on behalf of a foreign establishment. Every item, large or small, would pass through the comprador's hands. By custom, on every item he would add a percentage. This became his personal profit, but his earnings depended on the success of his house, and he had to cover bad debts. So he had to be very cautious and clever to become rich. Ah, Gordon Chen thought, to be as rich as Chen Sheng. Or, better still, to be as rich as Jinqua, Chen Sheng's uncle. He smiled to himself, finding it amusing that the British had such difficulty with Chinese names. Jinqua's real name was Chentse Jinan, but even the Tai-Pan, who had known Chentse Jinan for almost 30 years, still could not pronounce the name. So years ago the Tai-Pan had nicknamed him Jin. The Kwa was a bad pronunciation of the Chinese word that meant Mr. Gordon Chen knew that Chinese did not mind their nicknames. It only amused them, being another example to them of barbarian lack of culture. He remembered years ago as a child he had been watching Chentse Jinan and Chen Sheng secretly through a hole in the garden wall when they were smoking opium. He had heard them laughing together about His Excellency, how the mandarins in Canton had nicknamed Longstaff Odious Penis, which was a joke on his name, and how the Chinese characters for the Cantonese translation had been used on official letters addressed to Longstaff for more than a year, until Mouse had told Longstaff about it and spoiled a wonderful jest. He looked covertly at Mouse. He respected him for being a merciless teacher, and was grateful to him for forcing him to be the best student in the school, but he despised him for his filth, for his stench, and for his cruelty. Gordon Chen had liked the mission school and liked learning and liked being one of the children, but one day he had discovered he was different from the other children. In front of them, Mouse had told him what bastard and illegitimate and half-caste meant. Gordon Chen had fled home in horror, and he had seen his mother clearly for the first time, and had despised her for being Chinese. Then he had learned from her, through his tears, that it was good to be even part Chinese, for the Chinese were the purest race on earth, and he had learned that the Tai-Pan was his father.
But why do we live here, then? Why is Chen Sheng father? Barbarians have only one wife, and they don't marry Chinese, my son, Kaisong explained. Why? It is their custom, a stupid one, but that is the way they are. I hate the Tai-Pan! I hate him! I hate him! He had burst out.
His mother had hit him across the face, savagely. She had never struck him before.
Get down on your knees and beg forgiveness, she had said in rage. The Tai-Pan is your father. He gave you life. He is my God. He bought me for himself, then blessed me by selling me to Chen Sheng as wife. Why should Chen Sheng take a woman with an impure 2-year-old son as wife when he would buy 1,000 virgins if it wasn't because the Tai-Pan wanted it so? Why should the Tai-Pan give me property if he didn't love us? Why should the rent come to me and not to Chen Sheng if the Tai-Pan didn't order it so? Why should Chen Sheng treat me so well, even in old age, if it wasn't for the Tai-Pan's perpetual favor? Why does Chen Sheng treat you like a son, you ungrateful half-wit, if it wasn't for the Tai-Pan? Go to the temple and kowtow and beg forgiveness. The Tai-Pan gave you life, so love him and honor him and bless him like I do. And if you ever say that again, I'll turn my face from you forever.
Gordon Chen smiled to himself. How right Mother was, and how wrong and stupid I was, but not as stupid as the mandarins and the cursed emperor to try to stop the sale of opium. Any fool knows that without it there's no bullion for teas and silks. Once he had asked his mother how it was made, but she did not know, nor did anyone in the house. The next day he had asked Mouse, who had told him that opium was the sap, the tears, of a ripened poppy seed pod. The opium farmer makes a delicate cut in the pod, and from this cut a tear of white liquid seeps. Hein? The tear hardens in a few hours and changes from white to dark brown. Then you scrape off the tear and save it and make a new delicate cut. Then scrape off the new tear and make a new cut. You collect the tears together and mould them into a ball. 10 pounds is the usual weight. The best opium comes from Bengal in British India, hein? Or from Malwa. Where's Malwa, boy?
Portuguese India, sir.
It was Portuguese, but now it belongs to the East India Company. They took it to complete their world monopoly of all opium and thus ruin the Portuguese opium traders here in Macau. You make too many mistakes, boy. So get the whip, hein?
Gordon Chen remembered how he had hated opium that day, but now he blessed it, and he thanked his Joss for his father and for Hong Kong. Hong Kong was going to make him rich. Very rich.
Fortunes are going to be made here,
he said to Horatio.
Some of the traders will prosper,
Horatio said absently, staring at the approaching longboat.
A few. Trading's a devilish tricky business.
Always thinking of money, Gordon. Hein?
Mouse's voice was rough.
Better you think of your immortal soul and salvation, boy. Money's not important.
Of course, sir.
Gordon Chen hid his amusement at the man's stupidity.
The Tai-Pan looks like a mighty prince come to claim his kingdom,
Horatio said, almost to himself. Mouse looked back at Struan.
Isn't he, hein?
The longboat was in the foreshore waves.
Oars ho!
The boatswain shouted, and the crew shipped the oars and slipped over the side and dragged the boat smartly above the surf. Struan hesitated. Then he leaped off the prow. The moment his sea boots touched the shore, he knew that the island was going to be the death of him.
Good sweet Christ!
Rob was beside him and saw the sudden pallor.
What's amiss, Dirk?
Nothing.
Struan forced a smile. Nothing, laddie. He brushed the sea spray off his forehead and strode up the beach toward the flagpole. By the blood of Christ, he thought, I've sweated and planned years to get you, island, and you're not going to beat me now.
No, by God.
Rob watched him and his slight limp. His foot must be paining him, he thought. He wondered what the ache of half a foot was like. It had happened on the only smuggling voyage Rob had made. In saving Rob's life when he had been helpless and paralyzed with fear, Struan had been fallen on by the pirates. A musket ball had carried away the outside of his ankle bone and 2 small toes. When the attack had been beaten off, the ship's doctor had cauterized the wounds and had poured molten pitch over them. Rob could still smell the stench of the burning flesh. But for me, he thought, it would never have happened. He followed Struan up the beach, consumed with self-disgust.
"Morning, gentlemen,"
Struan said as he joined some of the merchants near the flagpole.
"Beautiful morning, by God." "It be cold, Dirk," Brock said, "and it be right mannerly of thee to be so prompt." "I'm early. His Excellency's not ashore yet, and the signal gun's not been fired." "Yes, an hour and a half late, and all arranged twixt you and that weak-gutted lackey, I'll be bound." "I'll thank you, Mr. Brock, not to refer to His Excellency in those terms," Captain Glessing sputtered. "And I'll thank you to keep your opinions to yourself. I'm not in the Navy and bain't under your command. Brock spat neatly. Better you think about the war you're not fighting.
Glessing's hand tightened on his sword.
I never thought I'd see the day when the Royal Navy was called on to protect smugglers and pirates. That's what you are.
He looked across at Struan.
All of you.
There was a sudden hush, and Struan laughed.
His Excellency does not agree with you. We've Acts of Parliament, by God, the Navigation Acts. One of them says any unlicensed armed ship can be taken as prize by any nation's navy. Is your fleet licensed?
Lots of pirates in these waters, Captain Glessing. As you're aware, Struan said easily, we've arms to protect ourselves. No more, no less.
Opium's against the law. How many thousand cases have you smuggled into China up the coast against the laws of China and humanity? 3,000? 20,000?
What we do here is well known in all the courts of England.
Your trade brings dishonour to the flag.
You'd better thank God for the trade, for without it England'll have no tea and no silk, but a universal poverty that'll tear her very heart out.
Right you are, Dirk, Brock said.
Then he turned on Glessing again.
You'd better be getting it through thy head that without merchants there bain't no British Empire and no taxes to buy warships and powder.
He looked at Glessing's immaculate uniform and white knee breeches and white stockings and buckled shoes and cocked hat.
And no brass to pay muckles to captain 'em.
The Marines winced, and some of the sailors laughed, but very cautiously.
You'd better thank God for the Royal Navy, by God. Without it there's no place to merchant in.
A signal gun from the flagship boomed out. Abruptly, Glessing marched to the flagpole.
Present arms!
He took out the proclamation, and a hush fell over the crowd. Then, when his anger had lessened a little, he began to read.
By order of His Excellency the Honourable William Longstaff, Her Britannic Majesty Queen Victoria's Captain Superintendent of Trade in China. In accordance with the document known as the Treaty of Chuen Pi, signed on January the 20th, this year of our Lord, by His Excellency on behalf of Her Majesty's Government, and by His Excellency T. Sen, Plenipotentiary of His Majesty Tao Kuang, Emperor of China, I, Captain Glessing, R.N., do hereby take possession of this island of Hong Kong on behalf of Her Britannic Majesty, her heirs and assigns, in perpetuity without let or hindrance on this day, the 26th of January, year of our Lord 1841. This island's soil is now English soil. God save the Queen!
The Union Jack broke clear at the top of the flagpole, and the honour guard of Marines fired a volley. Then the cannons roared throughout the fleet, and the wind became thick with the tang of gunpowder. Those on the beach gave 3 cheers for the Queen. Now it's done, Struan thought. Now we're committed. Now we can begin. He left the group and went down to the surf, and for the first time he turned his back on the island and looked out into the great harbour at the land beyond, to mainland China, 1,000 yards away. The mainland peninsula was low-lying, with 9 squat hills, and jutted into the harbour that hooped around it. It was named Kowloon, Kowloon, the traders pronounced it, 9 dragons, and to the north lay the limitless and unknown expanse of China. Struan had read all the books ever written by the 3 Europeans who had been to China and returned, Marco Polo, nearly 600 years ago, and 2 Catholic priests who had been permitted in Peking 200 years ago. The books had revealed almost nothing. For 200 years no Europeans had been permitted into China. Once, against the law, Struan had gone a mile inland from the coast up near Swatow when he was selling opium, but the Chinese were hostile and he was alone but for his first mate. It wasn't the hostility that had turned him back, just the enormousness of their numbers and the limitlessness of the land. God's blood, he thought. We know nothing about the most ancient and the most populated nation on earth. What's inside? "Is Longstaff coming ashore?" Rob asked as he joined him. "No, laddie. His Excellency has more important things to do." "What?" "Things like reading and writing dispatches, and making private agreements with the Admiral." "To do what?" "To outlaw the opium trade." Rob laughed. "I'm not joking. That's why he wanted to see me with the Admiral. He wanted to get my advice on when to issue the order. The Admiral said the Navy'd have no trouble enforcing it." "Good God! Is Longstaff mad?" "No, just simple in the head." Struan lit a cheroot. "I told him to issue the order at 4 bells. "That's madness!" Rob burst out. "It's very wise. The Navy's not to enforce the order for a week, to give the China traders time to dispose of their supplies." "But then what do we do? Without opium we're finished. China trade's finished. Finished!" "How much cash do we have, Rob?" Rob looked around to make sure there was no one near and lowered his voice. "There's the bullion in Scotland, £1,100,000 sterling in our bank in England, about 100,000 in silver bullion here. We're owed 3 million for the seized opium. We've 200,000 guineas of opium in Scarlet Cloud at present market price. There's—" "Right off Scarlet Cloud, lad, she's lost." "There's still a chance, Dirk. We'll give her another month. There's about 100,000 guineas worth of opium in the hulks. We owe 900,000 in sight drafts." "What will it cost us to run up the next 6 months?" 100,000 guineas will pay for ships and salaries and squeeze." Struan thought a moment. "By tomorrow there'll be a panic among the traders. Not one of them, except Brock perhaps, can sell their opium in a week. You'd better ship all our opium up the coast this afternoon. I think—" "Longstaff's got to change the order," Rob said with growing anxiety. "He's got to. He'll ruin the exchequer and—" "Will you not listen? When the panic's on tomorrow, take every tael we've got, and every tael you can borrow, and buy opium. You should be able to buy it 10 cents on the dollar." "We can't sell all of ours in a week, let alone more." Struan tapped the ash off his cheroot. "A day before the order's to be enforced, Longstaff's going to cancel it." "I don't understand." "A matter of saving face, Rob. After the Admiral had left, I explained to Longstaff that banning opium would destroy old trade. God's blood, how many times do I have to explain? Then I pointed out that he could not very well immediately cancel the order without losing face and making the Admiral, who is well-meaning but knows nothing about trade, lose face. The only thing to do was to give the order then to save the Admiral's face and job, and his own, to cancel it. I promised to explain trade to the Admiral in the meantime. Also, the order will look good to the Chinese and put them at a disadvantage. There's another meeting with T-Sen in 3 days. Longstaff agreed completely and asked me to keep the matter private." Rob's face lit up. "Ah, Tai-Pan, you're a man among men. But what's to guarantee Longstaff will cancel the order?" Struan had in his pocket a signed proclamation dated 6 days hence that cancelled the order. Longstaff had pressed it on him. "Here, Dirk, take it now, then I can forget it. Damn, all this paperwork, dreadful. But better keep it private until the time."
Would you not cancel such a stupid order, Robbie?
Yes, of course.
Rob could have hugged his brother.
If it's 6 days and no one else knows for certain, we'll make a fortune.
Aye. Struan let his eyes drift to the harbour. He had found it 20-odd years ago. The outer edge of a typhoon had caught him far out to sea, and though he had prepared for storm, he could not escape and had been driven relentlessly into the mainland. His ship had been scudding under bare poles, taking the seas heavily, the day, sky, and horizon obliterated by the sheets of water the supreme winds clawed from the ocean and hurled before them. Then, close by shore, in monstrous seas, the storm anchors had given way, and Struan knew that the ship was lost. The seas took the ship and threw it at the shore. By some miracle, a wind altered her course a fraction of a degree and drove her past the rocks into a narrow, uncharted channel, barely 300 yards wide, that the eastern tip of Hong Kong formed with the mainland, and into the harbour beyond, into safe waters. The typhoon had wrecked much of the merchant fleet at Macau and sunk tens of thousands of junks up and down the coast, but Struan and the junks, sheltering at Hong Kong, weathered it comfortably. When the storm had passed, Struan sailed around the island, charting it. Then he had stored the information in his mind and begun secretly to plan. "And now that you're ours, now I can leave," he thought, his excitement warming. "Now, Parliament." For years, Struan had known that the only means of protecting the noble house and the new colony lay in London. The real seat of power on earth was Parliament. As a member of Parliament, supported by the power the huge wealth of the noble house gave him, he would dominate Asian foreign policy as he had dominated Longstaff. Aye. "A few £1,000 will put you in Parliament," he told himself. "No more working through others. Now you'll be able to do it yourself. Aye, at long last, laddie. A few years, and then a knighthood. Then into the cabinet, and then, by God, you'll set a course for the Empire and Asia and the noble house that will last 1,000 years. Rob was watching him. He knew that he had been forgotten, but he did not mind. He liked watching his brother when his thoughts were far away, when the Tai-Pan's face lost its hardness and his eyes their chilling green, when his mind was swept with dreams he knew he could never share. Rob felt very close to him, and very safe. Struan broke the silence. "In 6 months you take over as Tai-Pan." Rob's stomach tensed with panic.
"No, I'm not ready."
"You're ready. Only in Parliament can I protect us and Hong Kong."
"Yes," Rob said. Then he added, trying to keep his voice level, "But that was to be some time in the future, in 2 or 3 years. There's too much to be done here."
"You can do it."
"No."
"You can. And there's no doubt in Sarah's mind, Rob." Rob looked at Resting Cloud, their depot ship, where his wife and children were living temporarily. He knew that Sarah was too ambitious for him.
"I don't want it yet. There's plenty of time."
Struan thought about time. He did not regret the years spent in the Orient, away from home, away from his wife, Ronalda, and Callum, and Ian, and Leachy, and Winifred, his children. He would have liked them to be with him, but Ronalda hated the Orient. They had been married in Scotland when he was 20 and Ronalda 16, and they had left immediately for Macau, but she had hated the voyage out and hated Macau. Their first son had died at birth, and the next year, when their second son, Callum, was born, he too became sickly. So Struan had sent his family home. Every 3 or 4 years he had returned on leave.
A month or two in Glasgow with them, and then he was back to the Orient, for there was much to do, and a noble house to be built. "I dinna regret a day," he told himself. "Not a day. A man has to go out into the world to make what he can of it, and himself. Is that not the purpose of life? Even though Ronaldo's a bonny lass and I love my children, a man must do what he has to do. Is that not why we were born? If the laird of the Struans had not taken all the clan lands and fenced them and thrown us off, us his kinsmen, us who had worked the lands for generations, then I might have been a crofter like my father before me. Aye, and content to be a crofter. But he sent us off into a stinking slum in Glasgow, and took all the lands for himself to become Earl of Struan, and broke up the clan. So we almost starved, and I went to sea, and Joss saved us. And now the family's well off, all of them, because I went to sea, and because the noble house came to pass." Struan had learned very quickly that money was power, and he was going to use his power to destroy the Earl of Struan, and buy back some of the clan lands. He regretted nothing in his life. He had found China, and China had given him what his homeland never could, not just wealth. Wealth for its own sake was an obscenity, but wealth and a purpose for wealth. He owed a debt to China. And he knew that though he would go home and become a member of Parliament and a cabinet minister and break the Earl and cement Hong Kong as a jewel into the crown of Britain, he would always return. For his real purpose, secret from everyone, almost secret from himself most of the time, would take years to fulfill. "There's never enough time." He looked at the dominating mountain. "We'll call it the Peak," he said absently, and again he had the strange, sudden feeling that the island hated him and wanted him dead. He could feel the hatred surrounding him, and he wondered, perplexed, why? "In 6 months you rule the noble house," he repeated, his voice harsh. "I can't, not alone." "A Tai-Pan is always alone. That's the joy of it, and the hurt of it." Over Rob's shoulder he saw the boatswain approaching. "Yes, Mr. Mackay. Begging your pardon, sir. Permission to splice the main brace." Mackay was a squat, thick-set man, his hair tied in a tarred, ratty pigtail. "Aye, a double tot to all hands. Set things up as arranged." "Aye, aye, sir." Mackay hurried away. Struan turned back to Rob, and Rob was conscious only of the strange green eyes that seemed to pour light over him. "I'll send Colum out at the end of the year. He'll be through university by then. Ian and Leachy will go to sea, then they'll follow. By then your boy Roddy will be old enough. Thank God we've enough sons to follow us. Choose one of them to succeed you. The Tai-Pan is always to choose who is to succeed him and when." Then, with finality, he turned his back on mainland China and said, 6 months! He walked away. Rob watched him go, suddenly hating him, hating himself and the island. He knew he would fail as Tai-Pan. "Will you drink with us, gentlemen?" Struan was saying to a group of the merchants. "A toast to our new home. There's brandy, rum, beer, dry sack, whiskey and champagne." He pointed to his longboat, where his men were unloading kegs and laying out tables. Others were staggering under loads of cold roast meat, chickens and haunches of pig and 20 suckling pigs and a side of beef, and loaves of bread and cold salt pork pies and bowls of cold cabbage cooked with ham fat and 30 or 40 smoked hams and hands of Canton bananas and preserved fruit pies and pine glass and pewter mugs and even buckets of ice, which launchers and clippers had brought from the north, for the bottles of champagne.
"There's breakfast for any that are hungry."
There was a cheer of approval, and the merchants began to converge on the tables. When they all had their glasses or tankards, Struan raised his glass.
"A toast, gentlemen. I be drinking with you, but not to this poxy rock. I be drinking to your downfall,"
Brock said, holding up a tankard of ale.
"On second thoughts, I be drinking to your little rock as well, and I give it a name. Struan's Folly." "Aye, it's little enough," Struan replied, "but big enough for Struan's and the rest of the China traders. Whether it's big enough for both Struan's and Brock's, that's another question." "I be telling thee right smartly, Dirk, old lad. The whole of China bain't."
Brock drained the mug and hurled it inland. Then he stalked to his longboat. Some of the merchants followed him.
"'Pon me word, dreadful manners," Quantz said. Then he called out in the laughter, "Come on, Tai-Pan, the toast! Mr. Quantz has an immortal thirst. Let history be made."
"Excuse me, Mr. Struan," Horatio Sinclair said. "Before the toast, would it be fitting to thank God for the mercies he has shown us this day?"
"Of course, lad. Foolish of me to forget. Will you lead the prayer?"
"The Reverend Mouse is here, sir."
Struan hesitated, caught off guard. He studied the young man, liking the deep humour that lurked behind the sky-grey eyes. Then he said loudly, "Reverend Mouse, where are you? Let's have a prayer." Mouse towered above the merchants. He haltingly moved in front of the table and set down his empty glass and pretended that it had always been empty. The men took off their hats and waited bareheaded in the cold wind. Now it was quiet on the beach. Struan looked up at the foothills to an outcrop where the kirk would be. He could see the kirk in his mind's eye, and the town and the quays and warehouses and homes and gardens. The great house where the Tai-Pan would hold court over the generations. Other homes for the hierarchy of the house and their families, and their girls. He thought about his present mistress, Zhong Zhen Mei. He had bought Mei 5 years ago when she was 15 and untouched.
"Ai-ya,"
he said to himself happily, using one of her Cantonese expressions, which meant pleasure or anger or disgust or happiness or helplessness, depending on how it was said. Now there's a wildcat if ever there was one.
"Sweet God of the wild winds, and the surf, and the beauty of love, God of great ships, and the North Star, and the beauty of home, God and Father of the Christ child, look at us and pity us."
Mouse, his eyes closed, was lifting his hands. His voice was rich, and the depth of his longing swooped around them.
"We are the sons of men, and our fathers worried over us as you worried over your blessed Son, Jesus. Saints are crucified on earth, and sinners multiply. We look at the glory of a flower and see you not. We endure the supreme winds and know you not. We measure the mighty oceans and feel you not. We reap the earth and touch you not. We eat and drink, yet we taste you not. All these things you are and more. You are life and death and success and failure. You are God, and we are men." He paused, his face contorted, as he struggled with his agonized soul. "O God, forgive me my sins. Let me expiate my weakness by converting the heathen. Let me be a martyr to your holy cause. Change me from what I am to what I was once." But Wolfgang Maus
knew that there was no turning back. That the moment he had begun to serve Struan, his peace had left him, and the needs of his flesh had swamped him.
"Surely, O God, what I did was right. There was no other way to go into China."
He opened his eyes and stared around helplessly.
"I'm sorry. Forgive me. I know not the words. I can see them, great words to make you know him as once I knew him, but I cannot the words say any more. Forgive me, O Lord. Bless this island. Amen."
Struan took a full glass of whisky and gave it to Mouse.
"I think you said it very well. A toast, gentlemen. The Queen!"
They drank, and when their glasses were drained, Struan ordered them refilled.
"With your permission, Captain Glessing, I'd like to offer your men a tot, and you, of course, a toast to the Queen's newest possession. You've passed into history today."
He called out to the merchants,
"We should honour the captain. Let's name this beach Glessing's Point."
There was a roar of approval.
"Naming islands or a part of an island is the prerequisite of the senior officer," Glessing said. "I'll mention it to His Excellency."
Glessing nodded curtly and snapped at the master-at-arms.
"Sailors 1 tot, compliments of Struan and Company. Marines none, stand easy."
In spite of his fury at Struan, Glessing could not help glorying in the knowledge that as long as there was a colony of Hong Kong, his name would be remembered, for Struan never said anything lightly. There was a toast to Hong Kong and 3 cheers. Then Struan nodded to the piper, and the skirl of the clan Struan filled the beach. Rob drank nothing. Struan sipped a glass of brandy and ambled through the throng, greeting those he wished to greet and nodding to others.
"You're not drinking, Gordon?"
"No, thank you, Mr. Struan." Gordon Chen bowed in Chinese fashion, very proud to be noticed.
"How are things going with you?"
"Very well, thank you, sir." The lad's grown into a fine young man, Struan thought. How old is he now, 19? Time goes so fast. He remembered Kai Sung, the boy's mother, fondly. She had been his first mistress, and most beautiful. Ai-ya, she taught you a lot.
"How's your mother?"
he asked. "She's very well." Gordon Chen smiled. "She would wish me to give you her prayers for your safety. Every month she burns joss sticks in your honor at the temple." Struan wondered how she looked now. He had not seen her for 17 years, but he remembered her face clearly.
"Send her my best wishes."
"You do her too much honor, Mr. Struan."
"Cheng Sheng tells me you are working hard and are very useful to him."
"He is too kind to me, sir." Cheng Sheng was never kind to anyone who did not more than earn his keep. Cheng Sheng's an old thief, Struan thought, but by God we'd be lost without him.
"Well," Struan said, "you could not have a better teacher than Cheng Sheng. There'll be lots to do in the next few months, lots of squeeze to be made."
"I hope to be of service to the noble house, sir." Struan sensed that his son had something on his mind, but he merely nodded pleasantly and walked off, knowing that Gordon would find a way to tell him when the time was ripe. Gordon Chen bowed, and after a moment wandered down to one of the tables and waited politely in the background until there was space for him, conscious of the stares but not caring. He knew that as long as Struan was the Tai-Pan, he was quite safe. The merchants and sailors around the beach ripped chickens and suckling pigs to pieces with their hands and stuffed themselves with the meat, grease running down their chins. What a bunch of savages, Gordon Chen thought, and thanked his Joss that he had been brought up as a Chinese and not a European. Yes, he thought, my Joss has been huge. Joss had brought him his secret Chinese teacher a few years ago. He had told no one about the teacher, not even his mother. From this man he had learned that not all that the Reverends Sinclair and Mouse had taught him was necessarily true. He had learned about Buddha and about China and her past, and how to repay the gift of life and use it to the glory of his motherland. Then, last year, the teacher had initiated him into the most powerful, most clandestine, most militant of the Chinese secret societies, the Hungmen Tong, which was spread all over China and was committed by the most sacred oaths of blood brotherhood to overthrow the hated Manchus, the foreign Qings, the ruling dynasty of China. For 2 centuries, under various guises and names, the society had fostered insurrection. There had been revolts all over the Chinese Empire, from Tibet to Formosa, from Mongolia to Indochina. Wherever there was famine or oppression or discontent, the Hungmen would band the peasants together against the Qings and against their mandarins. All the insurrections had failed, and had been put down savagely by the Qings. But the society had survived. Gordon Chen felt honored that he, only part Chinese, had been considered worthy to be a Hungmen. Death to the Qings. He blessed his Joss that he had been born in this era in history, in this part of China, with this father, for he knew that the time was almost ripe for all China to revolt. And he blessed the Tai-Pan, for he had given the Hungmen a pearl beyond price. Hong Kong. At long last, the society had a base safe from the perpetual oppression of the mandarins. Hong Kong would be under barbarian control, and here on this little island, he knew that the society would flourish. From Hong Kong, safe and secret, they would probe the mainland and harass the Qings until the day. And with Joss, he thought, with Joss, I can use the power of the noble house in the cause.
Hop it, you bloody heathen!
Gordon Chen looked up, startled. A squat, tough little sailor was glaring at him. He had a haunch of suckling pig in his hands, and he was ripping at it with broken teeth.
Hop it, or I'll twist your pigtail round your bleeding neck.
Boatswain Mackay hurried over and shoved the sailor aside.
Hold your tongue, Ramsay, you poxy sod. He said he don't mean no harm, Mr. Chen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mackay.
You want grub?
Mackay stabbed a chicken with his knife and offered it. Gordon Chen carefully broke off the end bone of the chicken wing, appalled by Mackay's barbarian manners. Thank you.
That all you'll have?
Yes, it's the most delicate part. Chen bowed. Thank you again. He walked off. Mackay went over to the sailor.
You all right, mate? I ought to cut your bugger heart out. You see your Chinese doxy, Mackay? Keep your voice down, man. That Chinese to be left alone. If you want to pick on a heathen bastard, there's plenty others, but not him, by God. He's the Tai-Pan's bastard, that's what. Then why don't he wear a bleeding sign, or cut his bleeding hair?
Ramsay dropped his voice and leered.
I hear tell there's different Chinese doxies. Built different. I don't know. Never been near one of the scum. There's enough of our own kind in Macau.
Struan was watching a sampan anchored offshore. It was a small boat with a snug cabin fashioned from thin mats of woven rattan stretched over bamboo hoops. The fisherman and his family were hoklos, boat people who lived all their lives afloat and rarely, if ever, went ashore. He could see that there were 4 adults and 8 children in the sampan. Some of the infants were tied to the boat by ropes around their waists. These would be sons. Daughters were not tied, for they were of no value. "When do you think we can return to Macau, Mr. Struan?" He turned around and smiled at Horatio.
"I imagine tomorrow, laddie, but I suppose His Excellency will need you for the meeting with Thyssen. There'll be more documents to translate."
"When's the meeting?"
"In 3 days, I believe."
"If you have a ship going to Macau, would you give my sister passage? Poor Mary's been abroad for 2 months."
"Glad to."
Struan wondered what Horatio would do when he found out about Mary. Struan had learned the truth about her a little over 3 years ago. He had been in a crowded marketplace at Macau, and a Chinese had suddenly pushed a piece of paper into his hand and darted away. It was a note written in Chinese. He had shown the paper to Wolfgang Maus.
"There are directions to a house, Mr. Struan, and a message. The Tai-Pan of the noble house needs special information for the sake of his house. Come secretly to the side entrance at the hour of the monkey."
"When's the hour of the monkey?"
3 o'clock in the afternoon." "Where's the house?" Wolfgang told him, and then added, "Don't go. It's a trap, Hein. Remember, there's 100,000 taels reward on your head." "The house is not in the Chinese quarter," Struan had said. "In daylight it'll nae be a trap. Get my boat's crew together. If I'm not out safely in 1 hour, come and find me."
So he had gone, leaving Wolfgang and the armed boat's crew close by and ready if necessary. The house was joined to others in a row on a quiet, tree-lined street. Struan had entered through a door in the high wall and found himself in a garden. A Chinese woman-servant was awaiting him. She was neatly dressed in black trousers and black coat, and her hair was arranged in a bun. She bowed and motioned him to be quiet and to follow her. She led the way through the garden and into the house and up a flight of private stairs and into a room. He followed cautiously, ready for trouble. The room was richly furnished, and the panelled walls were hung with tapestries. There were chairs and a table and Chinese teak furniture. The room smelled strangely clean, with the faintest suggestion of a subtle incense. There was one window which overlooked the garden. The woman went to the far end of a side wall and carefully moved a strip of panelling. There was a tiny peephole in the wall. She peered through it, then motioned him to do the same. He knew that it was an old Chinese trick to dupe an enemy into putting his eye to such a hole in a wall while someone waited on the other side with a needle. So he kept his eye a few inches from the hole. Still, he could see the other room clearly. It was a bedroom. Wang Chu, the chief mandarin of Macau, was on the bed, nude and corpulent and snoring. Mary was naked beside him. Her head was propped on her arms, and she was staring at the ceiling. Struan watched with fascinated horror. Mary languorously nudged Wang Chu and stroked him awake and laughed and talked with him. Struan had been unaware that she could speak Chinese, and he knew her as well as anyone, except her brother. She rang a small bell, and a maid came in and began to help the mandarin dress. Wang Chu could not dress himself, for his nails were 4 inches long and protected with jewelled sheaths. Struan turned away, filled with loathing. There was a sudden chatter of sing-song voices from the garden, and he cautiously looked out the window. Wang's guards were assembling in the garden. They would block his exit. The servant woman motioned him not to worry, but to wait. She went to the table and poured him tea, then she bowed and left. In half an hour the men left the garden, and Struan saw them form up in front of a sedan chair on the street. Wang Chu was helped into the sedan chair and carried away.
"Hello, Tai-Pan."
Struan spun around, drawing his knife. Mary was standing in a doorway which had been concealed in the wall. She wore a gossamer robe which hid none of her. She had long fair hair and blue eyes and a dimpled chin, long legs and tiny waist, and small firm breasts. A priceless piece of carved jade hung from a gold chain around her neck. Mary was studying Struan with a curious, flat smile. "You can put the knife away, Tai-Pan. You're in no danger." Her voice was calm and mocking.
"You ought to be horsewhipped,"
he said. "I know all about whipping, don't you remember?" She motioned to the bedroom. "We'll be more comfortable in here." She went to a bureau and poured brandy into 2 glasses. "What's the matter?" she said with the same perverse smile. "Haven't you been in a girl's bedroom before?"
"You mean a whore's bedroom?"
She handed him a glass, and he took it. "We're both the same, Tai-Pan. We both prefer Chinese bedmates."
"By God, you damned bitch, you—"
"Don't play the hypocrite. It doesn't suit you. You're married and you've children, yet you've many other women, Chinese women. I know all about them. I've made it my business to find out."
"It's impossible for you to be Mary Sinclair,"
he said, half to himself. "Not impossible. Surprising, yes." She sipped her brandy calmly. "I sent for you because I wanted you to see me as I am."
"Why?"
"First, you better dismiss your men."
"How do you know about them?"
"You're very careful, like me. You wouldn't come here secretly without a bodyguard." Her eyes were mocking him.
"What are you up to?"
"How long did you tell your men to wait?"
"An hour."
"I need more of your time. Dismiss them." She laughed. "I'll wait."
"You'd better. And put some clothes on."
He left the house and told Wolfgang to wait for another 2 hours and then to come and find him. He told him about the secret door, but not about Mary. When he returned, Mary was lying on the bed. "Please close the door, Tai-Pan," she said.
"I told you to put some clothes on."
"I told you to close the door." Angrily, he slammed it. Mary took off the filmy robe and tossed it aside. "Do you find me attractive?"
"No, you disgust me."
"You don't disgust me, Tai-Pan. You're the only man I admire in the world."
"Horatio should see you now."
"Ah, Horatio," she said cryptically. "How long did you tell your men to wait this time?"
2 hours.
"You told them about the secret door, but not about me."
"Why are you so sure?"
"I know you, Tai-Pan. That's why I trust you with my secret." She toyed with the brandy glass, her eyes lowered. "Had we finished when you looked through the peephole?"
"God's blood, you'd better—"
"Be patient with me, Tai-Pan," she said. "Had we?" I'm glad. Glad and sorry. I wanted you to be sure."
"I didn't understand."
"I wanted you to be sure that Wang Chu was my lover."
"Why?"
"Because I've information that you can use. You'd never believe me unless you'd seen that I was his woman."
"What information?"
"I've lots of information you can use, Tai-Pan. I've many lovers. Chen Sheng comes here sometimes, many of the mandarins from Canton, old Jin Kwa once." Her eyes frosted and seemed to change colour. "I don't disgust them. They like the colour of my skin, and I please them. They please me. I have to tell you these things, Tai-Pan. I'm only repaying my debt to you."
"What debt?"
"You stopped the beatings. You stopped them too late, but that wasn't your fault." She got up from the bed and put on a heavy robe. "I won't tease you any more. Please hear me out, and then you can do what you like."
"What do you want to tell me?"
"The Emperor has appointed a new viceroy to Canton. This Viceroy Ling carries an imperial edict to stop opium smuggling. He will arrive in 2 weeks, and within 3 weeks he will surround the settlement at Canton. No European will be let out of Canton until all the opium has been surrendered."
Struan laughed contemptuously. "I didn't believe it."
"If the opium is given up and destroyed, anyone with cargoes of opium outside of Canton will make a fortune," Mary said.
"It will ne'er be given up."
"Say the whole settlement was ransomed for opium. What could you do? There are no warships here. You're defenceless, aren't you?"
"Aye."
"Send a ship to Calcutta with orders to buy opium, all you can, 2 months after it arrives. If my information is false, that gives you plenty of time to cancel the order."
"Wong told you this?"
"Only about the Viceroy. The other was my idea. I wanted to repay my debt to you."
"You owe me nothing."
"You were never whipped."
"Why did you not send someone to tell me secretly? Why bring me here? To see you like this? Why make me go through this horror?"
"I wanted to tell you myself. I wanted someone other than me to know what I was." "You're the only man I trust," she said, with an unexpected, childlike innocence.
"You're mad. You should be locked up."
"Because I like going to bed with Chinese."
"By the cross, do you not understand what you are?"
"Yes, a disgrace to England."
Anger swept her face, hardening it, aging it.
"You men do what you please, but we women can't. Good Christ, how can I go to bed with a European? They couldn't wait to tell others and shame me before all of you. This way no one's harmed. Except me, perhaps. And that happened a long time ago."
"What did?"
"You'd better know a fact of life, Tai-Pan. A woman needs men just as much as man needs woman. Why should we be satisfied with one man? Why?"
"How long has this been going on?"
"Since I was 14. "Don't be so shocked. How old was May when you bought her?"
"That was different."
"It's always different for a man."
Mary sat down at the table in front of the mirror and began to brush her hair.
"Brock is secretly negotiating with the Spaniards in Manila for the sugar crop. He's offered Carlos de Silveira 10% for the monopoly."
Struan felt a surge of fury. If Brock could work that trick with sugar, he could dominate the whole Philippine market. "How do you know?"
"His comprador, Zetzin, told me."
"He's another of your clients?"
"Yes."
"Anything else you want to tell me?"
"You could make 100,000 taels of silver from what I've told you."
"Have you finished?"
"Yes."
Struan got up.
"What are you going to do?"
"Tell your brother you'd better be sent back to England."
"Leave me to my own life, Tai-Pan. I enjoy what I am, and I'll never change. No Europeans and few Chinese know I speak Cantonese and Mandarin except Horatio and now you, but only you know the real me. I promise I will be very, very useful to you."
"You're off home, out of Asia."
"Asia is my home."
Her brow furrowed and her eyes seemed to soften.
"Please, leave me as I am. Nothing has changed. 2 days ago we met on the street and you were kind and gentle. I'm still the same, Mary."
"You're not the same. You call all this nothing?"
"We're all different people at the same time. This is one me. And the other girl, the sweet, innocent virgin nothing who makes silly conversation and adores the church and the harpsichord and singing and needlework, is also me. I don't know why, but that's true. You're Tai-Pan Struan, devil, smuggler, prince, murderer, husband, fornicator, saint, and 100 other people. Which is the real you?"
I'll nae tell Horatio. You can just go home, I'll give you the money.
I've money enough for my own passage. Tai-Pan, I earn many presents. I own this house and the one next door, and I'll go when I choose in the manner I choose. Please, leave me to my own Joss, Tai-Pan. I am what I am, and nothing you can do will change it. Once you could have helped me. No, that's not honest either. No one could have helped me. I like what I am. I swear I will never change. I will be what I am, either secretly and no one knowing except you and me, or openly. So why hurt others? Why hurt Horatio?
Struan looked down at her. He knew that she meant what she said. Do you know the danger you're in?
Yes.
Say you have a child.
Danger adds spice to life, Tai-Pan.
She looked deeply at him, a shadow in her blue eyes.
Only one thing I regret about bringing you here. Now, I can never be your woman. I would like to have been your woman.
Struan had left her to her Joss. She had a right to live as she pleased, and exposing her to the community would solve nothing. Worse, it would destroy her devoted brother. He had used her information to immense profit. Because of Mary, the noble house had almost a total monopoly of all opium trade for a year, and more than made back the cost of their share of the opium, 12,000 cases that had ransomed the settlement. And Mary's information about Brock had been correct, and Brock had been stopped. Struan had opened a secret account for Mary in England, and paid into the account a proportion of the profit. She had thanked him, but had never seemed interested in the money. From time to time she gave him more information, but she would never tell him how she started her double life, or why. Great God in heaven, he thought, I'll never understand people. And now, on the beach, he was wondering what Horatio would do when he found out. Impossible for Mary to keep her second life secret. She was sure to make a mistake.
What's the matter, Mr. Struan?
Horatio said. Nothing, lad, just thinking.
Do you have a ship leaving today or tomorrow?
What?
Going to Macau? Horatio said with a laugh, to take Mary to Macau.
Oh, yes, Mary, Struan collected himself. Tomorrow, probably, I'll let you know, lad. He shoved his way through the merchants, heading for Rob, who was standing near one of the tables, staring out to sea.
What's next, Mr. Struan?
Skinner called out. Eh?
We've the island. What's the next move of the noble house?
Build, of course. The first to build'll be the first to profit, Mr. Skinner. Struan nodded good-naturedly and continued his way. He wondered what the other merchants, even Rob, would say if they knew he was the owner of the Oriental Times, and that Skinner was his employee. No eating, Rob.
Later, Dirk. There's time enough.
Tea?
Thanks.
Cooper wandered over to them and lifted his glass. To Struan's folly? If it is, Jeff, Struan said, you'll all come down the sewer with us.
Aye, Rob said, and it'll be an expensive sewer if Struan has anything to do with it.
The noble house does do things in style. Perfect whiskey, brandy, champagne, and Venetian glass. Cooper tapped the glass with his fingernail, and the note it made was pure. Beautiful. Made in Birmingham. They've just discovered a new process. One factory's already turning them out 1,000 a week. Within a year, there'll be 12 factories. Struan paused a moment. I'll deliver any number you want in Boston. 10 cents American a glass. Cooper examined the glass more closely. 10,000, 6 cents. 10 cents. Brock'll charge you 12. 15,000 at 7 cents. Done. with a guaranteed order for 30,000 at the same price a year from today, and a guarantee you'll only import through Struan's. Done, if you'll freight a cargo of cotton by the same ship from New Orleans to Liverpool. How many tons? 300, usual terms. Done, if you'll act as our agent in Canton for this season's tea, if necessary.
Cooper was instantly on guard.
But the war's over. Why should you need an agent?
Is it a deal? Cooper's mind was working like a keg of weevils. The Treaty of Twenty opened up Canton immediately to trade. On the morrow they were all going back to the settlement in Canton to take up residence again. They could take over their factories, or hongs, as their business houses in the Orient were called, and stay in the settlement as always until May, when the season's business was over. But for the noble house to need an agent now in Canton was as foolish as saying the United States of America needed a royal family.
Is it a deal, Jeff?
Yes. You're expecting war again?
All life's trouble, eh? Is that now what Wolfgang was trying to say?
I don't know.
How soon will your new ship be ready?
Struan asked abruptly. Cooper's eyes narrowed. How did you find out about that?
No one knows outside our company. Rob laughed. It's our business to know, Jeff. She might be unfair competition. If she sails like Dirk thinks she'll sail, perhaps we'll buy her out from under you, or build 4 more like her. It'd be a change for the British to buy American ships, Cooper said tensely. Oh, we would not buy them, Jeff, Struan said. We've already a copy of her lines. We'd build where we've always built. Glasgow. If I were you, I'd rake her masts a notch more and add top-to-gallants to the main and mizzen. What are you going to call her? Independence. Then we'll call ours Independent Cloud. If she's worthy. We'll sail you off the seas. We beat you twice in war, and now we'll beat you where it really hurts. We'll take away your trade. You haven't a hope in hell.
Struan noticed that Tillman was leaving. Abruptly, his voice hardened.
And never when half your country's based on slavery. That'll change in time. Englishmen started it. Scum started it.
Yes, and mad men are continuing it, Cooper thought bitterly, remembering the violent private quarrels he was always having with his partner, who owned plantation slaves and trafficked in them. How could Wilf be so blind?
You were in the trade up to 8 years ago. Struan's was never in human cargo, by God. And by the Lord God, I'll blow any ship out of the sea I catch doing it, in or out of British waters. We gave the lead to the world. Slavery's outlawed. God help us, it took till 1833 to do it, but it's done. Any ship, remember?
Then do another thing. Use your influence to let us buy opium from the goddamn East India Company. Why should everyone but British traders be totally excluded from the auctions, eh? Why should we be forced to buy low-quality Turkish opium when there's more than enough from Bengal for all of us? I've done more than my share to wreck the company, as you well know. Spend some money, laddie. Gamble a little. Agitate in Washington. Push your partner's brother. Isn't he a senator from Alabama? Or is he too busy looking after 4 god-rotting blackbirders and a couple of markets in Mobile? You know my opinion on that, by God, Cooper snapped. Open up the opium auctions and we'll trade you off the earth. I think you're all afraid to compete freely if the truth was known. Why else keep the Navigation Acts in force? Why make it law that only English ships can carry goods into England? By what right do you monopolize the biggest consuming market on earth? Nay, by divine right, laddie, Struan said sharply, which seems to permeate American thinking and foreign policy. In some things we're right and you're wrong. Let's compete freely.
Goddamn tariffs, free trade and free seas, that's what's right. Struan's is with you there. Do you not read the newspapers? I don't mind telling you we buy 10,000 votes a year to support 6 members who will vote free trade. We're trying hard enough. 1 vote, 1 man. We don't buy votes. You've your system and we've ours, and I'll tell you something else. The British were nae for the American wars, either of them, or for those god-rotting Hanoverian kings. You did not win the wars, we lost them. Happily. Why should we war on kith and kin? But if the people of the Isles ever decide to war on the States, watch out, by God, because you're finished.
I think a toast is in order, Rob said.
The 2 men tore their eyes off each other and stared at him. To their astonishment, he poured 3 glasses.
You'll nae drink, Rob,
Struan said, his voice a lash.
I will, first time on Hong Kong. Last time.
Rob handed them glasses. The whisky was golden brown and distilled exclusively for the noble house at Loch Tannoch, where they were born. Rob needed the drink. He needed the keg.
You swore a holy oath.
I know, but it's bad luck to toast in water, and this toast's important. Rob's hand shook as he raised his glass. Here's to our future. Here's to independence and independent cloud. To freedom o' the seas. To freedom from any tyrants. He took a sip and held the liquor in his mouth, feeling it burn, his body twisting with the need of it. Then he spat it out and poured the remainder on the pebbles. If I ever do that again, knock it out of my hand. He turned away, nauseated, and walked inland. That took more strength than I have, Cooper said. Rob's sick in the head to tempt the devil like that, Struan said. Rob had begun to drink to the point of insanity 6 years ago. The preceding year, Sarah had come to Macau from Scotland with their children. For a time, everything had been grand, but then she had found out about Rob's Chinese mistress of years, Ming Su, and about their daughter. Struan remembered Sarah's rage and Rob's anguish, and he was sad for both of them. They should have been divorced years ago, he thought, and he damned the fact that a divorce could be obtained only by Act of Parliament. At length, Sarah had agreed to forgive Rob, but only if he would swear by God to immediately rid himself forever of his adored mistress and their daughter. Hating himself, Rob had agreed. He had secretly given Ming Su 4,000 taels of silver, and she and their daughter had left Macau. He had never seen them or heard of them again, but though Sarah relented, she never forgot the beautiful girl and child, and continued to salt the ever-open wound. Rob had begun drinking heavily. Soon the drink ruled him, and he was besotted for months on end. Then, one day, he had disappeared. Eventually, Struan had found him in one of the stinking gin cellars in Macau, and had carried him home and sobered him. Then he had given him a gun. Shoot yourself, or swear by God you'll nae touch drink again. It's poison to you, Rob. You've been drunk for almost a year. You've the children to think of. The poor bairns are terrified of you, and rightly, and I'm tired of pulling you out of gutters. Look at yourself, Rob. Go on! Struan had forced him to look into a mirror. Rob had sworn, and then Struan had sent him to sea for a month with orders that he was to be given no liquor. Rob had almost died. In time he had become himself again, and he had thanked his brother, and lived with Sarah again, and tried to make peace. But there was never peace again between them, or love. Poor Rob, Struan thought. Aye, and poor Sarah. Terrible to live like that, husband and wife. What the devil made Robbie do that? I think he wanted to break up a quarrel, Cooper said. I was getting angry. Sorry.
Dinna apologise, Jeff, it was my fault.
Well,
Struan added, let's no waste Rob's guts, eh? His toast?
They drank silently. All around the shore the merchants and sailors were roistering.
Hey, Tai-Pan, and you blasted colonial, come over here.
It was Quance, seated near the flagpole. He waved at them and shouted again,
Blast it, come over here!
He took a pinch of snuff, sneezed twice, and dusted himself impatiently with a French lace kerchief.
By God, sir,
he said to Struan, peering up at him over rimless spectacles,
how the blasted hell can a man work with all this din and tumult, you and your blasted liquor?
Did you try the brandy, Mr. Quance?
Impeccable, my dear fellow, like Miss Tillman's tits.
He took the painting off the easel and held it up.
What do you think?
About Siobhan Tillman?
The painting! Great spheroids of balderdash. How can you think about a doxy's tail when you're in the presence of a masterpiece?
Quance took another pinch of snuff and choked, and gulped from his tankard of Napoleon brandy and sneezed. The painting was a watercolour of the day's ceremony, delicate, faithful, and a little more. It was easy to pick out Brock and Mouse, and Glessing was there, the proclamation in his hands.
That's very good, Mr. Quance, Struan said.
50 guineas.
I bought a painting last week.
20 guineas.
I'm nigh in it.
50 guineas and I'll paint you reading the proclamation.
No.
Mr. Cooper, a masterpiece. 20 guineas.
Outside of the Tai-Pan and Rob, I've the biggest Quance collection in the Far East.
Damn it, gentlemen, I've got to get some money from somewhere.
Sell it to Brock. You can see him right smartly, Struan said.
The pox on Brock!
Quance took a very large gulp of brandy and said, his voice hoarse,
He turned me down, blast him!
And he dabbed furiously with his paintbrush, and now Brock was gone.
By God, why should I make him immortal? And a pox on both of you, I'll send it to the Royal Academy. On your next ship, Tai-Pan.
Who's going to pay the freight and insurance?
I will, my boy.
With what?
Quance contemplated the painting. He knew that even in old age he could still paint and improve. His talent would not deteriorate.
With what, Mr. Quance?
He waved an imperious hand at Struan.
Money, tails, brass, dollars, cash.
You've a new line of credit, Mr. Quance?
But Quance did not answer. He continued to admire his work, knowing he had hooked his prey.
Come on, Aristotle. Who is it? Struan insisted.
Quance took an enormous gulp of brandy and more snuff and sneezed. He whispered conspiratorially,
Sit down.
He looked up to see there was no one else listening.
A secret.
He held up the painting.
20 guineas? All right, Struan said, but it better be worth it.
You're a prince among men, Tai-Pan, Snuff.
Get on with it.
It seems that a certain lady admires herself greatly in a mirror, with no clothes on. I've been commissioned to paint her thus.
Great God Almighty! Who?
You both know her very well. Then Quance added with mock sadness, I am sworn not to reveal her name, but I shall put her posterior into posterity. It's superb. Another gulp of brandy. I insisted on seeing her all before I agreed to accept the commission. He kissed his fingers in ecstasy. Impeccable, gentlemen, impeccable! And her tits! Good God on high nearly gave me the vapours. Another gulp of brandy. You can tell us, come on, who? First rule in nudes, as in fornication. Never reveal the lady's name. Quance finished the tankard regretfully. But not a man among you who wouldn't pay 1,000 guineas to own it. He got up and belched heartily and dusted himself down and closed his paint box and picked up his easel, enormously pleased with himself. "Well, that's enough business for this week. I'll call on your comprador for 30 guineas.
20 guineas,
Struan said.
"A quant's original of the most important day in the history of the Orient," Quantz said scornfully, "for hardly the price of a hogshead of Napoleon."
He returned to his longboat and danced a jig as he was cheered abroad.
"Good God Almighty! Who?" Cooper said at length.
"Must be Siobhan," Struan said, with a short laugh. "Just the sort of thing that young lady would do."
"Never. She's wild, yes, but not that wild."
Cooper glanced uneasily at the Cooper-Tillman depot ship where Siobhan Tillman was staying. She was his partner's niece, and she had come out to Asia a year ago from Washington. In that time she had become the toast of the continent. She was beautiful and 19 and daring and eligible, and no man could trap her, into bed or into marriage. Every bachelor in Asia, including Cooper, had proposed to her, and they all had been refused, but not refused, held on a rein as she held all her suitors. But Cooper did not mind. He knew she was going to be his wife. She had been sent out under the guardianship of Wilf Tillman by her father, a senator from Alabama, in the hope that Cooper would favor her and she would favor him to further cement the family business. And he had fallen in love with her the moment he had seen her.
"Then we'll announce the betrothal immediately,"
Tillman had said delightedly a year ago.
"No, Wilf, there's no hurry. Let her get used to Asia and used to me."
As Cooper turned back to Struan, he smiled to himself. A wildcat like that was worth waiting for.
"It must be one of Mrs. Fotheringill's young ladies."
"Those rabbits would do anything."
"Sure. But they wouldn't pay Aristotle for that."
"Old Horseface might, good for business."
"She's business enough now. Her clientele's the best in Asia. Can you imagine that hag giving money to Aristotle?"
Cooper pulled impatiently at his mutton-chop whiskers.
"Best she'd do is give it to him in trade. Perhaps he's joking with us."
"He jokes about everything and anything, but never about painting."
"One of the Portuguese?"
"Impossible. If she's married, her husband'd blow her head off. If she's a widow, that'd blow the top off the whole Catholic Church."
The weathered lines of Struan's face twisted into a grin.
"I'll put the whole power of the noble house on finding out who. Bet you 20 guineas I find out first."
"Done. I get the painting if I win."
"Damn it, I've taken a fancy to it now that Brock's out."
"The winner gets the painting, and we'll ask Aristotle to paint the loser into it."
"Done."
They shook hands.
A sudden cannon, and they looked seaward. A ship was charging through the East Channel under full sail. Her free-lifting square sails and gallants and royals and topgallants were swelling to leeward, cut into rotund patterns by the buntlines and leech lines, her taut rigging straining and singing against the quickening wind. The rake-masted clipper was on the lee tack on a broad reach, and her bow wave flew upward, her gunwale awash, and above the froth of her wake, white against the green-blue ocean, green gulls cried their welcome. Again the cannon barked, and a puff of smoke swung over her lee quarter, the Union Jack aft, the Lion and the Dragon atop the mizzen. Those on the beach who had won their wagers cheered mightily, for huge sums of money were gambled on which ship would be the first home and which ship would be the first back.
"Mr. Mackay!"
Struan called, but the boatswain was already hurrying over to him with the double telescope.
3 days early on record time, sir,"
Boatswain Mackay said with a toothless smile.
"Okay, look at her fly. She'll cost Brock a barrel of silver."
He hurried inland. The ship, Thunder Cloud, came barrelling out of the channel, and now that she was clear, she ran before the wind and gathered speed. Struan put the short double telescope to his eyes and focused on the code flags he was seeking. The message read, "Crisis not resolved. New treaty with Ottoman Empire against France. Talk of war." Then Struan studied the ship. Her paint was good, her rigging taut, her guns in place, and in one corner of her fore-royal sail was a small black patch, a code sign, used only in emergencies, and meaning important dispatches aboard. He lowered the binoculars and offered them to Cooper. "Do you want to borrow them?" "Thanks." "They're called bioculars, or binoculars. 2 eyes, you focus with the central screw," Struan said. "I had them made specially." Cooper peered through them and saw the code flags. He knew that everyone in the fleet was trying to read their message, and that all companies spent much time and money trying to break the code of the noble house. The binoculars were more powerful than a telescope. "Where can I get a gross of these?" 100 guineas apiece. A year to deliver." "Take it, I'll leave it," Cooper thought bitterly, knowing the tone of voice. "Done." New code flags were raised, and Cooper handed the binoculars back. The second message was a single word, Zenith, a code within the master code. "If I were you," Struan said to Cooper, "I'd unload your season's cotton in a hurry." "Why?" Struan shrugged. "Just trying to be of service. You'll excuse me." Cooper watched him leave to intercept Rob, who was approaching with the boatswain. "What's in those goddamn flags?" he asked himself. And what did he mean about our cotton? And why the hell hasn't the mail ship arrived? This was what made trading so exciting. You bought and sold for a market 4 months ahead, knowing only the market position of 4 months ago. A mistake, and the inside of a debtor's prison you'd see. A calculated gamble that came off, and you could retire and never know the Orient again. A wave of pain swept up from his bowels, pain of the Orient that was always with him, with most of them, and a way of life. Was it a friendly tip of the Tai-Pans, or a calculated ploy? Captain Glessing, accompanied by Horatio, was eyeing Thundercloud enviously, and also impatiently. She was a prize worth taking, and as the first ship of the year to make the voyage out from England and from Calcutta, her holds would be crammed with opium. Glessing wondered what the flags had meant, and why there was a black patch on the fore-royal. "Beautiful ship," Horatio said. "Yes, she is. Even though she's a pirate?" Horatio asked, ironically. "Her cargo and owners make her a pirate. A ship's a ship, and that's one of the most gorgeous ladies who ever served man," Glessing answered, crisply, unamused by Horatio's wit. "Speaking of ladies," he said, trying not to be obvious, "would you and Miss Sinclair care to sup with me tonight? I'd like to show you around my ship." "That's very nice of you, George. I would indeed, and I imagine Mary would be delighted. She's never been on a frigate before." "Perhaps tonight," Glessing told himself, "there'll be an opportunity to determine how Mary feels about me. I'll send a longboat for you. Would 3 bells, the last dog watch, be all right?" "Better make it 8 bells," Horatio said nonchalantly, just to show that he knew that 3 bells in this watch would be 7:30, but 8 o'clock would be 8 bells. "Very well," Glessing said. "Miss Sinclair will be the first lady I've entertained aboard." Good God, Horatio thought, could Glessing have more than a fleeting interest in Mary? Of course. The invitation was really for her, not me. What a nerve, pompous ass! To think that Mary would even consider such a match, or that I would allow her to marry yet. A musket clattered to the stones, and they glanced around. One of the Marines had fainted and was lying on the beach. "What the devil's the matter with him?" Glessing said. The master-at-arms turned the young Marine over.
Don't know, sir. It's Norden, sir. He's been acting strange-like for weeks. Perhaps he's the fever. Well, leave him where he is. Round up the sailors, marines to the boats. When everyone's aboard, come back and fetch him. Yes, sir. The master-at-arms picked up Norden's musket and threw it to another marine and marched the men away. When it was safe to move, Norden, who had only pretended to faint, slipped into the lee of some rocks and hid.
"Oh, Lord Jesus, protect me till I can get to the Tai-Pan," he prayed desperately. "I'll never get an opportunity like this again. Protect me, oh blessed Jesus, and help me get to him afore they come back for me."
Brock was standing on the quarterdeck of his ship, his telescope trained on the flags. He had broken Struan's code 6 months ago and understood the first message.
Now, what about zenith? What do that mean? He asked himself. And what be so important about Ottoman treaty that Struan's is a risk telling about open-like, even in code, stead of in secret when they be aboard? Maybe they knowed I broke the code. Maybe they want me to understand it, and zenith means private to them the message be false. Crisis and war means price of tea and silk be going up, and cotton, better buy heavily, if it be true. And perhaps put my head in Struan's trap. Where the hell be Grey Witch? Not right for her to be beat. Damn that Gorth! He costed me 1,000 guineas.
Gorth was his eldest son, and the Grey Witch's captain, a son to be proud of, as big as he, as round, as strong, as fine a seaman as ever sailed the seas. Yes, a son to follow you, and worthy to be Tai-Pan in a year or two. Brock said a silent prayer for Gorth's safety, then damned him again for being second to Thunder Cloud. He focused his telescope on the shore where Struan was meeting Rob, and wished that he could hear what they were saying.
"Excuse me, Mr. Brock."
Nagrek Thumb was captain of the White Witch, a large, thick-set Manxman with huge hands and a face the colour of pickled oak.
"Yes, Nagrek. There's a rumour going around the fleet. I don't put much stock in it, but you never know. Rumour says that the Navy's getting powers to stop us smuggling opium, that we can be took like pirates."
Brock scoffed.
"That be a rare one. I laughed too, Mr. Brock, until I heard that the orders to be give out at 4 bells, and then till I heard that Struan said to Longstaff we should all have 6 days' grace to sell what stocks we have."
"Be you sure?"
Brock hardly had time to absorb the jolting news when he was distracted by a bustling on the gangway. Eliza Brock strode ponderously onto the deck. She was a big woman with thick arms and the power of a man. Her iron-grey hair was worn in a loose bun. With her were their 2 daughters, Elizabeth and Tess.
"Morning, Mr. Brock,"
Liza said, setting her feet squarely on the deck, her arms crossed over the hugeness of her bosom.
"'Tis a nice day, by gum."
"Where you been, love?"
"Morning, Tess."
"Hello, Lily-butt, love," Brock said, his adoration of his daughters overwhelming him. Elizabeth Brock was 6 and brown-haired. She ran over to Brock and curtsied and almost fell down, then jumped into his arms and hugged him, and he laughed.
"We were over to Mrs. Blair,"
Liza said.
"She be proper poorly."
"Will she lose the baby?"
"No, the Lord willing," Liza said. "Morning, Nagrek." "Morning, ma'am,"
Thumb said, taking his eyes off Tess, who was standing at the gunwale looking toward the island. Tess Brock was 16, tall and curved, her waist fashionably narrow. Her features were sharp, and she was not pretty, but her face was strong, and the life in it made her attractive, and very desirable.
"I'll get some grub."
Liza made a note of the way Nagrek had looked at Tess. It's time she were wed, she thought. But not to Nagrek Thumb, by God.
"Come below, Tess. Get on with your Lilibet,"
she said as Elizabeth held out her arms to be carried.
"Please, please, please, Mama. Please, please."
Use thy own legs, girl.
Even so, Liza swept her into her huge embrace and carried her below. Tess followed and smiled at her father and, self-consciously, nodded to Negrek.
"Are thee sure about Struan and Longstaff?" Brock asked again. "Yes."
Negrek turned to Brock, forcing his heated mind off the girl.
"A golden guinea in a man's hand makes his ears long. I've a bully boy in the flagship." "Struan bain't never agreeing to that. He couldn't. It'd wreck him with the rest of us." "Well, it was said right enough, this morning." "What else was said, Negrek?"
"That's all the bully boy heard."
"Then it be trickery, more of his sodding devilment."
"Yes, but what?" Brock began churning possibilities.
"Send word to the Loaches. Get every case of opium up the coast. Meantime, send a purse with 20 guineas to our bully boy aboard China Cloud. Tell him there's 20 more if he finds out what be aback of it. Be careful now. We bain't wanting to lose him. If Struan ever catched him, he'd send us his tongue, along with his head. 50 guineas says Struan's got a man aboard us'n." "100 says you're wrong." Thumb said every man aboard's a trusty. "Better I never catched him alive afore thee, Negrek."
"But why should he fly Zenith?" Rob was saying. "Of course we'd come aboard at once."
"I dinna ken," Struan said.
Zenith meant owner to come aboard urgent. He frowned at Thundercloud. Bosun Mackay was out of earshot down the beach, waiting patiently.
"You go aboard, Rob. Give Isaac my compliments and tell him to come ashore at once. Bring him to the valley."
"Why?"
"Too many years aboard. It might be very important." Then he called out, "Bosun Mackay!" "Aye, aye, sir."
Mackay hurried up to him.
"Take Mr. Struan to Thundercloud. Then go over to my ship, get a tent and a bed and my things. I'll be staying ashore tonight." "Aye, aye, sir. Begging your pardon, sir," Bosun Mackay said awkwardly. "There's a young lad, Ramsay, in HMS Mermaid, Glessing's ship. The Ramsays are kin to the Mackays. The first mate's got it in for the poor lad. 30 lashes yesterday and more tomorrow. He was press-ganged out of Glasgow." "So?" Struan asked impatiently. "I heard, sir," the boatswain said carefully. "He'd like a berth somewheres." "God's blood, are you simple in the head? We take no deserters aboard our ships. If we take one knowingly, we could lose our ship, and rightly." "Struth, I thought you might buy him out," Mackay said quickly, "seeing as how Captain Glessing's a friend of yourn. My prize money'll go to help, sir. He's a good lad, and he'll jump ship if he's nothing ahead." "I'll think about it." "Thank you, sir." The boatswain touched his forelock and scuttled away. "Rob, if you were Tai-Pan, what would you do?" "Pressed men are always dangerous and never to be trusted," Rob said instantly. "So I'd never buy him out. And now I'd watch Mackay. Perhaps Mackay's now Brock's man and put up to it. I'd put Mackay to the test. I'd get intermediaries, probably Mackay as part of the test and also an enemy of Mackay's, and string Ramsay along and never trust his information." "You've told me what I'd do," Struan said with a glint of humour. "I asked what you'd do." "I'm not Tai-Pan, so it's not my problem. If I was, I probably wouldn't tell you anyway. Or I might tell you and then do the opposite, to test you." Rob was glad that he could hate his brother from time to time. That made liking him so much greater. "Why are you afraid, Rob?" "I'll tell you in a year." Rob walked after the boatswain. For a time, Struan mused about his brother and the future of the noble house. Then he picked up a bottle of brandy and began to walk along the cleft of rocks toward the valley. The ranks of the merchants were thinning, and some were already leaving in their longboats. Others were still eating and drinking, and there were gusts of laughter at some who were dancing a drunken eightsome reel. "Sir!" Struan stopped and stared at the young marine. Aye?
I need your help, sir. Desperate,
Norden said, his eyes strange, his face grey. What help? Struan was grimly conscious of the Marine's sidearm, a bayonet.
I've the pox. Woman sickness. You can help. Give me the cure, sir. Anything. I'll do anything.
I'm no doctor, lad, Struan said, the hairs on his neck rising. Should you now be at your boat?
You've had the same, sir, but you had the cure. All I want is the cure. I'll do anything.
Norden's voice was a croak and his lips were flecked with foam. I've never had it, lad. Struan noticed the master-at-arms starting toward them, calling out something that sounded like a name. You'd better get to your boat, lad. They're waiting for you.
The cure! Tell me how. I've my savings, sir.
Norden pulled out a filthy, knotted rag and offered it proudly, sweat streaking his face.
I'm thrifty, and there be 5 whole shillings and 4pence, sir, and it be all I have in the world, sir, and then there's me pay. 20 shilling a month you can have. You can have it all, sir, I swear by the blessed Lord Jesus, sir.
I've never had the woman sickness, lad. Never, Struan said again, his heart grinding at the memory of his childhood, when wealth was pennies and shillings, and half-shillings, and not bullion in tens of thousands of taels. And living again the never-to-be-forgotten horror of all his youth, of no money and no hope and no food and no warmth and no roof, and the bloated, heaving stomachs of the children. Good sweet Jesus, I can forget my own hunger, but never the children. Never their cries on a starving wind in a cesspool of a street.
I'll do anything, sir. Here, I can pay. I don't want nothing for nothing. Here, sir.
The master-at-arms was striding up the beach.
Norden,
he shouted angrily.
You'll get 50 lashes for breaking ranks, by God.
Is your name Norden?
Yes, sir. Bert Norden, please, I only want the cure. Help me, sir. Here, take the money. It's all yourn and there'll be more. In Jesus Christ's name, help me.
Norden!
The master-at-arms shouted from 100 yards away, red with rage.
God's blood! Come here, you god-rotting bastard!
Please, sir,
Norden said with growing desperation.
I heard you got cured by the heathen. You bought the cure from the heathen!
Then you heard a lie. There's no Chinese cure that I know of. No cure, none. You'd better get back to your boat.
Course there's a cure!
Norden shrieked. He jerked out his bayonet.
You tell me where to get it, or I'll cut your sodding gizzard open!
The master-at-arms broke into a horrified run.
Norden!
A few on the beach turned around, startled. Cooper and Horatio and another. They began to run toward them. Then Norden's brain snapped, and gibbering and foaming, he hurled himself at Struan and slashed at him viciously. But Struan sidestepped and waited without fear, knowing that he could kill Norden at will. It seemed to Norden that he was surrounded by devil giants, all with the same face, but he could never touch one of them. He felt the air explode from his lungs and the beach smash into his face, and he seemed to be suspended in painless agony. Then there was blackness. The master-at-arms rolled off Norden's back and hacked down with his fist again. He grabbed Norden and shook him like a rag doll and threw him down again.
What the devil happened to him?
He said, getting up, his face mottled with rage.
You all right, Mr. Struan?
Yes. Cooper and Horatio and some of the merchants hurried up.
What's the matter?
Struan carefully turned Norden over with his foot. The poor fool's got woman sickness.
Christ!
The master-at-arms said, nauseated.
Better get away from him, Tai-Pan, Cooper said. If you breathe his flux, you could catch it.
The poor fool thought I'd had the disease and got cured. By the cross, if I knew the cure for that, I'd be the richest man on earth.
I'll have the bugger put in irons, Mr. Struan, the master-at-arms said. Captain Gleson'll make him wished he'd never been born.
Just get a spade, Struan said. He's dead. Cooper broke the silence. "First day, first blood. Bad Jas." "Not according to Chinese custom," Horatio said absently, sickened. "Now his ghost will watch over this place."
"Good omen or bad," Struan said, "the poor lad's dead."
No one answered him.
"The Lord have mercy on his soul,"
Struan said. Then he turned west along the foreshore toward the crest that came down from the mountain ridge and almost touched the sea. He was full of foreboding as he drank in the good clean air and smelled the tang of the spray. "That's bad, Joss," he told himself. "Very bad." As he neared the crest, his premonition intensified, and when at last he stood in the floor of the valley where he had decided the town would be built, he felt for the third time a vastness of hate surround him.
"Good sweet Christ,"
he said aloud.
"What's the matter with me?"
He had never known such terror before. Trying to hold it in check, he squinted up at the knoll where the great house would be, and abruptly he realized why the island was hostile. He laughed aloud.
"If I were you, Island, I'd hate me too. You hate the plan. Well, I tell you, Island, the plan's good, by God. Good, you hear? China needs the world, and the world needs China. And you're the key to unlock the gates of China. And you know it, and I know it, and that's what I'm going to do. And you're going to help."
"Stop it," he said to himself. "You're acting like a madman." Aye, and they'd all think you mad if you told them that your secret purpose was not just to get rich on trade and to leave, but to use riches and power to open up China to the world, and particularly to British culture and British law, so that each could learn from the other and grow to the benefit of both. Aye, it's a dream of a madman. But he was certain that China had something special to offer the world. What it was, he did not know. One day, perhaps, he would find out.
"And we've something special to offer as well," Struan continued aloud, "if you'll take it, and if it's not defiled in the giving. You're British soil, for better or worse. We'll cherish you and make you the centre of Asia, which is the world. I commit the noble house to the plan. If you turn your back on us, you'll be what you are now, a nothing barren fly-speck of a stinking barren rock, and you'll die. And last, if the noble house ever turns its back on you, destroy it with my blessing." He hiked up the knoll and, unsheathing his dirk, cut 2 long branches. He cleaved one and thrust it into the ground, and with the other formed a crude cross. He doused the cross with brandy and lit it. Those in the fleet who could see into the valley and who noticed the smoke and the flame found their telescopes and saw the burning cross and the Tai-Pan beside it, and they shuddered to themselves superstitiously and wondered what devilment he was up to. The Scots knew that the burning of a cross was a summons to the clan and to all the kinsmen of all kindred clans, a summons to rally to the cross for battle. And the burning cross was raised only by the chief of the clan. By ancient law once raised, the burning cross committed the clan to defend the land unto the end of the clan. Chapter 2. "Welcome aboard, Rob," Captain Isaac Perry said. "Tea?"
"Thank you, Isaac." Rob sat back gratefully in the deep leather sea chair, smelling its tangy perfume, and waited. No one could hurry Perry, not even the Tai-Pan. Perry poured the tea into porcelain cups. He was thin, but incredibly strong. His hair was the colour of old hemp, brown, with threads of silver and black. His beard was grizzled and his face scarred, and he smelled of tarred hemp and salt spray. "Good voyage?" Rob asked. "Excellent." Rob was happy as always to be in the main cabin. It was large and luxurious, like all the quarters. The fittings throughout the ship were brass and copper and mahogany, and the sails, the finest canvas, and the ropes, always new. Cannon perfect. Best powder. It was the Tai-Pan's policy throughout his fleet to give his officers, and men, the finest quarters and the best food and a share of the profits, and there was always a doctor aboard. And flogging was outlawed. There was only one punishment for cowardice or disobedience, officer or seaman, to be put ashore at the first port and never given a second chance. So seamen and officers fought to be part of the fleet, and there was never a berth empty. The Tai-Pan had never forgotten his first ships, and the forecastles, or his floggings, or the men that had ordered them. Some of the men had died before he found them. Those that he found he broke. Only Brock he had not touched. Rob did not know why his brother had spared Brock. He shuddered, knowing that whatever the reason, one day there would be a reckoning. Perry added a spoonful of sugar and condensed milk. He handed Rob a cup, then sat behind the mahogany sea desk and peered out from eyes that were deep-set under shaggy brows. "Mr. Struan's in good health?"
"As always, you expected him to be sick?"
"No." There was a knock on the cabin door. "Come in!" The door opened, and Rob gaped at the young man standing there.
"Great God! Callum, lad, where'd you come from?"
He got up excitedly, knocking his cup over.
"Very important dispatches indeed, and of course, Zenith!"
Callum Struan entered the cabin and shut the door. Rob held him affectionately by the shoulders, then noticed his pallor and sunken cheeks.
"What's amiss, lad?"
he asked anxiously.
"I'm much better, thank you, uncle,"
Callum said, the voice too thin.
"Better from what, laddie?"
"The plague. The Bengal plague," Callum said, puzzled. Rob whirled on Perry.
"You got plague aboard? In Christ's name, why aren't you flying the Yellow Jack?"
"Of course there's no plague aboard. It was in Scotland, months ago." Perry stopped.
"Scarlet Cloud? She never arrived? 4 weeks overdue. No word, nothing. What happened? Come on, man."
"Shall I tell him, Callum lad, or do you want to?"
"Where's father?"
Callum asked Rob.
"Ashore. He's waiting for you ashore at the valley. For the love of God, what's happened, Callum?"
"Plague came to Glasgow in June," Callum said dully. "They say it came by ship again, from Bengal, India. First to Sutherland, then Edinburgh. Then it came to us in Glasgow. Mother's dead, Ian, Leachy, Grandma. Winifred's so weak she won't last. Grandpa's looking after her." He made a helpless gesture and sat on the arm of the sea chair. "Grandma's dead. Mother, Aunt Euthenia and the babies and her husband. 10,000-20,000 died between June and September. Then the plague disappeared. It just disappeared."
"Roddy? What about Roddy? My son's dead?"
Rob said in anguish.
"No, uncle. Roddy's fine. He wasn't touched." "You're certain, are you, Callum? My son's safe?"
"Yes, I saw him the day before I left. Very few at his school got the plague."
"Thank God."
Rob shivered, remembering the first wave of the plague that had mysteriously swept Europe 10 years ago. 50,000 deaths in England alone, 1 million in Europe, thousands in New York and New Orleans. Some called this plague by a newer name, cholera.
"Your mother's dead?"
Rob said, unbelieving.
Ian, Leechy, Granny? Yes, and Aunt Susan and Cousin Claire and Aunt Euthenia, Cousin Donald and little Stuart and...
There was a monstrous silence. Perry broke it nervously. When I berthed in Glasgow, well, Callum lad was on his own. I didn't know what to do, so I thought it best to bring him aboard. We sailed a month after Scarlet Cloud.
You did right, Isaac,
Rob heard himself say. How was he going to tell Dirk?
I'd better go. I'll signal you to come ashore. You stay aboard. No,
Callum said it aloud as though to himself, deep inside.
No, I'll go ashore first. Alone. That's better. I'll see Father alone. I must tell him. I'll go ashore alone.
He got up and quietly walked to the door, the ship rocking smoothly and the sweet sound of the waves lapping, and he left. Then he remembered and came back into the cabin.
I'll take the dispatches, he said in his tiny voice. He'll want to see the dispatches.
When the longboat pulled away from Thundercloud, Struan was on the knoll where the great house would be. As soon as he saw his eldest son amidships, his heart turned over.
"Callum!"
he roared exultantly from the top of the knoll. He ripped off his coat and waved it frantically like a man marooned 6 years who sees his first ship. "Callum!" He tore headlong through the coarse briar toward the shore, careless of the thorns and forgetting the path that led from the shore over the crest to the fishing village and pirate nests on the south side of the island. He forgot everything except that here was his darling son on the first day. Faster! And now he was racing along the shore, ecstatic. Callum saw him first.
Over there. Put in over there.
He pointed at the nearest landing. Boatswain Mackay swung the tiller over.
"Pull, my hearties,"
he said, urging them shoreward. They all knew now, and word was flying through the fleet, and in its wake, anxiety. Between Sutherland and Glasgow lived many a kin, and in London town most of the rest. Callum got up and slipped over the side into the shallows.
"Leave us."
He began to splash ashore. Struan ran into the surf that swept the beach, heading straight for his son, and he saw the tears and shouted, "Callum, laddie!" And Callum stopped for a moment, helpless, drowned in the abundance of his father's joy. Then he began running in the surf too, and finally he was safe in his father's arms. And all the horror of the months burst like an abscess, and he was weeping, holding on, and then Struan was gentling his son and carrying him ashore in his arms and murmuring, "Callum, laddie, and dinna fuss yourself, and, oh, my bairn," and Callum was sobbing.
"We're dead. We're all dead. Mama, Ian, Leechy, Granny, Aunts, Cousin Claire, we're all dead, Father. There's only me and Winfred. And she's dead by now." He repeated the names again and again, and they were knives in Struan's guts.
In time, Callum slept, spent, safe at last in the strength and warmth. His sleep was dreamless for the first time since the plague had come. He slept that day and the night and part of the next day, and Struan cradled him, rocking him gently. Struan did not notice the passing of the time. Sometimes he would talk with his wife and children, Ronalda and Ian and Leechy and Winifred, as they sat on the shore beside him. Sometimes, when they would go away, he would call to them, softly, lest he wake Callum, and later they would come back. Sometimes he would sing the gentle lullabies that Ronalda used to croon to their children, or the Gaelic of his mother, or Catherine, his second mother. Sometimes the mist covered his soul, and he saw nothing. When Callum awoke, he felt at peace.
"Hello, Father."
"You all right, laddie?"
"I'm all right now."
He stood up. It was cold on the beach in the shadow of the rock, but in the sun it was warmer. The fleet was quietly at anchor, and tenders scurried back and forth. There were fewer ships than before.
"Is that where the great house'll be?"
Cullum asked, pointing to the knoll. "Aye, that's where we could live in the autumn till the spring. The climate's bonny then."
"What's the valley called?"
"It hasna a name." Struan moved into the sun and tried to dominate the brooding ache in his shoulders and back.
"It should have a name."
"Little Karen, your cousin Karen, Rob's youngest, wants to call it Happy Valley. We'd have been happy here." Struan's voice grew leaden. "Did they suffer much?"
"Yes."
"Will you tell me about it?"
"Not now."
"Little Winifred, she died before you left?"
"No, but she was very weak. The doctors said that being so weak, the doctors just shrugged and went away."
"And Grandpa?"
"The plague never touched him. He came like the wind to us, and then he took Winifred. I went to Aunt Euthenia's to help, but I didn't help."
Struan was facing the harbour without seeing it. "You told Uncle Rob?"
"Yes. Yes, I think I did."
"Poor Rob." "I'd better get aboard." Struan reached down and picked up the dispatches, half buried in the sand. They were unopened. He wiped the sand off.
"I'm sorry," Cullum said. "I forgot to give them to you."
"Nay, lad. You gave them to me." Struan saw a longboat making for shore. Isaac Perry was in the stern. "Afternoon, Mr. Struan," Perry said cautiously. "Sorry about your loss. How's Rob?" Perry did not answer. He stepped ashore and barked at the crew. "Hurry it up!" And Struan wondered through the numbness of his torn mind why Perry was afraid of him. No reason to be afraid. None. The men carried ashore a table and benches and food, tea and brandy and clothes. "Hurry it up," Perry repeated irritably. "And stand off! Get to hell out of here and stand off!" The oarsman shoved the longboat off quickly and pulled out above the surf and waited, glad to be away. Struan helped Cullum into dry clothes and then put on a clean ruffled shirt and warm reefer jacket. Perry helped him off with his soaking boots. "Thanks," Struan said.
"Does it hurt?"
Cullum asked, seeing the foot. "No." "About Mr. Rob, sir," Perry said. "After Cullum left, he went for the liquor. I told him no, but he wouldn't listen." He continued, haltingly. "You'd given orders, so the cabin got a bit bent, but I got it away from him. When he came to, he was all right. I took him aboard China Cloud and put him into his wife's hands." "You did right, Isaac." "Thank you." Struan helped Cullum to a dish of food, beef stew, dumplings, cold chicken, potatoes, hardtack biscuits, and took a pewter mug of hot sweet tea for himself. "His Excellency sends his condolences. He'd like you to step aboard at your convenience." Struan rubbed his face and felt the stubble of his beard, and he wondered why he always felt dirty when his face was unshaven and his teeth not brushed. "Your razor's there," Perry said, indicating a side table. He had anticipated Struan's need to spruce up. The Tai-Pan had a fanatical obsession with his personal cleanliness. "There's hot water." "Thank you." Struan soaked a towel in the water and wiped his face and head. Next, he lathered his face and shaved deftly without a mirror. Then he dipped a small brush into his mug of tea and began to clean his teeth vigorously. "Must be another heathen superstition," Perry thought contemptuously. "Teeth grow old and rot and fall out, and that's all there is to it." Struan rinsed his mouth with tea and threw the dregs away. He washed the mug with fresh tea and refilled it and drank deeply. There was a small bottle of cologne with his shaving gear, and he poured a few drops on his hands and rubbed them into his face. He sat down, refreshed. Cullum was only toying with the food. "You should eat, lad." "I'm not hungry, thank you." "Eat anyway." The wind ruffled Struan's red-gold hair, which he wore long and uncurled, and he brushed it back. "Is my tent set up, Isaac?" "Of course, you gave orders. It's on the knoll above the flagstaff." "Tell Chen Sheng in my name to go to Macau and buy honey and fresh eggs, and to get Chinese herbs to cure distempers and the after-effect of Bengal plague." "I'm all right, Father, thank you," Cullum protested weakly. "I don't need any heathen witches' brews." "They're no witches as we know witches, lad," Struan said, "and they're Chinese, not heathen. Their herbs have saved me many a time. The Orient's not like Europe." "No need to worry about me, Father." "There is. The Orient's near place for the week. Isaac, order China Cloud to Macau with Chen Sheng, and if she's not back in record time, Captain Erloff and all the officers are beached. Call the longboat in." "Perhaps Cullum should go with the ship to Macau, Mr. Struan." "He's to stay in my sight till I think he's well." "He'd be well looked after in Macau. Aboard there's not—" "God's blood, Isaac, will you not do as you're told? Get the longboat in." Perry stiffened momentarily and shouted the longboat ashore. Struan, with Cullum beside him, sat amidships, Perry behind them. "Flagship!" Struan ordered, automatically checking the lie of his ships and the smell of the wind and studying the clouds, trying to read their weather message. The sea was calm, but he could smell trouble. On the way to the flagship, Struan read the dispatches. Profits on last year's teas, good. Perry had made a lucrative voyage, good. A copy of Scarlet Cloud's bill of lading that Perry had brought from Calcutta, bad. £210,000 sterling of opium lost. Thank God the ship was insured, though that wouldn't replace the men and the time lost while another ship was a-building. The cargo of opium was contraband and could not be insured. A year's profit gone. What had happened to her? Storm or piracy? Storm, more likely. Unless she'd run into one of the Spanish or French or American, or English privateers that infested the seas. Finally, he broke the seal on his banker's letter. He read it and exploded with rage. "What is it?" Cullum asked, frightened. "Just an old pain. Nothing, it's nothing." Struan pretended to read the next dispatch, while raging inwardly over the contents of the letter. "Good sweet Christ! We regret to inform you that, inadvertently and momentarily, credit was overextended, and there was a run on the bank started by malicious rivals. Therefore, we can no longer keep our doors open. The board of directors has advised we can pay 6p on the pound. I have the honour to be, sir, your most obedient servant. And we hold close to £1 million sterling of their paper, 25,000 sterling for £1 million, and our debt's close to £1 million. We're bankrupt. Great God, I warned Rob not to put all the money in one bank. Nay, with all the speculating that was going on in England, nay, when a bank could issue paper in any amount that it liked." "But the bank's safe," Rob had said, "and we need the money in one block for collateral." And Rob had gone on to explain the details of a complicated financial structure that involved Spanish and French and German bonds and national debt bonds, and in the end gave Struan and Company an internationally safe banking position and a huge buying power for expanding the fleet that Struan wanted, and bought for the noble house special privileges in the lucrative German, French, and Spanish markets. "All right, Rob," he had said, not understanding the intricacies but trusting that what Rob said was wise.
Now we're broke, bankrupt. Sweet Christ.
He was still too stunned to think about a solution. He could only dwell on the awesomeness of the new age, the complexity of it, the unbelievable speed of it. A new Queen, Victoria, the first popular monarch in centuries, and her husband, Albert. He didn't ken about him yet. He was a bloody foreigner from Saxe-Coburg, but Parliament was strong now and in control, and that was a new development. Peace for 26 years and no major war imminent, unheard of for hundreds of years. Devil Bonaparte safely dead, and violent France safely bottled, and Britain world dominant for the first time. Slavery out 8 years ago, canals, a new method of transport, toll roads with unheard-of smooth and permanent surfaces, and factories and industry and looms and mass production and iron and coal and joint stock companies, and so many other new things within the past 10 years. The penny post, first cheap post on earth, and the first police force in the world, and magnetism, whatever the hell that was, and a steam hammer, and a first Factory Act, and Parliament at long last taken out of the hands of the few aristocratic rich landowners, so that now, incredibly, every man in England who owned a house worth £20 a year could vote, could actually vote, and any man could become Prime Minister. And the unbelievable Industrial Revolution, and Britain fantastically wealthy, and its riches beginning to spread, new ideas of government and humanity ripping through barriers of centuries, all British, all new. And now, the locomotive. Now there's an invention that'll rock the world, he muttered.
What did you say, Father?
Cullum asked. Struan came back into himself. I was just thinking about our first ride on a train, he improvised.
You been on a train, sir? Mackay asked. What's it like? When was that?
Cullum said,
We went on the maiden trip of Stephenson's engine, the Rocket. I was 12.
No, lad, Struan said, you were 11. It was in 1830, 11 years ago. It was the maiden run of the Rocket on the first passenger train on Earth, from Manchester to Liverpool. A day's run by stagecoach, but we made the journey in an hour and a half. And once again Struan began to ponder the fate of the noble house. Then he remembered his instructions to Rob to borrow all the money they could to corner the opium market. Let's see. We could make 50, £100,000 out of that. Aye, but a drop in the bucket for what we need. The 3 million we're owed for the stolen opium. Aye, but we canna get that until the treaty's ratified, 6 to 9 months, and we've to honour our drafts in 1. How to get cash. Our position's good, our standing good, except there are jackals salivating at our heels. Brock for one, Cooper Tillman for another. Did Brock start the run on the bank? Or was it his whelp Morgan? The Brocks have power enough and money enough. It's cash we need, or a huge line of credit, supported by cash, nae paper. We're bankrupt. At least we're bankrupt if our creditors fall on us. He felt his son's hand on his arm. What did you say, lad? The Rocket, what were you saying? Cullum was greatly unsettled by Struan's pallor and the piercing, luminous green of his eyes.
The flagship. We're here.
Cullum followed his father on deck. He had never been aboard a warship, let alone a capital ship. HMS Titan was one of the most powerful vessels afloat. She was huge, triple-masted, with 74 cannons mounted on 3 gun decks. But Cullum was unimpressed. He did not care for ships and loathed the sea. He was afraid of the violence and danger and enormousness of it, and he could not swim. He wondered how his father could love the sea. There's so much I don't know about my father, he thought. And that's not strange. I've only seen him a few times in my life, and the last time 6 years ago. Father hasn't changed, but I have. Now I know what I'm going to do with my life. And now that I'm alone, I like being alone and hate it. He followed his father down the gangway onto the main gun deck. It was low-ceilinged, and they had to stoop as they walked aft, heading for the sentry-guarded cabin, and the whole ship smelled of gunpowder and tar and hemp and sweat.
"Dis up!"
the Marine said to Struan, his musket pointing at him formally.
"Master-at-arms!"
The master-at-arms, scarlet-uniformed, his white pipe-clay trimming resplendent, stamped out of the guard cabin. He was as hard as a cannonball and his head as round.
"Day, Mr. Struan, just a moment, sir."
He knocked deferentially on the oak cabin door. A voice said, "Come in," and he closed the door behind him. Struan took out a cheroot and offered it to Cullum.
"Are you smoking now, lad?"
"Yes, thank you, father." Struan lit Cullum's cheroot and one for himself. He leaned against one of the 12-foot-long cannons. The cannonballs were piled neatly, ever ready, 60-pound shot. The cabin door opened. Longstaff, a slight, dapper man, came out. His hair was dark and fashionably curled, his mutton-chop whiskers thick. He had a high forehead and dark eyes. The sentry presented arms, and the master-at-arms returned to the guard cabin. "Hello, Dirk, my dear fellow, how are you? I was so sad to hear." Longstaff shook Struan's hand nervously, then smiled at Cullum and offered his hand again. "You must be Cullum. I'm William Longstaff. Sorry that you came under these terrible circumstances." "Thank you, Your Excellency," Cullum said, astonished that the Captain Superintendent of Trade should be so young. "Do you mind waiting a moment, Dirk? Admiral's conference and the captains. I'll be through in a few minutes," Longstaff said with a yawn. "I have a lot to talk to you about, if you're up to it."
"Yes."
Longstaff glanced anxiously at the gold-jewelled fob watch which dangled from his brocade waistcoat. "Almost 11 o'clock. Never seems to be enough time. Would you like to go down to the wardroom?"
"No, we'll wait here."
"As you wish." Longstaff briskly re-entered the cabin and shut the door. "He's very young to be the plenipotentiary, isn't he?" Cullum asked.
"Yes and no, he's 36. Empires are built by young men, Cullum. They're lost by old men."
"He doesn't look English at all. Is he Welsh?"
"His mother's Spanish, which accounted for his cruel streak," Struan thought to himself. "She was a countess. Her father was a diplomat to the court of Spain. It was one of those well-bred marriages. His family's connected with the Earls of Torth."
"If you're not born an aristocrat," Cullum thought, "however clever you are, you haven't a hope. Not a hope. Not without revolution. Things are very bad in England," he told his father.
"How so, lad?"
Struan said.
The rich are too rich and the poor too poor. People pouring into the cities looking for work. More people than jobs, so the employers pay less and less. People starving. The Chartist leaders are still in prison.
A good thing, too. Those rabble-rousing scum should have been hung or transported, not just put in prison.
You don't approve of the Charter?
Cullum was suddenly on his guard. The People's Charter had been written less than 3 years ago and now had become the rallying symbol of liberty to all the discontented of Britain. The Charter demanded a vote for every man, the abolition of the property qualification for members of Parliament, equal electoral districts, vote by secret ballot, annual parliaments and salaries for members of Parliament. I approve of it as a document of fair demands, but nae of the Chartists or their leaders. The Charters, like a lot of basic good ideas, they fall into the hands of the wrong leaders.
It's not wrong to agitate for reform. Parliament's got to make changes.
Agitate, yes. Talk, argue, write petitions, but don't incite violence and dinna lead revolutions. The government was right to put down the troubles in Wales and the Midlands. Insurrections no answer, by God. There's tales that the Chartists have nae learned their lesson yet, and that they're buying arms and having secret meetings. They should be stamped out, by God.
You won't stamp out the Charter. Too many want it and are prepared to die for it.
Then there'll be a lot of deaths, lad, if the Chartists dinna possess themselves with patience.
You don't know what the British Isles are like now, Father. You've been out here so long. Patience comes hard with an empty belly.
That's the same in China, same all the world over. But revolt and insurrection's near the British way.
It soon will be, Cullum thought grimly, if there aren't changes.
He was sorry now that he had left Glasgow for the Orient. Glasgow was the centre of the Scottish Chartists, and he was leader of the undergraduates who had, in secret, committed themselves to work and sweat and die, if necessary, for the Chartist cause. The cabin door opened again, and the sentry stiffened. The Admiral, a heavy-set man, strode out, his face taut and angry, and headed for the gangway, followed by his captains. Most of the captains were young, but a few were grey-haired. All were dressed in sea uniform and wore cocked hats, and their swords clattered. Captain Glessing was last. He stopped in front of Struan.
"Can I offer my condolences, Mr. Struan? Very bad luck."
"Aye." Is it just bad luck, Struan wondered, to lose a bonny wife and 3 bonny children? Or does God or the devil have a hand in Joss? Or are they, God, devil, luck, Joss, just different names for the same thing?
"You were quite right to kill that damn Marine,"
Glessing said. "I didn't touch him."
"Oh, I presumed you did. Couldn't see what happened from where I was. It's unimportant. Did you bury him ashore?"
"No point in defiling the island with that sort of disease. Does the name Ramsay mean anything to you, Mr. Struan?" Glessing asked, bluntly terminating the amenities.
"Ramsay's a common enough name."
Struan was on guard.
"True, but Scots stick together. Isn't that a key to the success of Scot-dominated enterprises?"
"It's hard to find trustworthy people, aye," Struan said. "Does the name Ramsay mean anything to you?"
"It's the name of a deserter from my ship," Glessing said pointedly. "He's a cousin to your bosun, Bosun Mackay, I believe."
"So? Nothing? Just passing along information? As you know, of course, any merchantman, armed or otherwise, which harbours deserters can be taken as prize by the Royal Navy." Glessing smiled.
"Stupid to desert. Where can he go except onto another ship?"
"Nowhere." Struan felt trapped. He was sure that Ramsay was aboard one of his ships, and certain that Brock was involved, and perhaps Glessing too.
"We're searching the fleet today. You've no objections, of course?"
"Of course. We're very careful who man our ships."
"Very wise. The Admiral thought the noble house should have pride of place, so your ships will be searched immediately."
In that case, Struan thought, there's nothing I can do. So he dismissed the problem from his mind.
"Captain, I'd like you to meet my eldest, my son, Cullum.
Cullum, this is our famous Captain Glessing, who won us the Battle of Chuen Pi."
"Good day to you."
Glessing shook hands politely. Cullum's hand felt soft, and it was long-fingered and slightly feminine. Bit of a dandy, Glessing thought. Waisted frock coat, pale blue cravat and high collar. Must be an undergraduate. Curious to be shaking hands with someone who's had Bengal plague and lived. Wonder if I'd survive.
"That wasn't a battle.
2 small frigates against 20 junks of war and 30 or more fire ships. That's nae a battle." "An engagement, Mr. Struan. It could have been a battle, if it hadn't been for that god-rotting coward Longstaff and you god-rotting pirate," he itched to say.
We merchants think of it, Cullum, as a battle, Struan said, ironically. We didn't understand the difference between an engagement and a battle. We're just peaceful traders. But the first time the arms of England went against the arms of China deserves the title battle. It was just over a year ago. We fired first. And what would you have done, Mr. Struan? It was the correct tactical decision. Of course. The Captain Superintendent of Trade concurred completely with my actions. Of course. There was little else he could do.
Fighting old battles, Captain Glessing? Longstaff asked. He was standing at the door of the cabin and had been listening, unnoticed.
No, Your Excellency, just rehashing an old engagement. Mr. Struan and I have never seen eye to eye on Chuen Pi, as you know.
And why should you? If Mr. Struan had been in your command, his decision might have been the same as yours. If you had been in Mr. Struan's place, then you might have been sure that they would not have attacked, and you would have gambled.
Longstaff yawned and toyed with his watch fob. What would you have done, Cullum? I don't know, sir. I don't know the complications that existed.
Well said. Complications is a good word. Longstaff chuckled. Would you care to join us, Captain? A glass of sack?
Thank you, sir, but I'd better get back to my ship.
Glessing saluted smartly and walked away. Longstaff motioned the Struans into the conference room, which presently served as the private quarters of the Captain Superintendent of Trade. It was Spartan and functional, and the deep leather chairs and chart tables, chests of drawers and heavy oak table were all fastened tightly to the deck. The richly carved oak desk was backed by the semicircle of mullioned windows of the stern. The cabin smelled of tar and stale tobacco and sea and, inevitably, gunpowder.
"Steward!"
Longstaff called out. At once the cabin door opened.
"Yes, sir."
Longstaff turned to Struan. "Sack, brandy, port?"
"Dry sack, thank you."
"The same, please, sir."
"I'll have port."
Longstaff yawned again.
"Yes, sir."
The steward took the bottles from a sideboard and poured the wines into fine crystal glasses. "Is this your first trip aboard, Cullum?" Longstaff asked. "Yes, sir." "But I suppose you're well up to date on our recent complications?" "No, Your Excellency. Father didn't write very much, and China isn't mentioned in the newspapers."
"But it soon will be, eh, Dirk?"
The steward offered the glasses to Longstaff and then to his guests. "See that we're not disturbed."
"Yes, sir."
The steward left the bottles within easy reach and went out. "A toast," Longstaff said, and Struan remembered Rob's toast and regretted that he had come first to the flagship. "To a pleasant stay, Cullum, and to a safe journey home." They drank. The dry sack was excellent. "History's being made out here, Cullum, and there's no one better equipped to tell you about it than your father."
"There's an old Chinese saying, Cullum, truth wears many faces," Struan said. "I don't understand."
"Just that my version of facts is not necessarily the only one." This reminded him of the previous Viceroy, Ling, now in disgrace in Canton because his policies had precipitated the open conflict with Britain, and presently under a death sentence.
"Is that Devil Ling still in Canton?"
"I think so. His Excellency Thyssen smiled when I asked him 3 days ago and said cryptically, 'The vermilion is the son of heaven. How can man know what heaven wills?' The Chinese emperor is called the Son of Heaven," Longstaff elaborated for Cullum's sake. "The vermilion is another of his names because he always writes in vermilion-coloured ink."
"Strange, strange people, the Chinese, Cullum," Struan said. "For instance, only the emperor among 300 millions is allowed to use vermilion ink. Imagine that. If Queen Victoria said, 'From now on only I am allowed to use vermilion,' As much as we love her, 40,000 Britons would instantly forswear all ink but vermilion. I would myself. And every China trader, Longstaff said with an unconscious sneer, would instantly send her a barrel of the colour, cash on delivery, and tell Her Britannic Majesty they'd be glad to supply the crown at a price, and they'd write the letter in vermilion. Rightly so, I suppose. Where would we be without trade? There was a small silence, and Cullum wondered why his father had let the insult pass. Or was it an insult? Wasn't it just another fact of life, that aristos always sneered at anyone who was not an aristo? Well, the Charter would solve aristos once and for all. "You wanted to see me, Will." Struan felt deathly tired. His foot ached, and so did his shoulders. "Yes. A few minor things have happened in the last 2 days. Cullum, would you excuse us for a moment? I want to talk to your father alone." "Certainly, sir." Cullum got up. "No need for that, Will," Struan said. But for Longstaff's sneer, he would have let Cullum go. "Cullum's a partner in Struan's now. One day he'll rule it as Tai-Pan. You can trust him as you'd trust me." Cullum wanted to say, "I'll never be a part of this, never. I've other plans." But he could say nothing. "I must congratulate you, Cullum," Longstaff said. "To be a partner in the noble house, well, that's a prize beyond price." "Nor when you're bankrupt," Struan almost added. "Sit down, Cullum." Longstaff paced the room and began. "A meeting with the Chinese plenipotentiary is arranged for tomorrow to discuss the treaty details." "Did he suggest the time and place, or did you?" "He did." "Perhaps you'd better change it. Pick another place and another time." "Why?" "Because if you agree to his suggestion, he and all the mandarins will interpret it as weakness." "All right, if you think so. The day after tomorrow, what? At Canton?" "Yes. Take Horatio and Mouse. I'll come with you if you like, and we must be 4 hours late." "But, damn, Dirk, why go to such ridiculous extremes? 4 hours? 'Pon me word." "It's not ridiculous. By acting like a superior to an inferior, you put them at a disadvantage." Struan glanced at Cullum. "You have to play the Oriental game by Oriental rules. Little things become very important. His Excellency has a very difficult position here. One little mistake now, and the result will last 50 years. He has to make haste with extreme caution." "Yes, and no damned help." Longstaff drained his glass and poured another. "Why the devil they can't act like civilized people, I'll never know. Never! Apart from your father, there's no one who helps me. The cabinet at home doesn't know the problems I'm facing and doesn't care. I'm completely on my own here. They give me impossible instructions and expect me to deal with an impossible people. 'Pon me word, we have to be 4 hours late to prove we're superior, when of course everyone knows we're superior." He took some snuff irritably and sneezed. "When are you holding a land sale, Will?" "Well, I thought when the Cabinet approves the treaty. There's plenty of time, say in September." "Do you now remember your idea? I thought you wanted to start building in Hong Kong immediately." Longstaff tried to recollect. He seemed to remember talking about it to Struan. What was it? "Well, of course, the ceding of Hong Kong isn't official until both governments approve the treaty. I mean, that's usual, isn't it, what?" "Yes, but there are unusual circumstances." Struan toyed with his glass. "Hong Kong's ours. The sooner we start building, the better. Is that not what you said?" "Well, of course it's ours." "What was that plan?" Longstaff stifled another yawn. "You said that all land was to belong to the Queen. that until you were officially the first governor of Hong Kong, all government was to be in your hands as plenipotentiary. If you issue a special proclamation, then everything is as you planned. If I were you, I'd hold a land sale next month. Dinna forget, Will, that you'll need revenue for the colony. The cabinet is sensitive about colonies that dinna pay for themselves.
Correct. Yes, absolutely right. Of course, we should begin as soon as possible. We'll hold the first land sale next month. Let me see. Should it be freehold or lease, or what?
999-year leases, the usual Crown agreements.
Excellent.
Longstaff made a helpless gesture. As if we haven't enough to worry about, Cullum. Now we have to act like damned tradesmen. How the devil do you go about building a colony, what? Got to have sewers and streets and buildings and God knows what else. A court and a prison, by Jove! He paused in front of Cullum. Have you any legal training?
No, Your Excellency, Cullum said. Just half a university degree in the arts.
No matter. I'll have to have a colonial secretary, an adjutant-general, treasurer, and God knows what else. There'll have to be a police force of some kind. Would you like to be in charge of the police?
No, thank you, sir.
Cullum tried not to show the shock he felt. Well, I'm sure there's some place we can use you. Everyone'll have to pitch in. I can't take care of everything. Think about what you'd like to do and let me know. We'll need people we can trust.
Why not put him on your staff as a deputy? Struan said. We'll lend him to you for 6 months.
Excellent, Longstaff smiled at Cullum. Good. You're Deputy Colonial Secretary. Let's see, make arrangements for the land sale. That's your first job.
But I don't know anything about land sales, sir. I don't know anything about...
You know as much as anyone, and your father can guide you. You'll be a Deputy Colonial Secretary. Excellent. Now I can forget that problem. You find out what should be done and how, and let me know what's necessary to make it official. Have an auction. That's the fair way, I imagine.
Longstaff refilled his glass.
Oh, by the way, Dirk, I ordered the evacuation of Chushan Island.
Struan felt his stomach turn over. Why did you do that, Will?
I received a special letter from His Excellency Tai-Pan 2 days ago asking that this be done as an act of good faith.
You could have waited.
He wanted an immediate answer, and there was, well, no way to reach you.
Immediate Chinese style means anything up to a century. Oh, Willie, you poor fool, he thought. How many times do I have to explain?
Longstaff felt Struan's eyes grinding into him.
He was sending off a copy of the treaty to the Emperor and wanted to include the fact that we'd ordered the evacuation. We were going to hand it back anyway, what? That was the plan. Damn, what difference does it make, now or later?
Timing is very important to the Chinese. Has the order gone yet?
Yes, it went yesterday. Tai-Pan was kind enough to offer us the use of the Imperial Horse Relay. I sent the order by that.
Damn your eyes, Struan thought. You impossible fool! Very bad to use their service for our orders. We've lost face and they've gained a point. No use in sending a ship now. His voice was cold and hard. By the time it got to Chushan, the evacuation had been completed. Well, it's done, and that's that. But it was unwise. The Chinese will only interpret it as weakness.
I thought the act of good faith a splendid idea. Splendid!
Longstaff went on, trying to overcome his nervousness.
After all, we've everything we want. Their indemnity is light, only $6 million, and that more than covers the cost of the opium they destroyed. Canton is open to trade again, and we have Hong Kong at long last. His eyes were sparkling now. Everything according to plan. Chushan Island's unimportant. You said to take it only as an expedient, but Hong Kong's ours, and Tai-Pan said he'd appoint a mandarin for Hong Kong within the month, and
He'll what?
Struan was aghast. He'll appoint a mandarin for Hong Kong.
What's the matter?"
"Hang on to your temper," Struan warned himself with a mighty effort. "You've been patient all this time. This weak-brained incompetence the most necessary tool you have. Will, if you allow him to do that, you're giving him power over Hong Kong."
"Not at all, my dear fellow, what? Hong Kong's British. The heathen'll be under our flag and under our government. Someone's got to be in charge of the devils, what? There's got to be someone to pay the custom dues to. We're better than Hong Kong. They'll have their own customs house and buildings and—"
"They'll what?"
The word slammed off the oak bulkheads.
"God's blood, you haven't agreed to this, I hope."
"Well, I don't see anything wrong in it, Dirk, eh? 'Pon me word, it doesn't change anything, does it? It saves us a lot of trouble. We don't have to be in Canton. We can do everything from here." To stop himself from crushing Longstaff like a bedbug, Struan walked over to the bureau and poured himself a brandy.
"Hold on. Dinna wreck him now. The timing's wrong. You've got to use him. Have you agreed with Tisen that he can appoint a Mandarin for Hong Kong?"
"Well, my dear fellow, I didn't exactly agree. It's not part of the treaty. I just said I agreed it seemed a good idea."
"Did you do this in writing?"
"Yes, yesterday." Longstaff was bewildered by Struan's intensity. "But isn't that what we've been trying to do for so long? To deal direct with the Mandarins and not through the Chinese Hong merchants?"
"Aye, but not on our island, by God."
Struan kept his voice level,
but he was thinking, "You God-rotting apology for a leader, you stupid aristocratic indecisive wrong decision dung-heap. If we allow that, we sink Hong Kong. We lose everything."
Longstaff tugged at the lobe of his ear, wilting under Struan's eyes. "Why, father?" Cullum asked. To Longstaff's relief, the eyes turned to Cullum, and he thought, "Yes, why? Why do we lose everything, eh? I thought it a simply marvellous arrangement."
"Because they're Chinese."
"I don't understand."
"I know, laddie."
To put away the grief of the loss of his family that suddenly welled up inside him, and to take his mind off his frantic worry over the loss of their wealth, he decided to explain, as much for Longstaff as for Cullum.
"First thing to understand. For 50 centuries the Chinese have called China the Middle Kingdom, the land that the gods have placed between heaven above and the earth beneath. By definition, a Chinese is a uniquely superior being. They all believe that anyone, is a barbarian and of no account, and that they alone have the God-given right as the only really civilized nation to rule the earth. As far as they're concerned, Queen Victoria is a barbarian vassal who should pay tribute. China has nae fleet, nae army, and we can do what we like with her, but they believe they are the most civilized, the most powerful, the richest, in this I think they're potentially right, nation on earth. Do you know about the 8 regulations?"
Cullum shook his head.
"Well, these were the terms under which the Emperor of China agreed to trade with barbarians 150 years ago. The regulations confined all barbarian trade to the single port of Canton. All tea and silk had to be paid for in silver, nae credit whatsoever allowed, and smuggling was forbidden. Barbarians were allowed to build warehouses and factories on a plot of land 1/2 mile by 200 yards at Canton. Barbarians were totally confined to this walled-in area, the Canton settlement, and could stay only for the winter shipping season, September until March, when they must leave and go to Macau. Nae barbarian families were allowed in the settlement under any circumstances, and all women forbidden. Nae arms whatsoever in the settlement. Learning Chinese, boating for pleasure, sedan chairs, and mixing with Chinese were forbidden. Barbarian warships were forbidden, the Pearl River estuary. All barbarian merchant ships were to anchor at Whampoa, 13 miles downstream, where cargoes were to be transshipped and export customs tax paid in silver. All barbarian business was to be conducted solely through a monopoly, a guild of 10 Chinese merchants, which we call the Kohong. The Kohong were also the sole suppliers of food, the sole licensor of a set number of servants and boatmen and compradors. And finally, the one regulation that nailed us to the cross, and the one the treaty cancels, specified that the Kohong were the only recipients of all barbarian petitions, requests, and complaints, which would then and solely by them be forwarded to the mandarins. The whole point of the regulations was to keep us at arm's length, to harass us, yet to squeeze every penny out of us. Remember another thing about the Chinese: they love money. But the squeeze benefited only the ruling Manchu class, not all Chinese. The Manchus think our ideas, Christianity, parliament, voting, and above all equality before the law and a jury system, are revolutionary and dangerous and evil. But they want our bullion. Under the regulations we were defenseless. Our trade was controlled and could be squeezed at will. Even so, we made money. He smiled. We made a lot of money, and so did they. Most of the regulations fell apart because of the greed of the officials. The important ones, nae warships, nae official contact other than through the Kohong merchants, nae wives in Canton, nae staying beyond March or before September, remained in effect. And, typically Chinese, the poor Kohong merchants were made responsible for us. Any complication and the wrath of the emperor fell on them, which is again so completely Chinese. The Kohong were squeezed and are being squeezed until they go bankrupt, most of them. We own 600,000 guineas of their worthless paper. Brock has about as much. In Chinese fashion, the Kohong have to buy their positions from the emperor, and they're expected to continually send huge presents to their superiors. 50,000 taels of silver is the customary gift on the emperor's birthday from each of them. Above the Kohong is the emperor's personal squeeze chief. We call him the Hoppo. He's responsible for squeezing the mandarins at Canton, the Kohong, and anyone he can. The Hoppo always buys his position. He's the biggest trader of opium, by the way, and makes a fortune out of it. So, if you allow one mandarin on Hong Kong, you allow the whole system. The mandarin will be a Hoppo. Every Chinese will be subject to him. Every Chinese trader who comes to trade will be sold licenses and squeezed, and in turn they'll squeeze us. The Hoppo will destroy those who will help us and help those who hate us. And they'll never give up until they drive us out. Why? Because they're Chinese. Struan stretched to ease his shoulders, feeling the tiredness creeping over him, then walked over to the sideboard and poured another brandy. I wish I could be Chinese for an hour or so, he thought wearily. Then I'd be able to finesse 1,000,000 taels from somewhere with nae trouble. If that's the answer, he told himself, then try to think like a Chinese. You're the Tai-Pan of the barbarians, the Mandarin with unlimited power. What's the point of power if you dinna use it to twist Joss to help yourself? How can you use your power? Who has 1,000,000 taels? Whom can you pressure to get it? Who owes you favours? What should we do, Dirk? I quite agree, Longstaff said. You'd better send T-Sen an immediate dispatch. Tell him... No, order him.
Struan stopped abruptly as his brain cleared. His fatigue vanished.
"You're a stupid, blathering, half-witted gilly. Tisen! Tisen's your key. One Mandarin. That's all you have to arrange. 2 simple steps. First, cancel Longstaff's agreement, as it must be cancelled anyway. Second, in a week or 2, make a secret offer to Tisen that in return for $1 million in bullion, you'll make Longstaff reverse his stand and allow 1 Mandarin into Hong Kong. Tisen will leap at the offer because he immediately gets back everything the war has forced him to concede. He'll squeeze the Kohong for the $1 million, and they'll be delighted to pay because they'll immediately add it onto the cost of the tea they're dying to sell us and we're dying to buy. Poor little Willie's nae problem, and none of the other traders will object to 1 Mandarin. We will not call the man Mandarin. We'll invent a new name to throw the cleverest off the scent. Trade Commissioner. The traders will now object to the Chinese Trade Commissioner because he'll assist trade and simplify the paying of customs. Now, who to make the secret offer? Obviously old Jinqua. He's the richest and the most cunning of the Kohong and your major supplier, and you've known him 20 years. He's the one, without a doubt. 1 Mandarin will guarantee the future of the noble house, aye. But he will wreck Hong Kong and destroy the plan. Do you gamble that you make the deal knowing you'll have to outsmart them later? That's a terrible risk. You know 1 Mandarin means the whole system. You canna leave that devil legacy for Rob or for Cullum or for their children. But without the bullion there's nae noble house and nae future. You were saying, Dirk? Order Tisen in the Queen's name to forget a Mandarin on Hong Kong. My thought entirely. Longstaff happily sat down at the desk and picked up the quill. What should I say? And what should I do, poor Willie, about the second step? Struan asked himself. Does the end justify the means? Write this. To Tisen at Canton, a special proclamation. Only Her Britannic Majesty Queen Victoria has the authority to appoint officials in the British island of Hong Kong. There will be no Chinese officials here, and no customs houses whatsoever. He hesitated, then continued deliberately, sensing that the timing was right. And all Chinese residing in Her Majesty's colony of Hong Kong will henceforth be British subjects, and subject only to the laws of England. But that exceeds my authority. It's custom for plenipotentiaries to exceed their authority. That's why they're so carefully selected, Will. That's why we've an empire. Raffles, Hastings, Clive, Raleigh, Wellington. You have the plenipotentiary authority of Her Majesty's government to arrange a treaty with China. What do they know or care about China at home? But you're an innovator, a maker of history, Will. You're ready to accept one tiny, barren, almost uninhabited island when it's a world custom to grab whole continents, when you could take all China if you wanted. You're so much smarter. Longstaff wavered and sucked the top of the quill. Yes, but I've already agreed that Chinese on Hong Kong would be subject to Chinese law, all forms of torture excepted. A bead of sweat gathered on his chin. It was a clause in the treaty, and I issued a special proclamation. You've changed your mind, Will, just as Tisen changed his. There was no clause to appoint a Mandarin. But it was understood, not in your mind or mine. He's trying to dupe you, as he did over Chu Shan. Quite, Longstaff agreed, happy to be convinced. You're right, Dirk, absolutely. If we allow any control, you're right. They'll go back to their old devilment, what? Yes, and it's time the Chinese saw what justice really is, law and order. Yes, you're right. End the letter like the Emperor would. Fear this and tremblingly obey. And sign it with your full title, Struan said, and opened the cabin door. Master-at-arms! Yes, sir. His Excellency wants his secretary, Mr. Sinclair, on the double. Yes, sir. Longstaff finished writing. He reread the letter. Isn't this a little blunt, Dirk? I mean, none of his titles, and finishing up like the Emperor's edict. That's the whole point. You'll want to publish it in the newspaper. But it's a private document. It's a historic document, Will. One you can be proud of. And one to make the Admiral pleased with you. By the way, why was he angry? Oh, the usual. Longstaff mimicked the Admiral. Goddamn, sir, we were sent out here to fight the heathen, and after 2 landings with no resistance to speak of, you've made a contemptible treaty which gets us far less than the demands the Foreign Secretary has ordered you to demand. Where are the open ports you were ordered to demand? You're sure, Dirk, asking less is the correct procedure? I know you've said so before, but, well, the merchants seem to think it was a bad idea. No open ports, I mean. Hong Kong's more important, Will. So long as you're sure. The Admiral's also very irritated with some desertions, and too with the delay in enforcing the order against smuggling. And, well, there's been a huge outcry by all the traders. Headed by Brock? Yes, ill-mannered scum. Struan's heart sank. You told the merchants that you were cancelling the order? Well, Dirk, I didn't exactly tell them, but I intimated that it would be cancelled. And you intimated to the Admiral that you were cancelling the order? Well, I suggested that it was not advisable to proceed. He was most irritated and said that he was making his view known to the Admiralty. Longstaff sighed and yawned. "'Pon me word, he has no conception of the problems. None. I'd be most grateful, Dirk, if you'd explain trade to him, what? I tried, but I couldn't get sense into his head." "And I canna get any into yours, Willie," Struan thought. If Rob's bought the opium, we're deeper in the mess. If he has not bought, we're still finished. Unless a trade. 1 cursed mandarin for 1 cursed million. I don't know what I'd do without your father's advice, Cullum. Longstaff took snuff from a jewelled snuff-box. Damn, he thought, I'm a diplomat, not a warmonger. Governor of Hong Kong is just the ticket. Once Governor of Hong Kong, then something worthwhile. Bengal, perhaps. Jamaica, now there's a good place. Canada? No, too damn cold. Bengal, or another of the Indian states. It's very complicated in Asia, Cullum. Have to deal with so many different views and interests. The crowns, the traders, the missionaries, the royal navies, the armies and the Chinese, all in conflict. And damn, the Chinese are splintered into conflicting groups, the merchants, the mandarins, and the Manchu overlords. He filled both nostrils with snuff, sniffed deeply, and sneezed. I suppose you know the rulers of China aren't Chinese. No, sir. Half the damned trouble, so we're told. They're Manchus from Manchuria. Wild barbarians from north of the Great Wall. They ruled China for 200 years, so we're told. They must think we're fools. We're told there's a huge wall, like Hadrian's Wall, a fortification all across the north of China to protect it from the wild tribes. It's supposed to be over 3,500 miles long, 40 feet high and 30 feet thick, and wide enough at the top for 8 horsemen to ride abreast. There are supposed to be watchtowers every 300 yards. It's made of brick and granite, and it was built 2,000 years ago. He snorted. Ridiculous! I believe it exists, Struan said. Come now, Dirk, Longstaff said. It was impossible to build such a fortification 2,000 years ago. The legend, Cullum, is that every third man in China was conscripted to work on the wall. It was built in 10 years. They say 1 million men died and are buried in the wall. Their spirits guard it too. Cullum grinned. If it's so huge, Father, the Manchus could never have breached it. It can't possibly exist. The legend is that the Manchus broke through the wall by deceit. The Chinese general in charge of the wall sold out his own people.
That's more than likely, Longstaff said disgustedly. No sense of honour, these Orientals, what? The general thought he could usurp the throne by using the enemy, but the Manchus used them, then destroyed him. In any event, that's the story. Cullum said, Quite a story, sir. Struan's eyes hardened. You'd better get used to many strange stories. And a new thought, Cullum. The Chinese have had civilization for 5,000 years. Books, printing presses, art, poets, government, silk, tea, gunpowder, and 1,000 other things, for thousands of years. We've been civilized for 500 years, if you can call it that. There was a knock on the door. Horatio hurried in. You wanted me, Your Excellency? Yes, I want you to translate this immediately into Chinese and send it off by special courier, and send a copy to Mr. Skinner for publication. Yes, sir. Horatio took the paper and turned to Struan. I was so sorry to hear the terrible news, Mr. Struan. Thank you. This is my son Cullum, Horatio Sinclair. They shook hands, liking each other instantly. Horatio read the letter. It will take me a little time to put it in the right court phrases, sir. His Excellency wants it sent exactly like that, Struan said. Exactly. Horatio's mouth dropped open. He nodded feebly. Yes, I'll, do it at once. But T-Sen will never accept it, Mr. Struan. Never, Your Excellency. He would lose too much face. Longstaff bristled. Face? I'll show that devious heathen some face, by God. Give the Admiral my compliments and ask him to send the letter by a capital ship of the line to Whampoa, with orders to proceed immediately to Canton if it's not accepted forthwith. Yes, sir. Won't accept it, indeed, Longstaff said after Horatio had gone. Damned insolence! They're all heathen barbarians, all of them. Chinese, Manchus, they've no justice, and their contempt for human life is unbelievable. They sell their daughters, sisters, brothers. Unbelievable. Cullum suddenly thought of his mother and brothers, and how they died. The watery vomit and stools, and the stench and cramps and agony and sunken eyes and spasms, and the convulsions and more stench, and then gasping death, and after death, the sudden muscle spasms, and his mother, dead an hour but suddenly twisting on the bed, dead eyes open, dead mouth open. The old fear began to sicken him, and he groped for something to think about, anything to make him forget his terror. About the land sale, sir. First the land should be surveyed. Who's to do this, sir? We'll get someone, don't worry. Perhaps Glessing, Struan said. He's had charting experience. Good idea. I'll talk to the Admiral. Excellent. You might consider naming the beach where the flag was raised Glessing's Point. Longstaff was astonished. I'll never understand you. Why go out of your way to perpetuate the name of a man who hates you? Because good enemies are valuable, Struan thought, and I've a use for Glessing. He'll die to protect Glessing's Point, and that means Hong Kong. It would please the Navy, Struan said. Just an idea. It's a good idea. I'm glad you suggested it. Well, I think we'll get back aboard our ship, Struan said. He was tired, and there was still much to do.
Isaac Perry was on the quarterdeck of Thunder Cloud, watching the Marines search under tarpaulins and in the longboats and sail locker. He hated Marines and naval officers once he had been pressed into the Navy.
"There's no deserters aboard,"
he said again. "Of course," the young officer said.
"Please order your men not to make such a mess. It'll take a whole watch to clean up after them."
"Your ship'll make a nice prize, Captain Perry. The ship and the cargo," the officer sneered. Perry glared at Mackay, who was by the gangplank under armed guard. "You're a dead man, Mackay," Perry thought, "if you've helped Ramsay aboard."
"Longboat on the aft gangway," the third mate called out. "Owner's coming aboard."
Perry hurried to meet Struan.
"They think we've a deserter aboard, sir."
"I know," Struan said as he came on deck.
"Why is my boatswain under guard?"
he asked the arrogant young officer, a dangerous rasp to his voice.
"Just a precaution. He's a relation of Ramsay and—" "A pox on precautions! He's innocent until proven guilty, by God!" Struan roared. "You're here to search, not to harass and arrest my men." "I knowed nothing, sir," Mackay burst out. "Ramsay's not aboard by my doing. He ain't! He ain't!" "God help you if he is," Struan said. "You're confined to the ship until I order otherwise. Get below." "Yes, sir," Mackay said, and fled. "God's blood, Isaac!" Struan raged on. "You're supposed to be captain of this ship. What law says the Navy can arrest a man without a warrant as a precaution?" "None, sir," Perry quailed and knew better than to argue. "Get the hell off my ship! You're beached!" Perry blanched. "But, sir, be off my ship by sundown." Struan moved toward the gangway that led to the bowels of the ship. "Come on, Cullum." Cullum caught up with Struan in the passageway to the main cabin. "That's not fair," he said. "It's not fair. Captain Perry's the best captain you have. You've said so." "He was, lad," Struan said, "but he didna watch the interest of his men, and he's afraid. What of I dinna ken, but frightened men are dangerous, and we've nae use for such." Mackay wasn't harmed. "The first law of a captain of mine is to protect his ship, the second, his men. Then they'll protect him. You can captain a ship alone, but you can't run her alone." "Perry did nothing wrong." "He allowed the Navy to put Mackay under guard against the law, by God," Struan said sharply. "A captain's got to know more than just how to sail a ship, by God!" Isaac should have stood up to that young puppy. He was afraid, and he failed one of his men when it was important. Next time he might fail his ship. I nae risk that. "But he's been with you for years. Doesn't that count?" "Yes. It says we were lucky for years. Now, I dinna trust him. So now he goes, and that's the end to it." Struan opened the door of the cabin. Rob was seated at the desk, staring out of the stern windows. Boxes and chests and children's clothes and playthings were strewn on the floor. Sarah, Rob's wife, was half-curled in one of the sea chairs, dozing. She was a small woman, heavy with child, and in sleep her face was lined and tired. When Rob noticed Struan and Cullum, he tried unsuccessfully to force a smile. "Hello, Dirk. Cullum." "Hello, Rob." Struan thought he's aged 10 years in 2 days. Sarah awoke with a start. "Hello, Dirk." She got up heavily and came over to the door. "Hello, Cullum." "How are you, Aunt Sarah?" "Tired, dear, very tired, and I hate being on a ship. Would you like some tea?" "No, thank you." Rob watched Struan anxiously. "What can I say?" "Nothing, Robbie. They're dead and we're alive, and that's the end to it." "Is it, Dirk?" Sarah's blue eyes were hard. She smoothed her auburn hair and straightened her long green bustled dress. "Is it?" "Aye. Would you excuse us, Sarah? I've got to talk to Rob."
Yes, of course.
She looked at her husband and despised the weakness of him.
We're leaving, Dirk. We're leaving the Orient for good. I've decided. I've given Struan and company 7 years of my life and 1 baby. Now it's time to go.
I think you're wise, Sarah. The Orient is no place for a family these days. In a year, when Hong Kong's built, well, then it'll be very good.
For some, perhaps, but not for us. Not for my Roddy or Karen or Naomi or Jamie. Not for me. We'll never live in Hong Kong.
She was gone.
Did you buy opium, Rob?
I bought some. Spent all our cash and borrowed about 100,000. I don't know exactly. Prices didn't come down much. Then, well, I lost interest.
So we're deeper in the hole, Struan thought.
Why our family? It's terrible, terrible,
Rob said, his voice tormented.
Why all our family?
Joss.
Curse Joss!
Rob stared at the cabin door.
Brock wants to see you as soon as possible.
Why?
He didn't say.
Struan sat and eased his boot off for a moment and thought about Brock. Then he said,
I've made Cullum a partner.
Good,
Rob said, but his voice was flat. He was still staring at the door.
Father,
Cullum broke in,
I want to talk to you about that.
Later, laddie.
Rob, there's something else. We've bad trouble on our hands.
There's something I must say at once. Rob tore his eyes off the door. Dirk, I'm leaving the Orient with Sarah and the children. By the next boat.
What?
I'll never be a Tai-Pan, and I don't want to be.
You're leaving because Cullum's a partner?
You know me better than that. You might have discussed it with me, yes, but that's unimportant. I want to leave.
Why?
The deaths at home made me think. Sarah's right. Life is too brief to sweat and die out here. I want some peace. And there's more than enough money. You can buy me out. I want to go on the next boat.
Why?
I'm tired. Tired.
You're just weak, Rob. Sarah's been on at you again, eh?
Yes, I'm weak, and yes, she's been on at me again, but I've decided. Too many deaths. Too many.
I canna buy you out. We're bankrupt.
Struan handed him the banker's letters. Rob read the letter. His face aged even more.
God curse them to hell.
Aye, but we're still bankrupt. Struan pulled on his boot and stood up. Sorry, Cullum, the partnership is worthless. There was a run on our bank. The air in the cabin seemed to thicken.
We've 100,000 in Scotland, Rob said. Let me have half of that and you take the rest.
Thanks, Robbie. Spoken like a man. Rob slammed the desk with his fist.
It's not my fault the bank closed its doors.
Aye, so dinna ask for half our money when we'll need every penny.
You will, not me. You'll find the answer. You always have.
£50,000 won't last Sarah 5 years.
That's my worry. The money's not on the book, so it's fairly ours. I'll take half. My share of the business is worth 20 times that.
We're bankrupt. Can you not get that through your head? Bankrupt!
The cabin door opened, and a little golden-haired girl came into the room. A straw doll was in her hands. She wore a frown.
Hello, Daddy. Hello, Uncle Dirk.
She stared up at Struan.
Are I ugly?
With an effort, Struan pulled his eyes off Rob.
What, Karen, lassie?
Are I ugly?
No, of course not, Karen. Struan lifted her up. Who's been saying such terrible things to you, lassie?
We was playing school on Resting Cloud. It was Lilibet.
Lilibet Brock?
Oh, no. She's my best friend. It were Lilibet somebody else.
Well, you're not ugly,
You tell Lilibet somebody else that it's not nice to say such things. You're very pretty.
Oh, good. Karen smiled hugely. My daddy always says I'm pretty, but I wanted to ask you 'cause you know everything. She gave him a big hug. Thank you, Uncle Dirk. Put me down now. She danced to the door. I'm glad I aren't ugly.
Rob slumped in his chair. At length he said, God damn the bankers. I'm sorry, it's my fault. And I'm sorry I said... Sorry. I'm sorry too, lad. Rob tried in vain to think. What can we do? I dinna ken. Will you not do this, Rob? Give me a couple of months. We'll send Sarah and the children off by the first ship. The sooner the better. Then they'll miss the typhoon season. Maybe I can arrange a loan somehow. We've got to pay the sight drafts. We'll lose the ships, everything. Rob forced his mind away from Sarah. But how, in the little time we have? His fingers twisted nervously. The mail packet came in yesterday. Nothing of importance for us. No news from home. Perhaps others know about the run on our bank. We bought a little stock in Brock's bank to keep an eye on it. Perhaps he knows about the run on ours. Is that why he wants to see you? Perhaps. In any case, he'll be on our necks right smartly if he finds out. If he didn't start it himself, he'll buy up all our paper and ruin us. Why? Callum asked. Because I'll ruin him if I get half a chance. Callum wanted to ask why, and to tell them that he too was going home on the next ship, but his father looked so gaunt, and Rob was so morose. Tomorrow he would tell them. I've got to get a few hours' sleep, Struan said. I'm going ashore. You and Sarah go back to Resting Cloud, eh? Perry's ordered off by sundown. I beached him. Who's going to take his place? I dinna ken, Struan said as he went out. Send word to Brock I'll see him ashore at sundown. Chapter 3. Struan had slept little. The food on the table was untouched. He stared through the tent door at the ships riding at anchor. The sun was dying, and a blurred moon was low on the horizon. Huge masses of cumulus dominated the sky. The wind brought the promise of storm. Tisen. His mind kept repeating to him. Tisen. He's the one to save you. Aye, but that's treachery to all you believe in, all you've worked for. Mackay came in with a lighted lantern and set it on the table. The tent was spacious and comfortable. There were carpets on the stony soil.
Brock's longboat's coming ashore, sir.
Take the men and move out of hearing, Mackay.
Yes, sir.
Has word come they've found Ramsay yet?
No, sir.
Where is he?
I don't know, sir.
Struan nodded absently. Tomorrow put all our spies to work to find out where he is.
Begging your pardon, sir, I already spread the word, sir.
Mackay tried to cover his anxiety.
If he's aboard, it's someone's devilment.
Then he added,
I feel bad about Captain Perry, sir.
Struan's eyes were suddenly hard. I'll give you 15 days to prove I was right about Isaac. 15 days or you're beached with him.
Yes, sir.
Mackay felt a barb soar from his testicles into his guts and cursed himself for opening his mouth. Will you never learn, you stupid fool? Brock's footsteps were heavy on the beach. He stood at the tent doorway.
Permission to come aboard, Dirk?
Aye, Tyler. Mackay went out. Brock sat at the table, and Struan poured him a large brandy. It were bad to lose your family. I knowed how it feel. I lost 2 wives in childbirth, the kids too. Bad. Aye.
Not much of a birth,
Brock said, taking in the tent. Hungry? Struan indicated the food.
Thank you kindly.
Brock took a chicken, ripped it in two, and tore off half the white meat. He wore a big emerald set in gold on his little finger.
Seems the joss of the noble house be runned out.
Joss is a big word. Brock laughed.
Come now, Dirk, a company be having to have bullion to support its credit, even noble house.
Aye.
I spend a lot of time, Dirk, and a lot of brass checking on thee.
Brock picked the other half of the breast off the chicken and devoured it.
You've a good cook. Tell him I'll give him a job.
He likes the one he has.
No brass, no job, my fine muckle. No bank, no credit, no ships, no nothing.
Brock split another chicken.
Be they keeping the champagne? This be special occasion, I'll be bound.
Struan opened the bottle neatly and filled clean glasses for Brock and himself.
Chill just right, lad, just right.
Brock smacked his lips.
25,000 be not much for 1,000,000, be it?
Struan said nothing. His face was impassive.
6pence on the pound, they said. I got a letter in the mail packet yesterday. I lost 10,000 nicker. Bad. Very bad of the bank to gamble with their customers' money.
Brock chuckled.
I happened to run into that bugger Skinner. He thought it were bad too. He be writing an article. Headlines, I'll be bound. And quite right.
He cut a piece of apple pie and ate with gusto.
Oh, yes, by the way, I own 800,000 of Struan and Company's sight drafts. I've been buying the last 6 months against such a time, leastways my son Morgan and our agents in London town has.
A good investment, Tyler. Very good.
Yes, Skinner thought so too, Dirk lad. He were mighty shocked at your bad joss, but I told him I'd keep the names of your ships. Bad joss to change names. But they'll improve under my flag.
You've got to get them first.
In 30 days I have them, lad. That's when the drafts be due. That be common knowledge too, so they'll get no credit in the Orient. They be finished, lad.
Perhaps I'll wreck my ships before I let you take them.
Not you, Dirk. I know thee better. Others would, but not thee. We's both alike in that. Ships be special. Better'n any doxy.
He finished his champagne. Struan refilled the glass.
Brock belched. Beg pardon.
Then he sipped again.
Champagne be proper belch water, bain't it?
Did you start the run on the bank?
No. If I'd a thought of it, I would have, long since. That be a right clever idea. Fancy thee getting caught with thy balls in the noose.
If it was deliberate, I'll find out.
It were deliberate, lad.
Who was it?
Morgan, Brock said. I've to hand it to him, the young nipper be growed up. Yes, my boy be the one, and I'm mortal proud.
He scratched contentedly at the lice that were a way of life.
So thee be broke, Dirk, after all these years. Finished.
A lot can happen in 30 days.
Yes, it can. I heard your son's in charge of the land sale.
Aye, but it'll be fair. The highest bidder gets the land. We dinna cheat, Tyler. Others do. We've nae need.
Damn your eyes, Brock bellowed. You be saying I cheat? You cheat all the time, Struan said, flaring. You cheat your men and cheat your ships, and that's what'll destroy you. You can't build forever with a lash. I do no more than others, by God. Just because they be having weak-gutted, newfangled notions don't mean others be wrong. The lash keeps scum in line. Scum. You live by the lash, and you'll die by it. They be wanting to settle our score now, lash against lash, knife to knife, now, by God, or be thee still coward.
I told you once and I'll tell you a last time. One day I'll come after you with a lash. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the next day. But by God, one day I'll come after you. And I'll tell you another thing. If by chance you die before I'm ready, I'll go after Gorth and Morgan, and I'll wreck your company. Brock's knife was out. Maybe, lad, I cut thy throat now. Struan poured more champagne. Now the bottle was empty. Open another bottle, there's plenty more. Brock laughed.
Ah, Dirk, lad, you be a rare un. You be busted and you still pretends. You be finished, you hear, lad? Your noble house be on its uppers. And you be coward.
Oh, I'm not a coward, Tyler. You know that.
You knowed the hillock where your great house is to go?
Brock asked, his eye glittering.
Aye. It's mine, lad. I be buying it. Whatever you bid, I bid more.
Struan felt the blood rush to his head, for he knew that he did not have the bullion to compete with Brock now. Not unless he made the deal with Thyssen. Not unless he sold Hong Kong out.
God wrought you to hell. It be mine, lad, and all this stinking rock.
Brock drained his glass and belched again.
After your company's broke, I'm hounding you and yours out of these seas.
He took out a purse and counted out 20 gold guineas. Then he tossed them on the floor of the tent.
Buy thyself a coffin.
He swaggered out.
Begging your pardon, sir,
Mackay said. Struan came out of his reverie.
Aye. Mr. Cullum's ashore. He wants to see you.
Struan was startled to see that the watery moon was high in the sky and the night deep.
I'll see him. Others came, sir. That Chinese Gordon Chen, Miss Sinclair, a couple I don't know, old quants. I said you'd see 'em tomorrow. Hope I did right not to let Mr. Cullum come without asking.
Mackay saw the golden guineas on the floor, but said nothing.
As long as you obey orders, you're never wrong, Mackay.
Cullum was at the tent door. Am I disturbing you, father?
Nay, lad. Sit down.
Cullum saw the sovereigns on the floor and started to pick them up.
Leave them where they are.
Why?
Because I want them left there.
Cullum sat down.
I wanted to talk to you. I'm not in a mood to talk, lad.
Were you serious about making me a partner?
Aye.
I don't want to be a partner. I don't want to stay in the Orient. I want to go home.
I know better than you, Cullum. Give it time.
Time won't make any difference.
You're young, lad. There's plenty of time for you. Be patient with me and with China. Did Rob tell you how to go about the land sale?
Yes. Damn Uncle Rob, Cullum thought. If only he hadn't exploded with father and said that he was leaving. Damn, damn, damn! Blast that cursed bank, ruined everything. Poor father. I think I'll be able to do it.
You'll have no trouble so long as it's run fairly. The highest bidder gets the land.
Yes, of course. Cullum stared at the guineas. Why do you want the coins left there?
They're my coffin money.
I don't understand.
Struan told him what had happened with Brock. Better you know about him, Cullum. Watch your back, because he'll come after you like I'm going after Gorth.
The sins of the father are not the fault of the son.
Gorth Brock's a pattern of his father.
Doesn't Christ teach forgiveness?
Aye, lad. But I cannae forgive them. They're everything that's rotten on earth. They're tyrants, and they believe the lash answers all questions. A fact of life on earth, money is power. Whether you're king or laird or chieftain or merchant or crofter, without power you cannae protect what you have, nor improve the lot of others.
Then you're saying that the teachings of Christ are wrong?
Not wrong, lad. I'm saying that some men are saints. Some are happy being meek and humble and unambitious. Some men are born content to be second best. I canna be, nor Brock.
Are you? I don't know.
You'll be put to the test sometime. Then you'll know about yourself.
Then you mean that money is everything?
I'm saying that without power, you cannot be a saint in this day and age. Power for its own sake is a sin. Money for its own sake is a sin.
Is it so important to have money and power?
Nay, laddie, Struan said with an ironic grin. The lack of money is what's important.
Why do you want power?
Why do you, Cullum?
Perhaps I don't.
Aye, perhaps. You'd like a drink, lad?
I'll have a little champagne.
Have you eaten?
Yes, thank you. I don't know very much about myself yet.
Cullum said, There's time, laddie.
I'm so glad you're here. Very glad.
Cullum looked back at the coins.
It really doesn't matter, does it, about the partnership and everything? The company's finished. What are you going to do?
We're now finished for 29 days. If Joss is against us, this version of the noble house dies. Then we start again.
Dinna fool yourself, he thought. You can never start again. A never-ending battle?
What do you think life's supposed to be, lad?
Can I resign as a partner if it doesn't please me, or if I think I'm no good and not worth it, at my whim?
Aye,
but not if you're ever Tai-Pan. The Tai-Pan can never resign until he's sure that the house is in good hands. He must be sure. That's his final responsibility. If we're owed so much by the Chinese merchants, can't we collect it? Then we've the money to pay Brock.
They've na got it.
Devil take it, Struan told himself. You're trapped.
Make up your mind. It's T-sen or nothing.
What about His Excellency? Can't he give us an advance from the ransom money?
It belongs to the Crown. Maybe Parliament'll honour his paper, maybe it'll repudiate it. The bullion will not pass hands for almost a year.
But we'll get it. Surely Brock'll take your surety?
Struan's voice harshened. I've already told you the measure of Brock's charity. I'd na give him 20 guineas if I had him trapped equally. God damn him and his God-damned whelps.
Cullum shifted uneasily in his chair. His shoe moved one of the guineas, and it glittered suddenly. His Excellency's not very... Well, isn't he rather simple?
He's out of his depth in Asia, that's all. Wrong man for the job. I'd be lost in the courts of Europe, but he's plenipotentiary, that's all that counts. Aye, he's simple, but watch him too. Watch everyone.
Does he always do what you tell him to do?
Struan looked out the tent door at the night. He takes my advice most times, provided I'm the last giver.
Cullum moved another guinea. There must be something, someone to turn to. You must have friends.
Inexorably, Struan's mind was filled with the name of the only person who could unspring the trap. T-sen. Brock'll take the ships right smartly, he thought, seething with impotent rage. Without the ships, you're lost, laddie. The house, Hong Kong, the plan. Aye, you can start again, but dinna fool yourself. You canna build and man such a fleet again. You'll never catch up with Brock again. Never.
You'll be second best. You'll be second best forever.
Struan felt the veins in his neck throbbing. His throat was parched. I'll not be the second best. By the Lord God, I canna. I canna. I canna. To Brock or to anyone. Tomorrow, when China Cloud returns, I'm going to Canton. You'll come with me.
What about the land sale? Should I start that?
Devil take the land sale. We've the house to save first. Go aboard Resting Cloud, lad. We'll leave as soon as possible.
All right.
Cullum stood up. Good night, laddie.
The coins caught Cullum's eyes, mesmerizing him. He began to pick them up.
I told you to leave them alone.
I can't.
There were beads of sweat on Cullum's forehead. The coins seemed to burn his fingers.
I've got to have them.
Why, for God's sake, eh?
I don't know. I just want them.
He put the coins in his pocket.
They're mine now. Good night, Father.
Chapter 4. Struan was eating dinner alone in the spacious dining room of their stately factory in the Canton settlement. The vast 3-story mansion had been built by the East India Company 40 years ago. Struan had always coveted it as a perfect setting for the noble house. 8 years ago, he had bought it. The dining room was on the second floor, facing the Pearl River. Below this floor was a labyrinth of offices and warehouses and storerooms. Above were living quarters and the Tai-Pan's private rooms, carefully separate. There were courtyards and walks and suites and dormitories within and throughout its length. 40 to 50 Portuguese clerks lived and worked in the building, 10 to 15 Europeans, 100 Chinese men servants. Women servants were not allowed by Chinese law. Struan pushed his carved chair away from the table and irritably lit a cheroot. A huge fire warmed the marble that sheathed the walls and floor. The table could seat 40, and the silver was Georgian, the chandelier crystal and bright with candles. He walked over to a window and looked down at the traders strolling in the garden below. Beyond the garden was a square that ran the length of the settlement and adjoined the wharf at the riverbank. The square was, as usual, teeming with Chinese hawkers, bystanders, sellers and buyers, soothsayers, letter-writers, beggars and dogs. Outside their factories, it was only in the English garden, as it was called, that the merchants could move about in relative peace. Chinese, other than servants, were forbidden the garden and the factories. There were 13 buildings in the colonnaded terrace that ran the length of the settlement, but for 2 narrow lanes, Hog Street and Old China Lane. Only Struan and Brock owned complete buildings. The other traders shared the remainder, taking space to suit their needs, and paid rent to the East India Company, which had built the settlement a century ago. On the north, the settlement was bounded by 13 Factory Street. The walls of Canton City were a quarter of a mile away. Between the city walls and the settlement was an ant-hill of houses and hovels. The river was congested with the inevitable floating towns of the boat people, and over all was the perpetual pulsating sing-song murmur suggesting an enormous beehive. To one side of the garden, Struan noticed Brock, deep in conversation with Cooper and Tillman. He wondered if they were explaining the intricacies of the Spanish tea-opium sale to Brock. Good luck to them, he thought with rancour. All is fair in love and trade. "Where the god-rotting hell is Jinqua?" he said out loud. For 20 days Struan had tried to see Jinqua, but each day his messenger returned to the settlement with the same reply. "Him no doa back all same.
You wait, Can. Tomorrow he do a back to Canton, never mind.
Cullum had spent 10 days in the Canton settlement with him. On the 11th day an urgent message had come from Longstaff asking Cullum to return to Hong Kong. There were problems about the land sale. Along with Longstaff's message was a letter from Rob. Rob wrote that Skinner's editorial about the Struan bankruptcy had provoked consternation among the traders, and most had sent immediate dispatches home spreading their money through various banks, that most were waiting for the 30th day, that no credit was to be had, and all the suggestions he had made to Brock's enemies were fruitless, that the Navy had been incensed when Longstaff's official negation of the opium smuggling order was made public, and the Admiral had dispatched a frigate home with a request that the government give him the permission he sought direct, and last, that Chen Sheng, their comprador, was inundated with creditors demanding payment on all the lesser debts that normally would wait their time. Struan knew that he was beaten if he did not reach Jinhua in the next 8 days, and he asked himself again if Jinhua was avoiding him, or if he was truly away from Canton. He's an old thief, Struan thought, but he'd never avoid me. And if you do see him, laddie, are you really going to make the offer to that devil T-Sen? There was the sound of angry sing-song voices, and the door burst open, admitting a filthy young Hockler boatwoman and a servant that was trying to restrain her. The woman wore the usual huge conical sampan hat and grimy black trousers and blouse, and over them a grimy padded jacket.
"No stop this one-piece cow chillo, massa,"
the servant said in pidgin English, holding on to the struggling girl. Only through pidgin could the traders converse with their servants, and they with them. Cow meant woman, chillo was a corruption of child, cow chillo meant young woman.
"Cow chillo out, plenty quick, savvy?"
Struan said.
You want cow chillo, heya? Cow chillo plenty good bed jig. $2, never mind,
the girl called out. The servant grabbed her and her hat fell off, and Struan saw her face clearly for the first time. She was barely recognizable because of the grime, and he collapsed with laughter. The servant gaped at him as though he were mad and released the girl.
"This piece cow chillo," Struan said through his laughter. "Stay, Can. Never mind."
The girl tidied her verminous clothes irately and shouted another torrent of invective at the departing servant.
Cow chillo plenty good, you see, Tai-Pan?
"And you, May," Struan stared down at her. "What the hell are you doing here, and what the hell's the filth for?"
Cow chillo think you do a jig with new cow chillo hair?
"God's blood, lassie, we're alone now. Stop using pidgin. I've spent enough time and money teaching you the Queen's English."
Struan lifted her up at arm's length. "Great God, May, you stink to high heaven."
You would too if you wear these smell clothesies.
"Had to wear these smelly clothes," he said, correcting her automatically. "What are you doing here, and why the smell clothesies?"
Put me down, Tai-Pan.
He did, and she bowed sadly.
I arrive here in secret and in great sadness, for you lost your supreme lady and all children by her but one son.
The tears streaked the grime of her face.
Sorry.
Thank you, lass. Aye, but that's done now, and no grief can bring them back. He patted her head and fondled her cheek, touched by her compassion.
I do not know your custom. How long should I dress in mourning?
No mourning, Mamie. They're gone. There's to be no weeping and no mourning.
I burned incense for their safe rebirth.
Thank you. Now what are you doing here, and why did you leave Macau? I told you to stay there.
First bath, then change, then talk.
We've no clothes here, May.
My worthless Ama, Agip, is downstairs. She carries clothes and my things, never mind. Where is Bath?
Struan pulled the bell cord, and immediately the wide-eyed servant appeared.
Couchillo my bath, savvy? Ama can do her. Get chow.
Then to May,
You say what chow can.
May chattered at the gaping servant imperiously and left. Her peculiar swaying gait never failed to move Struan. May had bound feet. They were only 3 inches long. When Struan had bought her 5 years ago, he had cut off the bandages and been horrified at the deformity that ancient customs had decreed was a girl's essential sign of beauty, tiny feet. Only a girl with bound feet, lotus feet, could be a wife or concubine. Those with normal feet were peasants, servants, low-class prostitutes, amas or workers, and despised. May's feet were crippled. Without the binding tightness of the bandages, her agony had been pitiful. So Struan had allowed the bandages to be replaced, and after a month the pain had lessened and May could walk again. Only in old age did bound feet become insensible to pain. Struan had asked her then, using Gordon Chen as interpreter, how it was done. She had told him proudly that her mother had begun to bind her feet when she was 6.
The bindings were bandages 2 inches wide and 12 feet long, and they were damp. My mother wrapped them tightly around my feet, around the heel and over the instep and under the foot, bending the 4 small toes under the sole of the foot and leaving the big toe free. As the bandages dried, they tightened, and the pain was terrible. Over the months and years, the heel closes near to the toe, and the instep arches. Once a week the bandages are taken off for a few minutes, and the feet cleaned. After some years the little toes become shriveled and dead, and are removed. When I was almost 12, I could walk quite well, but my feet were still not small enough. It was then that my mother consulted a woman wise in the art of foot binding. On my 12th birthday, the wise woman came to our house with a sharp knife and ointments. She made a deep knife cut across the middle of the soles of my feet. This deep split allowed the heel to be squeezed closer to the toes when the bandages were replaced.
What cruelty! Ask her how she stood the pain.
Struan remembered her quizzical look as Chen translated the question, and she replied in charming sing-song. She says, "For every pair of bound feet there is a lake of tears. But what are tears and pain? Now I am not ashamed to let anyone measure my feet." She wants you to measure them, Mr. Struan.
I will not do such a thing.
Please, sir, it will make her very proud. They are perfect in Chinese fashion. If you don't, she will feel that you're ashamed of her. She will lose face terribly in front of you.
Why?
She thinks you took the bandages off because you thought she was cheating you.
Why should I think that?
Because you're... Well, she's never known a European. Please, sir, it is only your pride in her that repays all the tears.
So he had measured her feet, and expressed the joy that he did not feel, and she kowtowed 3 times to him. He hated to see men and women kowtowing, kneeling, their foreheads touching the floor, but ancient custom demanded this obeisance from an inferior to a superior, and Struan could not forbid it. If he protested, May would be frightened again, and she would lose face in front of Gordon Chen. Ask her if her feet hurt now.
They will always hurt her, sir, but I assure you it would pain her much more
if she had big, disgusting feet. Mei then had said something to Chen, and Struan recognized the word fan kuai, which meant devil barbarian. She wants to know how to please a non-Chinese, Gordon said. Tell her fan kuai are no different from Chinese. Yes, sir. And tell her that you are going to teach her English, immediately. Tell her no one's to know you're teaching her. No one's to know she can speak English. In front of others she's to speak Chinese only, or Pidgin, which you'll also teach her. Lastly, you will protect her with your life. May I come in now? Mei was standing in the doorway, bowing delicately. Please. Her face was oval, her eyes almond-shaped, and her eyebrows perfect crescents. A perfume surrounded her now, and her long flowing robe was of the finest blue silk brocade. Her hair was dressed in crescents on the top of her head and adorned with jade pins. She was tall for a Chinese, and her skin so white as to be almost translucent. She was from the province of Suchao. Though Struan had bought her from Jinghua and had haggled many weeks over the price, he knew that actually Zhong Mei was Jinghua's gift to him in return for many favors over the years. That Jinghua could have sold her easily to the richest man in China, to a Manchu prince, even to the emperor, for her weight in jade, let alone the 15,000 taels of silver which they finally agreed on. She was unique and priceless. Struan lifted her up and kissed her gently. Now, tell me what's going on. He sat in the deep chair and held her in his arms. First, I came disguised because of danger, not only to me, but to you. The reward still is on your head, and kidnapping for ransom is ancient custom. Where did you leave the children? With elder sister, of course, she replied. Elder sister was what Mei called Struan's ex-mistress, Kai Sung, as was the custom. And now Kai Sung was the third wife of Struan's comprador. Yet between Mei and Kai Sung there was intense affection, and Struan knew that the children would be safe and cherished as if they were her own. Good, he said. How are they? Duncan has the black eye. He tripped down, so I whipped his turtle-dung armor till my arm she fell off. Duncan has a bad temper from barbarian blood. From you, not from me. Kate? She has her second tooth, that very lucky, before second birthday. She nestled in his arms a moment. Then I read paper. That man Skinner, more bad Joss, heya? That lump of dog meat Brock is breaking you by huge moneys owed, is it true? Part's true. Aye, unless there's a change in Joss, we're broke. No more silk and perfumes and jades and houses, he teased. Aye-ya, she said with a toss of her head. You're not the only man in China. He slapped her on the rump, and she hacked at him with her long nails, and he caught her wrist neatly. Dinna say that again, he said, and kissed her passionately. God's blood, she said, trying to catch her breath. Now look what you've done to my hair. That lazy whore Agip spent 1 hour doing it. Never mind. She knew that she pleased him greatly, and she was proud that she could now, at 20, read and write English and Chinese, and speak English and Cantonese as well as her own dialect of Suchao, and also Mandarin, the language of Peking and the court of the emperor, and also that she knew much of what Gordon Chen had learned at school, for he had taught her well, and between them was great affection. Mei knew that she was unique in all China. There was a discreet knock on the door. A European, she whispered. Nay, lass, it's only a servant. They've orders to announce everyone.
Aye.
The servant was followed by 2 others, and they all averted their eyes from Struan and the girl. But their curiosity was obvious, and they dawdled over laying out the dishes of Chinese food and chopsticks. Mei assaulted them with a torrent of Cantonese, and they bowed nervously and scuttled away.
"What did you say to them?" Struan asked.
I just warned them, by God, if they told anyone I was here, I'd personally slit their tongues and cut their ears off. And then I'd persuade you to chain them in one of your ships and sink it in the ocean along with their god-rotting wives and children and parents. And before that you'd put your evil eye on the god-rotting scum and their god-rotting scum offspring forever.
"Stop cursing, you bloodthirsty little devil, and stop joking about evil eye."
That's no joke. That's what you have, devil barbarian, to all but me. I know how to handle you.
Devil take you, Mei. He intercepted her hands and the intimate caress. Eat while the food's hot, and I'll deal with you later. He picked her up and carried her over to the table. She served him quick-fried shrimps and lean pork and mushrooms, stewed delicately in soya and nutmeg and mustard and honey, then helped herself.
"God's death, I'm hungry," she said.
"Will you not stop swearing?"
"You forgot the by God, Tai-Pan."
She beamed and began to eat with great relish. He picked up the chopsticks and used them deftly. He found the food superb. It had taken him months to acquire the taste. None of the Europeans ate Chinese food. Struan, too, had once preferred the solid fare of old England, but Mei had taught him that it was healthier to eat as the Chinese did.
"How did you get here?" Struan asked.
Mei selected one of the large prawns that were fried and then stewed in soya-flavoured syrup and herbs, and daintily she decapitated it and began to peel off the skin.
"I bought passage on a losha. I buy fantastical cheap steerage ticket and dirted myself for safety. You owe me 50 cash.
"Pay it out of your allowance. I did not ask you here."
"This cauchillo dua cash easy can, never mind."
"Stop it and behave yourself."
She laughed and offered him the prawn and began to peel another.
"Thanks, no more for me."
"Eat them. They're very good for you. I tell you many times they make you very healthy and very potent."
"Give over, lass."
"They do," she said, very serious. "Prawns are very good for your vigor. Very important to have plenty of vigor. A wife must look after her husband."
She cleaned her fingers on an embroidered napkin, then picked up one of the prawn heads with her chopsticks.
"Damn it, Mei, do you have to eat the heads?"
"Aye, by God, do you not ken they're the best part?"
she said, mimicking him, and laughed so much she choked. He thumped her on the back, but gently, and then she drank some tea. "That'll teach you," he said.
"The heads are the best part, even so, never mind."
"Even so, they look dreadful, never mind."
She ate in silence a moment.
"Is it bad with Brock?"
"Bad."
"It is terrifical simple to solve this badness. Kill Brock. It is time now."
"That's one way."
"One way, another way. You will find a way."
"What makes you so sure?"
"You do not want to lose me."
"Why should I lose you?"
"I dinna enjoy second best either. I belong to the Tai-Pan. I'm not a god-rotting Hakka or boatwoman or Cantonese whore. Tea?"
"Aye."
"Drinking tea with food is very good for you. Then you will never get fat."
She poured the tea and offered him the cup gracefully.
"I like you when you're angry, Tai-Pan. But you dinna frighten me. I know I please you too much, as you please me too much. When I am second best, another will take my place, never mind. That is Joss, for me, and also for you.
Perhaps you're second best now, May.
No, Tai-Pan, not now. Later, yes, but not now.
She bent over and kissed him and slid away as he tried to hold her.
I must not feed you so many prawns.
She ran from him laughing, but he caught her, and she put her arms around his neck and kissed him.
You owe me 50 cash.
Devil take you.
He kissed her, needing her as much as she needed him.
You taste so very good. First we play backgammon.
No.
First we play backgammon, then we make love. There's plenty of time. I stay with you now. We play for $1 point.
No.
$1 point. Maybe I get headache, too tired.
Maybe I won't give you the New Year's present I was thinking about.
What present?
Never mind.
Please, Tai-Pan, I won't tease you any more. What present?
Never mind.
Please tell me, please. Was it jade pin, or gold bracelet, or silks?
How's your headache?
She slapped him crossly, then threw her arms tighter around his neck.
You are so bad to me, and I'm so good to you. Let's make love, then.
We'll play 4 games, $1,000 point.
But that is too much gamble.
She saw the mocking challenge in his face, and her eyes flashed.
4 games, I beat you, by God.
Oh, no, by God. So they played 4 games, and she cursed and cheered and wept and laughed and gasped, consumed with excitement as her fortunes changed. She lost $18,000.
God's death, I'm ruined. Tai-Pan, ruined. Oh, woe, woe, woe. All my savings and more. My house. One more game, she begged. You must let me try to get back monies.
Tomorrow, same stakes.
Never will I gamble again for such stakes. Never, never, never. Except one more time, tomorrow.
After they had made love, May got out of the 4-poster bed and went to the fireplace. An iron kettle hissed softly on the little iron shelf near the flames. She knelt down and poured the hot water from the kettle on the clean white towels. The flames danced over the purity of her body. Her feet were encased in tiny sleeping shoes, and the bindings were neat around her ankles. Her legs were long and beautiful. She brushed the shiny blue-blackness of her hair behind her and came back to the bed. Struan held out his hand for one of the towels.
No, May said. Let me. It gives me pleasure, and it is my duty.
When she had dried him, she washed herself and then settled peacefully beside him under the quilts. A crisp wind rustled the damask curtains and made the flames in the grate hiss. Shadows danced on the walls and high ceiling.
Look, there's a dragon, May said.
No, it's a ship. Are you warm enough?
Always near you. There's a pagoda.
Aye. He put an arm around her, glorying in the smooth coolness of her skin.
Agip is making tea.
Good. Tea will be very good. After the tea they were refreshed, and they lay back in the bed, and he blew out the lamp. They watched the shadows again.
Your custom is that you may only have one wife, here?
Aye.
Chinese custom is better. Tai is more wise.
What's that, lassie?
Supreme of the supreme. The husband is supreme in family, of course, but in the home, first wife is supreme of supreme. It is Chinese law. Many wives is also law, but one Tai.
She moved her long hair more comfortably.
How soon will you marry? What is your custom?
I dinna think I'll marry again.
You should, a Scottish or English. But first, you should marry me.
Aye, Struan said, "Perhaps I should."
"Aye, perhaps you should. I am your Tai-Tai."
And then she nestled closer to him and let herself slip into tranquil sleep. Struan watched the shadows a long time. Then he slept. Just after dawn, he awoke, sensing danger. Taking his knife from under the pillow, he walked softly to the window and pulled the curtains aside. To his astonishment, he saw that the square was deserted. Beyond the square, in the river, an uneasy silence seemed to hang over the floating villages. Then he heard muffled footsteps padding toward the room. He glanced at May. She still slept peacefully. With his knife ready, Struan leaned against the wall behind the door and waited. The footsteps ceased. A gentle knock. "Aye." The servant came softly into the room. He was frightened, and when he saw Struan naked, the knife in his hand, he gasped out,
"Massa! Hook-nose massa and black hair massa! Doer here! Say quick, please can!"
"Say I quick, doer." Struan dressed quickly. He dropped a hairbrush, and May half awoke.
"Is too early to get up. Come back to bed,"
she said sleepily, and curled deeper into the quilts and was instantly asleep again. Struan opened the door. Agip was squatting patiently in the corridor where she had slept. Struan had given up trying to make her sleep elsewhere, for Agip would smile and nod and say, "Yes, massa," and still sleep outside the door. She was short and square, and a smile seemed to be permanently fixed on her round, pock-marked face. For 3 years she had been May's personal slave. Struan had paid 3 taels of silver for her. He beckoned her into the room. "Missy do a sleep can. Waitee this piece room, savvy?"
"Savvy, massa."
He hurried downstairs. Cooper and Wolfgang Maus were waiting for him in the dining room. Maus was moodily checking his pistols.
"Sorry to disturb you, Tai-Pan. There's trouble," Cooper said.
"What?"
"There's a rumor spreading that 2,000 Manchu soldiers, banner men, came into Canton last night."
"Are you sure?"
"No," Cooper said, "but if it is true, there's going to be trouble."
"How Qua sent for me this morning," Maus said heavily. "Did he say Jinqua was back yet?" "No, Tai-Pan. He still says his father's away. For myself, I do not think so, Hein. How Qua was very afraid. He said that he'd been awoken early this morning. An imperial edict signed by the Emperor was given him which said that all trade with us was to cease instantly. I read it. The seals were correct. The whole cohogs in an uproar." There was a clattering in the square. They hurried over to the window. Below them, a company of mounted Manchu soldiers trotted into the east end and dismounted. They were big men and heavily armed, muskets, longbows, swords, and bannered lances. Some were bearded. They were called bannermen because they were imperial troops and carried the imperial banners. Chinese were not allowed into their regiments. They were the elite of the Emperor's army. "Well, there are certainly 40 or 50 in Canton," Struan said.
"And if there are 2,000?
Cooper asked. "We'd better get ready to leave the settlement." "Bannermen are a bad sign," Maus said. He did not want to leave the settlement. He wished to stay with his Chinese converts and to continue the preaching to the heathen that took all of his time when he was not interpreting for Struan.
"Schrecklich bad."
Struan considered possibilities, then rang for a servant.
"Big chow, quick, coffee, tea, eggs, meat, quick." "Bannermen are in the square and all you think of is having breakfast?" Cooper asked.
"No point in worrying on an empty stomach," Struan said. "I'm hungry this morning." Maus laughed. He had heard the whispered rumor among the servants that the Tai-Pan's legendary mistress had arrived in secret, At Struan's suggestion, 2 years ago he had secretly taught May Christianity and had converted her. Yes, he thought proudly, the Tai-Pan trusts me. Because of him, O Lord, one at least has been saved. Because of him, others are being saved for thy divine mercy. Breakfast is a good idea. Standing beside the window, Cooper could see the traders scurrying through the garden and into their factories. The bannermen were grouped in an untidy mass, squatting and chattering. "Maybe it's like the last time. The mandarins will hold us for ransom," Cooper said. "Not this time, laddie. If they start anything, they'll try to cut us up first." "Why?" "Why send bannermen to Canton? They're fighting men, not like the local Chinese army." Servants came in and began to lay the huge table. Later the food was brought. There were cold chickens and boiled eggs and loaves of bread and hot stew and dumplings and hot meat pies and butter, marmalade and jam. Struan ate heartily, and so did Mouse, but Cooper had no relish for his food. "Massa," a servant said. "Aye." "One eye massa dua here. Can?" "Can." Brock stalked into the room. His son Gorth was with him. "Morning, gentlemen. Morning, Dirk, lad. Breakfast? Thank you kindly. You had a good voyage, Gorth?" "Yes, thank you, Mr. Struan." Gorth was of a size with his father, a hard man, scarred and broken-nosed, with grizzled hair and beard. "Next time I be beating Thundercloud." "Next time, lad," Brock said with a laugh, "you be captaining her." He sat and began to gorge himself. "Will they pass the stew, Mr. Cooper?" He jerked a bent thumb at the window. "Them bastards don't mean no good." "Aye. What do you think, Brock?" Struan asked. "The Cohong be tearing their pigtails out, so trade be finished for the time. First time I seed poxy bannermen." "Evacuate the settlement?" "I bain't being chased out by Chinese or by bannermen." Brock helped himself to more stew. "Course I may retreat a little, in me own time. Most of us'll be starting back tomorrow for the land sale. But we'd do good to call a council right smartly. You've arms here?" "Not enough." "We've plenty for a siege. Gorth bring them. This place be the best to defend. It be almost our'n anyway," he added. "How many bully boys have you?" 20, Gorth's lads. They'll take on 100 Chinese apiece." "I've 30, counting the Portuguese." "Forget the Portuguese. Better us than alone." Brock wiped his mouth and broke a small loaf in two and smeared it with butter and marmalade. "You can't defend the settlement, Brock," Cooper said. "We can defend this factory, lad. Don't they worry about us'n. You and the rest of the Americans hole up in yourn. They won't touch thee. It's us'n they want after." "Aye," Struan said. "And we'll need you to watch our trade if we have to leave." "That be another reason I come here, Dirk. Wanted to talk open about trade and Cooper Tillman. I made a proposal which were accepted." "The proposal was accepted subject to Struan and Company's not being able to fulfill prior arrangements," Cooper said. "We're giving you 30 days, Dirk, on top of the 30 days. "Thank you, Jeff. That's generous." "That be stupid, lad. But I don't mind the time. I be generous too with your time. 8 more days, Dirk, eh?" Struan turned to Mouse. "Go back to the Cohong and find out what you can. Be careful and take one of my men." "I don't need a man with me." Mouse heaved his girth out of the chair and left. "We'll hold the council downstairs," Struan said. "Good. Perhaps we should all move in here. There be space enough." "That would give us away. Better to prepare and wait. It may just be a trick." "Right they are, lad. We be safe enough till servants disappear. Come on, Gorth. Conference in an hour. Downstairs."
Aye.
Brock and Gorth left. Cooper broke a silence.
What does it all mean?
I think it's a ploy by Thyssen to make us nervous, to prepare for some concessions he wants. Struan laid a hand on Cooper's shoulder. Thanks for the 30 days. I will not forget.
Moses had 40 days. I thought 30'd be adequate for you.
The conference was noisy and angry, but Brock and Struan dominated it. All the traders, with the exception of the Americans, were in the huge stateroom that Struan used as his private office. Kegs of cognac, whiskey, rum, and beer lined one wall. Tiers of books and ledgers lined another. Quant's paintings hung on the walls, landscapes of Macau, portraits and ships. Glass-fronted chests with pewter mugs and silver tankards, and racks of cutlasses and muskets, powder and shot. "It's nothing, I tell you," Masterson snorted. He was a red-faced, dewlapped man in his early 30s, head of the firm of Masterson, Roach and Roach. He was dressed like the other men, dark wool broadcloth frock coat, resplendent waistcoat, and felt top hat. "The Chinese have never molested the settlement ever since there was one here, by God."
"Aye, but that was before we went to war with them and won it."
Struan wished they would all agree and go. He held a perfumed handkerchief over his nose against the rancid stench of their bodies.
"I say toss the bloody bannerman out of the square right now,"
Gorth said, refilling his tankard with beer.
"We be doing that if it be necessary."
Brock spat into the pewter spittoon.
"I be tired of all this talking. Now, be we agreed with Dirk's plan or bain't we?"
He glared around the room. Most of the traders glared back. There were 40 of them, English and Scots, except for Ellickson the Dane, who factored for a London firm, and a corpulent Parsi dressed in flowing robes, Rumaji, from India. MacDonald, Kearney, Maltby from Glasgow, and Messer, Vivian, Toby, Smith of London were the chief traders, all tough, oak-hard men in their 30s. "I sniff troubles, sir," Rumaji said, and pulled at his vast moustache. "I counsel immediate retreat."
"For God's sake, the whole point of the plan, Rumaji, is not to retreat," Roach said caustically. "To retreat only if necessary. I vote for the plan, and I agree with Mr. Brock. Too much bloody talking, and I'm tired."
Struan's plan was simple. They would all wait in their own factories. If trouble began, on a signal from Struan, they would converge on his factory under covering fire from his men if necessary.
"Retreat before the heathen? Never, by God!"
"May I suggest something, Mr. Struan?" Ellickson asked. Struan nodded at the tall, fair-haired, taciturn man.
"Of course."
"Perhaps one of us should volunteer to take word to Whampoa. From there, a fast lorcha could head for the fleet at Hong Kong, just in case they surround us and cut us off as before."
"Good idea,"
Vivian said. He was tall, pallid, and very drunk.
"Let's all volunteer. Can I have another whiskey? There's a good chap."
Then, all at once, they were talking again and quarrelling about who should volunteer, and at length Struan pacified them. "It was Mr. Ellickson's suggestion. If he's a mind to, why not let him have the honour?" They trooped into the garden and watched as Struan and Brock escorted Ellickson across the square to the lorcha Struan had put at his disposal. The bannerman paid no attention to them, other than to point and jeer. The lorcha headed downstream.
"Mayhaps we be never seeing him again,"
Brock said. "I dinna think they'll touch him, or I'd never have let him go." Brock grunted.
"For a foreigner, he bain't a bad un."
He went back with Gorth to his own factory. The other traders streamed to theirs. When Struan was satisfied with the arrangement of the armed watch in the garden and at the back door that let on to Hog Street, he returned to his suite. May was gone,
And our Gip. Where Missy?
Doan no, massa. Cauchillo no see my.
He searched the whole building, but they had vanished. It was almost as though they had never been there. Chapter 5. Struan was in the garden. It was just before midnight. There was an uneasy stillness in the air. He knew that most of the traders would be sleeping in their clothes, weapons beside them. He peered through the gate at the bannermen. Some were sleeping, others were jabbering over a fire that they had built in the square. The night was chill. There was scant movement on the river. Struan left the gate and sauntered pensively around the garden. Where the devil was May? He knew that she would not casually leave the settlement. Perhaps she had been enticed away. Perhaps, God's blood, that was no way to think. But he knew that the richest warlord in China would not hesitate to take her, by force if necessary, once he had seen her. A shadow jumped over the side wall, and Struan's knife was instantly in his hand. It was a Chinese who tremulously held out a piece of paper. He was a short, lithe man with broken teeth, his face stretched and opium-yellowed. Imprinted on the paper was Jinqua's chop, a private seal used only on contracts and special documents.
Massa, the Chinese said softly, do I follow? Alone.
Struan hesitated. It was dangerous to leave the protection of the settlement and his men foolhardy. No can. Jinqua here can.
No can. Do I follow?
The Chinese pointed at the chop.
Jinqua want she. Quick, quick.
Tomorrow, Struan said. The Chinese shook his head.
Now, quick, quick, savez.
Struan realized that possibly Jinqua's chop had fallen into other hands, and that this could easily be a trap. But he dared not take Mouse or any of his men because the meeting must be very secret, and the sooner the better. He studied the paper under the lantern and made absolutely sure that the chop was correct. He nodded. Can. The Chinese led the way to the side wall and clambered over it. Struan followed, ready for treachery. The Chinese hurried along the side wall of the factory and turned into Hog Street. Incredibly, the street was deserted, but Struan could feel eyes watching him. At the end of Hog Street, the Chinese turned east. There were 2 curtained sedan chairs waiting. The sedan chair coolies were terrified. Their fear intensified when they saw Struan. Struan got into one sedan chair, the Chinese into the other. Immediately the coolies picked up the chairs and loped along 13 Factory Street. They turned south into narrow, deserted alleyways, unfamiliar to Struan. Soon he had lost all sense of direction. He settled back and cursed his stupidity, at the same time exulting in the expectation of danger. At length the coolies stopped in a filthy, high-walled alley strewn with rotting offal. A festering dog was foraging. The Chinese gave the coolies some money, and when they had evaporated into the darkness, he knocked on a door. It opened, and he stepped aside for Struan to enter. Struan motioned him to go first, then warily followed him into a rancid stable where another Chinese was waiting with a lantern. This man turned and walked silently across the stable through another door and did not look behind him. Now they picked their way through a huge warehouse and up rickety steps and down more steps into another warehouse. Rats scurried in the darkness. Struan knew they were somewhere near the river, for he could hear water lapping and hawsers creaking. He was ready for an instant fight, the haft of his knife in his cupped hand, the blade concealed up his sleeve. The man with the lantern ducked under a bridge of packing cases and led the way to another half-hidden door. He knocked and then opened the door.
Halloa, Tai-Pan.
Jinqua said. All same no see a longer time. Struan came into the room. It was another filth-strewn warehouse, dimly lit with candles and cluttered with packing cases and mildewed fishing nets. "Helloa, Jinqua," he said, relieved. "No see a longer time." Jinqua was ancient, fragile, tiny. His skin was like parchment. Thin wisps of greying beard fell to his chest. His robes were richly brocaded and his hat jewelled. He wore thick-soled embroidered shoes, and his queue was long and shiny. The nails of his little fingers were protected by jewelled sheaths. Jinqua nodded happily and shuffled to a corner of the warehouse and sat at a table set with food and tea. Struan sat opposite him, his back to the wall. Jinqua smiled. He had only 3 teeth. They were gold-capped. Jinqua said something in Chinese to the man who had brought Struan, and the man left by another door. "Tia?" Jinqua asked. "Can." Jinqua nodded to the servant who had carried the lantern, and he poured the tea and helped Jinqua and Struan to some food. Then he moved to one side and watched Jinqua. Struan noticed that the man was muscular and armed with a knife at his belt. "Please," Jinqua said, motioning Struan to eat. "Thank you." Struan nibbled at his food and drank some tea, and waited. It was necessary to let Jinqua make the first opening. After they had eaten in silence, Jinqua said, "You want see my?" "Jinqua do a good trade out of Canton?" "Business good bad all same, never mind." "Trade stoppy now?" "Stoppy now. Hoppa very bad Mandarin. Soldiers many. My pay big squeezy for soldiers, aye. Bad." Struan sipped his tea. Now or never, he told himself. And now that the right moment had at last arrived, he knew that he could never sell out Hong Kong. A pox on the Mandarin. While I'm alive, there'll be nae god-rotting Mandarin on Hong Kong. It'll have to be Brock. But murder's nae way to solve bankruptcy. So Brock's safe because everyone expects me to remedy the problem that way. Or is he safe? Where the hell's May? Here one-eye devil Brock have Tai-Pan by throat. Here devil Hoppo have Ko Hong by throat, Struan said. Now that he had decided not to make a deal, he felt much better. Aye. All same, Mandarin Tisen anga have got. Why so? Massa odious penis write very bad letter. TR very number 1 good, Struan said. Massa odious penis do what Tai-Pan say, heya? Sometimes can. Bad when Tisen anger have got. Bad when Massa Longstaff anger have got. Aye. Jinqua fastidiously picked some food and ate it, his eyes narrowing even more. Savi, gung, hefat, choi? Chinese New Year, savi. New Year begin soon. Ko Hong have got bad debts from old years. Good jaw start New Year when no debts. Tai-Pan have got plenty Ko Hong paper. Never mind, can wait. Jinqua and the other Ko Hong merchants owed Struan 600,000. One-eye devil can wait? Jinqua paper can wait. Finish. Chow very number 1 good, Very bad. Jinqua sipped his tea. Here, Tai-Pan Supreme Lady and Chilo, dead. Bad Joss. Solly. Bad Joss plenty, Struan said. Never mind. You plenty young, plenty new cow Chilo. Your one piece cow Chilo Meme,
Why Tai-Pan have got only one bull chilo? Tai-Pan want she medicine, maybe? Have got.
When want she, I ask, Struan said affably. Here Jinqua have got new bull chilo. What number son this?
10 and 7,
Jinqua said, beaming. Great God, Struan thought. 17 sons and probably the same number of daughters, which Jinqua doesn't count. He bowed his head and whistled in appreciation. Jinqua laughed.
How much tia want she this season?
Trade, stop. How can trade? Jinqua winked.
Can.
Noa Noa. You sell Brock when I want she tia, I tell you, heya.
Must Noa 2 days.
No can. Jinqua said something sharply to his servant, who went to one of the mildewed packing cases and removed the lid. It was full of silver bullion. Jinqua motioned at the other packing cases.
Here $40 lakh.
A lakh was approximately 25,000 pounds sterling. 40 lakhs was 1 million sterling. Jinqua's eyes slitted even more.
I borrow. Very hard, very expensive. You want? Jinqua lend, maybe?
Struan tried to conceal his shock. He knew there would be a hard deal attached to any loan. He knew that Jinqua must have gambled his life and his soul and his house and his future and that of his friends and his sons to amass so much bullion secretly. The bullion had to be secret, or the Hoppo would have stolen it, and Jinqua simply would have disappeared. If news leaked into the pirate and bandit nests that abounded in or near Canton that there was even 100th part of so much treasure close at hand, Jinqua would have been obliterated.
Many lakh dollar, Struan said. Man do a favor, must return favor.
Buy this year double tia last year. Same price last year. Can?
Can.
Sell double opium this year, same price last year. Can?
Can.
Struan would pay over market price for the tea and would have to sell the opium at less than the present market price, but he would still make a vast profit. If the other conditions are possible, he reminded himself. Perhaps he was not finished after all, if Jinqua did not want the mandarin. Struan said a silent prayer that a mandarin was not part of the deal. But he knew that if there was no mandarin on Hong Kong, there could be no Kohong. And if there was no Kohong and no monopoly, Jinqua and all the other merchants would be out of business. They had to have the system too.
Only buy Jinqua or Jinqua's son 10 year. Can?
Great God, Struan thought. If I give him a monopoly on the house, he can squeeze us at will. Can, when tea price, silk price, all same, other Kohong.
20 year, market price add 10%.
Plus 5%, add 5% can.
8.
5.
7.
5. 7. No can, no profit, too plenty muchy, Struan said.
Aye, too much, plenty profit, 7.
10 year 6%, 10 year 5%.
Aye, Jinqua replied hotly. Bad, plenty bad. He waved a frail hand at the chests. Huge cost, big interest, very muchy. 10 year 6, 10 year 5, add new 10 year 5.
Struan wondered if the anger was real or pretended. Suppose no Jinqua, no Jinqua's son.
Plenty son of son. Can?
New 10 year add 4%.
5.
4.
Bad. Very high interest, very. 5.
Struan kept his eyes off the bullion, but could feel it surrounding him.
Dinna be a fool, take it, agree to anything. You're safe, laddie, you've everything.
Mandarin T-Sen say 1 Mandarin Hong Kong.
Jinqua said abruptly. "Why you say no?" "Jinqua don't like Mandarin here. What for I like Mandarin here?" Struan replied, a knot in his stomach. $40 lakh one Mandarin, can? No can. Plenty easy. Why for you say no can? Can? No can. Struan's eyes never wandered. Mandarin no can. $40 lakh one Mandarin, cheap. 40 times $10 lakh no can, die first. Struan decided to bring the bargaining to an end. "Finish," he said harshly. "By my fathers, finish." He got up and walked for the door. "Why for goa?" Jinqua asked. "No Mandarin, no dollar. Why talk, heya?" To Struan's astonishment, Jinqua cackled and said, "T-Sen want Mandarin. Jinqua no lend money belong T-Sen. Jinqua lend Jinqua money. Add new 10-year 5%. Can?" "Can." Struan sat down again, his head dizzy. $5 lakh by Jinqua land in Hong Kong. Can? Why? Struan asked himself helplessly. If Jinqua lends me the money, he must know that the Kohong's finished. Why should he destroy himself? Why buy land in Hong Kong? Can? Jinqua said again. Can. $5 lakh keep safe. Jinqua opened a small teak box and took out 2 chops. The chops were small square sticks of ivory, 2 inches long. The old man deftly held them together and dipped the ends, which were intricately carved, into the solid ink and made a chop mark on a sheet of paper. Jinqua gave Struan one of the chops and put the other back in the box. Man bring this piece chop give land and $5 lakh, savvy? Savvy. Next year I send 1 my bull chilo Hong Kong. You send all same your son school London. Can? Can. Your bull chilo, Gordon Chen, good? Bad, maybe. Good chilo. Chen Cheng say plenty good think. Obviously Struan was supposed to do something with Gordon Chen, but why and how did Gordon fit into Jinqua's machinations? I think give Gordon maybe bigger job. What for bigger job? Jinqua said contemptuously. Think you lend $1 lakh Chen bullchillo. What interest? Half profit. Profit on what? Struan felt that Jinqua was playing him like a fish. But you're off the hook, laddie, he wanted to shout. You'll get the bullion without the Mandarin. Can. Jinqua sighed, and Struan assumed that the deal was concluded. But it was not. Jinqua put his hand into his sleeve pocket and brought out 8 coin halves and put them on the table. Each of 4 coins had been crudely broken in 2. With one of his fingernail protectors, Jinqua pushed a half of each coin across the table. Last, 4 favor. Man bring 1 these, you grant favor. What favor? Jinqua leaned back in his chair. Doa noa, Tai-Pan, he said. 4 favor sometime. Not my life, maybe, son, maybe. Doa noa when, but ask 4 favor. 1/2 coin favor. Can? Sweat chilled Struan's shoulders. Agreeing to such a demand was an open invitation to disaster. But if he refused, the bullion was lost to him. You put your head into a devil trap, he told himself. Aye, but make up your mind. Do you want the future or not? You've known Jinqua for 20 years. He's always been fair. Aye, and the shrewdest man in Canton.
For 20 years he's helped you and guided you, and together you've grown in power and riches. So trust him. You can trust him. No, you cannot trust any man, least of all Jinqua. You've prospered with him only because you've always held the last card. Now you're asked to give Jinqua 4 jokers in your pack of life and death.
Once more Struan was awed by the subtlety and diabolic cunning of a Chinese mind, the majesty of it, the ruthlessness of it. But then, Struan told himself, they were both gambling for huge stakes, both gambling on each other's fairness, for there was nothing to guarantee that the favours would be granted.
Except that you will grant them and must grant them because a deal is a deal. Can, he said, holding out his hand. My custom, shake hand. Not Chinese custom, never mind.
He had never shaken hands with Jinqua before, and he knew that the shaking of hands was considered barbaric. Jinqua said, Favour perhaps again law.
My, yours. Savvy? Savvy. You friend. You or son no send coin ask bad favour.
Jinqua closed his eyes for a moment and thought about European barbarians. They were hairy and ape-like. Their manners were repulsive and ugly. They stank beyond belief. They had no culture or manners or graces. Even the lowest coolie was 10,000 times better than the best European. And what applied to the men applied even more to the women. He remembered his one visit to the Chinese-speaking English barbarian whore at Macau. He had visited her more for curiosity than for satisfaction, encouraged by his friends who said it would be an unforgettable experience, for there was no refinement she would not diligently practice, if encouraged. He shuddered at the thought of her hairy arms and hairy armpits and hairy legs and cleft, the coarseness of her skin and face, and the stench of sweat mixed with the foul perfume. And the food that the barbarians ate. Hideous. He had been to their dinners many times and had to sit through the innumerable courses almost faint with nausea and pretending not to be hungry, watching appalled at the stupendous quantities of half-raw meats they knifed into their mouths, blood gravy dripping down their chins, and the quantities of maddening spirits they swilled, and their revolting, boiled, tasteless vegetables, and indigestible solid pies, all in monstrous amounts, like pigs, like sweating, gluttonous, gargantuan devils, unbelievable. They had no attributes to recommend them, he thought, none, except their propensity to kill, and this they can do with incredible brutality, although with no refinement. At least they are the medium for us to make money. Barbarians are evil personified. All except this man, this Dirk Struan. Once Struan was like other barbarians. Now he is partially Chinese, in the mind. The mind is important, for to be Chinese is partially a mental attitude. And he is clean and smells clean, and he has learned some of our ways. Still violent and barbarian and a killer, but a little changed. And if one barbarian can be changed into a civilized person, why not many? Your plan is a wise one, Jinqua told himself. He opened his eyes and reached across, and delicately touched Struan's hand with his. Friend. Jinqua motioned for the servant to pour tea. Men my bring bullion your factory 2 days, night, very secret, Jinqua said. Plenty danger, savvy, very plenty. Savvy, I give paper and chop my for bullion. Send tomorrow. No chop, no paper, word better, heya? Struan nodded. How would you explain it, say, to Cullum?
That Jinqua'll give you 1 million in silver, will give you a fair deal, knowing that he could ask any conditions, will give you everything you want, on a handshake. 3 times $10 lakh pay Jinqua Kohong debts. Now, New Year, no debt. Good joss, Jinqua said proudly. Aye, Struan said, good joss for me. Very plenty danger, Tai-Pan. No can help. Aye. Very plenty danger. Must ye wait 2 nights? Aye ye are danger, Struan said. He picked up the 4 half coins. Thank you, Chen Sijin An. Thank you very much. No, thanks, der Struan. Friend. Suddenly, the man who had guided Struan to Jinqua burst in. He spoke urgently to Jinqua, who turned to Struan, frightened. Servant do a go! Gone settlement! All gone! Chapter 6. Struan sat in the sedan chair and swayed easily to its motion as the bearer coolies trotted through the silent alleys. The inside of the curtained box was grimed and sweat-stained. From time to time he peered through the curtained side window openings at the alleys. He could not see the sky, but he knew that dawn was near. The wind carried the stench of rotting fruit and feces and offal and cooking and spices, and mixed with it the smell of the sweat of the coolies. He had worked out a safer plan with Jinqua to get the bullion to Hong Kong. He had arranged for Jinqua to load the bullion in its crates onto an armed lorcha. In 2 nights the lorcha was to be brought secretly to the settlement wharf, at exactly midnight. If this was not possible, the lorcha was to be left near the south side of the wharf, 1 lantern on the foremast, another on the prow. To make sure that there was no mistake, Jinqua had said that, as a sign, he would paint the near side eye of the lorcha red. Every lorcha had 2 eyes carved into the teak of their prows. The eyes were for Joss, and also to help the soul of the boat to see ahead. The Chinese knew that it was essential for a boat to have eyes to see with. But why should Jinqua let me have Hong Kong safe? He asked himself. Surely Jinqua must realize the importance of a Mandarin. And why should he want a son educated in London? Was Jinqua, of all the Chinese he knew, so far-sighted as to understand at long last that there was to be a permanent joining of the fortunes of China with the fortunes of Britain? He heard dogs barking, and through the curtains saw them attack the legs of the front coolie, but the coolie who carried the lantern ahead of the sedan chair ran back and with practiced skill hacked at the dogs with his iron-pointed staff. The dogs fled, yelping into the darkness. Then Struan noticed a cluster of Bannerman foot soldiers, perhaps 100, seated at a far intersection. They were armed and had lanterns. They were ominously quiet. Several of the men stood up and began to walk toward the chair. The coolies swerved into an alley, much to Struan's relief. Now all you have to do, laddie, he told himself, is to get the bullion safe to Hong Kong, or safe to Whampoa, where you can transship it into China Cloud, but until it's safe aboard, you're not safe, laddie. The sedan chair lurched as a coolie almost stumbled into one of the potholes that pockmarked the road. Struan craned around in the confining space, trying to get his bearings. Later, he could see the masts of ships, half hidden by hovels. Ahead, there was still nothing recognizable. The chair turned a corner, heading toward the river, then cut across this narrow alley into another. Finally, ahead, over the roofs of huts, he could make out part of the settlement buildings glinting in the moonlight. Abruptly, the sedan chair stopped and was grounded, throwing Struan to one side. He tore the curtains aside and leaped out, knife in his hand, just as 3 spears ripped through the thin sides of the chair.
The 3 spearmen desperately tried to pull their weapons free as Struan darted to the nearest one, shoved his knife into the man's side and spun as another charged him with a double-edged war-axe. The axe blade scored his shoulder and he grimaced with pain but sidestepped and grappled with the man for possession of the axe. He tore it from the man's hand and the man screamed as a spear aimed for Struan impaled him. Struan backed against the wall. The remaining spearmen circled him, panting and cursing. Struan feinted and hacked at him with the axe, but missed, and the man lunged. His spear pierced Struan's coat, but Struan ripped free and buried his knife to the hilt in the man's stomach and twisted it, gutting him. Struan jumped clear of the bodies, his back against the safety of the wall, and waited. The man that he had knifed was howling. Another was inert. The one he had gutted was holding his stomach and crawling away. Struan waited an instant, gathering strength, and an arrow thudded into the wall above his head. He picked up one of the spears and raced down the alley toward the settlement. He heard footsteps behind him and ran faster. As he rounded the corner, he saw that 13 Factory Street was just ahead. He dropped the spear and zigzagged across the street and into Hog Street, down Hog Street and across the square, which was filled with more bannermen than before. Before the bannerman could intercept him, he was through the garden door. A musket slammed him in the stomach.
"Oh, it's thee, Dirk," Brock said. "Where the hell's thee beed?"
"Out," Struan gulped for air. "God's blood, I was jumped by stinking highwaymen."
"Be that your blood or theirs?"
Under the light of the lantern, Struan ripped the coat and shirt away from his wounded shoulder. The slice was clean and shallow across his shoulder muscle.
"A gnat's bite,"
Brock scoffed. He found a bottle of rum and poured some into the wound and smiled when Struan winced.
"How many were they?"
3.
"And thee get cutted? Thee be getting old."
Brock poured 2 glasses of rum. Struan drank and felt better.
"I thought you was a-sleeping. Your door were locked. Where thee beed?"
"What's going on here?"
"The servants vanished 'bout an hour ago. That's what. I thought it best not to bring everyone here till daybreak. Must be 100 guns covered thee while they ran."
"Then why the devil shove a musket in my belly?"
"Just wanted to welcome thee rightly."
Brock gulped some rum.
"Just wanted thee to knowed we was awake."
"Anyone know why the servants left?"
"No."
Brock walked over to the gate. The bannermen were settling back into sleep. A nervous dawn hesitated on the horizon.
"Looks god-rotting bad," he said, his face hard. "Doing like this here a little bit. Them bastards don't do nothing but sit and sometimes beat their drums. I think we better retreat while the retreating's good."
"We're safe for a few days."
Brock shook his head. "I got a bad feeling. Something's right bad. We'd better go'd."
"It's a ploy, Brock." Struan tore off a piece of his shirt and wiped the sweat from his face.
"Mayhaps, but I got this feeling, and when I gets this feeling, it be time to move."
Brock jerked a thumb at the bannerman.
"We counted 'em, 150. Howquar said there be more'n 1,000 spread all round the settlement.
I saw perhaps 200 or 300 to the east."
"Where thee beed?"
"Out." Struan was tempted to tell him, but that will not help, he thought. Brock'll do everything in his power to prevent the bullion from arriving safely. And without the bullion, you're as dead as you ever were.
"There's a girl just around the corner," he said flippantly. "Pox on a girl. They ain't so stupid to leave for any doxy."
Brock tugged his beard peevishly.
"Thee be taking over from me in an hour?"
"Aye."
"At noon we pull out."
"Nay."
"I say at noon."
"Nay." Brock frowned. "What's to keep thee here?" "If we leave before there's real trouble, we lose face badly."
"Yes, I know. Don't please me to run, but something tells me it be better."
"We'll wait a couple of days." Brock was very suspicious.
"Thee knowed I never beed wrong about knowing when to run. Why thee want to stay. That's just T-Sen up to his old tricks. This time you're wrong. I'll relieve you in an hour, Struan said, and went inside. Now what be Dirk up to? Brock brooded. He hawked loudly, hating the danger stench that seemed to come from the dying night. Struan climbed the marble staircase to his quarters. The walls were lined with quantz paintings and Chinese silk hangings. On the landings were giant Ming teak dragons and teak chests. The corridors leading off the first landing were lined with paintings of ships and sea battles, and on a pedestal was a scale model of HMS Victory. Struan found his door locked. "Open the door," he said, and waited. Agip let him inside. "Where the hell have you been, May?" he said, trying not to show his relief. She was standing in the shadows near the window. She spoke to Agip, then motioned her out. Struan bolted the door. "Where the hell have you been?" She moved into the lantern light, and he was shocked by her pallor. "What's amiss?"
"There's plenty rumors, Tai-Pan. Word says all barbarians are going to be put to the sword."
"Nothing new in that. Where have you been?"
"Bannermen are new. There's rumor that T-Sen's in disgrace, that he's sentenced to death."
"That's nonsense. He's cousin to the Emperor, and the second richest man in China."
"Rumor says the Emperor's so God-wrought angry T-Sen make a treaty, T-Sen is to suffer public torture."
"That's madness." Struan stood by the fire and stripped off his coat and shirt. "Where have you been?"
"What happened to you?"
she exclaimed, seeing the cut. "Highwayman jumped me."
"Did you see Jinghua?"
Struan was wonderstruck. "How do you know about Jinghua?"
"I went to Kowtow and pay my respects to his supreme lady. She told me he just returned and sent for you."
Struan had been unaware that Mei knew Jinghua's first wife, but he was so furious that he dismissed this from his mind. "Why the devil did you not tell me where you were going?"
"Because then you would have forbid me,"
Mei snapped.
"I want to see her, also to have my hair done and to consult the astrologer."
"What?"
"There's a terrifical good hairdresser that Jinghua's ladies use. Terrifical good for hair. This woman is famous in all Guangdong, very expensive. The astrologer said Joss was good, very good, but to watch building of houses."
"You'd risk your life to talk to soothsayers and get your hair treated?" he erupted. "What the hell's the matter with your hair? It's fine as it is."
"You dinna ken these things, Tai-Pan," she said coldly. "That's where I hear rumors, at hairdressers."
She took his hand and made him touch her hair.
"There, you see? It is much softer, no?"
"No, it is not. God's death, if you ever leave without first telling me where you're going, I'll whack you so hard you will not sit for a week."
"Just try, Tai-Pan, by God," she said, and glared back at him.
He grabbed her swiftly and carried her, struggling, to the bed, and flung up her robe and petticoats, and gave her a smack on her buttocks that stung his hand and tossed her on the bed. He had never struck her before. Mei flew off the bed at him and viciously raked at his face with her long nails. A lantern crashed to the floor as Struan upended her again and resumed the spanking. She fought out of his grip, and her nails slashed at his eyes, missing by a fraction of an inch, and scoring his face. He caught her wrists and turned her over and tore off her robe and underclothes and smashed her bare buttocks with the flat of his hand. She fought back fiercely, shoving an elbow in his groin and clawing at his face again. Mustering all his strength, he pinned her to the bed, but she slipped her head free and sank her teeth into his forearm. He gasped from the pain and slashed her buttocks again with the flat of his free hand. She bit harder. "By God, you'll never bite me again!" he said through clenched teeth.
Her teeth sank deeper, but he deliberately did not pull his arm away. The pain made his eyes water, but he smashed May harder and harder and harder, always on her buttocks, until his hand hurt. At last, she released her teeth.
"Don't! No more! Please, please!"
she whimpered, and wept into the pillow, defenceless. Struan caught his breath. "Now say you're sorry for going out without permission." Her mottled, inflamed buttocks tightened, and she flinched against the expected blow, but he had not raised his hand. He knew that the spirit of a thoroughbred must only be tamed, never broken. "I'll give you 3 seconds.
"I'm sorry. Sorry. You hurt me. You hurt me," she sobbed.
He got off the bed and, holding his forearm under the light, examined the wound. May's teeth had bitten very deeply and blood seeped. "Come over here," he said quietly. She did not move, but continued to weep.
"Come over here!"
he repeated, but this time his voice was a lash, and she jerked up. He did not look at her. She quickly pulled the remnants of her robe around her and began to get off the bed.
"I didn't tell you to dress. I said come here."
She hurried over to him, her eyes red and her face powder and eye makeup streaked. He steadied his forearm against the table and daubed the seeping blood away and poured brandy into each wound. He lit a match and gave it to her. "Stick the flame in the wounds, one by one."
"No!"
"One by one," he said. "A human bite is as poisonous as a mad dog's. Hurry!" It took 3 matches, and each time she wept a little more, nauseated by the smell of burning flesh. But she kept her hand steady, and each time the brandy ignited, Struan grit his teeth and said nothing. When it was finished, he slopped more brandy over the blackened wounds, and May found the chamber pot and was very sick. Struan quickly poured some hot water from the kettle over a towel and patted May's back gently, and when she had finished, he wiped her face tenderly and made her rinse her mouth with some of the hot water. Then he picked her up and put her into the bed, and would have left her, but she held on to him and began to weep, the deep inner weeping that cleans away the hatred. Struan soothed her and gentled her until she slept. Then he left and took over the watch from Brock. At noon there was another meeting. Many wished to leave immediately, but Struan dominated Brock and persuaded the merchants to wait until tomorrow. They agreed reluctantly and decided to move into the factory for mutual safety. Cooper and the Americans went to their own factory. Struan returned to his suite. May welcomed him passionately. Later they slept at peace. Once they awoke together and she kissed him sleepily and whispered, "You were right to beat me. I was wrong, Tai-Pan. But never beat me when I am not wrong. For some time you must sleep, and then I kill you." In the middle watch, their peace was shattered. Wolfgang Maus was pounding on the door.
Tai-Pan! Tai-Pan! Aye? Quick, downstairs! Hurry!
Now they could hear the mob swarming into the square. Chapter 7.
"My da warned you all, goddamn your eyes,"
Gorth said, turning away from the dining-room window and pushing through the traders.
"We've had mobs before," Struan said sharply, "and you know they're always controlled and only ordered out by the mandarins." "Yes, but not like this'n," Brock said. "There's got to be a special reason. Nothing to worry about yet."
The square below was jammed with a heaving mass of Chinese. Some carried lanterns, others torches. A few were armed, and they were screaming in unison.
"Must be 2,000 or 3,000 of the buggers," Brock said, then called out, "Hey, Wolfgang, what be the heathen devil shouting?" Death to the devil barbarians!
What rotten cheek, Roach said. He was a small, sparrow-like man, his musket taller than himself. Mouse looked back at the mob, his heart thumping uneasily, his flanks clammy with sweat.
Is this thy time, O Lord, the time of thy peerless martyrdom? I'll go and talk to them, preach to them, he said throatily, wanting the peace of such a sacrifice, yet terrified of it.
An estimable idea, Mr. Mouse,
Rummagy said agreeably, his black eyes twitching nervously from Mouse to the mob and back again.
They're bound to listen to one of your persuasion, sir.
Struan saw Mouse's beaded sweat and untoward pallor, and he intercepted him near the door.
You'll do no such thing. It's time, Tai-Pan.
You'll not buy salvation that easily.
Who are you to judge?
Mouse began to push past, but Struan stood in his way.
I meant that salvation's a long and hurt-filled process, he said kindly.
Twice before he had seen the same strangeness in Mouse. Each time it had been before a battle with pirates, and later, during the battle. Mouse had dropped his weapons and gone toward the enemy in a religious ecstasy, seeking death. It's a long process.
The Lord's peace is hard to find,
Mouse muttered, his throat choking him, glad to be stopped and hating himself for being glad.
I just wanted...
Quite right, know all about salvation myself, Masterson butted in. He steepled his hands, and his manner was pious. Lord, preserve us from the god-rotting heathen. Couldn't agree more, Tai-Pan. Damn all his noise, what? Mouse collected himself with an effort, feeling naked before Struan, who once again had seen into the depths of his soul.
You're right. Yes, right.
After all, if we lose you, who's left to preach the word? Struan said, and decided to watch Mouse if there was real trouble. Quite right, Masterson said, blowing his nose with his fingers. What's the point of throwing a valuable Christian to the wolves? That damned bunch of scalawags is whipped to a frenzy and in no mood to be preached at. Lord protect us! God damn, Tai-Pan, I told you there'd be an attack. The hell you did, Roach called from across the room. Who the devil asked your opinion, by God? Having a quiet talk to the Tai-Pan and Reverend Mouse? Masterson shouted back. Then to Mouse, why not say a prayer for us, eh? After all, we're the Christians, by God. He bustled over to the window. Can't a fellow see what's going on, eh? Mouse wiped the sweat off his brow.
O Lord God and sweet Jesus, thine only begotten Son, give me thy peace. Send me disciples and missionaries so that I may lie down thy burden. And I bless thee for sending me the Tai-Pan, who is my conscience, and who sees me as I am. Thank you, Tai-Pan.
The door was flung open and more traders poured into the room. All were armed. What the devil's going on? What's amiss? Nobody knows, Roach said. One moment it was peaceful, the next they started to arrive. I bet we never see poor old Elixon again. Poor devil's probably had his throat cut already, Masterson said, malevolently priming his musket. We'll die in our beds tonight.
Oh, shut up, for the love of God, Roach said. You're a harbinger of sweetness and comfort, ain't you?
Vivian, a bull-like trader, glowered down on Masterson.
Why don't you pee in your hat?
The other traders roared, and then Gorth shouldered his way to the door.
I'll take my bully boys and blow 'em to hell. No!
Struan's voice was a lash. A hush fell.
They're doing us nae harm yet. What's the matter, Gorth? Are you frightened of a few men cursing you?
Gorth reddened and started toward Struan, but Brock moved in the way.
Get thee below, he ordered.
Stand guard in the garden, and the first Chinese what come in blow his bloody head off. Gorth controlled his rage with an effort and walked out. Everyone started talking again.
Bain't proper to bait the lad, Dirk.
Brock poured a tankard of ale and drank it thirstily.
He might be handing thee thy head.
He might, and he might be taught a few manners.
"Excuse me, Mr. Struan,"
Rumagee interrupted, his nervousness overcoming his politeness.
"Are there guards at the back entrance?"
"Aye, 3 of my men. They can hold that against an army of this rabble."
There was a burst of arguing among the traders, and then Roach said, "I'm with Gorth. I say we should fight our way out instantly."
"We will if necessary," Struan said.
"Yes," Brock said,
"asking for trouble to do it now. We waits and keeps our guard up till light. Mayhaps they be gone by then."
"And if they're not, eh? That's what I'd like to know."
"Then we spill a lot of blood. I snuck 3 of my men onto the Lorcher and put her in midstream. There be a 10-pounder aboard."
Struan laughed. "I think Mr. Brock deserves a vote of confidence."
"By God, Mr. Brock, you're right smart," Masterson said. 3 cheers for Mr. Brock."
They cheered, and Brock grinned.
"Thank ye kindly, lads. Now, best to get some sleep. We be safe enough."
"Got in him or look!"
Mouse was pointing out the window, his eyes bulging. A lantern procession with gongs and drums was pouring out of Hog Street into the square. Bannermen with flails preceded it, hacking a path through the mob. At the head of the procession was a man of vast girth. His clothes were rich, but he was barefoot and hatless, and he staggered under the weight of chains.
"God's death,"
Struan said.
"That's Tai-Pan."
The procession wound into the centre of the square and halted. All the Kohong merchants, except Jinqua, were in the procession. All had their ceremonial rank buttons removed from their hats, and they stood quaking. The mob began to jeer and hiss. Then the chief bannerman, a tall, black-bearded warrior, banged a huge gong, and the mob fell silent once more. An open sedan chair with mounted bannermen in front and behind was carried into the square. Seated on the chair, in full ceremonial grey and scarlet dress, was Shipiacho, the imperial hoppo. He was a squat, obese Manchu mandarin, almost neckless, and in his hand was the imperial fan of his office. The fan was ivory and studded with jade. The hoppo's chair was put down in the centre of the square, and the chief bannerman screamed out an order. Everyone in the square kowtowed 3 times and then got up again. The hoppo unrolled a paper, and under the light of a lantern held by a guard, began to read in a high-pitched voice.
"What's he a-saying?"
Brock asked Mouse.
"Look, there's old Hao Kwa," Masterson said with a chuckle. "He's bloody well shaking in—"
"Please, quiet! I can't hear, Hein,"
Mouse said. He craned out the window. They all listened.
"It's an emperor's edict,"
Mouse said quickly.
"And the traitor Tai-Pan, our late cousin, shall immediately be put in chains and sent to our capital under sentence of death, and—" "I can't hear, Hein. Wait a moment. And the contemptible treaty called the Convention of Chuen-Pi, that he signed without our authority, is revoked. The barbarians are ordered out of our kingdom and out of Canton and out of Hong Kong under pain of immediate and lingering death, and—"
"I don't believe it," Roach scoffed.
"Shut thy face! How can Wolfgang be hearing?"
Mouse listened intently to the eerie high-pitched voice cutting the brooding silence.
"We're ordered out," he said, "and we've to pay an indemnity for all the trouble we've caused. No trade except under the 8 regulations. Queen Victoria's ordered to present herself at Canton in mourning. Something about... It sounded like rewards are on our heads, and... As a symbol of our displeasure, the criminal Tai-Pan will be scourged publicly and all his property is forfeit. Fear this and tremblingly obey."
The chief bannerman approached Tai-Sen and gestured at the ground with his flail. Tai-Sen, chalk-white, knelt down, and the chief bannerman raised his flail and brought it crashing down on Tai-Sen's back. Again and again and again. There was no sound in the square but for the slash of the whip. Tai-Sen fell forward on his face, and the bannerman continued to scourge him. "I don't believe it," Masterson said. "It's impossible," Mouse said.
"If they do this to Tai-Sen, by the cross they'll kill us all."
"Nonsense, we can take the whole of China any time."
Brock started guffawing.
"What's so funny, Hein?"
Mouse asked impatiently.
"This means war again," Brock said. "Good, says I."
He glanced at Struan, mocking him.
"I told thee, lad, this be what thee gets for making a soft treaty with the scum."
"It's a ruse of some kind," Struan said calmly, but inwardly he was stunned by what was happening. "Tai-Sen's the richest man in China. The Emperor's got a whipping boy, a scapegoat, and all Tai-Sen's wealth. It's a matter of face. The Emperor's saving face."
"Thee and thy face, lad,"
Brock said, no longer amused.
"'Tis thy face that be red. Treaty be finished, trade finished, Hong Kong finished, thee be finished, and all thee talks about be face."
"You're so wrong, Tyler. Hong Kong's just begun," Struan said. "A lot of things have just begun."
"Yus, war, by God!"
"And if there's war, where's the base for the fleet, eh? Macau's as useless as it always has been. It's part of the mainland, and the Chinese can fall on that at whim. But not our island, by God. Not without the fleet protecting it. I'll agree that without Hong Kong we're finished, that without it we cannae launch a campaign north again, never, nor protect whatever mainland ports or settlements we get in the future. You hear, Tyler? Hong Kong's the key to China. Hong Kong's got you by the short and curlies."
"I knowed all about having the island fortress, by God,"
Brock blustered above the chorus of agreement.
"Hong Kong bain't the only place, I be saying. Chushan be better. You cannot protect Chushan like Hong Kong,"
Struan said exultantly, knowing that Brock was committed, as they were all committed.
"That barren sodding rock, as you call it, is your whole god-rotting future." "Maybe, maybe not,"
Brock said sourly.
"We be seeing about that. But thee bain't be enjoying Hong Kong nohow. I be having the null, and thee be finished."
"Dinna be too sure." Struan watched the square again. The lash still rose and fell. He pitied Tai-Sen, who had been caught in a trap not of his own choosing. He had not sought the job as Chinese plenipotentiary. He was ordered to take it. He was trapped by the era in which he lived, just as Struan himself and Longstaff and Brock and the Hoppo and all of them were trapped now that the first move had been made. The result would be as inexorable as the flail. There would be a move against Canton just as before. First take the forts at the approaches to Canton and then only threaten the city. There would be no need to capture it, for Canton would pay ransom first. Then, when the winds were ripe in the summer, north once more to the Peiho River mouth and landings, and once more the Emperor, trapped like everyone else, would immediately sue for peace. The treaty would stand because it was fair. Then over the years the Chinese would gradually open up their ports willingly, seeing that the British had much to offer: law, justice, the sanctity of property, freedom. For the ordinary Chinese want what we want, he thought, and there's no difference between us. We can work together for the benefit of all. Perhaps we'll help the Chinese to throw out the barbaric Manchus. That's what will happen so long as there's a reasonable treaty now
and we're patient, and we play the Chinese game with Chinese rules in Chinese time. Time measured not in a day or year, but in generations. And so long as we can trade while we're waiting. Without trade, the world will become what it once was, a hell where only the strongest arm and the heaviest lash was law. The meek will never inherit the earth. Aye, but at least they can be protected by law to live out their lives as they wish. When Tisen had had 100 blows, the bannerman picked him up. Blood was streaming from his face and neck, and the back of his robe was shredded and bloody. The mob jeered and hooted. A bannerman banged the gong, but the mob paid no attention, and the bannerman cut into them, slashing and chopping. There were screams, and the mob backed away and fell silent again. The hoppo waved an imperious hand toward the garden. The sedan chair was lifted, and the bannermen moved ahead of it, wielding their flails to clear the way toward the traders. "Come on," Struan said to Mouse and Brock. "The rest of you get ready in case there's an attack." He dashed out into the garden, Brock and Mouse close behind. "Be they sick in the head?" Brock said. "No." They watched tensely as the mob parted and the bannerman appeared at the garden gate. The hoppo stayed in his chair, but he called out to them imperiously. "He orders you to take a copy of the edict, Mr. Struan," Mouse said. "Tell him that we are not dressed in ceremonial clothes. Such an important matter needs great ceremony to give it the dignity it merits." The hoppo seemed puzzled. After a moment he spoke again. "He says barbarians have no ceremony and are beyond contempt. However, the Son of Heaven has urged clemency on all those who fear him. A deputation will come to my palace in the morning at the hour of the snake." "When the hell be that?" Brock asked. 7 a.m., Mouse said. "We bain't about to put our heads in his god-rotting trap. Tell him to dung himself." "Tell him," Struan said, "according to the 8 regulations, we're not allowed to meet personally with the exalted hoppo, but must receive documents through the Kohong here in the settlement. The hour of the snake gives us not enough time." He looked up. Dawn was streaking the sky. "When's 11 o'clock at night?" "The hour of the rat," Mouse said. "Then tell him that we will receive the document from the Kohong here, with due ceremony, at the hour of the rat, tomorrow night." "Due ceremony be clever, Dirk," Brock said. "That be plenty of time to prepare a bleeding welcome." Mouse listened to the hoppo. "He says that the Kohong will deliver the edict at the hour of the snake, that's 9 a.m. today, and all British barbarians are to leave the settlement by the hour of the sheep, that's 1 p.m. today. Tell him that 1 p.m. today gives us not enough time, at the hour of the sheep tomorrow. He says we must evacuate the settlement at 3 p.m. today, the hour of the monkey, that our lives are spared until that time and that we can leave without harm. Tell him the hour of the monkey tomorrow." The hoppo replied to Mouse and barked an order. His chair was lifted and the procession began to form again. "He said we must leave today, at the hour of the monkey. 3 o'clock this afternoon." "Curse him to hell!" Struan said, enraged. The procession was heading for Hog Street. One of the bannermen shoved Tisen behind the sedan chair and flailed him as he stumbled after it. More began to close on the mob, which coursed out of the square. The bannermen who remained split into 2 groups. One moved closer to the factory, cutting it off from Hog Street. The other was posted to the west. The factory was surrounded. "Why was you pressing for delay?" Brock said. "Just normal negotiation. Thee knowed right well be more'n the hoppo's life be worth to delay after what happened to T-Sen. What be so important to stay another night, eh? Most of us was leaving today anyway, for the land sale." Good sweet Christ, Struan thought, knowing that Brock was right. How can I wait for the bullion? "Eh?" Brock repeated. "No reason." "There be a reason," Brock said, and entered the factory. Promptly, at the hour of the snake, the full complement of Cohong merchants came into the square, escorted by 50 bannermen with gongs and drums sounding. The guard bannerman let them through and then closed ranks again. Again Jinhua was absent, but his son, Haokua, the leading Cohong merchant, was there. Haokua, a middle-aged, roly-poly man, always smiled, but today he was sombre and sweating, so terrified that he almost dropped the neatly rolled imperial edict bound with vermilion ribbon. His fellow merchants were equally panic-stricken. Struan and Brock were waiting to receive them in the garden, dressed in their best frock coats and white cravats and top hats. Struan was freshly shaved, and Brock had had his beard combed. Both wore ostentatious flowers in their buttonholes. They knew that ceremony gained them much face, and made the hoppo lose face. "Right you are," Brock had said with a hoarse laugh. "Struan and me'll take the god-rotting edict, and if we bain't acting proper like they, then mayhaps they be burning us up like rats in a trap and not waiting the time they give us. Now, do exactly as Struan said." The party halted at the gate. Mouse opened it, and Struan and Brock went to the threshold. The bannerman glowered at them. Struan and Brock were grimly aware of the rewards that were still on their heads, but they showed no fear, for they were covered by unseen guns in the windows behind them, and by the cannon on Brock's lorcha anchored in midstream. The chief bannerman spoke heatedly, gesticulating with his flail. "He says come out and get the edict," Mouse interpreted. Struan merely raised his hat and held out his hand and planted his feet firmly. "The hoppo said the edict was to be delivered. Deliver it." He kept his hand out. Mouse translated what he had said, and then after a nervous moment the bannerman cursed at Haokua, and Haokua hurried forward and gave Struan the rolled paper. Struan and Brock and Mouse immediately doffed their top hats and shouted at the top of their voices, "God save the Queen!" At this signal, Gorth put a taper to the firecrackers and tossed them into the garden. The Cohong merchants leaped back, and the bannermen drew their bows and swords, but Struan and Brock, their faces solemn, stood perfectly still, holding their hats in the air. The exploding firecrackers filled the garden with smoke. When the explosions ceased, to the Cohong's horror, Mouse, Struan, and Brock shouted, "God rot all Manchus!" And from inside the factory there were 3 resounding cheers. The chief bannerman strode forward belligerently and harangued Mouse. "He asks what this is all about, Tai-Pan." "Just tell him, just like I told you." Struan caught Haokua's eye and winked covertly, knowing his hatred of the Manchus. Mouse said in loud, ringing, perfect Mandarin, "This is our custom on a very important occasion. Not every day are we privileged to receive so estimable a document." The bannerman cursed him for a moment, then ordered the Cohong away. The Cohong went, but now they were emboldened. Brock started laughing.
and laughter spread through the factory and was echoed from the far end of the square where the American factory was situated. A Union Jack appeared from one of its windows and waved bravely.
"We best be getting ready to move," Brock said. "That were very good."
Struan did not answer. He tossed the edict to Mouse.
"Give me an accurate translation, Wolfgang," he said, and went back to his suite.
Agip bowed him in and went back to her cooking pots. Maymay was dressed, but she was lying on the bed.
"What's the matter, Maymay?"
She glared at him and turned her back, pulling up her robe and revealing her bruise-tinted buttocks.
"That's what's matter," she said with mock rage. "Look what you've done, you brute barbarian Fan Kwai. I must either stand or lying on my belly."
"Must lie on," he said, and slumped moodily in a chair.
Maymay pulled down her robe and gingerly got off the bed.
"Why do you not laugh? I thought that would make you laugh."
"Sorry, lass, I should have, but I've a lot to think about."
"What?"
He motioned to Agip.
"You do her out here, savvy?"
and bolted the door after her. Maymay knelt beside the pot and stirred it with a chopstick.
"We've got to leave at 3:00, Struan said. "Say you wanted to stay in the settlement until tomorrow. What would you do?"
"Hide," she said immediately, "in a, a small up room near the roof."
"Attic?"
"Yes, attic. Why you want to stay?"
"Do you think they'll search the factory when we've left?"
"Why stay? Very unwise to stay."
"Do you think the bannermen will count us as we leave?"
"Those god-rotting scum cannot count."
She hawked noisily and spat in the fire.
"Will you not spit?"
"I tell you many times, Tai-Pan, it is important, wise Chinese custom," she answered. "There is poisons in the throat, always. You become very sick if you didn't expectorate it. It is very wise to expectorate it. The louder the hawk, the more the spit poison god is frightened."
"That's nonsense, and it's a disgusting habit."
"Ah-yee-yah," she said impatiently. "Do you not understand English? Sometimes I wonder why I try to explain all so many civilizationed Chinese wisdoms to you. What for should we hide here? It is dangerous not to go with the others. It will be dangerous badly if the bannermen see me. We will need protections. Why should we hide?"
He told her about the Lorsha and about the bullion.
"You must trust me very much," she said very seriously.
"Aye."
"What must you give Jinqua in returns?"
"Business concessions."
"Of course, but what else?"
"Just business concessions." There was a silence.
"Jinqua is a clever man. He would not want just business concessions," she mused. "What concessions I would ask if I am Jinqua to anything, you must agree. Anything."
"What would you want?" She stared at the flames and wondered what Struan would say if he knew that she was Jinqua's granddaughter, second daughter of his eldest son Haoqua's fifth wife. And she wondered why she had been forbidden to tell Struan, on pain of the removal of her name from the ancestral scrolls forever. Strange, she told herself, and shuddered at the thought of being cast out of the family, for it meant that not only she, but her offspring and theirs forever would be lost from the mainstream, and therefore deprived of the protective mutual help that was the single rock of Chinese society, a perpetual rock. The only real thing of value that 5,000 years of civilization and experimenting had taught was safe and worthwhile: the family. and she wondered why, in truth, she had been given to Struan.
"Second daughter of fifth mother,"
her father had said on her 15th birthday.
"My illustrious father has conceived a great honor for you. You are to be given to the Tai-Pan of the barbarians."
She had been terrified. She had never seen a barbarian and believed them to be unclean, loathsome cannibals. She had wept and begged for mercy, and then secretly she had been shown Struan when he was with Jinqua. The giant Struan had frightened her, but she had seen that he was not an ape. Even so, she had still begged to be married to a Chinese. But her father had been adamant and had given her a choice.
"Obey or leave this house and be cast out forever."
So she had gone to Macau and into Struan's house with instructions to please him, to learn the barbarian tongue, and to teach Struan things Chinese without his knowing he was being taught. Once a year, Jinqua and her father would send someone to her to learn her progress and to bring news of the family. Very strange, Maymay thought. Certainly I wasn't sent as spy, but to be Struan's concubine. And certainly neither father nor grandfather would do such a thing lightly, not with their own bloodline. Was I not Jinqua's favorite granddaughter? "So much bullion," she said, avoiding his question. "So much is terrifical big temptation, huge, all in one place, just one risk, attack or theft, and 20, 40 generations would be safe. How foolish I was to be afraid of the Tai-Pan. He is a man like any other, and my lord, very much man, and I will be Tai-Tai soon, at long last, and I will have face at long last." She bowed deeply. "I'm honored you trust me. I will bless your Joss, Tai-Pan, forever. You do me huge honor and give me so much face, for anyone would consider how to steal it. Anyone." "How would you go about that?" "Send Agip to the hopo," she said at once, and went back to stirring the pot. "For a guarantee 50% he disregard even the emperor. He would allow you to stay, secretly if you wish, until Losha arrived. When he made sure it was right Losha, he would let you go aboard secretly and intercept downriver, and cut your throat. But then he would cheat me out of my share, and I'd have to be his woman. Dirty turtle dung. Nah for all the tea in China, nah that pig fornicator. He has dirty tricks. You know that he's almost impotent." "What?" Struan said, not really listening to her. "It's common knowledge," she said. She tasted the stew daintily and added a little soya sauce. "He has to have 2 girls at same time. One has to play with him while the other works. Then, too, he's so small that he fits things on himself, enormous things. Then, too, he likes to sleep with ducks." "Will you not talk such drivel?" "What's drivel mean?" Maymay asked. "Nonsense." "Ha, that's no nonsense. Everyone knows." She tossed her head prettily, and the long plume of hair danced. "I dinna understand you at all, Tai-Pan. You are shocked when I tell you about ordinary things. Many people use things to improve sex. Very important to improve if you can. Eat right foods, use right medicines. If you're small, not bad to improve your joss and give your girl more pleasure, but not like that dirty pig. He does it just to hurt." "Will you not stop it, woman?" She stopped stirring and looked at him. A tiny frown crossed her face. "Are all European like you, Tai-Pan? Not like to talk open about man-woman things here?"
Certain things you dinna talk about, and that's the end of it.
She shook her head. That's wrong. It's good to talk. How else can one improve? Man is man and woman, woman. You dinna get shock about food. Why so crazy, eh? Sex is food, never mind.
Her eyes crinkled mischievously, and she looked him up and down.
Heya, all massa do a jig like you are all same can, heya?
Are all Chinese girls like you, heya?
Yes, she said calmly. Most. Like me, but not so good. I hope. She laughed. I think you must be very special. I'm special too.
And modest.
A pox on that sort of modest. I'm honest, Tai-Pan. Chinese are honest. Why for should I not appreciate me? And you. I enjoy you, like you me. Stupid to pretend, nah.
She peered into the pot and took a piece of meat with the chopsticks and tasted it. Then she took the pot off the fire and put it near enough to the flames to keep it warm. She opened the door and whispered to Agip. Agip plodded away. May went back to the fire. Where's she gone?
To find us place to hide.
I'll do that.
In this she would be better. First we eat, then you decide about Brock.
What about him?
He will not let you hide and stay easily here.
I've already decided what to do about him. Struan's face crinkled with the breadth of his smile. You're very, very special, May.
Special enough for you to make me Tai-Tai? Your supreme lady, according to your custom?
I'll decide about that after I've accomplished 3 things.
What 3 things?
The first is to get the bullion safe into China Cloud.
Next?
The second is to make Hong Kong absolutely safe.
The last?
I'm not sure. You'll have to be patient on that one.
I will help you with the first 2. The last I dinna ken. I am Chinese. The Chinese are very patient. But I am also a woman.
Aye, he said, after a long moment.
Chapter 8.
Struan was in his private office on the ground floor writing a dispatch to Rob. It was almost 2 o'clock. Outside, the traders and their clerks and coolies and servants were carrying possessions from their factories to their lorches. The Hoppo had relaxed the order withdrawing all the servants. Servants and coolies were to be allowed until the hour of the monkey, 3 o'clock, the time by which the settlement was to be abandoned. Bannermen were still in the square preventing access to the American factory. Struan finished the letter, affixed his special chop, and sealed it with wax and signet ring. He had told Rob not to worry, that he would bring good news to Hong Kong, and that if he was late, Rob should go to the land sale and buy all the land they had long ago decided upon, and buy the knoll, whatever the cost. Whatever Brock did, Rob was to bid $1 more. Now Struan sat back and rubbed the fatigue out of his eyes and began to recheck his plan, trying to find the holes in it. Like all plans that involved the reactions of others, there always had to be a measure of joss. But he felt that the weather vane of his joss had backed to the old quarter, where he was always guarded, and things happened as he wanted them to happen. The tall grandfather clock chimed twice. Struan got up from the carved teak desk and joined the servants, who were streaming in and out of the factory under the supervision of the Portuguese clerks.
"We're almost finished, Mr. Struan,"
Manuel de Vargas said. He was an elderly, grey-haired, sallow Portuguese of great dignity. He had been with the noble house for 11 years and was chief clerk. Before this, he had had his own company with its headquarters in Macau, but he had been unable to compete with the British and American traders. He bore them no grudge.
It is the will of God, he had said without rancour, and had gathered his wife and his children around him, and had gone to Mass, and had thanked the Madonna for all their blessings. He was like the vast majority of Portuguese, faithful, calm, content, and unhurried. "We can go as soon as you say," he said, tiredly. "Are you feeling all right, Vargas?" "A little agued, senor. But once we get settled, I will be well once more." Vargas shook his head. "Bad to move and to move and to move." He spoke sharply in Cantonese to a coolie staggering past under the weight of ledgers, and pointed to a losha. "That's the last of the books, Mr. Struan. Good. This is a sad day. Sad. Many bad rumors, some stupid." "What?" "That we will all be intercepted on our way and killed. That Macau is to be terminated and we're to be thrown out of the Orient once and for all. And the usual rumors that we'll be back in a month and trade will be better than ever. There's even a rumor that there's 40 lakhs of bullion in Canton." Struan kept the smile on his face. "There are not that many lakhs in Kwantung province." "Of course, stupid, but it is amusing to relate. The bullion's supposed to have been collected by the Kohong as a gift to placate the emperor." "Drivel." "Of course, drivel. No one would dare to have so much in one place. All the bandits in China would fall on it." "Take this letter and deliver it into Mr. Robb's hands, as soon as possible," Struan said. "Then go immediately to Macau. I want you to organize teams of building workmen. I want them on Hong Kong Island 2 weeks from today. 500 men." "Yes, senor." Vargas sighed and wondered how long he would have to keep up the pretense. "We all know the noble house is finished. 500 men? Why do we need men when there is no money to buy land?" "It will be difficult, senor." "In 2 weeks," Struan repeated. "It will be difficult to find good workmen," Vargas said politely. "All the traders will be competing for their services, and the Emperor's edict has revoked the treaty. Perhaps they will not agree to work on Hong Kong. Good wages will change their minds. I want 500 men, the best. Pay double wages if necessary." "Yes, senor." "If we've nae money to pay for them," Struan added with a grim smile, "Brock will pay you well. There's nae need to worry." "I am not worried about my own labours," Vargas said with great dignity, "but I am worried about the safety of the house. I would not wish the noble house to cease." I know. You've served me well, Vargas, and I appreciate it. You take all the clerks with you now. I'll go with Mouse and my men." "Shall I lock up, or will you, senor?" "You do that when all your clerks are aboard." "Very well. Go with God, senor." "And you, Vargas." Struan walked across the square. Around him, men were hurrying to make last-minute additions to the cargoes of the heavily laden loshas that lay the length of the wharf. Farther up the wharf he saw Brock and Gorth profanely exhorting their sailors and clerks. Some of the traders had already left, and he waved cheerily at a losha as it headed downstream. Across the river the boat people were watching the exodus, clamouring to offer their sampans for tows to midstream, since the direction of the wind made departure from the dock awkward. Struan's losha was two-masted, 40 feet long and commodious. Mouse was already on the poop. "All squared away, Tai-Pan. There's a rumour that the Hoppo seized Tisen's house. 50 lakhs of silver bullion was in it." "So?" "Nothing, Tai-Pan. A rumour, hein?" Mouse looked tired. "All my converts have disappeared."
They'll be back, dinna worry, and there'll be plenty to convert on Hong Kong, Struan said, feeling sorry for him. Hong Kong is our only hope, isn't it? Aye. Struan headed up the wharf. He saw a tall coolie emerge from the American factory and join the throng in the square. He changed direction. "Heya! What you Yankee do can?" he called out to the coolie. "Damn you, Tai-Pan," Cooper said from under the coolie hat. "Is my disguise so bad?" "It's your height, laddie." "Just wanted to wish you Godspeed. Don't know when I'll see you again. You've the 30 days, of course, but you do not think they're of value. I'll find that out in 30-odd days, won't I? In the meantime, buy 8 million pounds of tea for us." "With what, Tai-Pan?" "What do you usually pay for tea with?" "We're your agents, certainly, for the next 30 days, but I can't buy for you without bullion." "Did you sell all your cotton?" "Not yet." "You'd better sell fast, lad." "Why?" "Perhaps the bottom's out of the market." "If it is, there goes independence." "That would be a pity, would it not? I hope you settle with Brock somehow, and build your independent cloud. I want the satisfaction of beating you myself." "Stand in the line, lad," Struan said good-naturedly. "Be prepared to buy heavily and fast. I'll send word." "It won't be the same without you, Tai-Pan. If you go, we'll all lose a little." "Perhaps I won't go after all." "Half of me wants you out. You, more than any, have had a too huge slice of the market too long. It's time for free seas." "Free for American ships." "And others, but not on British terms." "We'll always rule the seas, lad. We have to. You're an agricultural country. We're industrialists. We need the seas." "One day we'll take the seas. By that time, perhaps, we will not need the seas because we'll rule the skies." Cooper chuckled. "Don't forget about our bet." "That reminds me, I got a letter from Aristotle a few days ago. He asked for a loan to tide him over because that delectable commission has to wait till summer because she suffers from goose pimples. We've plenty of time to run her to earth. Or would it be to bed? Can't be Siobhan, she's got ice for blood." "Did she say nay to you again?" "Yes. Put in a good word for me, huh?" "I'll not get in the middle of that negotiation." Over Struan's shoulder, Cooper could see Brock and Gorth approaching. "If the Brocks never reached Hong Kong, you'd get the time you need, wouldn't you?" "Are you suggesting a wee bit of murder?" "That wouldn't be a little. That would be very much, Tai-Pan." "Afternoon, Mr. Brock." "I thought it were thee, Mr. Cooper," Brock said breezily. "Nice of thee to see us an off." Then to Struan, "Thee be off now?" "Aye, I'll show Gorth the stern of my ship all the way to Whampoa, then in China Cloud all the way to Hong Kong, as usual." "The only stern you'll show is yours in 6 days when you be tossed into debtor's prison where you belong," Gorth said thickly. "All the way to Hong Kong, Gorth. But there's no point in having a race with you. As a seaman, you're not fit to row a boat." "I be better than you, by God." "If it were not for your father, you'd be the laughing stock of Asia." "By God, you son of a... Hold your tongue!" Brock barked. He knew Struan would be delighted to be called son of a bitch publicly by Gorth, for then he could challenge him to a duel. "Why bait the lad, eh?" "Not baiting him, Tyler, just stating a fact. You better teach him some manners, as well as seamanship." Brock held himself in check. Gorth was no match for Struan yet. In a year or two, when he be more cunning, that be different. But not now, by God. And it bain't the English way to kick your enemy in the gut when he be lying on his back helpless, like God-rotting Struan. Friendly wager? 100 guineas says my boy can beat thee, first to touch the flagpole at Hong Kong. 20,000 guineas, his money, not yours, Struan said, his eyes taunting Gorth. How you going to pay, Tai-Pan? Gorth said contemptuously, and Brock boiled at his son's stupidity. He doesn't mean that other'n as a joke, Dirk, Brock said quickly. 20,000 it is. Aye, a joke, is it? If you say so, Tyler. Struan was outwardly cold, but inwardly jubilant. They had swallowed the bait. Now Gorth and Brock would hurry to Hong Kong. 20,000 guineas was a tidy fortune, but nothing against 40 lakhs safe in China Cloud. Brock was safely out of the way. A dangerous game, though. Gorth nearly went too far, and then blood would have been spilled. Too easy to kill Gorth. He put out his hand to Cooper. I'm holding you to the 30 days. They shook. Then Struan glanced at Gorth. The flagpole at Hong Kong. Good voyage, Tyler. And he headed for his lorcha, which had already cast off and was being nosed into midstream. He leaped onto the gunwale and turned back and waved mockingly. Then he disappeared below decks. Excuse us, Mr. Cooper, Brock said, taking Gorth by the arm. We be in touch. He shoved Gorth toward their lorcha. On the poop deck, he pushed him violently against the gunwale. You cursed half-wit, pox-wobbled scupper rat! You want your god-rotting throat cut from god-rotting ear to ear? You call a man son of a bitch in these waters you got to fight. You call him that, he's the right to kill thee. He backhanded Gorth across the face, and blood trickled from Gorth's mouth. I tell thee 50 times to watch that devil. If I watch he, by God, thee better. I can kill him, da, I know I can. I tell thee 50 times, act polite to him. He be waiting to cut thee up, fool, and he can. You bain't fighting that devil but once, understand? Yes. Gorth felt the blood in his mouth, and the taste increased his rage. Next time I let thee get deaded, fool. And another thing, never challenge a man like him on a gambling debt, nor kick him in the groin when he be beaten helpless. That not be the code. Pox on the code. Brock backhanded him again. The Brocks live by the code. Open, man to man. Go agin it, and thee be out of Brock and Sons. Gorth wiped the blood off his mouth. Do'n hit me again, da. Brock felt the violent edge to his son's voice, and his face tightened. Do'n do it, da. By the Lord Jesus Christ, I'll hit you back, Gorth said, his weight on both legs, fists like granite. You hit me a last time. You hit me again, and I won't stop, by the Lord Jesus. You hit me a last time. The veins in Brock's throat were black and throbbing as he squared up to his son, no longer a son, but an enemy. No, not an enemy, only a son who was no longer a youth, a son who had challenged his father as all sons challenge all fathers. Brock knew, and Gorth knew, that if they fought, blood would be spilled, and there would be a casting out. Neither wanted a casting out, but if it came, both father and son knew they would be blood enemies. Brock hated Gorth for making him feel his age, and loved him for standing up to him when he knew beyond doubt that he was more cunning in the art of death-fighting than Gorth would ever be. Thee best get to Hong Kong. Gorth unclenched his fists with an effort. Yes, he said hoarsely, but thee best settle with that bastard right smartly if thee've a mind, or next time I do it my own way. He glared at the boatswain. "What the hell are you scum waiting for? Get under way!" He wiped the blood off his chin and spat overboard. But his heart was still pumping heavily, and he was sorry that there had not been a third blow. "I were ready, by God, and I could have beat him. Like I can beat that green-eyed son of a bitch. I know I can." "Which course should we follow, Da?" he asked, for there were many different ways to go. The approaches to Canton on the river were a maze of islands, large and small, and multitudinous waterways. "Thee got thyself into this mess. Chart thy own course." Brock walked to the port gunwale. He felt very old and very tired. He was remembering his own father, who was an iron worker, and how, as a boy, he had had to take the beatings and guidance and watch his temper and do what he was told until the day he was 15 and the blood filled his eyes. And when his sight had cleared, he saw that he was standing over his father's inert body. "Lord above," he thought, "that were near. I'll be glad I don't have to fight him proper. I don't want to lose my son." "Don't thee take after Dirk, Struan, Gorth," he said, his voice not unkind. Gorth said nothing. Brock rubbed the socket of his eye and replaced the patch. He watched Struan's lorcha. It was already in midstream, Struan nowhere in sight. The sampan shoved the bow around, then scuttled neatly to the other side. A tangle of Struan's men leaned on the ropes and shantied the sails aloft. The sampan pulled back toward Vargas's lorcha. "Bain't like Dirk to leave so fast," Brock reflected. "Bain't right at all." He glanced back at the wharf and saw that Vargas and all Struan's clerks were still there, the lorcha still tied up. Now that bain't like Dirk, to leave afore his clerks. Dirk be strange about things like that. Yes. Struan was hiding in the cabin of the sampan. As the boat nosed around the bow of the Vargas's lorcha, Struan rammed the coolie hat low on his head and pulled the padded Chinese jacket tighter around him. The sampan owner and his family did not appear to notice him. They had been well paid not to hear or to see. The plan he had made with Mouse was the safest under the circumstances. He had told Mouse to hurry to China Cloud, which lay at anchor off Whampoa Island 13 miles away, to take the shorter northern passage there and then order Captain Orloff to cram on all sail and rush downstream to the end of the island, to change course there and cut around it and head back upstream by the south channel toward Canton again. He had warned that it was of paramount importance that this manoeuvre not be observed by Brock. Struan, meanwhile, would wait for the bullion lorcha and then take the long route and sneak by devious waterways to the south side of the island, where they would rendezvous. By the marble pagoda. The pagoda was 200 feet high and easily seen. "But why, Tai-Pan?" Mouse had said. "It's dangerous. Why all's a risk, hein?" "Just be there, Wolfgang," he had said. When the sampan reached the wharf, Struan picked up some panniers that he had prepared and hurried through the throng to the garden gate. No one paid any attention to him. Once inside, he tossed the panniers aside, raced to the dining-room window, and peered carefully through the curtains. His lorcha was well away. Brock was in mid-channel, gaining way, the sails billowing as the breeze caught them. Gorth stood on the poop, and Struan could faintly hear his obscenities. Brock was at the port gunwale, staring downstream. Vargas had just finished checking the clerks and was walking back toward the garden. Struan ducked out of the dining-room and ran quickly upstairs. From the landing he saw Vargas come into the foyer, make a final check and leave. Struan heard the key turn in the door. He relaxed and climbed a narrow staircase to the loft. He eased his way past old packing cases and walked cautiously toward the front of the building.
"Hello, Tai-Pan," Mei said.
She was dressed in her verminous hoklo trousers and padded jacket, but she had not dirtied her face. She was kneeling on a cushion behind some packing cases. Agip got up and bowed and then squatted down again near the small bundle of clothes and cooking utensils. Maymay indicated another cushion that was opposite her and the backgammon board that was set up.
"We play same stakes, heya?"
"Just a moment, lassie." There was a skylight in the loft and another in the front wall. Struan could scan the whole square clearly and safely. People were still milling and cursing and making last-minute changes. "Did you notice me?"
"Oh, yes, very," she said. "But we watch from top of you. Down a level, perhaps, no one saw. What for did Brock hit his son, heya?"
"I did not know he did."
"Yes, 2 times. What for such blows? We laughed till we choke. The son almost hit back. I hope they fight, kill each other, then no money to pay back. I still think you fantastical crazy, not just to pay pirate to assassination him."
She sat on the cushion, then knelt again with an oath. "What the matter?"
"My bum. She is still sore."
"It is still sore," he said.
"She, that was joke. Aye-ya, this time I beat you to hell and make back all my dollar," she added innocently. "How much I owe, 14,000?
"You remember very well." He sat down and picked up the dice cup. 4 games, then sleep. We've a long night ahead. He threw the dice, and she cursed.
"What joss you have, 666, a pox on 66.
She drew the dice and equaled him and slammed the cup down and whooped.
"Good dear sweet 66!
"Keep your voice down, or we will not play."
"We're safe, Tai-Pan. Throw. My joss is good today."
"Let's hope it's very good," he said, "and tomorrow."
"Aye-ya, tomorrow, Tai-Pan. Today is what counts."
She threw again. Another 6.
"Dear sweet dice, I adore you."
Then she frowned.
"What for does adore mean?"
"Love."
"And love?"
Struan's eyes crinkled and he shook a finger at her. "I'm not going to get into that argument again." Once he had tried to explain what love meant, but there was no Chinese word for the European concept of love. The grandfather clock began to sound 11. Struan shifted wearily at his post beside the wall skylight. Maymay was curled up asleep. Agip slumped against a mildewed packing case. A few hours ago he had dropped off to sleep for a moment, but his dreams were bizarre and mixed with reality. He had been aboard China Cloud, lying crushed under a weight of bullion. Jinqua had come into the room and eased the bullion off him, and had taken it all in exchange for a coffin and 20 golden guineas, and then he was no longer on his ship but ashore in the great house on the knoll. Winifred brought him 3 eggs, and he was eating breakfast, and Maymay had said behind him, "God's blood, how can you eat the unborn children of a hen?" He had turned around and seen that she was wearing no clothes, and she was achingly beautiful. Winifred had said,
"Was mother as beautiful without clothes on?"
And he had replied, "Yes, but in a different way." And he had awakened suddenly. Dreaming of his family had saddened him. "I'll have to go home soon," he had thought. "I dinna ken even where they're buried." He stretched and watched the movement on the river, and thought about Ronaldo and Maymay. They're different, very different. Were different. I love them both equally. Ronaldo would have enjoyed London and a fine mansion there and taking the waters in the season at Brighton or Bath. She'd have been a perfect hostess for all the dinners and balls. But now I'm alone. Will I take Maymay home with me? Perhaps. As Tai-Tai? Impossible. Because that would cast me out from those I must use. He stopped musing and concentrated on the square. It was deserted. Just before nightfall the bannerman had left. Now there was only the dull moonlight and blurred shadows, and this emptiness felt eerie and cruel to Struan. He wanted to sleep. "You canna sleep now," he told himself. "Aye, but I'm tired." He stood and stretched and settled himself once more. The chimes rang the quarter hour and then the half, and he decided to wake May and Agip in a quarter of an hour. "There's nae hurry," he thought. He did not allow himself to speculate about what would happen if the lorcha from Jinqua did not arrive. His fingers were touching the 4 half-coins in his pocket, and he wondered again about Jinqua, what favours and when. He partially understood Jinqua's motives now. Tisen's disgrace had clarified them. Obviously there would be war. Obviously the British would win it. Obviously trade would begin again, but never under the 8 regulations. So the Kohong would lose its monopoly, and it would be every man for himself. Hence the 30-year trade span. Jinqua simply had been cementing his business relationship for the next 3 decades. That was the Chinese way, he thought. Not to worry about immediate profit, but profit over years and years. Aye, but what's really in Jinqua's mind? Why buy land in Hong Kong? Why train a son in barbarian ways? And to what calculated end? And what will the 4 favours be? And now that you've agreed and promised, how are you going to implement them? How can you ensure that Rob and Cullum fulfil the bargain? Struan began to contemplate that. He mulled a dozen possibilities before arriving at an answer. He hated what he knew he had to do. Then, having decided, he turned his thoughts to other problems. What to do about Brock and Gorth? For a moment on the wharf he had been ready to go after Gorth. One more word and he would have had to challenge him openly. Honour would have forced and allowed him to humble Gorth, by a knife in the gut or by the lash. And Cullum. What's he been up to? Why hasn't he written? Aye, and Rob too. And what mischief's Longstaff done? The chimes sounded 11 o'clock. Struan awakened May. She yawned and stretched luxuriously like a cat. Agip had been up the instant Struan had moved, and she was already collecting the bundles. "The lorcha is come?" May asked. "Nay, but we can move downstairs and be ready." May whispered to Agip, who unpinned May's hair and brushed it vigorously. May closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Then Agip braided the hair as a hoklo would and bound it with a piece of red ribbon and let it fall down her back. May rubbed her hands in the dust and dirtied her face. "What I do for you, Tai-Pan? This filth dirt will destroy the perfection of beauty skin. I will need much bullion to repair. How much, heya?" "Get along with you." He led the way carefully downstairs into the dining room and, motioning them to sit patiently, went to the window. The square was still deserted. There were oil lights in the massed sampans of the floating villages. Dogs barked from time to time, and firecrackers sounded, and quarrelling voices were raised and hushed, and sometimes there were happy voices, and the ever-present clack-clack of mahjong tiles being banged onto a deck or a table, and the chattering sing-song. Smoke rose from cooking fires. Junks and lorchas and sampans filled the estuary. Everything, the sounds and the smells and sights, seemed normal to Struan, except the emptiness of the square. He had presumed that the square would be populated. Now they had to cross a deserted expanse, and in the moonlight they could be seen for hundreds of yards. The clock chimed midnight. He waited and watched and waited. The minutes became longer and after an eternity the chimes sounded the quarter hour, then the half hour.
"Maybe the losha is south,"
May said, stifling a yawn. "Aye, we'll wait another half an hour, then we'll look." Almost at the hour, he saw the 2 lanterns on a lorcha coming downstream. The boat was too far away for him to see the red-painted eye, and he held his breath and waited. The lorcha was sailing gently, but was sluggish and slow in the water. This was a favourable sign to him, because the bullion would weigh many tons. After the boat passed the north end of the settlement, it changed course and crept into the wharf. 2 of the Chinese crew jumped ashore with hawsers and tied up. To his relief, another Chinese went to the lantern on the prow, blew it out, and lit it again, according to the prearranged signal. Struan searched the half-darkness for peril. He sensed none. He checked the priming of his pistols and stuck them in his belt.
"Follow me, quickly now."
Silently he went to the front door and unlocked it and guided them cautiously through the garden. He opened the gate and they hastened across the square. Struan felt as though all Canton was watching them. Reaching the lorcha, he saw the red-painted eye and recognized on the poop the man who had led him to Jinqua. He helped May aboard. Agip leaped aboard easily.
"What for 2 Cauchilla here? No can," the man said.
"Your name, what can?"
Struan asked.
"Wang here."
"Cauchilla Mai, cast off, Wang."
Wang noticed May's tiny feet and his eyes narrowed. He could not see May's face, for she kept the sampan hat low over her forehead. Struan did not like the way Wang hesitated, or the way he looked at May.
"Cast off,"
he said curtly, and bunched a fist. Wang rapped an order. The hawsers were cast off, and the lorcha slipped away from the wharf. Struan took May and Agip down the gangway to the lower deck. He turned aft, where the main cabin would be, and opened the door. Inside were 5 Chinese. He motioned them out. Reluctantly they got up and left, looking May up and down. They, too, noticed her feet. The cabin was tiny, with 4 bunks and a crude table and benches. It smelled of hemp and rotting fish. Wang was standing at the door of the cabin, scrutinizing May.
"What for Cauchilla? No can."
Struan paid no attention to him. "May, you lock a door here. Only open door my knock, savvy?"
"Savvy, massa."
Struan went to the door and beckoned Wang outside. He heard the bolt lock behind them. Then he said, "Go hold." Wang took him into the hold. The 40 crates were stacked in 2 neat rows against the sides of the ship, with a wide passageway between them.
"What in box here?"
Struan asked. Wang seemed perplexed.
"What for you say here? All same Massa Jinqua say."
"How much ye men knowa?"
"My only. All knowa. Aye ya,"
Wang said, drawing his finger across his throat. Struan grunted.
"Guard Dora."
He selected a crate at random and opened it with a crowbar. He stared down at the bullion, then lifted one of the silver bricks from the top layer. He sensed Wang's tension, and it heightened his own. He replaced the brick and the top of the crate.
"What for Cauchilla here?"
Wang said.
"Cauchilla Mai, finish."
Struan made sure the lid was tight again. Wang stuck his thumbs in the belt of his ragged pants.
"Chow, can?"
"Can." Struan went on deck and checked the rigging and the sails. A 4-pound cannon was in the bow and another in the stern. He made sure that both were loaded and primed, and that the powder keg was full and the powder dry. Grape and shot were ready at hand. He ordered Wang to assemble the crew and picked up a belaying pin. There were 8 men aboard.
"You sayer," he said to Wang. "All knives, all boom on deck, plenty quick."
"Aye ya, no can," Wang protested. "Plenty pirate in river, plenty."
Struan's fist caught him in the throat and slammed him against the gunwale. The crew chattered angrily and prepared to rush Struan, but the raised belaying pin discouraged them.
All knives, all boom-boom on deck plenty quick, Struan repeated, his voice steely.
Wang hauled himself up weakly and muttered something in Cantonese. After an ominous silence, he threw his knife on the deck, and grudgingly the others followed suit. Struan told him to gather up the knives and tie them in a piece of sacking that was on the deck. Next he made the crew turn around, and he began to search them. He found a small pistol on the third man, and with the butt end smashed the man across the side of the head. 4 more knives clattered to the deck from other men, and out of the corner of his eye Struan saw Wang drop a small fighting hatchet overboard. After he had searched the men, he ordered them to stay on deck, and taking the weapons with him, he carefully searched the rest of the ship. There was no one concealed below decks. He found a cache of 4 muskets, 6 swords, 4 bows and arrows, and 3 fighting irons behind some crates, and carried them into the cabin.
"Here, Meme, you will hear what topside can?" he whispered.
"Yes," she said as softly. "You say we can talk English in front of our gip safely. You dinna want to now?"
"I forgot. Habit. Nay, lass, it's all right."
"Why hit Wang? He's Jinqua's trusted, no?"
"The cargo's the lodestone of this voyage."
"Lodestone?"
"Magnet. Compass needle."
"Oh, I understand."
Meme sat on the bunk, her nostrils quivering from the stench of rotting fish.
"I be very sick if I stay here. Can I be on deck?"
"Wait till we're clear of Canton. You're safer here. Much safer."
"How long before we meet China Cloud?"
"A little after first light, if Wolfgang makes no mistake on the rendezvous."
"Is that possible?"
"With this cargo, anything's possible." Struan picked up one of the muskets. "Do you know how to use this?"
"What for should I shoot gunsies? Me, I am a civilizationed, fright-filled old woman. Of great beauty, I agree, but not gunsies."
He showed her. "If anyone but me comes into the cabin, kill them." He went back on deck, carrying another musket. The Lauscher was in mid-channel now, under a soaring moon, ponderous and low in the water, and making about 4 knots. They were still passing the suburbs of Canton, and both sides of the river were thickly lined with floating villages. From time to time they passed boats and sampans and junks beating upstream. The river here was 1/2 mile wide, and there were boats of all sizes ahead and astern going downstream. The sky told Struan that the weather would be fair, but the tang on the wind felt smooth and dry and dewless without body. He knew that this wind would lessen and further reduce their speed. But he was not worried. He had made the journey so many times that he knew the shoals and the rivers and tributaries and checkpoints intimately. The approach to Canton was a maze of waterways and islands, large and small, covering an area 5 miles by 20 miles. There were many different ways to come upstream and to go downstream. Struan was happy to be afloat again, and happy that their journey to the marble pagoda had begun. He swayed easily to the motion of the Lauscher. Wang was near the helmsman, and the crew was scattered around the deck, malevolent and sullen. Struan saw that the prow lookout was in place. Ahead 1/2 mile, the river forked around an island. At the approaches to the fork was a shoal to be avoided. Struan said nothing and waited. He heard Wang speak to the helmsman, who put his tiller over and swerved the Lauscher safely away from the shoal. Good, Struan thought. At least Wang knew part of the waterways. He was anxious to see what route Wang would take around the island. Both routes were good, but the north was better than the south. The Lauscher held its course and headed into the North Channel. Struan turned and shook his head and pointed to the South Channel, just in case Wang had arranged an ambush. The helmsman glanced at Wang for confirmation. Struan made only the slightest movement toward the helmsman. The helm was swung over quickly and the sails flapped momentarily, and the Lauscher came about onto the new course. What for go that way, heya? What for hit my? Plenty bad, plenty!
Wang moved over to the gunwale and glared into the night. The wind freshened slightly, and the Lauscher increased speed as they moved into the South Channel. At the limit of their tack, Struan motioned the helmsman to put his tiller over. The boat came about slowly, and then on the new tack the wind caught the flapping sails. The booms creaked across the deck, and the boat lurched slightly and began to gain way once more. He ordered the sails trimmed, and they sailed smoothly for half an hour, part of the river traffic. Then out of the corner of his eye Struan saw a big Lauscher bearing down on them swiftly from the windward. Brock was standing in the bow. Struan crouched and scurried over to the tiller and shoved the man aside. Wang and the helmsman were startled and began chattering excitedly, and all the crew watched Struan. He swung the tiller hard to starboard and prayed that the Lauscher would answer the helm quickly. He heard Brock's voice faintly, "Starboard your helm, right smartly!" and he felt the wind scud from his sails. Struan slammed the tiller over to jibe and reverse direction, but the Lauscher did not respond, and Brock's Lauscher drew alongside. He saw the grappling hooks catch and hold fast. He levelled a musket. "Oh, it's thee, Dirk, by God!" Brock called out, feigning astonishment. He was leaning on the gunwale, a broad smile on his face. "Grapples are an act of piracy, Brock!" Struan tossed his knife haft first to Wang. "Chop grapples, quick, quick!" "Right you are, lad. Beg pardon for the grapples," Brock said. "I thought you be Lauscher in need of a tow. Don't see thy flag aloft. They must be ashamed of it, may be." Struan saw that Brock's crew was armed and at action stations. Gorth was on the poop deck beside a small swivel gun, and although the gun was not pointing at him, he knew it would be primed and ready to fire. "Next time you grapple a ship of mine, I'll presume you're pirates and blow your head off. Permission to come aboard, Dirk?" "Aye." Brock slipped through the rigging of his ship and leaped aboard. 3 men jumped up on the gunwale to follow him, but Struan levelled the musket and shouted, "Hold there! Any of you come aboard without permission, I'll blow you to hell." The men stopped in their tracks. "Quite right," Brock said sardonically. "That be the law of the sea. A captain invites who he likes and who he don't. Stay where they be." Struan shoved Wang forward. "Chop grapples!" The frightened Chinese rushed forward and began to hack the ropes. Gorth swung the swivel gun, and Struan aimed at him. "Stand off, Gorth!" Brock said sharply. The law of the sea was on Struan's side. Grappling was an act of piracy, and coming aboard armed without permission was piracy, and of all the laws of England none were so zealously guarded or enforced as the laws of ships at sea and the powers of a captain afloat. For piracy there was only one punishment: hanging. Wang cut the last of the lines, and the boats began to drift apart. When Brock's Lauscher was 30 feet away, Struan put down the musket and shouted, "You come within 50 feet of me without permission, by God, I'll charge you with piracy." Then he leaned against the gunwale. "What's all this about, Tyler?" "I could ask thee the same thing, Dirk," Brock said easily. "I seed thee snuck down in that there sampan yesterday." His eye glittered in the light of the lantern. "Then I seed thee dressed right proper curious like a coolie, and, glory be to God, thee went back into factory. Strange, says I, maybe old Dirk's gone sick in the head. Or maybe old Dirk needing a hand to get safe out of Canton. So we sails downstream a ways and then snuck back and anchors north of the settlement. Then we see thee board this stinking craft, thee and 2 doxes. What I do's my own affair." "Yes, that it be." Struan's mind was churning. He knew that Brock's Lauscher was far swifter than his, that the crew was dangerous and well armed, and that he was no match for them alone. He cursed himself for being so confident and for not keeping watch. But then you could not have seen Brock sneak upstream. How to put Brock to your advantage? Must be some way. He can easily run you down in the night, and even if you survive, there'd be little you could prove. Brock could claim that it was an accident. Then, too, May canna swim. This old tub be low in the water. Leaking, maybe? Or be it the weight of cargo? What's on your mind, Tyler? Rumours, lad. There was rumours all yester morning. Afore we left, rumours about T-Sen's bullion. Did they hear it? There were dozens of rumours. Yus. But they all say that there was a king's ransom of bullion in Canton. I bain't thinking about it. Till I seed thee go back. And I thought that were very interesting. After the 20,000 guinea bet, very interesting. Then thee gets on a heavy lorcher like a thief in the night and heads south by the wrong channel. Brock stretched, then scratched his beard vigorously. Old Jinqua bain't about, were he? He's out of Canton, yes. Old Jinqua's your dog. Leastways, Brock said with a leer, he be your man, eh? Come to the point. There be no rush, lad. No, by God. He glanced at the prow of his lorcher. She be light in the nose, bain't she? Brock was alluding to the foot-square iron spike that jutted 6 feet out from the prow, just below the waterline. Struan had invented the ram many years ago as a simple method for gouging and sinking a ship. Brock and many of the China traders had adopted it. Aye, and we're heavy, but we're armed well enough. So a seed, aft cannon and bow cannon, but no swivels. A taut silence. 5 days and thy notes be due. Right? Aye. Be thee a-meeting them? In 5 days you'll find out. 40 or 50 lakhs of bullion be many tons of silver. I imagine they would. I asked Gorth, now, what would old Dirk do if he'd some bad joss? Gorth said he'd try to change it. Yus, says I, but how? Borrow, says he. Ah, says I, borrow it is, but where? Then, Dirk lad, I thought of Jinqua and T-Sen. T-Sen be finished, so it be Jinqua. He ruminated a moment. There be 2 women aboard. I be glad to give 'em passage to Whampoa or Macau, wheresomever thee says. They've passage already. Yus. But this old wreck might sink. I don't like the thought of women drowning when it bain't necessary. We will not sink, Tyler. Brock stretched again and shouted to his lorcher for a longboat. Then he shook his head sadly. Well, lad, I just wanted to offer the women passage. And thee, of course. This tub feel very unseaworthy. Uncommon unseaworthy. Plenty of pirates in these waters. If any ship comes too close, I'll use my cannon. That be wise, Dirk. But if in the blackness o' night I suddenly be seeing a ship ahead and was avoiding action, and that ship was so impertinent as to fire a cannon at me, well, lad, thee would do what I would do. Presume they be pirate and blow her out of the water. Right? If you were still alive after the first shot. Yus. 'Tis a cruel world we be living in. Bain't wise to fire cannon. The longboat pulled aside. Thank you kindly, Dirk. Better fly thy flag while thee has one. Then god-rotting mistakes be not happening. Beg pardon for the grapples. See thee in Hong Kong. Brock slipped over the side of the lorcher and stood in the longboat. He waved derisively and was rowed smartly away.
"What for one-eye massa want she?"
Wang asked shakily. The crew was horror-struck by Brock's lordship.
"What you think, heya? You do all same I say not deaded can," Struan said curtly. "All sail, plenty quick, kill sea fire, heya!"
Taking heart, they doused the lanterns and fled before the wind. When Brock swung aboard his own lorcha, he glared into the darkness. He could not pick Struan's lorcha out of the many that sailed ghost-like south downstream.
"You see her?"
he asked Gorth.
"Yes, duh." "I be going below. If thee happen to ram a lorcha, that be bad, terrible bad." "The bullion's aboard."
"Bullion, Gorth?" Brock said with mock surprise.
"I don't know what thee mean."
He lowered his voice. "If thee needs help, call me, but no cannons, mind, not less he fires at us'n. We bain't going to pirate him. We've plenty of enemies who'd be happy to mark us as pirates."
"Sleep well, duh,"
Gorth said. For 3 hours, Struan wove in and out of the river traffic, backing, then changing course, skirting the sandbanks dangerously, always making certain that there were boats between him and Brock's lorcha, which dogged his heels relentlessly. Now they were coming out of the South Channel, looping around the small island into the main river once more. He knew that there would be more room to maneuver, but that would help Brock more than him. Once in the South Channel, Brock could bear off to windward nicely, then assault him when he was on the lee tack. Struan would have no wind to swing with and would be struck amidships. A direct or a glancing blow with the iron probe would gut him and sink him like a stone. Since his cannon were set solid into the prow and stern, he could not shift them amidships to protect himself. If he had his own crew, it would be different. He would heave to until light, certain that his men could use their weapons to thwart any attempt to get close. But he was dubious about the Chinese crew and about the ancient Chinese muskets which were likely to blow up in your face when you pulled the trigger. And Brock was right, too. If he fired first in the darkness, Brock had the right to fire back. One deft broadside would blow them sky high. He looked up at the sky for the 1,000th time. He desperately needed a sudden storm and rain or clouds that would hide the moon. But there were no signs of storm or rain or cloud. He peered aft and saw the lorcha gaining on them. It was 100 yards astern and reaching to windward, tacking nearer to the wind than they, gaining way. Struan ransacked his brains for a feasible plan. He knew he could escape easily if he lightened the ship by throwing the bullion overboard. 1/2 mile ahead the river was going to fork again, around Whampoa Island. If he took the North Channel he would be safer, for most of the river traffic used that channel and he might be able to avoid a ram. But then he would never be able to escape long enough to sail the length of Whampoa and then around it to rendezvous with China Cloud far up the south side. He was forced to use the South Channel. He could see no way out of the trap. Dawn would come in 2 or 3 hours, and he would be lost. Somehow he had to escape in darkness and hide, and then slip down to his rendezvous. But how? In the darkness ahead, he could see the river fork glinting silver around Whampoa Island. Then he noticed Agip at the gangway. She beckoned to him. Astern, Brock's lorcha was well away, still bearing up to windward, readying to run before the wind if he took the South Channel, or still be to windward of him if he took the North Channel. He pointed at a small pagoda on the south bank, giving the helmsman a bearing.
"Savvy?"
"Savvy, massa."
Savvy plenty good?
Struan drew his finger across his throat. He hastened below. May was very sick. The stench of fish and the closeness of the cabin and the heeling of the boat had made her almost helpless with nausea. But she still held on to the musket. Struan picked her up and began to carry her on deck.
"No,"
May said weakly.
"I ask for you because of Agip.
What about her?
I send her forward, secret, to listen to crew."
May retched and held on. When her spasm had passed, she said,
"She heard a man talking to another. They talking about the bullion. I think they all know."
"Aye," Struan said. "I'm sure they do." He patted Agip's shoulder. "You plenty big pay soon can."
"Aye, yeah," Agip said. "What for pay, heya?" "Brock is still on our heels?"
May asked. "Aye."
"Maybe lightning bolt will strike him."
"Aye, maybe." "Agip, make chow missy can. Soup, savvy, soup." Agip nodded.
"Don't soup, tea gooda."
"Soup."
"Tea
"Oh, never mind," Struan said irritably, knowing that it would be tea however many times he said soup. He carried May on deck and set her on the keg of powder. Wang and the helmsman and the crew did not look at her, but Struan knew they were acutely conscious of her, and she added to the tension on the deck. Then he remembered what she had said about a lightning bolt, and this triggered a plan. His worry left him, and he laughed aloud.
"What for ha here?"
May said, breathing the sea air deeply, her stomach beginning to settle.
"Think good way to chop one eye, massa,"
Struan said.
"Hey, Wong, you come my."
Struan gave May one of his pistols. "Man near kill, savvy?"
"Savvy, massa."
Struan motioned Wong to follow him and went forward. As he walked easily along the deck, the Chinese crew moved out of his way. He stopped at the forecastle for a last check to make sure that Brock's lorcha was well clear, and he hurried below, Wong close behind him. The crew's quarters consisted of a single large cabin, the width of the boat, with bunks lining each side. There was a crude fireplace made of bricks under an open hatch grill. A kettle swung over the wood coals that glowed dully. Bunches of herbs and dried mushrooms and dried and fresh fish and fresh vegetables and a sack of rice were nearby, and large and small earthenware jars. He took the tops off the jars and sniffed the contents.
"Massa want chowa, can?"
Struan shook his head. The first jar was soya, the next ginger in syrup, then ginseng root in vinegar and spices. There were cooking oils, 1 jar each of peanut oil and corn oil. Struan threw a few drops from both jars on the fire. The corn oil burned longer than the peanut oil.
"Wong, you fetch upside,"
he said, pointing to the jar of corn oil.
"What for, heya?"
Struan hurried back on deck. The lorcha was nearing the point in the fork where they would have to turn for the north or the south channel. Struan pointed south.
"What for longer way, heya?"
Wong asked, putting down the jar. Struan looked at him, and Wong backed a little. The helmsman had already swung the tiller over. They headed into the south fork. Brock's lorcha followed swiftly on the same tack. There were still many boats between the two lorchas, and Struan was safe for a while.
"You stay,"
he said to Wong.
"Hey, Cauchillo, you stay. Use boom all same."
"Savvy, massa,"
May said. She was feeling much better. Struan went into the main cabin and collected all the weapons and brought them back to the poop. He selected a musket, the 2 bows and arrows and a fighting iron, and threw the rest of the weapons overboard.
"Pirate can no have got boom,"
Wong muttered sullenly. Struan picked up the fighting iron and swung it aimlessly. It was a linked iron whip, a deadly weapon at close range, 3-foot-long iron shafts linked together, and at the very end a barbed iron ball. The short iron haft fitted neatly into the hand, and a protective leather thong slipped over the wrist.
"Pirate come, plenty dead have got,"
Struan said harshly. Wong pointed furiously at Brock's Lorsha.
"Him no stop can, heya?"
He pointed at the nearest shore.
"There, we run shore, we safe." "Aye-ya!"
Struan turned his back contemptuously. He sat on the deck, the thong of the fighting iron attached to his wrist. The frightened crew watched, astonished, as Struan ripped the sleeve off his padded coolie jacket and tore it into strips and soaked the strips in the oil. He took one of the strips and carefully bound it around the head of an iron-tipped arrow. They backed away from him as he fitted the arrow into the bow, sighted along the deck at the mast, and let fly. The arrow missed the mast but buried itself in the forecastle teak door. He pulled the arrow out without difficulty. He went back and unbound the strip of padding and dunked it into the oil. Next he carefully sprinkled it with gunpowder, rebound it around the arrowhead, and wrapped a second strip around the outside.
"Hola!"
the stern lookout shouted. Brock's Lorsha was gaining on them ominously. Struan took the helm and conned the ship for a while. He slipped dangerously behind a ponderous junk and changed direction adroitly, so that when he was clear he was scudding on the opposite tack. Brock's Lorsha turned quickly to intercept, but had to detour to avoid a convoy of junks heading north. Struan gave the helm to one of the crew and finished 4 arrows. Wong could contain himself no longer.
"Heya, massa, what can?" "Get see fire, heya."
Muttering obscenities, Wong left and came back with a lantern.
"See fire!"
Struan pantomimed dipping the arrow in the lantern flame and shooting the blazing shaft at the mainsail of Brock's Lorsha.
"Plenty fire, heya. They stop, we go, heya."
Wong's mouth dropped open. Then he burst into laughter. When he could talk, he explained to the crew, and they beamed at Struan.
"You are plenty Tai-Pan, aye-ya!"
Wong said.
"Plenty fantastical you are,"
Mei said, joining in the laughter.
"Jig one eye massa plenty."
"Hola!"
the lookout called. Brock's Lorsha had negotiated the detour and was gaining on them. Struan took the tiller and began weaving and twisting through the traffic deeper and deeper into the South Channel. Brock's Lorsha closed in inexorably, always staying to windward. Struan knew that Brock was waiting for the traffic to clear before making his fatal stab. Struan was slightly more confident now. If the arrow hits the sail, he told himself, and if it does not go through, and if it stays alight while in flight, and if the mainsail is dry enough to catch fire, and if they'll only wait for 4 miles before they make the first pass, and if my joss is good, then I can lose them.
"A pox on Brock,"
he said. The river traffic was thinning appreciably. Struan moved the tiller and beat to windward to get as near to the south side of the river as possible, so that when he turned again the wind would be abaft the beam, and he could run before it. The south side of the river was shoal-ridden and hazardous. Tacking so far to windward left Struan dangerously open. Brock's Lorsha was waiting to pounce. But Struan wanted him to attack now. It was time. He long ago had learned a basic law of survival. Bring your enemy to battle only on your terms, never on his.
"Heya, Mei, go downside."
"What she my? Can, never mind."
Struan picked up the second musket and gave it to Agip.
"Go downside, now."
Both women went below.
"Wong get see fire too."
Wong brought a second lantern and Struan lit them both. He put the arrows ready and the 2 bows. Now we're committed, he told himself. Brock's Lauscher was 200 yards away to windward. Gradually, the river traffic disappeared. The two ships were alone. Instantly, Brock's Lauscher heeled to and hurled at him. Struan's crew scattered and ran to the far gunwale. They hung on to the rigging and prepared to jump overboard. Only Wang remained with Struan on the poop. Struan could see Gorth clearly now, conning the Lauscher, his crew at action stations. He searched the deck for Brock, but could not see him, and wondered what devilment he was up to. When the Lauschers were 50 yards apart, Struan swung the tiller over and lumbered before the wind, shoving his stern at Gorth. Gorth was gaining rapidly, staying to windward, and Struan knew that Gorth was much too smart to make the pass at his lee quarter. He motioned to Wang to take the tiller and hold the course. He readied the bow and arrows and ducked under the gunwale. He could see the masts of the Lauscher bearing down on him swiftly. He stuck an arrowhead into the lantern flame. The oil-soaked padding flared up immediately, and he stood up and aimed. The Lauscher was 30 yards away. The arrow travelled in a flaming arc amid warning shouts and hit the mainsail squarely, but the force of impact extinguished the flame. Gorth shouted to his crew and still bore down as a second arrow came at him. This one smashed into the mainsail and held, showering sparks on the deck. The gunpowder that was inside the padding caught and exploded in flames. Involuntarily, Gorth shoved the helm over, and the boat peeled away, shuddering under the violence of the turn. Struan had a third arrow ready, and as the Lauscher went scudding past, he fired it and saw it smash into the huge foresail. Flames began to lick the canvas. He gleefully swung the tiller over and bore away to windward, and saw Brock charge up from below decks and shove Gorth aside, grab the tiller, and veer the boat around. Then Brock jerked the helm hard over and flung the boat at Struan's starboard amidships, cutting off his escape. Struan had anticipated Brock's move, but his Lauscher did not respond to the rudder, and he knew that he was finished. He lit the last arrow and waited, his weight pressed against the tiller, praying for the Lauscher to come around. Brock was standing on the poop, shouting at the crew who were desperately trying to douse the fire. A cluster of burning rigging fell near Brock, but he paid no attention, concentrating only on the point amidships starboard that he had selected for impact. Struan aimed carefully, and when the Lauscher was 15 yards away, he shot. The arrow tore into the bulkhead beside Brock's head, but Brock's Lauscher held her course. Struan's boat started to come around, but it was too late. Struan felt a shuddering impact and heard the sickening crunch of splintered timber as the barb on Brock's Lauscher sliced along the larboard side. Struan's boat reeled over and almost capsized, throwing Struan to the deck. Showered with sparks of burning rigging and sails, Struan climbed to his feet. There were shrieks from the panic-stricken Chinese and raucous cries from Brock's men as both crews fought out of the fiery tangle. Amid the uproar, Struan heard Brock shout, "Beg thy pardon!" and the two boats separated, Brock's Lauscher moving ahead, its sails aflame. Struan's boat righted herself, heeled drunkenly to starboard, rolled back, and hung upright, listing dangerously to port. Struan seized the tiller and shoved it over with all his might. The Lauscher obeyed sluggishly, and when the wind caught the sails, Struan headed for shore, hoping frantically that he could beach her before she sank. He could see that both of Brock's sails were on fire. He knew that they would have to be cut adrift and then replaced. Suddenly he noticed that his deck was angled 10 degrees to port on the opposite side of impact. He struggled up the sloping deck and stared over the side at the huge gash that had been ripped open. The bottom of the gash was only an inch under the waterline, and Struan realized that the shock of impact had shifted the bullion crates across the hold. The weight of the bullion was keeping the boat at this permanent list. He yelled at Wang to man the tiller and hold it on the same course. Then he picked up the fighting iron and scrambled forward, and whirling the fighting iron, herded several of the crew below. En route to the hold, he glimpsed Maymay and Agip, unhurt but shaken, in the wreck of the main cabin.
"Go upside! Hold boom boom!"
The hold was a shambles. The crates were shattered and silver bricks were strewn everywhere. The unbroken crates were jammed against the port side. Water was pouring in through the gash. The crew turned at bay, but he drove them deeper into the hold and made them douse the small fires created by the scattered coals. Swearing and gesturing, he showed them that he wanted the crates shoved and stacked farther to port. Ankle-deep in water, the Chinese were terrified of drowning, but more terrified of the slashing iron whip, and they did as Struan ordered. The Lauscher heeled perilously, screaming, and the gash inched out of the water. Struan fetched the spare mizzen and began to cram the canvas into the torn side of the vessel, using a few of the silver bricks as wedges.
"God's blood!" he roared. "Quick, quick!"
The crew leaped to help, and soon the gash was sealed against the water. Struan motioned the crew to pick up the spare mainsail and drove them back on deck. Maymay and Agip were shaken but unharmed. Maymay still grasped the pistol, Agip the musket. Wang, paralyzed with fright, was holding the course. Struan goaded the men forward, and with their help passed the canvas mainsail under the prow of the boat, under the hull, then lashed it tightly over the rip. The suction from the water tightened the sail over the gash as the boat wallowed helplessly, near capsizing. Once more he forced the men below, and after wedging the caulking canvas tighter, had them rearrange the rest of the crates to maintain a less dangerous list to port. He went back on deck and inspected the mainsail lashings. When he ascertained they were firm and tight and holding, he began to breathe freely again.
"You all right, Maymay?"
"What
she said.
"Hurt, you are."
Can."
She pointed to her wrist. It was torn and bleeding. He examined it carefully. Though it pained her, it did not seem to be broken. He poured rum over the wounds and then drank deeply and looked aft. Brock's Lauscher was drifting, the mainsail and foresail rigging burning furiously. He watched the crew cut away the rigging and the sails fell overboard, then burned for a moment in the water. Then there was blackness. A few junks and sampans were nearby, but none of them had gone to the assistance of the burning Lauscher. Struan peered ahead. 6 Rock Channel, a little-known waterway, was on the lee quarter. He tried the tiller cautiously, and the ship eased off a few points. The wind pressed the sails, and the boat listed sharply, submerging the gash. There was a warning shout from the crew, and Struan corrected the list. Dangerous to sail like this, he thought. I dare not tack to starboard. A slight seal ripped the covering off, and we'll sink like a stone. If I go through 6 Rock Channel, Brock'll never find me, but I canna tack to manoeuvre. So I have to stay in the river, scud down before the wind as straight as possible. He checked his position. The marble pagoda was 8 or 9 miles downstream. With the protective sail around her keel acting like a storm anchor, the Lauscher was making only 2 or 3 knots. Having to stay close to the wind to avoid tacking would further cut down her speed. Ahead, the river curled and twisted. With Joss I will not have to tack to starboard. I'll down sails and let her drift and raise sail again when I'm in position. He gave the tiller to Wang and went below and rechecked the caulking canvas. It will hold for a time. With Joss, he thought. He picked up some teacups and went on deck. The crew was grouped to one side, holding on grimly. There were only 6 men.
Heya! 6 bull only, where to?
Wang pointed over the side and laughed. Crash bang fall! Then he waved astern and shrugged. Never mind.
God's blood, what for no save, heya?
What for save, heya? Struan knew that it was pointless to try to explain. According to the Chinese, it was Joss that the men had fallen overboard. It was just Joss, their Joss, to drown, and also it was the will of the gods. Very unwise to interfere with the will of the gods.
Save a man from dying, then you yourself are responsible for him for the rest of the man's life. That's fair, because if you interfere with the will of the gods, you must be prepared to assume their responsibility. Struan poured a cup of rum and gave it to Maymay. He offered each of the crew a tot in turn, expecting no thanks and receiving none. Strange, he told himself, but Chinese. Why should they thank me for saving their lives? It was Joss that we did not sink. Thank you, God, for my Joss. Thank you. "Hola!" one of the crew called out anxiously, looking over the side. The canvas caulking was coming adrift. Struan rushed below. He slipped off the fighting iron and pushed the waterlogged sail deeper into the ship's wound. Water 3 feet deep sloshed around in the bilges. He levered a crate tighter against the canvas and wedged more silver bricks into the crevices. "It'll hold," he said aloud. Maybe." He picked up the fighting iron and went into the main cabin. It was a shambles. He looked at the bunk longingly, picked up a grass-filled palliasse, and climbed the gangway. He froze at the top of the steps. Wong was pointing the pistol at him. A second Chinese held the musket, Agip inert at his feet. One of the crew had an arm lock on Maymay and was holding a hand over her mouth. Wong pulled the trigger as Struan instinctively lifted up the palliasse and hurtled to one side of the gangway. He felt the ball crease his neck, and he lunged up on deck, his face stung by the gunpowder, the palliasse a pathetic shield. The second Chinese fired point-blank, but the musket exploded and blew his hands off, and he stared at the stumps of his arms, astonished, and screamed. Struan whirled the fighting iron at Wong, and the crew attacked. The barbed ball caught Wong flush on the side of the face, tearing off half his mouth, and he reeled away. Struan flailed, and another man fell, and another jumped on his back and tried to throttle him, using his own cue as a garrote. But Struan shook him off. The man holding Maymay leaped forward, and Struan shoved the fighting iron's haft into his face, and then, when the man shrieked and fell, Struan trampled him. The two men who were unhurt fled to the bow. Gasping for breath, Struan instantly rushed after them. They jumped overboard. There was a scream from the poop. Wong, grotesque, the blood gushing from half a face, was groping blindly for Maymay. She slid out of his grasp and hobbled for cover. Struan walked back and killed him. The man with no hands was screaming hideously. Struan killed him quickly and painlessly. There was silence on the deck. Maymay stared down at a dismembered hand and was violently sick. Struan kicked the hand overboard. When he had regained his strength, he threw all but one of the bodies overboard. He examined Agip. She was breathing through her mouth, the blood trickling from her nose. "I think she'll be all right," he said, and was astonished at the thickness of his voice. He felt his face. The pain was coming in violent waves. He slumped beside Maymay. "What happened?"
"I dinna ken," she said, beyond tears. "One moment I was with pistol, the next they had hand over my mouth and they fired at you. Why aren't you deaded?"
"I feel like I am," he said. The left side of his face was badly scorched. His hair was singed and half an eyebrow was missing. The pain in his chest was lessening.
"What for they, Wong and they, do this? What for? He's Jinqua's trusted," she said.
"You said yourself that any'd try to steal the bullion." "Aye. Any. I dinna blame them. I was a fool to go below." He checked the course ahead. They were still limping in the right direction. Maymay saw the sear on his neck.
"Another inch, half an inch," she whispered. "Praise the gods for Joss. I will make huge gift."
Struan was smelling the sweet blood stench, and now that he was safe his stomach turned over, and he groped for the side.
and retched. Afterward he found a wooden pail and cleaned the deck. Then he cleaned the fighting iron.
"What for do you leave that man?"
May asked. "He's not dead."
"Throw him overboard."
"When he's dead, or when he wakes, if he does, he can jump." Struan breathed the air deeply, and his nausea left him. His legs aching with fatigue, he went over to Agip and lifted her onto the main housing. "Did you see where she got hit?"
"No."
Struan undid her padded coat and examined her carefully. Her chest and back were unmarked, but there was a trace of blood at the base of her queue. He wrapped her again and settled her as well he could. Her face looked grey and mottled. Her breathing was choked. "She does not look good."
"How far must we go now?"
May said. 2 or 3 hours. He took the helm. "I dinna ken. Maybe more." May lay back and let the wind and chill air clear her head. Struan saw the broken bottle of rum rolling in the scuppers. "Go below. See if there's another bottle of rum, will you? I think there were 2, eh?"
"Sorry, Tai-Pan. I almost kill us with my own stupid."
"Nay, lass. It was the bullion. Check the hold." She picked her way below. She was gone a long time. When she returned, she was carrying a teapot and 2 cups.
"I make tea,"
she said proudly.
"I make fire and I make tea. The rum bottle she was broke, so we have tea."
"I didn't know you could even make tea, let alone light a fire," he said, teasing her.
"When I'm old and toothless, I become a ma."
She noticed absently that the last of the Chinese seamen was no longer on deck. She poured the tea and offered him a cup, smiling wanly. "Thanks." Agip regained consciousness. She vomited, then collapsed again. "I didn't like the look of her at all," Struan said.
"She's a fine slave."
He drank the tea gratefully. "How much water's in the hold?"
"The floor is washed with water."
May sipped her tea.
"I think it would be wise to how you say, buy sea god on our side."
"Petition? Aye, petition." She nodded.
"Aye, wise if I petition sea god."
"How'd you do that?"
"There is much bullion downstairs. 1 bar would be very good."
"It would be very bad, a big waste of silver. We've been through this 1,000 times. There are nae gods but God."
"True, but please, please, Tai-Pan, please."
Her eyes were begging him.
"We need fantastical plenty help. I counsel asking immediate for sea gods' particular blessings."
Struan had given up trying to make her understand that there was only one God, that Jesus was the Son of God, that Christianity was the only true religion. 2 years ago he had tried to explain Christianity to her.
"You want me to be Christian, then I'm Christian,"
she had said cheerfully. "But it's not so easy as that, May. You have to believe."
"Of course, I believe what you want me to believe. There is one God, the Christian barbarian God, the new God."
"It's not a barbarian God and not a new God, it's—"
"Your Lord Jesus was not Chinese, hey? Then he is a barbarian. And what for you tell me this Jesus God is not new, when only he was not even born 2,000 years ago, hey? That is plenty very new. Our gods are 5,000-10,000 years old."
Struan had been out of his depth, for though he was a Christian, and would go to kirk, and sometimes pray, and knew the Bible as well as most men, ordinary men, he had not the learning or the skill to teach her. So he had had Wolfgang Maus explain the gospel to her in Mandarin, but after Maus had taught her and had baptized her, Struan had discovered that she still went to the Chinese temple.
But why go there? That's being a heathen again. You're bowing down before idols.
But what for is the wood carving of the Lord Jesus on the cross in the church but idol? Or cross itself? Is that not all same an idol?
It's not the same.
The Buddha is only symbol of Buddha. I dinna worship idol, laddie. I'm Chinese. Chinese dinna worship idols, only the idea of statue. We Chinese are not stupid. We're terrifical clever about these God things. And how for do I know the Lord Jesus, who was barbarian, likes Chinese, heya?
Will you not say such things? That's blasphemy. Wolfgang's explained the whole gospel to you these last months. Of course Jesus loves all people the same way.
Then why for do the Christian men priests who wear long skirts and dinna have women's say other Christian priests who dress like men and spawn many children are for crazy, heya? Massa Mouse says previously there were many wars and many killings. Aye-ya, the long-skirt devils burn men and women on fires.
She shook her head firmly.
Better we change right now, Tai-Pan. Let's be the long-skirt Christian. Then if we lose to them, we'll not be burned. Your kind Christians dinna burn people, do they, heya?
You dinna just change like that for that reason. Catholics are wrong.
I tell you, Tai-Pan, I think we should be long-skirt Christians. And I think also, you look after your new Jesus God very careful, and I look after the Jesus God as best I can, and at the same time I watch our proper Chinese gods for us too, very careful.
She had nodded very firmly, then smiled marvellously.
Then whosoever is the strongest God will look after us.
You cannot do such a thing. There is only one God. One.
Prove it,
she had said. I cannot do that.
There, you see? How can mortal man prove God, any God? But I am a Christian like you, but fortunate also Chinese, and in these God things better think a little Chinese. Very wise to keep a very open mind. Very. It's just for you that I'm Chinese. Then also, on our behalf, I can petition Chinese gods.
She had added hastily,
who of course dinna exist.
She had smiled.
Isn't that fine?
No.
Of course, if I had choice, which I dinna because there is only one God, I'd prefer Chinese God. They dinna want their devotees to slaughter other gods or dead old people who dinna kowtow.
Again, she had run on hastily.
But the Christian barbarian God, who is alone and only God, seems to me, as a poor simple woman, very bloodthirst and difficult to get along with. But of course, I believe in him. There,
she had finished emphatically. There nothing.
I think your heaven is one hell of strange place, Tai-Pan. Everyone flying around like birds and everyone with beards. Do you make love in heaven?
I dinna ken.
If we canna make love, I'm not going to your heaven. Oh no, absolutely. True God or no true God, that'd be a very bad place. I must find out before go there. Yes, indeed. And another thing, Tai-Pan. What for should the only true God, who is therefore fantastical clever, say only one wife, heya? Which is terrifical stupid. And if you are Christian, what for are we as husband and wife when you already got wife? Adulteratiousness, eh? Very bad. What for you break so many of the 10 commands, eh? Yet still very all right call yourself Christian.
Well, May, some of us are sinners and weak. The Lord Jesus will forgive us, some of us. He promised to forgive us if we repent.
I would not, she had said very firmly, not if I was the most one God. No, indeed. And another thing, Tai-Pan. How can God be Trinity, yet have number one Son, who is also God, who was born of real woman without help of real man, who then becomes mother of God? That's what I dinna understand. But dinna mistake me, Tai-Pan. I'm Christian as any, by God. Heya?
They had had many such talks, and each time he had found himself locked into an argument that had no end and no beginning, except that he knew there was only one God, the true God, and knew also that Maymay would never understand. He had hoped that perhaps in his time he would make himself clear to her.
Please, Tai-Pan, Maymay said again. One little pretend will na harm anything. I said a prayer already to the one God. Dinna forget that we're in China, and it is a Chinese river.
But it does nae good at all.
I know. Oh yes, Tai-Pan, I know absolutely. But I'm only a 2-year Christian, so you and God must be patient with me. He will forgive me, she ended triumphantly.
All right, Struan said. She went below. When she came back, she had washed her face and her hands, and her hair was braided. In her hands was a silver brick wrapped in paper. The paper was covered with Chinese characters. Did you write the characters?
Yes, I found writing pen and ink. I wrote a prayer to the sea god.
What does it say?
O great, wise, and powerful sea god, in return for this enormous gift, which is almost 100 taels of silver, please bring us safe to a barbarian ship called China Cloud, belonging to my barbarian, and thence to the island Hong Kong, what the barbarians have stolen from us.
I dinna think much of that prayer, he said. After all, lass, it's my silver, and I dinna like being called a barbarian.
It's a polite prayer, and it tells the truth. It's a Chinese sea god. To a Chinese, you're barbarian. It's most important to tell the truth in prayer.
She walked gingerly down the listing side of the ship, and with great difficulty held the heavy paper-covered silver brick at arm's length, and closed her eyes, and intoned the prayer that she had written. Then, her eyes still closed, she neatly unwrapped the silver brick, and let the paper fall into the water, and tucked the brick quickly into the folds of her jacket. She opened her eyes and watched the paper being sucked down into the river by the wash of the boat. She clambered back joyfully, the silver safe in her arms.
There, now we can rest.
That's a cheat, by God, Struan said, exploding.
What?
You did not drop the silver overboard.
Shh! Not so loud. You spoil everything.
Then she whispered,
Of course not. Do you think I'm a fool?
I thought you wanted to make an offering.
I've just make it, she whispered, perplexed. You didn't think I'd really throw all that silver in the river, do you? God's blood, am I a lump of dog meat? Am I mad?
Then why go through? Shh! Maymay said urgently.
Not so loud. The sea god may hear you.
Why pretend to drop the silver overboard? That's no offering.
I swear to God, Tai-Pan, I dinna understand you at all. What for do gods need real silver, heya? What for should they use real silver? To buy real clothes and real food? Gods are gods, and Chinese are Chinese. I've made the offering and saved your silver, I swear to God. Barbarians are strange people.
And she went below, muttering to herself in Suzhou dialect.
As if I destroy so much silver. Am I an empress that I can throw silver away? Aye,
she said, negotiating the corridor into the hold.
Even the devil empress would not do so foolish.
She put the silver in the bilge where she had found it, and went back on deck. Struan heard her returning, still mumbling irritably in Chinese. What are you saying?
Am I so mad as to waste so much hard-earned cash? Am I a barbarian? Am I a waster?
All right, But I still dinna understand why you think the sea god'll answer your prayers when he's been so obviously duped. The whole matter is fantastical stupid."
"Will you not say such things so loudly?" she said. "He's got offering. Now he'll protect us. It's not real silver a god want, merely idea. That's what he got." She tossed her head. "Gods are like people. They believe anything if you tell them right way." Then she added, "Maybe the god is out and will not help us anyway, and we'll sink, never mind."
"Another thing," Struan said dourly. "Why should we whisper, eh? It's a Chinese sea god. How the hell can he understand English, heya?" This confounded Mei. She frowned, thinking hard. Then she shrugged.
"A god is a god. Perhaps they speak the barbarian tongue. Would you like more tea?"
"Thanks." She poured it into his cup and hers. Then she clasped her hands around her knees and settled herself on a hatchway and hummed a little song. The Lauscher wallowed in the river current. Dawn was breaking. "You're quite a woman, Mei," Struan said.
"I like you too." She nestled against him. "How many men are there like you in your country?"
"About 20 million men, women, and children."
"There are, they say, 300 of millions of Chinese."
"That would mean that every fourth person on Earth is Chinese."
"I worry for my people if all barbarians are like you. You kill so many so easily."
"I killed them because they were trying to kill me. And we're not barbarians."
"I am glad I saw you at your killing," she said weirdly, her eyes luminous, her head framed by the growing light of dawn. "And I'm very glad you were not deaded."
"One day I'll be dead."
"Of course, but I'm glad I saw you at your killing. Our son Duncan will be worthy of you."
"By the time he's grown, it will not be necessary to kill."
"By the time his children's children's children are grown, there will still be killing. Man is killer beast, most all men. We Chinese know, but barbarians are worse than us, worse."
"You think that because you're Chinese, you've many more barbaric customs than we have? People change, Mei."
Then she said simply, "Learn from us, from the lessons of China, Dirk Struan. People never change."
"Learn from us, from the lessons of England, lass. The world can grow into an ordered place where all are equal before the law, and the law is just, honest, without graft."
"Is that so important if you are starving?"
He thought about that a long time. The Lauscher plodded downstream. Other craft passed, upstream and downstream, and the crews stared at the Lauscher curiously, but said nothing. Ahead, the river curled, and Struan eased the Lauscher into the channel. The canvas patch seemed to be holding. "I think so," he finally answered. I think that's very important." "Oh yes, I wanted to ask you something. You said you went to see Jinqua's Supreme Lady. Where did you meet her?"
"I was slave in her house," Mei said calmly, "just before Jinqua sold me to you." She looked into his eyes. "You bought me, didn't you?"
"I acquired you according to your custom, aye. But you're no slave. You can leave or stay freely. I told you that the first day."
"I did not believe you. I believe you now, Tai-Pan."
She watched the shore and the boats passing.
"I've never seen a killing before. I dinna like killing. Is that because I am woman?"
"Aye, and nay. I dinna ken."
"Do you like killing?"
"Nay."
"It is a pity your arrow miss Brock."
"I did not aim at him. I was not trying to kill him, just to make him swerve." She was astonished.
I swear to God, Tai-Pan, you're peculiar fantastical.
I swear to God, May, he said, his eyes crinkled into a smile. You're peculiar fantastical. She lay on her side, watching him, cherishing him. Then she slept. When she awoke, the sun was up. The land beside the river was low and ran back to misted horizons, an abundant land patterned with numberless paddy fields, green and waving with winter rice, clouded hills far off. The marble pagoda was just ahead. Beneath it was China Cloud. Book 2 Chapter 9 4 days later, China Cloud was secretly at anchor in Deepwater Bay on the south side of Hong Kong Island. It was a cold morning with the sky cloud-locked, the sea grey. Struan was standing by the diamond-shaped windows in the main cabin, looking at the island. The barren mountains fell steeply into the sea around the bay, their peaks cloud-shrouded. There was a small sand beach at the bay's apex, and then the land climbed quickly once more to the clouds, rugged and lonely. Seagulls cawed, waves lapped the hull of the ship sweetly, and the ship's bell sounded 6 times.
"Aye,"
Struan said in answer to a knock.
"Cutter's returned,"
Captain Orlov said wearily. He was a vast-shouldered hunchback, barely 5 feet tall, with massive arms and huge head. A fighting iron was thonged to his wrist. Since the bullion had come aboard, he had worn the fighting iron night and day, and had even slept with it.
"By the beard of Odin, our cargo's worse than the Black Plague." "More trouble?" "Trouble, you say? Never on my ship, by Jesus Christ's mother's head!"
The tiny, misshapen man cackled with malevolent glee.
"Least not while I'm awake, green eyes?"
Struan had found Orlov wandering the docks of Glasgow many years ago. He was a Norseman who had been shipwrecked in the dangerous Orkneys and could not find a new ship. Though seamen knew no nationality, no owner would trust a ship to so strange a man, who would call no one Sir or Mister, who would serve only as captain, nothing less.
"I'm best in world!"
Orlov would shout, his mottled, beak-nosed face shaking with fury.
"I've served my time before the mast. Never again! Test me, and I'll prove it by the blood of Thor."
Struan had tested Orlov's knowledge of sea and wind, and tested his strength and courage, and had found nothing wanting. Orlov could speak English, French, Russian, Finnish, and Norwegian. His mind was brilliant, and his memory astonishing. And though he looked like a goblin and could kill like a shark if need be, he was fair and completely trustworthy. Struan had given him a small ship, and then a bigger one, then a clipper. Last year he had made him captain of China Cloud, and he knew that Orlov was everything he claimed. Struan poured more tea, hot and sweet and spiced with rum.
"As soon as Mr. Rob and Cullum are aboard, make course for Hong Kong harbour. Sooner the better, eh?"
"Where's Wolfgang?"
"In his cabin. Do you want him?"
"Nay." "And see that we're not disturbed." Orlov shifted his damp sea-clothes irritably as he left.
"Sooner we get rid of this plague-besotted cargo, the better. Terriblest I've ever had."
Struan did not reply. He was exhausted, but his brain was alert. Almost home, he told himself. A few more hours and you'll be safe in harbour. Thank God for the Royal Navy. Alongside one of the frigates, you can rest. The main cabin was luxurious and spacious, but now it was cluttered with muskets and knives and fighting irons and swords and cutlasses. He had disarmed all his crew before bringing the bullion aboard. Now only he and Captain Orlov carried weapons. Struan could feel the violent tension that pervaded the ship.
The bullion had infected everyone. Aye, he thought, it'll leave no man untouched, even Rob, even Cullum, maybe even Olaf. On the voyage from the Marble Pagoda, Agip had sunk into a coma and had died. Struan had wanted to bury her at sea, but Maymay had asked him not to.
Agip was a faithful slave, she had said. It would be bad, Joss, not to return her to her parents and bury her as a Chinese. Oh, absolutely very bad, terrifical Tai-Pan.
So Struan had changed course and gone to Macau. There, with Mouse's help, he had bought Agip a fine coffin and had given it to her parents. He had also given them 10 taels of silver for her funeral. Her parents were Hoklo boat people, and they had thanked him, and had pressed him to take Agip's younger sister, Arsam, in her place. Arsam was 15, a merry, round-faced girl who could also speak pidgin and, most unusual for a Hoklo, had bound feet. Maymay had known Arsam and approved of her, so Struan had agreed. The parents had asked 300 taels of silver for Arsam. Struan would have given them the money, but Maymay had said that he and she would lose great face if they paid the first price asked. So she had bargained with the parents and knocked down the price to 116 taels. Struan had gone through the formality of buying the girl because it was customary. But then, when the sale was complete and he, according to Chinese law, owned a slave, he had torn up the document in front of Arsam and had told her that she was not a slave, but a servant. Arsam had not understood. Struan knew that later she would ask Maymay why he had torn up the paper, and Maymay would say that some of the ways of the barbarian were strange. Arsam would agree with her, and her fear of him would increase. While China Cloud was at Macau, Struan had confined his crew aboard, except Wolfgang Maus. He was afraid that word of the bullion would leak out, and though he ordinarily trusted his crew, he did not trust them when there was so much wealth ready just for the taking. He expected to be pirated either from within or from without. At Macau there had almost been a mutiny, and for the first time he and his officers had had to use the lash indiscriminately and put guards on the quarterdeck and anchor far out in the shallow harbour. All sampans had been forbidden to come within 100 yards of China Cloud. He had sent his first mate, Cudahy, ahead to Hong Kong in the cutter to fetch Rob and Cullum to the secret rendezvous at Deepwater Bay, with strict instructions to say nothing about the bullion. He had known that this was an added danger, but he knew he had to take the risk. With the bullion safe in China Cloud, he had had time to think about Jinqua and about the noble house and Rob and Cullum and what to do about the future. He knew that now it was time to set the future pattern of the company, with or without Rob and Cullum, at all costs. He had left Maymay in Macau in the house that he had given her. Before he had sailed, he and Maymay had gone to the house of Chen Sheng. Duncan, his 3-year-old son, had begun to kowtow, but he had lifted him up and told him that he must never do that again to any man. Duncan had said, "Yes, Tai-Pan," and had hugged him and Maymay. Kate, the baby, had been as cherished as Duncan, and Chen Sheng fussed like an old hen. Food and tea were brought, and then Chen Sheng had asked Struan's permission to present Kai Sung, who wished to kowtow to the Tai-Pan. Kai Sung was now 36. She was dressed beautifully in robes of gold and crimson with jade and silver pins in her jet hair. It was almost as though the 17 years had never been. Her face was like alabaster, and her eyes as deep as in her youth. But there were tears running down her cheeks, and she whispered in Cantonese, and Maymay translated cheerfully. "Elder sisters, so sorry your Tai-Tai is deaded, Tai-Pan.
elder sister says any times you want for the children's to be here, they are like hers, and she thanks you for being kind to her and her son.
Tell her she looks very pretty, and thank her. Mei did so, and then wept a little with Kaisung, and then they were happy. Kaisung kowtowed again and departed. Chen Sheng had drawn Struan aside.
"Here, maybe you good Joss have got Tai-Pan."
His huge face was a total smile.
"Maybe. I buy men's build Hong Kong very cheap against good Joss."
Chen Sheng held his vast stomach and roared with laughter.
"Hey, Tai-Pan, have virgin slave. You want? I buy here, cheap.
Aye, ye are, virgin. Troubles enough have got." Struan and Mei had taken their children, and they went back to their home. The money Mei had lost to him was more than the value of the house. She formally gave him the deed of the house with great ceremony and simultaneously offered him a pack of cards. "Double or nothings, Tai-Pan, on debts." He had picked a jack, and she had wailed and torn her hair. Whoa, I am for a lump of dog-meat horse strumpet. I what for open my oily mouth. In utter agony she had closed her eyes and picked a card and cringed and half opened her eyes. It was a queen, and she shrieked with happiness and flung herself into his arms. He had arranged with Mei that he would come back quickly from Hong Kong or send China Cloud for her, and then he had sailed for Deep-Water Bay. The cabin door opened. "Hello, Father," Cullum said. "Hello, Dirk," Rob said.
"Welcome aboard. Did you have a good voyage?"
"Good enough." Rob dropped into a chair. There were dark rings under his eyes.
"You look exhausted, Rob."
"I am. I've tried everything. Everything." He eased out of his heavy, steaming topcoat. "No one'll give us credit. We're lost." "What good news could you bring, Dirk?" He felt in the pocket of his reefer jacket and pulled out a letter. "Afraid I don't bring good tidings either. This came for you in yesterday's mail packet. From Father." All of Struan's excitement and happiness at what he had achieved disappeared. Winifred, he thought. It's got to be about her. He took the letter. The seal was intact. He recognized his father's spidery writing. "What's the news from home?" he said, trying to level his voice. "That's all that came, Dirk. I got nothing. Sorry." "How is it with you? What's the matter with your face? Have you burned it?" "Sorry I've been so little help." Struan put the letter on the desk.
"Did you buy the land?"
"No. The land sale's been postponed." Rob tried to keep his eyes off the letter. "It's tomorrow, Father. There wasn't enough time to get the lots surveyed, so it was postponed." Cullum lurched unsteadily as the ship heeled under a press of canvas. He steadied himself against the deck. "Shall I open the letter for you?"
"Nay, thanks. Have you seen Brock?"
"The White Witch came back from Whampoa 2 days ago," Rob said. "Haven't seen him myself. We're really at war again?"
"Aye," Struan said. "Is the fleet still at Hong Kong?"
"Yes, but when Ellickson came with the news it deployed into war positions. Patrols were sent to guard the east and west entrances. Will they attack Hong Kong?"
"Dinna be ridiculous, Robbie."
Rob watched the wake of the ship. Dirk looks different, he thought. Then he noticed the clutter of the cabin. "Why are there so many weapons here, Dirk? What's amiss?"
"What's Longstaff been up to, Cullum?" Struan asked.
"I don't know," Cullum said. "I've only seen him but once, and that was to get his approval for the postponement." "I haven't seen him either, Dirk. After the piece about us in the paper, I've had great difficulty in seeing a lot of people, especially Longstaff."
"Oh?" What happened?
I saw him the next day. He said, "'Pon me word, is it true?" And when I told him yes, he took a pinch of snuff and said, "Pity, well, I'm very busy, Rob, good day," and took another glass of port.
What did you expect?
I don't know, Dirk. I suppose I expected sympathy, or some help.
Longstaff did not sack Cullum. That's in his favour.
He wanted me back only because there's no one else at the moment to do this for him, Cullum said.
He had started to fill out in the last 2 weeks and was losing his plague pallor.
I think he enjoys the fact that we're broken.
At least, Cullum added quickly, I'm unimportant. I mean that the noble house is broken.
If it's not us, it's another company, Cullum.
Yes, I know, Father. What I meant was, well, I think you were very special with Longstaff. He kowtowed to your knowledge because of your wealth, but without wealth, you've no breeding. Without breeding, you cannot be equal. Without equality, you can't have knowledge. None. I think that's rather sad.
Where'd you learn kowtow?
Wait till you see Hong Kong.
What does that mean, lad?
We'll be there in a few hours. You can see for yourself.
Then Cullum's voice sharpened.
Please open the letter, Father.
The news'll keep. Winifred was failing when you left. Do you expect a miracle?
I hope for one, yes. I've prayed for one, yes.
Come below, Struan said.
The neat stacks of silver bricks glinted eerily under the swaying lantern in the hold. The air was close, and the sick sweet smell of raw opium permeated it. Cockroaches swarmed.
It's impossible,
Rob whispered, touching the bullion.
I didn't know there was this much silver in one place on earth,
Cullum said, as stunned.
It's here, right enough, Struan said.
Rob picked up one of the bricks to reassure himself, his hand trembling.
Unbelievable.
Struan told them how he obtained the bullion. He related all that Jinqua had said, except about the chop and about the 4 half-coins and about the 5 lakhs to be put into Hong Kong land and the 5 lakhs to be kept safe and the 1 lakh to Gordon Chen. He described the sea battle with Brock, but he made no mention of May.
That bloody pirate! Cullum stormed. Longstaff will have Brock and Gorth hanged when he hears about it.
Why? Struan asked. Brock did no more than I've done. He simply happened to collide with me.
But that's a lie. You can prove that he...
I can prove and will prove nothing. Brock tried and failed, that's all. It's our business, no one else's.
I don't like that, Cullum said.
That's not a lawful way of looking at a deliberate piracy. There'll be a reckoning in my own time.
God help us, we're saved, Rob said,
his voice weak. Now all the international money plans will go through. We'll be the richest company in the Orient.
Bless you, Dirk. You're incredible.
Now the future's assured, Rob inwardly exulted. Now there'll be enough for even Sarah's extravagant tastes. Now I can go home immediately. Perhaps Dirk will change his mind and never leave. We'll never go home, we'll forget Parliament. No more worries. Now I can build a castle and live like a laird in peace. The children will marry and live well, and there'll be enough for their children's children. Roddy can finish university and go into banking and never worry about the Orient. Bless you, Dirk! Cullum, too, was ecstatic. His brain shrieked. This isn't bullion, but power. Power to buy guns, or to buy votes to dominate Parliament. Here is the answer for the Charter and the Chartists. As Tai-Pan, I can use the power of all this wealth, and more, to a good end. I thank thee, O Lord, he prayed fervently, for helping us in our hour of need. Cullum saw his father very differently now. In the past weeks, he had thought greatly about what his father had said concerning wealth and power, and the uses thereof. Being close to Glessing and on the edge of Longstaff's power, and feeling the covert smirks and open amusement at the death of the noble house, he had realized that a man alone, without birthright or power, was defenseless. Struan could feel Rob's and Cullum's avarice. Aye, he told himself. But be honest. It's what the bullion'll do to any. Look at yourself. You've killed 8, 10 men to protect it. Aye, and you'll kill 100 more. Look what it's forcing you to do to your son and to your brother. There's something I want to make clear to you both, he said. This bullion's loaned to me, on my word. I'm responsible to Jinqua for it. I am. Nor the noble house. I don't understand, Dirk, Rob said. What did you say, Father? Struan took out a Bible. First, swear on the holy book that what I say will be secret among the 3 of us. Is it necessary to swear? Rob said. Of course I would never tell anyone. Will you swear, Rob? Of course. He and Cullum swore secrecy. Struan placed the Bible on the silver. This bullion will be used to salvage the noble house, only with the proviso that when and if either of you become Tai-Pan, you agree, first, to commit the company totally to the support of Hong Kong and to China trade, second, to headquarter the company permanently in Hong Kong, third, to take over my responsibility and my word to Jinqua and to his successors. Fourth, to guarantee that the successor you choose as Tai-Pan does the same. Last, Struan pointed at the Bible. Agree now that only a Christian, a kinsman, can ever be Tai-Pan. Swear on the holy book as you agree to swear your successor on the holy book to the conditions before passing over control. There was a silence. Then Rob said, knowing how his brother's mind worked, Do we know all the conditions that Jinqua imposed? Nay. What are the rest? I'll tell you after you've sworn. You can trust me or not, just as you like. That's not very fair. This bullion is not very fair, Rob. I have to be sure. This is nae game for children, and I'm not thinking of either of you as kin at this moment. We're playing with 100 years, 200 years. Struan's eyes were a luminous green in the half-light of the swaying lantern. I'm committing the noble house to Chinese time, with or without the both of you. The air seemed to thicken perceptibly. Rob felt the wetness on his shoulders and neck. Cullum stared at his father, astounded. Rob said, What does commit the company totally to the support of Hong Kong mean to you? To back it, guard it, make it a permanent base for trade. And trade means to open up China, all China, to bring China into the family of nations. That's impossible, Rob said. Impossible. Aye, maybe. But that's what the noble house is going to try to do. You mean help China become a world power? Cullum asked. Aye. That's dangerous, Rob snapped. That's madness. There's enough trouble on Earth without helping that heathen mass of humanity. They'll swamp us, all Europe. Every 4th person on Earth's Chinese now, Rob. We've the great chance to help them now. To learn our ways, British ways, law and order and justice, Christianity. They'll swarm out one day on their own. I say we've got to show them our way. It's impossible. You'll never change them, never. It's futile. Those are the conditions. In 5 months, you're Tai-Pan. Cullum follows you in time, if he's worthy. Christ in heaven! Rob exploded.
Is this what you've been striving for all these years?
Aye. I've always known you had dreams, Dirk, but this is too much. I don't know whether it's monstrous or marvellous. It's beyond me.
Maybe, Struan said, his voice hard. But it's a condition for your survival, Robbie, and your families and their future. Your Tai-Pan in 5 months, for at least 1 year.
I've told you before, I think that's another unwise decision, Rob flared, his face contorted. I've not the knowledge or the cunning to deal with Longstaff, or to keep the noble house at the forefront of all this war intrigue, or to cope with the Chinese.
I know, and I know the risk I take, but Hong Kong's ours now. The war will be over as quickly as the last one. Struan waved a hand at the bullion. All this is a rock which cannot be dissipated easily. From now on, it's a matter of trade. You're a good trader.
It's not just trading. There's ships to be sailed, pirates to be fought, Brock to be dealt with, and 1,000 other things.
5 months will clean up the important ones. The rest are your problem.
Are they?
Aye. Because of all this bullion, we're worth more than 3 million. When I leave, I take 1, and 20% of the profit for my lifetime. You do the same. He glanced at Cullum. At the end of your term, we will be worth 10 million because I'll protect you and the noble house from Parliament and make her rich beyond your dreams. We'll no longer have to rely on Sir Charles Cross, Donald MacDonald, McPhee, Smythe, Ross, or all the others we support to do our bidding. I'll do it myself. And I'll come back and forth to Hong Kong, so both of you have no need to worry.
I want only enough wealth to let me dream quietly and wake up peacefully, Rob said. In Scotland, not in the Orient. I don't want to die here. I'm off by the next boat.
1 year and 5 months is not much to ask.
It's a demand, not an ask, Dirk.
I'm forcing nothing on you. A month ago, Rob, you were prepared to accept 50,000 and leave. Very well. That offer still holds. If you want what is rightfully yours, more than 1 million, you'll get it within 2 years. Struan turned to Cullum. From you, lad, I want 2 years of your life. If you become Tai-Pan, a further 3 years, 5 years in all.
If I don't agree to the conditions, then I have to leave?
Cullum asked, his mouth parched, heart hurting. Nay, you're still a partner, albeit a junior one, but you'll never be Tai-Pan, never. I'll have to find and train someone else. 1 year's as much as it's fair to ask, to demand, from Rob. He's already been 11 years a-building. He picked up one of the bricks. You'll have to prove yourself, Cullum. Even if you agree now, you'll be heir apparent, that's all. You'll now wax fat on my sweat or Rob's. That's clan law and a good law of life. Every man has to stand on his own feet. Of course, I'll help you all I can, as long as I'm alive. But it's up to you to prove your worth. Only a real man has the right to stand at the pinnacle. Cullum flushed. Rob was staring at Struan, detesting him.
You don't want a Tai-Pan in 5 months, Dirk. Just a nursemaid for 1 year, isn't that it?
Guarantee to take over in 5 years, and you choose whom you wish.
I can eliminate Cullum right now, in return for a promise of 5 years?
Aye, Struan said at once. I think it would be a waste, but that'd be your decision. Aye.
You see what power does to a man, Cullum, Rob said, his voice strained.
This version of the noble house is dead without this bullion, Struan said without rancour. I've told you my conditions. Make up your own minds.
I understand why you're hated throughout these seas, Cullum said.
Do you, lad?
Yes.
You'll never know that, truly know that, until your 5 years are up.
Then I've no option, Father.
It's 5 years, or nothing. It's nothing or everything, Cullum. If you're prepared to be second best, go topside now. What I'm trying to make you understand is that to be the Tai-Pan of the noble house, you have to be prepared to exist alone, to be hated, to have some aim of immortal value, and to be ready to sacrifice anyone you're not sure of. Because you're my son, I'm offering you today, untried, a chance at supreme power in Asia. Thus, a power to do almost anything on earth. I dinna offer that lightly. I know what it means to be the Tai-Pan.
Choose, by God!
Cullum's eyes were transfixed by the Bible and the bullion. I don't want to be second best, he told himself. I know that now. Second best can never do worthwhile things. There's all the time in the world to worry about conditions and Jinquar and the Chinese and about the problems of the world. Perhaps I won't have to worry about being Tai-Pan. Perhaps Rob won't think I'm good enough. Oh God, let me prove myself to become Tai-Pan so that I can use the power for good. Let this be a means to thy ends. The charter must come to pass. It is the only way. Sweat pocked his forehead. He picked up the Bible. I swear by the Lord God to abide by these conditions, if and when I become Tai-Pan. So help me God. His fingers were trembling as he replaced the Bible.
Rob,
Struan said, not looking up. 5 years as Tai-Pan, and I can send Cullum back to Scotland, now, change anything and everything I like?
Aye, by God, do I have to repeat myself? In 5 months you do what you like, if you agree to the other conditions. Aye!
There was a vast silence in the hold, but for the constant scurry of the rats in the darkness. Why should you want me out, uncle? Cullum said. To hurt your father. You're the last of his line.
Aye, Rob, that he is.
That's a terrible thing to say. Terrible! Cullum was aghast. We're kin! Kin!
Yes, Rob said, anguished. But we've been talking truths. Your father will sacrifice me, you, my children to his ends. Why shouldn't I do the same?
Maybe you will, Rob.
Maybe you will, Struan said.
You know I'd do nothing to hurt you. Lord God on high, what's happening to us? We've acquired some bullion, and all of a sudden we're stinking with greed and God knows what else. Please, let me go in 5 months. Please, Dirk.
I must leave. Only in Parliament can I really control Longstaff and his successors. As you'll do when you leave Asia, that's where we can put the plan into effect. But Cullum must be trained. A year as Tai-Pan and you leave. How can he be trained in such a short time? I'll know in 5 months if he can be Tai-Pan. If not, I'll make other arrangements.
What arrangements?
Are you ready to agree to the conditions, Rob? If so, swear on the book and let's go aloft.
What arrangements?
God's death, do you agree, Rob, or do you not? It is 1 year or 5, or none.
Rob shifted his weight on his legs as the ship heeled under a thickening wind. His whole being was warning him not to take the oath. But he had to. For his family's sake, he had to. He took the Bible, and it was heavy. Even though I loathe the Orient and everything it stands for, I swear by God to abide by the conditions to the best of my abilities, so help me God. He handed the Bible to Struan. I think you'll regret making me stay as Tai-Pan for 1 year.
I may. Hong Kong will na.
Struan opened the Bible and showed them the 4 half coins that he had stuck on the inside cover with sealing wax. He listed all Jinqua's conditions, except the one lack to Gordon Chen. That's my business, Struan told himself, and he wondered briefly what Cullum would think of his half-brother, and of May, when he heard about them. Rob knew about May, though he had never met her. Struan wondered if his enemies had already told Cullum about Gordon and about May. I think you were right to swear us, Dirk, Rob said. God alone knows what devilment these coins mean. When they returned to the cabin, Struan went to the desk and broke the seal on the letter. He read the first paragraph and shouted with joy.
She's alive! Winifred's alive, by God! She got well!
Rob grabbed the letter. Struan was beside himself and hugged Cullum and began to dance a jig, and the jig became a reel, and Struan linked arms with Cullum and they pulled Rob with them, and all at once their hatred and distrust vanished. Then Struan held them still with the hugeness of his strength.
Now together! 1, 2, 3!
And they shouted the Latin battle cry of the clan at the top of their voices.
Ferai! Strike home!
Then he hugged them again and roared,
Steward!
The seaman came running.
Aye, aye, sir! A double tot for all hands! Order the piper to the quarter-deck! Bring a bottle of champagne and another pot of tea, by God! Aye, aye, sir!
So the 3 men made peace with each other. But they all knew in the secret depths of their minds that everything had changed between them. Too much had been said. Soon they would go their separate ways alone. Thank God you opened the letter afterward, Dirk, Rob said. Thank God for the letter. I was feeling terrible. Terrible. And I, Cullum said. Read it out, Father. Struan settled himself in the deep leather sea chair and read the letter to them. It was in Gaelic, dated 4 months ago, a month after Cullum had sailed from Glasgow. Parlan Struan wrote that Winifred's life had hung in the balance for 2 weeks, and then she had begun to mend. The doctors could give no reason other than to shrug their shoulders and say, "The will of God." She was living with him in the little croft that Struan had bought for him many years ago. "She'll be happy there," Cullum said. "But there are only gillies and goats to talk to. Where's she going to go to school?" "First let her get very well, then we can worry about that," Rob said. "Go on, Dirk." Then the letter gave news of the family. Parlan Struan had had 2 brothers and 3 sisters, and they had all married, and now their children were married and they had children. And 2, his own children, Dirk and Flora by his first marriage, and Rob, Euthenia, and Susan by his second, had families. Many of the descendants had emigrated to the Canadian colonies, to the United States of America. A few were scattered over the Indies and Spanish South America. Parlan Struan wrote that Alistair MacLeod, who had married Rob's sister Susan, had come back from London with his son Hector to live again in Scotland. The loss of Susan and his daughter Claire from the cholera weighed heavily on him and had almost broken him. That he had received a letter from the Kerns. Flora, Dirk's sister, had married Farron Kern, and last year they had sailed for Norfolk, Virginia. They had arrived safely, and the voyage had been good, and they and their 3 children were fit and happy. The letter continued, "Tell Rob Roddy went off to university yesterday. I put him on the stagecoach for Edinburgh with 6 shillings in his pocket and food for 4 days. Your cousin Dougal Struan has written that he will take him in his holidays and be his guardian until Rob comes home. I took the liberty of sending a sight draft in Rob's name for 50 guineas to pay for a year's room and board and a shilling a week for pocket money.
I also gave him a Bible and warned him against loose women and drunkenness and gambling, and read out the piece of Will Shakespeare's Hamlet about neither a borrower nor a lender be, and made the lad write it down and put it in the cover of the good book. He writes with a good hand. Your dear Ronalda and the children are buried in one of the plague pits. I am sorry, Dirk, laddie, but the law said that all that died had to be buried thus, with burning, and then with quicklime for the safety of the living. But the burial was consecrated according to our faith, and the land set aside as hallowed ground. God rest their souls. Do not worry about Winnie. The lassie is truly bonny now, and here in Loch Lomond, where the foot of God has lain, she will grow into a fine, God-fearing woman. Take heed now. Do not let the barbarian heathen in Indian Cathay take your soul away, and lock your door carefully against the evil that breeds in those devil lands. Will you not come home soon? My health is very fine, and the good Lord has blessed me. Only 7 more years for my 70 which the Lord promised, but 1 in 400 sees these evil days. I am very well. There were bad riots in Glasgow and in Birmingham and Edinburgh, so the papers say. More Chartists' riots. The factory workers are demanding more money for their labours. There was a good hanging 2 days ago in Glasgow for sheep stealing. Damn the English. What a world we are living in when a good Scotsman's hanged for just stealing an English sheep by a Scots judge. Terrible. At the same assize, hundreds were transported to Australian Van Diemen's Land for rioting and striking and for burning down a factory. Cullum's friend, Bartholomew Angus, was sentenced to 10 years' transportation to New South Wales for leading a Chartist riot in Edinburgh. Folk are...
Oh, my God,
Cullum said. Who's Bartholomew, Cullum? Struan said.
We shared chambers at university. Poor old Bart,
Struan said sharply. Did you know he was a Chartist?
Of course.
Cullum went to the window and gazed at the wake of the ship. Are you a Chartist, Cullum? You said yourself that the Charter was good. Aye, but I also gave you my views on insurrection. Are you an active Chartist? If I were home, I would be. Most university students are in favour of the Charter. Then it's a good thing you're out here, by God. If Bartholomew led a riot, then he deserved 10 years. We've good laws and the finest parliamentary system on earth. Insurrection, rioting and striking are other ways to get changes made. What else does the letter say, Father? Struan watched his son's back for a moment, hearing an echo of Ronalda's tone of voice. He made a mental note to look more carefully into Chartist affairs in the future. Then he began to read again. Folk are still arriving daily in Glasgow from the Highlands, where the lairds are still enclosing the clan lands and taking away the clansmen's birthright. That black-hearted fiend, the Earl of Struan, may the Lord strike him dead, is raising a regiment to fight in the Indian colonies. Men are flocking to his banner, sucked in by promises of loot and land. There's a rumour that we will have to go to war again with the cursed Americans over the Canadian colonies, and there are stories that war has broken out between those devils the French and the Russians over the Ottoman Turks. Those cursed Frenchmen. As if we haven't suffered enough over that arch-fiend Bonaparte. It is a sorry state we live in, laddie. Oh, I forgot to mention that plans have been laid for a railway to join Glasgow and Edinburgh within 5 years. Will that not be grand? Then maybe we Scots can band together and throw out the devil English and have our own king. I embrace you and your brother and hug Cullum for me. Your respectful father, Parlan Struan. Struan looked up with a wry smile.
Still as bloodthirsty as ever.
If the Earl raises a regiment for India, it may come out here, Rob said.
I had the same thought. Well, lad, if he ever reaches the domain of the noble house, that regiment will go home headless, so help me God.
So help me God, Cullum echoed.
There was a knock on the door, and the steward hurried in with the champagne and glasses and tea. Captain Orloff thanks you on behalf of the crew, sir. Ask him and Wolfgang to join us at the end of the watch. Aye, aye, sir.
After the wine and tea had been poured, Struan raised his glass.
A toast to Winifred, who has returned from the dead.
They drank, and Rob said, Another toast. Here's to the noble house. Maybe we'll never think to do evil to one another ever again.
Aye.
They drank again.
Rob, when we get to Hong Kong, write to our agents. Tell them to find out who the directors of our bank were and who was responsible for overextending credit.
All right, Dirk. And then, Father? Cullum asked.
Then we'll destroy those responsible, Struan said, and their families.
Cullum felt chilled by the implacable finality of the sentence. Why their families?
What did their greed do to ours, to us, to our future? We've to pay for years for their greed, so they'll pay in like measure, all of them.
Cullum got up and walked for the door.
What do you want, laddie?
The latrine, the head. The door closed after him.
Sorry about what I said, Struan sighed. It had to be done that way.
I know. I'm sorry too. But you're right about Parliament. More and more power will pass to Parliament, and that's where the big trading deals will be settled. I'll watch the financing, and we can both watch Cullum and help him. Isn't it wonderful about Winifred?
Aye.
Cullum's got very definite ideas about some things, hasn't he?
He's very young. Ronaldo brought them up. Well, she took the scriptures literally, as you well know. Cullum will have to grow up sometime.
What are you going to do about Gordon Chen?
You mean about him and Cullum?
Struan watched the seagulls mewing.
That has to be dealt with as soon as we get back to Hong Kong.
Poor Cullum. Growing up's not easy, is it? Struan shook his head.
It's never easy.
After a moment, Rob said, Remember my lassie, Ming Su?
Aye.
I often wonder what happened to her and the bairn.
The money you gave her would set her up like a princess and find her a wonderful husband, Rob. She's a mandarin's wife somewhere. No need to worry about them.
Little Isabel would be 10 now. Rob let himself drift back into the ever-pleasant memory of her laughter and the gratification Ming Su had given him. So much, he thought. She had given him more love and kindness and gentleness and compassion in one day than Sarah had given him in all their marriage. You should marry again, Dirk.
There's time to think about that.
Struan absently checked the barometer. It read 30.1 inches fair weather.
Ride Cullum very hard, Rob, when you're Tai-Pan.
I will, Rob said.
As Cullum came on deck, China Cloud heeled over and broke out of the channel that the small offshore island of Tung Ku Chau formed with Hong Kong. The ship came swiftly out of the neck of the mountain-dominated passageway into open sea and turned southwest. Another larger island, Pok Liu Chau, was 2 miles to port. A stiff northeast monsoon flecked the waves, and above was the dull blanket of clouds. Cullum picked his way forward, carefully avoiding the neat circles of ropes and hawsers. He skirted the gleaming rows of cannon and marvelled at the cleanliness of everything. He had been aboard other merchantmen in Hong Kong harbour, and they were all squalid. The port head was occupied by 2 seamen, so he clambered over the side into the starboard one. He hung on to the lifelines, and with great difficulty pulled down his trousers and squatted precariously on the netting. A young red-headed sailor wandered up and swung neatly over the gunwale into the head and took down his pants. He was barefoot and did not hold on to the ropes as he squatted.
"Top of the morning, sir," the sailor said.
"And to you," Cullum said, holding grimly onto the lines. The sailor was done quickly. He leaned forward to the gunwale and took a square of newspaper from a box and wiped himself, then carefully tossed the paper below and retied his pants around his waist.
"What are you doing?"
Cullum asked.
"Eh? Oh, the paper, sir. God rot me if I know, sir. It be the Tai-Pan's orders. Wipe your ass with paper or lose 2 months' pay and 10 days in the bleeding brig." The sailor laughed. "The Tai-Pan be a right one, begging your pardon, but she be his ship, so you wipes your bleeding arse."
He leaped aboard easily and dunked his hands in a pail of seawater and slopped it over his feet.
"Wash your bleeding hands, too, by God, then your fates, or in the bleeding brig you goes. Right proper strange. Stark raving, begging your pardon, sir. But what with wiping your bleeding hands and wiping your bleeding arse and bathing once a bleeding week and fresh clothes once a bleeding week, life's a proper bleeder."
"Bleeder nothing," another sailor said, leaning on the gunwale, chomping on a tobacco quid.
"Paying good silver, when it be bleeding due, by God. Grub like a bleeder prince. Prize money to boot. What more you want, Charlie?"
Then to Cullum,
"I ain't about to know how's a Tai-Pan do it, sir, but his ship's got less pox and less scurvy than any on the high seas."
He spat tobacco juice to windward.
"So I wipes me arse and happy to do it. Begging your pardon, sir, if I was you, sir, I'd do the same. The Tai-Pan be terrible fond of having his orders obeyed." "Reef topsails and top t'gallants!"
Captain Orlov shouted from the quarterdeck, his voice huge for so small a man. The sailors touched their forelocks to Cullum and joined the men who were climbing into the shrouds. Cullum used the paper and washed his hands and went below and waited for the opportunity to break into their conversation.
"What's the point of using paper?"
"Eh?" Struan said. "In the head. Use paper or 10 days in the brig."
"Oh, I forgot to tell you, laddie. The Chinese think there's some connection between dung and disease."
"That's ridiculous," Cullum scoffed. "The Chinese dunna think so. Neither do I." Struan turned to Rob.
"I've tried it for 3 months on China Cloud.
Sickness is down." "Even compared with Thundercloud?" Rob asked.
"Aye."
"It's a coincidence," Cullum said. Rob grunted. "You'll find a lot of coincidences in our ships, Cullum. It's only 50-odd years since Captain Cook found that limes and fresh vegetables cured scurvy. Maybe dung does have something to do with disease."
"When did you last bathe, Cullum?"
Struan said. "I don't know. A month? No, I remember. Captain Perry insisted that I bathe with the crew once a week in Thunder Cloud. Nearly caught my death of cold. Why?"
"When did you last wash your clothes?"
Cullum blinked at his father and looked down at his heavy brown woolen trousers and frock coat. "They've never been washed. Why should they be washed?" Struan's eyes glinted.
"From now on, ashore or afloat, you bathe your whole body once a week. You use paper and wash your hands. You have your clothes washed once a week. You drink nae water, only tea. And you brush your teeth daily."
"Why? No water? That's madness. Wash my clothes? Why, that'll make them shrink and spoil the cut and goodness knows what."
"That's what you'll do. This is the Orient. I want you alive and well and healthy."
"I will not. I'm not a child or one of your seamen."
"You'd better do as your father says," Rob said. "I fought him too, every new idea he tried, until he proved that these things worked. Why, no one knows. But where people have died like flies, we're fit. "You're not at all," Cullum said. "You told me you're sick all the time." "Yes, but that goes back years. I never believed your father about water, so I kept drinking it. Now my guts bleed and they'll always bleed. It's too late for me, but by God I wish I'd tried. Perhaps I'd be without gut rot. Dirk never drinks water, only tea."
"That's what the Chinese do, lad."
"I don't believe it."
"Well, while you're finding out the truth or nah," Struan snapped, "you'll obey those orders. Those are orders."
Cullum's chin jutted. "Just because of some heathen Chinese customs, I have to change my whole way of life? Is that what you're saying?"
"I'm prepared to learn from them. Aye, I'll try anything to keep my health, and so will you, by God."
Struan let out a bellow.
"Steward!"
The door opened.
"Aye, aye, sir. Get a bath ready for Mr. Cullum in my cabin, and fresh clothes." "Aye, aye, sir."
Struan walked across the cabin, towering over Cullum. He examined his son's head.
"You've lice in your hair."
"I don't understand you at all," Cullum burst out. "Everyone's got lice. Lice are with us whether we like it or not. You scratch a little and that's an end to it."
"I dinna have lice, nor does Rob."
"Then you're peculiar, unique." Cullum took an irritable swallow of champagne. "Bathing is a stupid risk to health, as everyone knows."
"You stink, Cullum."
"So does everyone," Cullum said impatiently. "Why else do we always carry pomades? Stinking is a way of life. 2, lice are a curse of people, and that's the end of it."
"I dinna stink, nor does Rob and his family, nor do my men, and our health's the best in the Orient. You'll do as you're told. Lice are not necessary, and neither is stink."
"Best you go to London, father. That's the biggest stink in the world. If people hear you go on about lice and stink, they'll think you mad."
Father and son glared at each other. "You'll obey orders. You'll clean yourself, by God, or I'll get the boatswain to do it for you. On deck!"
"Do it, Cullum," Rob interceded. He could feel Cullum's resentment and Struan's inflexibility. "What does it matter? Compromise. Try it for 5 months, eh? If you don't feel better yourself by that time, then go back to the usual way." "And if I refuse?"
Struan glowered down at him implacably. "I cherish you, Cullum, beyond my own life. But certain things you'll do. Else I'll treat you like a disobedient seaman."
"How's that?"
"I'll tow you behind the ship for 10 minutes and wash you that way."
"Instead of giving orders," Cullum burst out indignantly, "why don't you just say please occasionally?"
Struan laughed outright. "By God, you're right, lad." He thumped Cullum on the back. "Will you please do what I ask? By God, you're right. I'll say please more often. And dinna worry about clothes. We'll get you the best tailor in Asia. You need more clothes anyway." Struan glanced at Rob. "You're tailor, Rob?"
"Yes, as soon as we're settled in Hong Kong."
"We'll send for him tomorrow to come from Macau with his stuff, unless he's already in Hong Kong. For 5 months, lad."
"All right, but I still think it's peculiar."
Struan refilled their glasses. "Now I think we should celebrate the rebirth of the noble house."
"How, Dirk?"
Rob asked. "We'll give a ball."
"What?"
Cullum looked up excitedly, his indignation forgotten. "Aye, a ball. For the whole European population in princely style, a month from today."
"That'll set a hawk among the pigeons," Rob said. "What do you mean, Uncle?" "There'll be the biggest panic among the ladies you've ever seen. They'll vie with each other for the honour of being the best, dressed in the latest fashion. They'll hound their husbands and try to steal each other's dressmakers. My God, a ball is a marvellous idea. I wonder what Siobhan will wear."
"Nothing, if it pleases her." Struan's eyes glowed. Aye, a ball. We'll give a prize for the best-dressed lady. I think the prize—"
"Have you not heard of the judgment of Paris?" Rob said aghast.
"Aye, but Aristotle'll be the judge."
"He's much too clever to take that position."
"We'll see." Struan reflected a moment. "The prize has to be worthy. 1,000 guineas.
"You must be joking," Cullum said.
1,000 guineas.
Cullum was overwhelmed by the idea of such extravagance. It was obscene, criminal. 1,000 guineas in England today, and you could live like a king for 5 or 10 years. The wage of a factory man who worked from sun-up to sundown and deep into the night 6 days a week for all the weeks of the year was £15 to £20 a year, and on this a home was made and children brought up and a wife kept, rent, food, clothing, coal. My father's mad, he thought, money mad. Think of the 20,000 guineas he peed away on the stupid bet with Brock and Gorth. But that was a gamble to dispose of Brock, a worthwhile gamble if it had come off, and in a way it has. The bullion is in China Cloud, and we're rich again. Rich. Now Cullum knew that to be rich was no longer to be poor. He knew that his father was right. It wasn't money that was important, only the lack of it. "It's too much, Rob was saying, shocked.
"Aye, in one way it is." Struan lit a cheroot. "But it's the duty of the noble house to be princely. The news will flood like no news before, and the story of it will last for 100 years. He put his hand on Cullum's shoulder. "Never forget another rule, laddie. When you're gambling for high stakes, you must risk high. If you're not prepared to risk high, you dinna belong in the game."
"Such a huge amount may make some people risk more money than they can afford. That's not good, is it?"
"The point of money is to use it. I'd say this is going to be money well spent."
"But what are the stakes you gain?"
"Face, lad." Struan turned to Rob. "Who's the winner?"
Rob shook his head helplessly. "I don't know. Beauty, Siobhan, but best dressed? There are some who'd risk a fortune to get the honour, let alone the prize."
"Have you met Siobhan yet, Cullum?"
"No, father. I saw her once taking a promenade on the road that George Glessing had laid out from Glessing's Point to Happy Valley. Miss Tillman's beautiful, but I think Miss Sinclair's much more attractive. So charming. George and I spent some time in her company."
"Did you now?"
Struan held down his sudden interest. "Yes," Cullum replied ingenuously. "We had a farewell dinner with Miss Sinclair and Horatio on George's ship. Poor George has had his ship taken away from him. He was most upset. We're really going to have a ball?"
"Why has Glessing lost his ship?"
"Longstaff appointed him harbour master and chief surveyor, and the admiral ordered him to accept the positions. Miss Sinclair agreed with me that it was a good opportunity for him, but he didn't think so."
"Do you like him?"
"Oh, yes, he was very nice to me." Cullum almost added, "even though I'm the son of the Tai-Pan." He thanked his luck that Glessing and he had a shared interest. Both were fine cricket players. Cullum had captained the university team and last year had played for his county.
"By Jove," Glessing had said, "you must be damned good. Only fielded for the Navy myself. What bat did you play?"
"First wicket down."
"By gad, best I've ever made was second. Damn, Cullum, old chap, perhaps we should set aside a place for a cricket ground, eh? Get a bit of practice in, eh?"
Cullum smiled to himself, very glad he was a cricketer. Without that, he knew Glessing would have dismissed him. Then he would not have had the pleasure of being near Mary. He wondered if he could escort her to the ball. "Miss Sinclair and Horatio like you very much, father."
I thought Mary was in Macau.
She was, Father, but she came back to Hong Kong for a few days, a week or so ago. A lovely lady, isn't she?
There was a sudden clanging of the ship's bell, and the scurry of feet and the cry, "All hands on deck!" Struan bolted out of the cabin. Rob started to follow, but stopped at the cabin door.
"Two things quickly while we're alone, Cullum. First, do what your father says and be patient with him. He's a strange man with strange ideas, but most of them work. Second, I'll help you all I can to become Tai-Pan."
Then he rushed out of the cabin with Cullum trailing behind. When Struan burst onto the quarterdeck, the crew was already at action stations and opening the gun ports, and aloft men were swarming the rigging. Directly ahead, spread against the horizon, was a menacing fleet of war junks. "By Thor's left buttock, it's a bloody fleet!" Captain Orloff said. "I've counted more than 100, Tai-Pan. Turn and run!" "Hold your course, Captain. We've the speed of them. Clear decks! We'll go closer and have a look. Set royals and foreroyals." Orloff bellowed aloft. "Set royals and foreroyals! All sails, ho!" The officers took up the shouts, and the men raced into the shrouds and unfurled the sails, and China Cloud picked up speed and sliced through the water. The ship was in the channel between the big island of Pok Liu Chau, 2 miles to port, and the smaller island of Up Li Chau, 1/2 mile to starboard. Up Li Chau was 1/4 mile off the coast of Hong Kong Island and formed a fine bay that had been named Aberdeen. On the shore of Aberdeen was a small fishing village. Struan observed more sampans and fishing junks than had been there a month ago. Rob and Cullum came up onto the quarterdeck. Rob saw the junks and his scalp prickled. "Who are they, Duck?" "Dinna ken, lad. Keep clear there." Cullum and Rob jumped out of the way as a bevy of sailors clambered down the rigging and shantied the hawsers tight, then raced aft to their action stations. Struan passed the binoculars to Mouse, who had lumbered up beside him. "Can you make out the flag, Wolfgang?" "No, not yet, Tai-Pan." Wolfgang was peering dry-mouthed at a huge, ponderous war junk in the lead, one of the biggest he had ever seen, over 200 feet long and about 500 tons, the dominating stern heeling slowly under the press of the 3 vast sails. "Gott in Himmel, too many for a pirate fleet. Would they be an invasion armada? Surely they wouldn't dare attack Hong Kong with our fleet so near." "We'll soon find out," Struan said. 2 points to starboard." "2 boys to starboard," the helmsman called. "Steady as she goes." Struan checked the lie of the sails. The throbbing of the wind and the straining rigging filled him with excitement. "Look!" Captain Orloff cried out, pointing astern. Another flotilla of junks was swooping out from behind the southern tip of Pok Liu Chau, readying to cut off their retreat. "It's an ambush! Ready to go about! Avast there, Captain! I'm on the quarter-deck!" Captain Orloff walked sourly over to the helmsman and stood by the binnacle, damning the rule which provided that when the Tai-Pan was on the quarterdeck of any ship of the noble house, he was captain. "Well," Orloff thought, "good luck, Tai-Pan. If we don't go about and run, those gallows-baited junks will cut us off and the others ahead'll swamp us, and my beautiful ship will be no more. The devil she will. We'll blow 30 of them to the fire pits of Valhalla and sail through them like a Valkyrie." And for the first time in 4 days, he forgot the bullion and gleefully thought only of the coming fight. The ship's bell sounded 8 bells. "Permission to go below, Captain," Orloff said. "Aye, take Mr. Cullum and show him what to do." Orloff preceded Cullum nimbly into the depths of the ship. "At 8 bells in the forenoon watch, that's noon, showtime. It's the duty of the captain to wind the chronometer," he said, relieved to be off the quarterdeck now that Struan had usurped command. But then he told himself, if you were Tai-Pan, you'd do the same. You'd never allow anyone to have the most beautiful job on earth when you were there.
His small blue eyes were studying Cullum. He had seen Cullum's immediate distaste and the covert looks at his back and tiny legs. Even after 40 years of such looks, he still hated to be thought a freak.
I was birthed in a blizzard on an ice floe. My mother said I was so beautiful the evil spirit Vorg mashed me with his hooves an hour after my birth.
Cullum moved uneasily in the half-darkness.
Oh, Vorg has cloven hooves.
Olaf chuckled.
Do you believe in spirits?
No, I don't think so.
But you believe in the devil, like all good Christians?
Yes.
Cullum tried to keep his fear off his face.
What has to be done to the chronometer?
It has to be wound.
Again Olaf chuckled.
If you'd been born as I was, mayhaps you'd be Cullum the hunchback instead of Cullum the tall and fair, eh? You look at things differently from here.
I'm sorry. It must be very hard for you.
Not hard. Your Shakespeare had better words. But don't worry, Cullum the Strong. I can kill a man twice my size so easily. Would you like me to teach you to kill? You couldn't have a better teacher, except the Tai-Pan.
No, thank you.
Wise to learn, very wise. Ask your father. One day you'll need such knowledge. Aye, soon. Did you know I had a second sight?
Cullum shuddered.
No.
Olaf's eyes glittered, and his smile made him more gnome-like and evil.
You've a lot to learn. You want to be Tai-Pan, don't you?
Yes, I hope to be one day.
There'll be blood on your hands that day.
Cullum tried to control his sudden start.
What do you mean by that?
You've ears. You'll have blood on your hands that day. Yes. And soon you'll need someone you can trust for many a day. So long as Norstedt Strider Olaf, the hunchback, is captain of one of your ships, you can trust him.
I'll remember, Captain Olaf, Cullum said, and promised himself that when he did become Tai-Pan, Olaf would never be one of his captains. Then, as he looked back into the man's face, he had the weird feeling that Olaf had seen into his heart.
What's the matter, Captain?
Ask yourself that.
Olaf unlocked the housing of the chronometer. To do this, he had to stand on a rung of the ladder. Then he began to wind the clock carefully with a large key.
You wind this clock 33 times.
Why do you do it, not one of the officers? Cullum asked, not really caring.
It's the captain's job. One of them. Navigation's one of the secret things. If all aboard knew how to do it, there'd be mutiny after mutiny. Best that only the captain and a few of the officers know. Then, without them, the seamen are lost and helpless. We keep the chronometer locked and here for safety. Isn't it beautiful? The workmanship. Made by good English brains and good English hands. It tells London time exactly.
Cullum felt the closeness of the passageway and nausea building inside of him, overlaid by fear of Olaf and of the coming battle. But he caught hold of himself and was determined that he would not allow Olaf to bait him into losing his temper, and tried to close his nostrils against the pervading sour smell from the bilges. "There'll be a reckoning later," he swore. "Is a chronometer so very important?"
"You've been to university and you ask that? Without this beauty we'd be lost. You've heard of Captain Cook? He used the first one and proved it 60 years ago. Until that time, we could never find our longitude. But now, with the exact London time and the sextant, we know where we are to a mile."
Orlov relocked the housing and shot an abrupt glance at Cullum.
"Can you use a sextant?"
"No."
"When we sink the junks, I'll show you. You think you can be Tai-Pan of the noble house ashore, eh?"
There was the sound of scurrying feet on deck, and they felt China clouds surge even faster through the waves. Here, below, the whole ship seemed to pulsate with life. Cullum licked his dry lips. "Can we sink so many and escape?"
"If we don't, we'll be swimming."
The little man beamed up at Cullum.
"Ever been shipwrecked or sunk?"
"No, and I can't swim."
"If you're a sailor, best not know how to swim. Swimming only prolongs the inevitable if the sea wants you and your time has come."
Orlov pulled the chain to make certain the lock was secure.
30 years I've been to sea and I can't swim. I've been sunk upwards of 10 times, from the China Seas to the Bering Straits, but I've always found a spar or a boat. One day the sea'll get me in her own time."
He eased the fighting iron on his wrist.
"I'll be glad to be back in port."
Cullum thankfully followed him up the gangway. "You don't trust the men aboard?"
"A captain trusts his ship, only his ship, and himself alone."
"You trust my father?"
"He's the captain."
"I don't understand." Orlov made no reply. Once on the quarterdeck, he checked the sails and frowned.
Too much sail, too close to shore. Too many unknown reefs and the smell of a squall somewhere.
The line of encroaching junks was 2 miles ahead, implacable, silent, closing in on them. The ship had full sails set, the mainsails still reefed, the whole ship throbbing with joy. This joy permeated the crew. When Struan ordered the reefs let go, they sprang to the rigging and sang the sails into place and forgot about the bullion that had infected them. The wind freshened and the sails crackled. The ship heeled over and gathered speed, the seawater frothing like yeast in the scuppers.
"Mr. Cudahy, take a watch below and bring arms aloft." "Aye, aye, sir."
Cudahy, the first mate, was a black-haired Irishman with dancing eyes, and he wore a golden earring.
"Steady as she goes. Deck watch. Prepare cannon. Load grape."
The men flung themselves at the cannons, wheeled them out of their ports, charged them with grape, and wheeled them back again.
"Number 3 gun crew an extra tot of rum. Number 18 to clean out the bilges."
There were cheers and curses. It was a custom Struan had started many years ago. When going into a fight, the first gun crew ready was rewarded, and the last was given the dirtiest job on the ship. Struan scanned the sky and the tautness of the sails and turned the binoculars on the huge war junk. It had many cannon ports, and a dragon for a figurehead, and a flag which at this distance was still indistinct. Struan could see dozens of Chinese thronging the decks and torches burning.
"Get the water barrels ready!"
Orlov shouted.
"What are the water barrels for, father?"
Cullum said.
"To douse fires, lad. The junks have torches burning. They'll be well stocked with fire rockets and stink bombs. Stink bombs are made from pitch and sulphur. They can make havoc of a clipper if you're not prepared."
He looked aft. The other flotilla of junks was surging into the channel behind him.
"We're cut off, aren't we?"
Cullum said. his stomach turning over. "Aye, but only a fool would go that way. Look at the wind, lad. That way we'd have to beat up against it, and something tells me it'd shift farther against us soon. But for'ard we've the wind and the speed of any junk. See how ponderous they are, laddie. Like cart horses against us, a greyhound. We've 10 times the firepower, ship to ship." One of the halyards at the top of the mainmast parted abruptly, and the spar screamed, smashing itself against the mast, the sail flapping free. "Port watch aloft!" Struan roared. "Send up the royal lift line!" Cullum watched the seamen claw out onto the spar almost at the top of the mainmast, the wind ripping at them, hanging on with nails and toes, knowing he could never do that. He felt the fear bile in his stomach and could not forget what Orlov had said. "Blood on your hands." Whose blood? He lurched for the gunwale and vomited. "Here, laddie," Struan said, offering the water bag that hung from a belaying pin. Cullum pushed it away, hating his father for noticing that he had been sick. "Clean your mouth out, by God!" Struan's voice was harsh. Cullum obeyed miserably, and did not notice that the water actually was cold tea. He drank some of it, and it made him sick again. Then he rinsed out his mouth and sipped sparingly, feeling dreadful. "First time I went into battle I was sick as a drunk gilly, sicker than you can imagine, and frightened to death." "I don't believe it," Cullum replied weakly. "You've never been afraid or sick in your life." Struan grunted. "Well, you can believe it. It was at Trafalgar." "I didn't know you were there." In his astonishment, Cullum momentarily forgot his nausea. "I was a powder monkey. The Navy uses children on the capital ships to carry powder from the magazine to the gun decks. The passageway has to be as small as possible to lessen the chance of fire and the whole ship exploding." Struan remembered the roaring guns and the screams of the wounded, limbs scattered on the deck, slippery with blood, and stench of blood and redness of the scuppers, smell of vomit in the never-ending black little tunnel, slimy with vomit. Groping up to the exploding guns with kegs of powder, then groping down another time into the horrifying darkness, lungs on fire, heart a violent machine, terror tears streaming, hour after hour. I was frightened to death. "You were really at Trafalgar?" I was 7. I was the oldest of my group, but the most afraid." Struan clapped his son warmly on the shoulder. "So dinna worry, nae anything wrong in that." "I'm not afraid now, father. It's just the stench of the hold." "Dinna fool yourself. It's the stench of the blood you think you smell, and the fear it'll be your own." Cullum quickly hung over the side of the ship as he retched again. Though the wind was brisk, it would not blow the sick sweet smell out of his head or the words of Orlov from his brain. Struan went over to the brandy keg and drew a tot and handed it to Cullum and watched while he drank it. "Begging your pardon, sir," the steward said. "The bath what was ordered be ready, sir." "Thank you." Struan waited until the steward had joined his gun crew. Then he said to Cullum, "Go below, lad." Cullum felt the humiliation well in him. "No, I'm fine here." "Go below." Though it was an order, it was given gently, and Cullum knew that he was being allowed the chance to go below and save face. "Please, father," he said, near tears. "Let me stay. I'm sorry." "No need to be sorry. I've been in this sort of danger 1,000 times, so it's easy for me. I know what to expect. Go below, lad. There's time enough to bathe and come back on deck, and be part of a fight, if fight it is. Please, go below." Despondently, Cullum obeyed. Struan turned his attention to Rob, who was leaning on the gunwale, grey-faced. Struan thought for a moment, then walked over to him.
Would you do me a favour, Rob? Keep the lad company. He's not feeling well at all.
Rob forced a smile. Thanks, Dirk. But this time I need to stay, sick or not. Is it an invasion armada?
Nay, lad.
But dinna worry. We can blast a way through them if need be. I know.
How's Sarah? She's very near her time, is she na? Sorry, I forgot to ask.
She's well as most women feel with a few weeks to go. I'll be glad when the waiting's over.
Aye.
Struan turned away and adjusted the course a shade. Rob forced his mind off the junks that seemed to fill the sea ahead. I hope it's another girl, he thought. Girls are so much easier to raise than boys. I hope she's like Karen. Dear little Karen. Rob hated himself again for shouting at her this morning. Was it only this morning that they had all been together in Thundercloud? Karen had disappeared, and Sarah and he had thought she had fallen overboard. They were frantic, and when the search had begun, Karen had come blithely on deck from the hold where she had been playing, and Rob had been so relieved that he had shouted at her, and Karen had fled sobbing into her mother's arms. Rob had cursed his wife for not looking after Karen more carefully, knowing that it was not Sarah's fault, but being unable to stop himself. Then in a few minutes little Karen was like any child, in easy laughter, everything forgotten. And he and Sarah were like any parents, still sick with mutual anger, everything not forgotten. Fore and aft, the junk fleets were blocking China Cloud's avenues of escape. Rob saw his brother leaning against the binnacle, casually lighting a cheroot from a smouldering cannon taper, and wished that he could be so calm. Oh, God, give me strength to endure 5 months and another 12 months and the voyage home, and please, make Sarah's time easy. He leaned over the rail and was very sick.
2 points to port,
Struan said, watching the shore of Hong Kong carefully. He was almost close enough to the finger of rocks off the starboard bow and well to windward of the line of junks. A few minutes more, and he would turn and hurtle at the junk he had already marked for death, and he would smash through the line safely, if there were no fire ships, and if the wind did not slacken, and if no hidden reef or bank mutilated him. The sky was darkening to the north. The monsoon was holding true, but Struan knew that in these waters the wind could shift a quarter or more with alarming suddenness, or a violent squall could sweep out of the seas. With the ship carrying so much sail, he would be in great danger, for the wind could rip away his sails before he could reef them, or tear away his masts. Then, too, there could be many reefs and shoals waiting to tear his ship's belly open. There were no charts of these waters, but Struan knew that only speed would carry them to safety. And Joss.
Gott in Himmel!
Mouse was peering through the binoculars.
It's the Lotus! The Silver Lotus!
Struan grabbed the binoculars and focused on the flag that flew atop the huge junk. A silver flower on a red background. No mistake. It was the Silver Lotus, the flag of Wu Feng Choi, the pirate king, whose sadism was legendary, whose countless fleets ravaged and ruled the coasts of all South China and exacted tribute 1,000 miles north and south. Supposedly his base was in Formosa.
"What's Wu Feng Choi doing in these waters?"
Mouse asked. Again he felt the weird hope-fear welling in him.
"Thy will be done, O Lord." "The bullion,"
Struan said.
"It must be the bullion. Otherwise Wu Feng Choi would never risk coming here, nor with our fleet so close."
For years, the Portuguese and all the traders had paid tribute to Wu Feng Choi for the safe conduct of their ships. Tribute was cheaper than the loss of the merchantman, and his junks kept the South China Seas rid of other pirates, most of the time.
But with the coming of the expeditionary force last year, the British traders had ceased paying for this safe passage, and one of Wu Feng's pirate fleets had begun to plunder the sea lanes and the coast near Macau. 4 Royal Navy frigates had sought out and destroyed most of the pirate junks, and followed those that fled into Bias Bay, a pirate haven on the coast 40 miles north of Hong Kong. There the frigates had laid waste the pirate junks and sampans and had fired 2 pirate villages. Since that time the flag of Wu Feng Choi had never ventured near. A cannon boomed from the pirate flagship, and astonishingly all the junks except one turned into the wind and downed mainsails, leaving only their short sails aft to give them leeway. A small junk detached itself from the fleet and headed the mile toward China Cloud.
"Helm a lee!"
Struan ordered, and China Cloud was turned into the wind. The sails flapped anxiously, and the ship lost way and almost stopped.
"Keep her head to wind!" "Aye, aye, sir."
Struan was looking through the binoculars at the small junk. Waving from the masthead was a white flag.
"God's death, what are they playing at? Chinese never use a flag of truce."
The ship came closer, and Struan was even more dumbfounded at the sight of a huge, black-bearded European, dressed in heavy seafaring clothes, cutlass at his belt, conning the junk. Beside the man was a young Chinese boy, richly dressed in green brocade gown and pants and soft black boots. Struan saw the European train his long telescope on China Cloud. After a moment, the man put the telescope down, laughed uproariously, and waved. Struan passed the binoculars to Mouse.
"What do you make of that man?"
He leaned across to Captain Orlov, who had a telescope trained on the junk.
"Captain?" "Pirate, that's certain."
Orlov handed his telescope to Rob.
"Another rumour is confirmed that Wu Feng Choi has Europeans in his fleet."
"But why would they all down sails, Dirk?"
Rob said incredulously.
"The emissary'll tell us."
Struan walked to the edge of the quarterdeck.
"Mister,"
he called out to Cudahy,
"ready to put a shot across his bows."
"Aye, aye, sir." Cudahy jumped for the first cannon and trained it.
"Captain Orlov, get the longboat ready. You lead the boarding party if we dinna sink her first."
"Why board her, Dirk?"
Rob said, approaching Struan.
"No pirate junks coming within 50 yards. It may be a fire ship or full of powder. In times like these, it's better to be ready for devilment."
Cullum self-consciously appeared in the companionway, dressed in a seaman's clothes, heavy woolen shirt and woolen jacket and wide-legged trousers and rope shoes.
"Hello, lad,"
Struan said.
"What's going on?"
Struan told him and added,
"The clothes suit you, lad. You're looking better."
"I am much better," Cullum said, feeling uncomfortable and alien. When the pirate junk was 100 yards away, China Cloud put a shot across her bows, and Struan picked up a horn.
"Heave to!" he shouted, "or I'll blow you out of the water."
Obediently the junk swung into the wind and dropped her sails and began to drift with the strength of the tide.
"Ahoy, China Cloud! Permission to come aboard!"
the black-bearded man shouted.
"Why, and who are you?"
"Captain Scragger, late a London town," the man called back and guffawed. "A word in your ear, my Lord Struan, privy-like."
"Come aboard alone, unarmed."
"Flag a truce, matey?"
"Aye."
Struan walked to the quarterdeck rail.
"Keep the junk covered, Mr. Cudahy."
"He be covered, sir."
A small dinghy was lowered over the side of the junk, and Scragger climbed into it nimbly and began rowing toward China Cloud. As he approached, he began singing in a rich, lilting voice. It was a sea shanty. "Blow the man down."
"Cocky sod,"
Struan said, amused in spite of himself.
"Scragga's an uncommon name," Rob said. "Didn't Great-Aunt Ethel marry a Scragga of London?"
"Aye, I thought the same, lad." Struan grinned.
"Mayhaps we've a relation who's a pirate."
"Are we all pirates?" Struan's grin broadened.
"The noble house'll be safe in your hands, Rob. You're a wise man. Wiser than you give yourself credit for."
He looked back at the dinghy.
"Cocky sod."
Scragga appeared to be in his 30s. His long, unkempt hair and his beard were raven black. His eyes were pale blue and small, and his hands like hams. Golden rings hung from his ears, and a jagged scar puckered the left side of his face. He tied his dinghy up and scaled the boarding net with practised ease. As he jumped onto the deck, he touched his forelock with mock deference to the quarter-deck and made an elaborate bow.
"Morning, your honours."
Then to the seamen, who were gaping at him,
"Morning, mateys. Me Gov Wu Feng Choi wishes you a safe journey home."
He laughed and showed broken teeth, then came to the quarter-deck and stopped in front of Struan. He was shorter than Struan, but thicker.
"Let's go below."
"Mr. Cudahy, search him."
"Now, it be a flag of truce, and I ain't armed, that be the truth. You've me oath, so help me,"
Scragga said, the picture of innocence.
"You'll be searched anyway."
Scragga submitted to the search.
"Be you satisfied, Tai-Pan?"
"For the moment."
"Then let's below, alone, like I asked."
Struan checked the priming of his pistol and motioned Scragga down the gangway. "Rest of you stay on deck." To Struan's amazement, Scragga proceeded through the ship with the familiarity of one who had been aboard before. Reaching the cabin, he plopped to the sea chair and stretched out his legs contentedly.
"I'd like to wet me whistle afore I starts, if it please you. Rowing be thirsty work."
"Rum?"
"Brandy. Oh, brandy. And if you've a keg to spare, I'll be mighty favourable inclined."
"To do what?"
"To be patient."
Scragga's eyes were steely.
"You be like what I thought you be like."
"You said you were late to London town?"
"Yes, that I did. A long time ago. Ah, thank ye,"
Scragga said, accepting the tankard of fine brandy. He sniffed it lovingly, then gulped it down and sighed and brushed his greasy whiskers.
"Oh, brandy, brandy. Only thing wrong with me present post be the lack of brandy. Does me heart good."
Struan refilled the tankard.
"Thank ye, Tai-Pan."
Struan toyed with his pistol. "What part of London are you from?"
"Shoreditch, matey. That were where I were brung up."
"What's your Christian name?"
"Dick." "Why?"
Struan shrugged. "Now get to the point," he said. He planned to write by the next mail to find out if Dick Scragga was the name of a descendant of his great-aunt.
"That I will, Tai-Pan, that I will. Wu Feng Choi wants to talk to you, alone. Now."
"What about?"
"I didn't ask him, and he didn't tell me. Go get the Tai-Pan, says he, so here I am."
He emptied the tankard, then smirked.
"You've bullion aboard, so the rumour says, eh?"
"Tell him I'll see him here. He can come aboard alone and unarmed." Scragga roared with laughter and scratched unconsciously at the lice that infested him.
"Now you knows he bain't about to do that, Tai-Pan, any more'n you'd go aboard alone his ship without protection like. You see the boy aboard my junk?"
"Aye."
"It be his youngest son. He be hostage. You're to go aboard, armed, if you likes." and the boy stays here."
"And the boy turns out to be just a dressed-up coolie's son and I get chopped."
"Oh, no," Scragga said, pained. "You've me oath, by God, and his. We bain't a scallywag bunch of pirates. We've 3,000 ships in our fleets and rule these coasts, as you rightly knowed. You've me oath, by God, and his."
Struan noticed the white scars on Scragga's wrists and knew there would be more on his ankles. "Why are you, an Englishman, with him?"
"Why indeed, matey, why indeed," Scragga replied, rising. "Can I helps myself to more grog? Thank you kindly."
He brought the bottle back to the desk and settled himself again.
"There be upwards of 50 of us limeys through his fleet, and 15 or so others, Americans mostly, and one Frenchie. Captains, cannon-makers, gunners' mates. I were a boatswain's mate by trade," he continued expansively, inspired by the brandy. 10 year or more ago, I was shipwrecked on some islands north. The dirty little heathen bastards catched me for slave, Japanners they were. They sold me to some other heathen bastards, but I escaped and fell in with Wu Feng. He offered me a berth when he knowed I were a boatswain's mate and could do most things aboard.
He drained the tankard, belched and refilled it.
"Now, do we go, or don't we?"
"Why do you not stay aboard now? I can blow a path through Wu Feng right smartly."
"Thank you, matey, but I likes it where I be."
"How long were you a convict?" Scragga's tankard stopped in mid-air and his expression became guarded.
"Long enough, matey."
He looked at the wrist scars.
"The iron marks, eh?"
"Aye, the marks be still with me after 12 year." "Where'd you escape from? Botany Bay?"
"Aye, Botany Bay it were," Scragga said, amiable once more. 15-year transportation I got when just a lad, leastways when I were younger, 25 abouts. How old be you?"
"Old enough."
"I've never knowed for sure. Maybe I'm 35 or 45. Yes, 15 year for striking a muck-pissed mate on a muck-pissed frigate."
"You were lucky you weren't hanged."
"Yes, that I were." Scragga happily belched again. "I likes talking to you, Tai-Pan. It be a change from me mates. Yes, transported from Blighty I were, 9 months at sea, chained along of 400 other poor devils, and the same of women or thereabouts, chained below decks we were. 9 months or more. Water and hardtack and no beef. That's no way to treat a man. No way at all. 100 of us lived to reach port. We mutinied in the port of Sydney and broke our chains, killed all the muck-thick jailers. Then into the bush for a year, then I found me a ship, a merchantman."
Scragga chuckled malevolently.
"Leastways, we fed on merchantmen."
He gazed into the depths of his tankard and his smile disappeared.
"Yes, gallows bait. That what we all be. God curse his piss-arsed peelers,"
he snarled. For a moment he fell silent, lost in his memories.
"But I was shipwrecked, like I said, and the rest."
Struan lit a cheroot. "Why serve a mad dog pirate scum like Wu Feng?"
"I'll tell you, matey. I'm free like the wind. I got 3 wives and all the food I can eat and pay, and I be captain of a ship. He treats me better'n my God-cursed kin. God-cursed kin, yes, I be gallows bait to they, but to Wu Feng I bain't. And where else and how else could the likes of me have wives and food and loot and no peelers and no gallows, eh? Course I be with him, or any what gives me that."
He got up.
Now, be you a-comin' like he asked, or do we have to board you?" "Board me, Captain Scragga. But first, finish your brandy. It'll be the last you taste on this earth." "We be having more than 100 ships agin you." "You must think me a right proper fool. Wu Fang'd never venture personally into these waters. Never. Not with our warships just the other side of Hong Kong. Wu Fang's not with your fleet." "You be right proper smart, Tai-Pan," Scragga cackled. "I were warned, yes. Wu Fang bain't with us, but his chief admiral be. Wu Kwok, his eldest son, and the boy be his. That be the truth." "Truth wears many faces, Scragga," Struan said. "Now get to hell off my ship. The flag of truce is for your vessel only. I'll show you what I think of your god-rotting pirate fleet." "That you will, Tai-Pan, given half a chance." "Oh, yes, I forgot," he said, and pulled out a small leather bag that was thonged around his neck. He took out a folded piece of paper and pushed it across the desk. "I were to give you this," he said, his face twisting derisively. Struan unfolded the paper. It bore Jinqua's chop, and it contained one of the coin halves. Chapter 10. Struan was standing easily in the prow of his longboat, his hands deep in the pockets of his heavy seacoat, a fighting iron thonged to his wrist, pistols in his belt. His men were rowing tensely, heavily armed. Scragga was sitting amidships, boozily singing a sea shanty. 100 yards ahead was the pirate flagship. By prearrangement with Scragga, at Struan's insistence, the flagship had detached itself from the protective junk fleet and had moved closer to shore, a few 100 yards to leeward of China Cloud. There, with only the small aft sail aloft to give her leeway, the flagship was under China Cloud's guns and at her mercy. But the remainder of the junk armada was still in blockade positions surrounding the two ships. Struan knew that it was dangerous to board the pirate ship alone, but the broken coin left him no choice. He would have taken Mouse along, an interpreter was necessary, and Mouse was also a demon in a fight, but Scragga had refused. "Alone, Tai-Pan. There be they aboard what talks the heathen and talks the English. Alone. Armed, if you likes, but alone. That be the asked." Before leaving China Cloud, Struan had given final orders in front of Scragga. "If the flagship raises sail, blow her out of the water. If I've na left in 1 hour, blow her out of the water." "Now, Tai-Pan," Scragga had said uncomfortably, forcing a laugh, "that not be the way of a-looking at his invitation, like. No way at all, at all. The flag of truce, matey. Blow her out of the water. But first, hang the boy from the yardarm." "Don't worry," Orloff said malevolently. "The boy's dead, and by the blood of Jesus Christ, I'll never leave this water while one junk's afloat." "All's hope," Struan ordered as the cutter came alongside the junk. 100 Chinese pirates lined the sides, chattering, jeering. Struan noted the firing ports, 20 a side, 40 guns. He mounted the boarding ladder, and once on deck he observed that the cannons were in good order, that powder kegs were scattered carelessly, and stink bombs and fire bombs numerous, that the pirate ship was heavily manned, filth everywhere, but no sign of disease or scurvy, sails in good condition, rigging tight, hard, if it impossible, to take hand to hand, but no trouble for China Cloud to sink with Joss. He followed Scragga below to the main cabin under the poop deck, unconsciously marking gangways and hazards in case retreat were necessary. They came to a filthy anteroom jammed with men. Scragga pushed through them to a door at the far end, guarded by a truculent Chinese who pointed to Struan's weapons and reviled Scragga. But Scragga shouted back in Cantonese and, contemptuously shoving the guard aside with one hand, opened the door. The cabin was enormous. Dirty cushions littered a raised dais, which was dominated by a low, scarlet-lacquered table. The room, like the ship, stank of sweat and decayed fish and blood. Behind the dais, aft, was a latticed wall, deck to bulkhead. It was richly carved and curtained from the other side where the warlord slept. Impossible to see through from this side, Struan thought, but easy to shoot or stick a sword through. He noted the 4 barred portholes and 6 oil lanterns swinging from the rafter beams. A door in the latticed wall opened. Wu Kwok was short and burly and middle-aged. His face was round and cruel, his queue long and greasy. The rich green silk gown tied around his protruding belly was grease-stained. He wore fine leather sea boots, and his wrists were encircled with many priceless jade bracelets. He appraised Struan for a while, then motioned him to the dais, and sat down on one side of the table. Struan sat opposite him. Scragga leaned against the closed door, scratching absently, a sardonic smile on his face. Struan and Wu Kwok stared at each other unwaveringly, motionless. At length, Wu Kwok raised his hand slightly, and a servant brought chopsticks and cups and tea and mooncakes, tiny delicate rice-flour cakes stuffed with almond custard, and a plate of assorted dim sum. Dim sum were small, delicate rice dough pastries filled with shrimp or fried pork or chicken or vegetables or fish. Some were steamed, others deep-fried. The servant poured the tea. Wu Kwok lifted his cup and motioned Struan to do the same. They drank silently, their eyes locked. Then the pirate picked up his chopsticks and selected a dim sum. He placed it on the small dish in front of Struan and motioned him to eat. Struan knew that although he had been provided with chopsticks, Wu Kwok expected him to eat with his hands like a barbarian and lose face. "Up you fly-blown offal," he thought, and thanked his Joss for May. He picked up the chopsticks deftly and carried the dim sum to his mouth and replaced the chopsticks on their porcelain bed and chewed with enjoyment, and was further pleased to sense the pirate's astonishment that a barbarian could eat like a civilized person. Struan picked up his chopsticks again and meticulously chose another dim sum from the plate, the smallest and the most delicate, the most difficult to hold. It was one of the steamed, shrimp-filled doughs, the white pastry so thin as to be almost translucent. He lifted it quickly and effortlessly, praying to himself that he wouldn't drop it. He held it out at arm's length, offering it to Wu Kwok. Wu Kwok's chopsticks snaked out, and he took the dim sum and carried it to his small dish. But a tiny piece of shrimp fell onto the table. Though Wu Kwok remained impassive, Struan knew that he was enraged, for he had lost face. Struan delivered the coup de grace. Leaning over, he picked up the morsel of shrimp and put it on his plate and selected another tiny dim sum. Again he offered it. Wu Kwok took it. He did not drop any part of it. He offered one to Struan, and Struan took it casually in mid-air and ate with relish, but refused the next one offered. It was the height of Chinese decorum to pretend to the host
that the food was so good that one could eat no more, even though both host and guest knew they would continue to eat ravenously.
"You take more grub, matey. There be plenty of the likes of this,"
Wu Kwok said, suddenly, pressing him as a host should. The shock of hearing the harsh Cockney accent coming from Wu Kwok lessened Struan's pleasure with the face he had gained by making Wu Kwok speak first. "Thank you. I'm glad you speak English. That makes things easier," Struan said. "A lot easier."
"Yus, that it do."
Wu Kwok was very proud that he could talk barbarian. "Where did you learn English?" Struan leaned down and scratched his ankle. The deck and cushions were flea-infested.
"Where'd the likes of you learn to eat like a Chinaman, eh?"
Struan selected another pastry. "I've tried to learn Cantonese many times, but I'm not a good student and my tongue cannot get the sound right." He ate the pastry delicately and drank some tea. "The tea is excellent. From Soochow?" Wu Kwok shook his head.
"Lintin, you like Soochow tea?"
"Lintin is better."
"I learned English from Scragga and others, over years."
He ate for a moment, and again pressed on Struan more of the delicious food.
"Have more grub, mate. You be a queer un. I'd be right proper glad to meet a man of the likes of you. You bain't natural, I'll be bound. You take many a day to die, many a day."
Struan's eyes became greener and more luminous. "You die very quickly. My methods are different from yours. One moment alive, the next dead." He snapped his fingers. "That's best, for friend or enemy. Or mad dog."
"Why you talk so strange, eh?"
Wu Kwok asked after a dangerous pause. "What?"
"You don't talk like me. You be hard to understand. Sounds different like."
"There are many dialects, kinds of English," Struan said calmly, giving Wu Kwok face.
"He be a toff, Wu Kwok, like I said," Scragga explained. "Toffs talk different. They go to school, like I told you." "Do that gallows bait Scraggler talk true, matey? My English bain't proper."
"Who talks more correct Cantonese, a peasant or a schoolmaster? The peasant's is correct for the fields, and the schoolmaster's for the school." Wu Kwok leaned back on the cushions and sipped his tea. He broke the silence.
"We heard you've bullion aboard. 40 lakh.
"How'd you get this?" Struan unbunched his fist and put the half-coin on the table.
"1/2 a coin, one favour, right, matey?"
"Aye," Struan said, furious at himself for falling into Jinqua's trap. "How'd you get it?"
"From me dad."
"How'd he get it?"
"Where do you think that old highwayman Jinqua laid his dirty mitts fast on 40 lakh of bullion, matey, eh? From his old shipmates, of course. You've 10 lakh of me dad's aboard."
Wu Kwok's belly shook with laughter.
"Pour his honour some grog, Scragga. He be needing it."
"Wu Fong Choi and Jinqua are shipmates?" Struan asked, shaken.
"In a manner of speaking, matey. We be protecting his sea trade from muck-pissed pirate. We be keepers o' the sea. It be fair dues to pay for service, eh? And a wise man invest his money to profit, eh? So we invests with him occasional tea, silk, opium, loans."
Wu Kwok held his belly and tears of laughter seeped from his slitted eyes.
"So now we be partners like us a noble house. What better invest be there, eh, matey?"
"What's your favour, Wu Kwok?"
"We be drinking to the bullion and your joss, Tai-Pan. Then we talks." "He say tang the boy if he were aboard more'n an hour," Scragga said, filling 3 tankards with rum. And if you raise sail to blow us in out of the sea and hang the lad.
How long be an hour, mate?
Long enough.
Woodcock ate for a moment.
You'd hang the lad?
Would you? Struan took out his timepiece and laid it on the table. You've used up half your time. Woodcock accepted a tankard from Scragga and drank slowly. Struan felt the hair on his neck prickle with the tension. He could hear the muted sounds of babbling Chinese and straining hawsers and creaking timbers. There was a faint patter of rain on the deck above. Woodcock picked up a toothpick and cleaned his teeth, one hand politely covering his mouth. The rain intensified.
"The favour of Wu Fong Choi," Woodcock began. "Your fleet be 20 clippers, right?"
19.
19. On each, we puts one of our lads. You train they as captains, officers. 19 men. You train 'em good. Howsomever you wants as proper captains. Lash 'em, kill haul 'em, what you wishes if they bain't obeying, but no killing. For 5 year they be yourn, then they come back home. Next, in a year and a day we wants a clipper, like China Cloud. We pay bullion what she costed. You give us and bills and the like, and we pays bullion. Cannoned and rigged and sailed like China Cloud. 10 of our men to go to Blighty to watch her builded, then come home with her. Where and how we takes the ship come later, right, Scragga?"
Yes.
"Last, we give you a nipper, 3 nippers, to train. 3 boys to train like toffs, best school in London,"
Woodcock said.
"whatever it costed.
Best clotheses and carriages and lodgings and grub,"
Scragga added.
"Like bleeding toffs they to be brung up, treated proper. Oxford or Cambridge University. Yes, through to university and then home."
"That's not one favour," Struan said. "That's many."
"Many few, they be favour," Woodcock said viciously. "By God, they be the asked. Maybe I takes the 10 lakh back and the 30 as well, then buy ship, if money buy anything, right, matey? Yes, I takes lakhs maybe and makes deal with one-eyed devil. What's his name?"
"Brock,"
Scragga said.
"Aye, Brock. Make deal with Brock or other. Deal is deal. Just train men, one ship. Fair ask. You say yes or no?"
"I'll make a new deal with you. Take back the coin, and with or without me aboard China Cloud, just try to take all the bullion, by God."
"There be 200 ship over the horizon. I lose 100, 200 ships, never mind. I take lack, Tai-Pan. I take lack."
Struan picked up his half-coin and stood up.
"Agreed?"
"No agree. Favour. You agree favour. Has Tai-Pan of noble house no face, heya? Yes? No?"
"In 30 days bring 100 men. None of whom are wanted by the mandarins for any crime, all of whom can read and write. Of these I pick 19 to be captains, and 10 men to watch the building. Bring the 3 boys, then."
"Too dangerous, matey," Woodcock said. "So many men. Right, Scragga?"
"Not if we brung them, say, to Aberdeen. To pick be fair, no harm in that, eh? Secret like."
Woodcock pondered a moment.
"Agree. 30 days. Aberdeen."
"I'll hand the clipper over to you personally, or to Wu Fong Choi only," Struan said. "No one else."
"To any I sends?"
"No." "Or to me, matey?"
Scragga said. "No. To Woodcock or to Wu Fong Choi, in open seas."
"Why?" Woodcock said. Why? What muck stink devilment be in your head, matey?"
"She'll be your ship. I'm nae passing over such a beauty to any one else. Where's your face, eh?"
"Agreed,"
Wu Kwok said at last. No treachery, by God, or you'll pay.
Struan contemptuously started for the door, but Scragga blocked his path.
Your holy oath, Tai-Pan? Jinqua's already had it, Scragga. You know the value of my oath, by God!
Scragga nodded to Wu Kwok and stepped aside.
Thank ye, Tai-Pan. Seeing as how you agree so nice and friendly-like, Tai-Pan, Wu Kwok said, me dad sended a gift for you and a message.
He waved a hand at Scragga, who opened a sea chest, brought out a bundle, handed it to Struan. The bundle contained a flag, the entwined lion and dragon, and a ship's logbook, the logbook of the lost Scarlet Cloud. Struan opened the book and turned to the last page. November 16th, noon. North 11 degrees 23 minutes 11 seconds, east 114 degrees 9 minutes 8 seconds. Storms continuing, gale force. At 3 bells in the middle watch last night, storm sails were carried away and the masts. Our ship was thrust helpless here onto tizard reefs, where by divine mercy she came to rest, her keel torn away and hull holed. November 18th, 4 o'clock. 4 junks sighted northeast by east, final preparing for abandoning ship done. November 18th, 5 o'clock. The 4 junks have changed course and are heading for us. I issued muskets. I have tried to prepare a cannon, but the list of the ship forbade us. Prepared ourselves as best we can in case they're pirates. November 18th, 8 o'clock, overrun. Pirates. Killed the first wave, but they're... Struan closed the book. You killed them all?
The junks was not part of our regular fleet, mate. Leastways, not mostly.
You killed them all?
They deaded themselves, Tai-Pan. I wasn't there. You know how some of them scallywags is, Tai-Pan, Scragga said. If the men had be Wu Fong Choi's, why'd he give you the log, eh? Word were brought to Wu Fong Choi. He sent me to have a look. There weren't no men aboard when I were there. All bodies. None.
You looted her.
You know the laws of the sea, Tai-Pan. She was shipwrecked and abandoned. Half your cargo were salvaged, 16 cannon and a mess of powder and shot.
Where's the chronometer?
Scragga's eyebrows soared. Why, aboard me junk, of course. Not that I can use one. Yet. Finders keepers, eh? Fair dues, eh? But you know, Tai-Pan, you know what them God-cursed scallywags done? They let her stop. Imagine that. God's truth, they let it run down. Took us some weeks to find a merchantman with London time. An American. The Boston Skylark, he guffawed, remembering, then added, 4 of her boys elected to go along with us. And the rest? They were set adrift off the Philippines, near to shore, you've me oath, 3, 4 weeks ago.
Wu Kwok shifted on the cushions, scratching leisurely.
Last, Tai-Pan, me dad said, 10 taels a ship ain't much for safe passage. 10 taels a ship and the English flag be protected by Wu Fong Choi. You've a new berth now, here at Hong Kong, so we heard. Put it to your Mandarin.
I might put 1 tael to him.
6 be the lowest. The lowest. That be what my dad said. Knowing you be a hard trader. 6.
1.
Sit. We drinks more grog and there be other grub coming, Wu Kwok said.
In 5 minutes this ship's blown out of the water and the hostage hangs.
Wu Kwok belched. You bain't hanging my son, matey.
O' course, Struan said disdainfully. Only some poor dressed-up lad.
Wuquok smirked and drank deeply. You be proper smart, Tai-Pan. 2 tails a ship it is. Put it to your Mandarin, eh? And tell you what, keep the lad. Hang him, throw him in the sea. He be yourn. Put him aboard us, and I'll hang him for you. What? Scragga exploded. The lad bain't your son? Of course, Scragga. You think I'm a fool? Struan said harshly. I know the value of the oath of scum. But it were your oath and mine, Scragga said, appalled to Wuquok. We give him our oath. You said he were your son. You told me, by God. The Tai-Pan had never put his son aboard us'n. Why should I put mine aboard his'n? By give him me oath, by God. That be cheat. Wuquok got up very slowly. You call me cheat, matey? No, Guff, no, Scragga said quickly, keeping his blinding rage away from his face. It were just me oath. We keeps our oaths. That not be proper with us'n. What were done, not proper. That be all. Wuquok shook his head wearily as he retired to his sleeping quarters. Barbarians is right proper strange, matey. Right proper strange indeed. The latticed door closed behind him. Scragga went on deck. By God, he thought, almost weeping with rage. By God, that do it. I'll fix that sodding, duck-fornicating heathen, by God, see if I don't. But not till after the men be picked. Oh, no, not till then. Daren't afore that, no, by God, 'cause that'd spoil everything. But after that, by God, after that... Chapter 11. China Cloud cut through the driving rain, heading up the south coast of Hong Kong Island for the main harbour on the north side. The Struans were having dinner in the main cabin, oyster stew, smoked sausages, kippers, boiled cabbage and bacon fat, cold fried chickens, sea biscuit, dishes of apple pie and preserved fruit pies, sea-chilled dry white wine and champagne, and tea. 40 lakhs, 4 coins, Rob said, toying with his food. 1 to Wu Feng Choi. Who has the other 3? Jinghua kept 1, certainly. Perhaps 2, Struan said. He reached across the table and helped himself to another fried kippered herring. We're committed to an immense favour, Rob said. That's worth 10 lakhs to those devils. With a clipper like China Cloud in their hands, why, even frigates could be ravaged. The Asian sea lanes of the whole empire could be cut. 1 ship and 10 men trained to build more. 19 men trained as captains to train more. We're trapped, and our future's trapped. Terrible. Jinghua cheated you. He cheated you, Cullum said. No, outsmarted me, yes, but even that's not correct. I was not smart enough. Me, lad, not him. When you sit down at a table to make a deal, each side is obligated to make the best deal possible. It's very simple. I was weaker than he, that's all.